Chapter 50. Given new form. Author's note, not a whole lot to say here, except one question: with the holidays around the corner, would you guys like to see another Christmas special from me? This time it would be a get-together of all three of my main crossovers. Comment in your reviews. XXXXX. Is this really necessary? The woman said. She was sitting in the back of the Eagle's truck, as Norman thoroughly scanned her with his Omni tool. I'm sorry, but we can't take the chance of you being an Enclave spy, Sam said, looking up from where she sat as Karen applied Medigel to her wounds. I agree, but he insisted. You find anything? No Omni tool, no recording devices, no trackers, he said, continuing to wave his Omni tool. Also, I see a lot of bruises, some burns from the explosions, and unless I'm mistaken more than a few welts. It looks like she's been interrogated. There was a rather sour and hesitant tone to his voice. Then can you please take these off? The woman asked, holding out her still shackled hands. Do you need your hands free for anything? Norman asked. Well, no, but... Well, there's your answer, Norman said gruffly. Please. The woman pleaded. They've been keeping me in there for months. They rarely fed me. They beat me still I couldn't even see straight. Can't you please just take these shackles off? Norman blinked. He glared at her. You don't look particularly malnourished. Why were you being held? I don't know, the woman said. They were keeping me there because I spoke out against. At an Air Force base. Norman growled, you're lying. No, the woman was cut off as Norman drew one of his pistols and fired it into her shoulder. Instead of writhing in pain and bleeding, there was a loud clang and sparks shot out of the arm. Norman blinked slightly as he saw the sparks. He had not been expecting that. The moment that happened, the woman pulled the cuffs apart in one movement and charged forward, reaching out with her hands at Norman's throat. Drawing his other pistol, he leveled both of them at her and fired both of them at her. The woman was forced back by the impact of the shots, slamming into the wall. Aiming both pistols at her, Norman began to pump ammo into her, not stopping until his weapons overheated. As they did, he lowered them. The woman was lying there motionless, not bleeding, but with sparks flying out of her chest. Pieces of metal were visible where she had been shot. What the fuck was that? Roger said, getting to his feet and glaring at Norman. Me taking care of a problem, he responded coldly. How the fuck could you have known that she really was working for the Enclave? You could have shot an innocent woman right there. Her story didn't add up, not a single part of it did. It was blatantly obvious, and anyway with half of a brain could see all of the holes in her story, so I'm not exactly surprised that you didn't catch on. He glanced at Taylai as he holstered his pistols. It looks like it's really a synthetic, an infiltration model. You might want to take a closer look at it and see if I missed anything in my first scan. With that, he turned and began to walk away, heading towards Sam. Hey! Bitch! Roger shouted, making to head after him, but was stopped by a three-fingered hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Taylai. Roger, I don't like what he did, but he was right, she said. Roger said slowly, but Taylai interrupted. Come on. I could use your help, she said, grabbing the woman and rolling her onto her front. An artificial epidermis. I've heard theories about Geth using things like this, but I never thought that organics would build things like this. What do you mean by that? He asked. I mean, this is pretty much the worst case scenario when it comes to synthetic rebellion, Taylai said, feeling the back of the synthetic. Synthetics that can blend into organic society and do the worst damage that they can from the inside. Infiltration agents. Cut the flesh here, she said, pointing to the small of her back. Get all of it off. Really? He asked, looking at her. Look, I know, it's pretty damn disgusting, but I need to get to this thing's wiring. There might be tracking and listening devices that we missed. Oh fine, Roger said, reaching out with his hand and digging into the flesh with his sharpened fingers, cutting a square-shaped hole in the flesh. To his relief, blood did not pour out as he pulled off a large strip of flesh. Fuck, this is nasty, he said, dropping the slab of flesh to the side, revealing a metal panel on the back. I'm fine with killing people, but this dissecting shit is just freaking disgusting. Hold on a second, Taylai said, sliding the panel open and reaching in, tinkering with the wires. Yes, it looks like there was a transmitter in here. It looks damaged. Norman probably hit it when he shot this thing. Still, can't hurt to be safe, she said. Reaching in, she pulled out a small device. She tossed it to Roger. Please dispose of this. Got it, he said, holding it in the palm of his cybernetic hand and closing it violently, shattering the device. Gone. Okay. We may want to run more in-depth scans on this thing later. This technology looks pretty advanced and it looks like some of the databanks were still intact. I'll get around to that later, Sam said, getting to her feet. We're not going back to the main base right now. Why not? John asked, looking at Sam. I didn't want to say that in front of that woman just in case she turned out to be an Enclave spy, but I told the driver to not head back to the main base. We're heading to one of a few safe houses that we have in the area. They're nothing to write home about, but they're a good place to hide out for a couple of days. I want to stay there for a little while just to make sure that the Enclave doesn't come looking for us. Think of it as a cool down period to make sure that we weren't being tracked. As she spoke, the truck slid to a stop. Well, make yourself comfortable, she said as the back to the truck slid open. We're going to be here for a little while, she said, slowly climbing out of the truck. The others hesitated before doing the same, leaving the body behind as a couple of eagles remained behind as well, keeping an eye on it. The two trucks were parked inside the garage of a small metal building, everyone slowing climbing out of their trucks. We don't have a lot of food in this place. Really, it's just a makeshift base that we hang around when we need a place to stay. It's a shack that someone built out here for God knows why and abandoned a while back. We just found it and moved in. Sighing, she made her way into the main section of the building, a poorly lit room with a couple of chairs, sliding down into one of them and pulling her helmet off. John and Michael slowly walked into the room, closely followed by Folker and Talai. Hey, what do you want us to do with that synthetic? Talai asked, pointing back to the direction that the truck was in. It still looks pretty intact. My guys will keep an eye on it, Sam said as the others sat down around her. Somehow I don't think that it'll be a problem anymore. She shook her head. Christ, I knew that the Enclave had some really advanced technology, but I didn't know that they could make stuff like that. You okay? Talai asked. Yeah, I think so. I guess I'm just in shock, Sam said. Yeah, Michael said numbly, idly glancing down at the bandages around his arm. It's just, sometimes you forget how big and powerful the Enclave can be in the heat of the moment. You do some damage and you think that you're beating them, but then, they remind you that in the overall scheme of things you're only causing minor inconveniences. He's right, Sam said, but that's not the only thing that bothers me. That machine, I was so sure that it was really a human, I never thought for a second that it could be anything else. Your man, he shot it without thinking twice about it. Norman was out of line, John said, I'll have a talk with him. He probably saved our asses, Sam remarked. We might have caught on eventually, but by the time we did it might have been too late. But he was so sure that he was right and that she was really an Enclave spy that he didn't hesitate. We're not always so confident. What do you mean by that? Talai asked. Well, for lack of a better word, we're very cautious, Michael said. The fact of the matter is that billions of people live on this planet, and a good deal of them don't support us or don't know what to think about us. We try and keep things clean by focusing all of our forces on military targets, but sometimes civilians get caught up in the crossfire, Sam said bitterly. After we do everything in our power to make sure that the only people that die are either us or Enclave forces, non-combatants still manage to get involved. It's depressing, innocent people dead because of our fuck-ups. So, you're giving up? John said. No. Sam shouted, looking rather angry at the suggestion, sometimes I need to sit down and think about these things. She gave an exhausted sigh. I'll be honest with you, sometimes I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. There are only a couple hundred eagles and we're fighting against a government that rules over billions. We never asked them if they were happy with the way things are and if they wanted things to stay the same or if they wanted us to try and overthrow the Enclave. We made that decision for them. People are dying because of our beliefs they could have not shared. You're saying that you feel selfish? Folker asked. I'd be lying if I didn't that I felt the same way sometimes, Michael said. I hate the Enclave, but they're not exactly rounding up civilians and sending them off to death camps just because they feel like it. And as much as I don't like to admit it, this planet is our home. We don't want to abandon it, we want to change it for the better. The thing is that, well, good luck finding a place in this galaxy where everyone who lives in the same place agrees unanimously on how things should be run. Sometimes I feel like we're forcing our views on people and killing some of them in the process. Still, we knew that this was going to happen when we started fighting, Sam said, a bit of iron in her voice now. It's hard to accomplish anything worthwhile without getting your hands dirty, and going through life making sure that no one dies is just impossible. Really, all we can do is make it so that as few innocent people die as possible and win this war. Afterwards, we get rid of the Enclave's twisted concept of America and give the people of this planet the America they deserve, one where freedom and equality are more than just pretty words. Once we do that, all we can do is beg for forgiveness and hope that we get it. You know, Folker said, a small smile playing across his face. You two are all right for Yankees. Sam chuckled. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but I'll take it as a compliment. XXXXX. Woods looked down at her desk, a terminal brightly lit with a recording. She watched a man in a trench coat draw a pistol and aim it at the camera, opening fire several times before it died. She sighed as she clicked off of the recording. That could have gone better, she grumbled. I'm fortunate that unit didn't have any vital intelligence on it. I need a smoke, she grumbled, reaching into her desk and pulling out a box of cigars, putting them on the desk in front of her. Typing into her computer again, she accidentally punched in the number for a local news station. An image filled the screen of a man and a woman sitting in a room with comfortable leather armchairs and a table between them. She recognized them. The local senator election was coming up, and these two were the representatives of the two main political parties on the planet. All I'm saying is that I think you're over-exaggerating the problem, the woman said. Our debt can be solved through simple tax increases. I'm saying that we've been spending so much money on things like healthcare that just taking the rich isn't going to make it go away, the man said. Also, I can't help but feel that a 95% tax rate is very un-American. Un-American? The woman said, raising her eyebrow. What are you implying? Ms., you've seen the papers. Is it true that your great-grandfather was a mutant? I don't see what that has to do with anything, she said. It's a very simple question, Ms., you have nothing to fear if it's just a rumor, but you have constantly been claiming that there are no mutations in your bloodline. The American people deserve to know if that's the truth. What does it matter if I do? She asked. Are people really going to change their vote based on who I'm related to? And what about you? She said, jabbing her finger forward. There are rumors floating around that you've had an affair with another man. Doesn't that go against the hate you've been spewing from your mouth? Well, even if I did, doesn't that mean that you are indeed implying that homosexuality is a sin? The man asked. I never said that. The woman said, I'm merely saying that it's wrong for you to be doing it. So it is wrong, the man said, folding his arms triumphantly. Can't say I'm surprised that you've been lying. After all, I have heard rumors that you want to make moves to have all of religion outlawed. I did no such thing. The woman shouted. In fact, while those rumors are untrue, but if they did, it is only because of a recent survey that shows that atheists have a higher average IQ than non-atheists and… excuse me. A small man said meekly, appearing on screen. This debate is supposed to be about whether we should have a powerful federal government or a powerful state government. There was a long pause. I'm surrounded by idiots, Woods grunted, turning off the channel. Honestly, if some of these people got their way, we would have collapsed long ago. Pressing another button, a portrait of Edward appeared on her screen, with the captain audio only beneath it. Colonel, what's your status? We're in a vertibird patrolling the city, just like you ordered, so is Sigma Squad, he said. We'll be ready to respond to any further rebel activity. Are you sure that this is necessary? I doubt that the Eagles would be so bold as to launch a second attack right after what happened at the Jefferson base. I agree, but this isn't for them, Woods said, typing into her computer and pulling up a readout about the attack on the Jefferson base. We lost over 100 men and around half of the fighter jets at Jefferson were destroyed, and a good deal more damaged. We even lost Delta Squad. Word tends to spread fast around the rebels. I don't know how, but they do it. Even then, a large amount of explosives were used in the attack. People in the city will see the smoke and realize what happened. Just like the attack on the convoy gave the Skulls the backbone they needed to attack Jefferson in the first place, odds are this incident will give another rebel cell enough confidence to launch their own attack. I want Omega Squad and Sigma Squad there when that happens, and I want them to crush the rebels. We need to establish to our supporters that we are still in control and that rebels cannot strike wherever they please. I read the report on the attack. Is it true that apart from their leads the Skulls suffered total annihilation? The one piece of good news to come out of this whole situation, Woods said. Yes, the forces that arrived after the Eagles and Coalition had retreated examined the bodies and no known Skulls were missing apart from their infamous leader. We can put that cell down as defunct. In fact, I am probably going to have to do a press conference about that tomorrow to get morale up. I'll pull some files on the Skulls that were killed and tell the people that those monsters are finally dead. I'm certain I remember reading that more than a few of them were rapists. Understood, ma'am. If you don't mind me asking, what's the status on our plan for dealing with the Coalition? They are on their way here after all. I take it that you have told no one else about my plans? Woods asked, reaching down to her box of cigars and taking one out, lighting it. You are one of the few people permitted to know the details of our plan to deal with the Coalition. Not even General Moore has been permitted to know. Her alcoholism makes her lips too loose after all. I haven't said a word. Not even to the other members of Omega Squad. Was the data that we got from the Quarian expedition what we needed? Yes, Woods said, taking a drag on her cigar and letting out a puff. Goeth is working with the data now and he says that the project is coming along wonderfully. He should be done in a matter of days. That data core we were able to take from the Geth is invaluable. She smirked slightly. Saren, that fool. To think he sent something so valuable so close to our territory. Don't you think he could be laying a trap for us? Edward asked. I doubt it, This would be a particularly risky and stupid plan, but just in case Goeth is only studying the data core and basing the project off of what he finds. Also, Admiral Crawford's ships have reported in. They crossed the Vale and attacked the nearest Geth outpost that they could find and completely annihilated it. So far everything is going well, Edward said. I hope this works, Madam President, there's a large risk here. Woods smirked grimly. We've been taking risks ever since we decided to settle all of the way out here and continue the dream of the Enclave. No one ever achieved their goal without a little bit of suffering and chance. This is ours. I understand, Madam President. Edward was cut off as another window popped up on Wood's terminal, this one flashing brightly and blaring. What is it? He asked. An emergency report, Woods said, hastily opening the file. Oh God, she whispered. There have been explosions reported in downtown New Washington, D.C. Rebels are fighting the military police in the middle of the street. They're attacking everything they can see. How far away are they? Edward asked. No more than 5 minutes from your current position, Woods said. Contact Sigma Squad's Vertibird and have them follow you to that location. Eliminate the rebels before any more military police and civilians die. Understood, Edward said, the window containing his portrait closing. Woods sighed, leaning back in her hair and taking another drag on her cigar. I think I understand why more drinks, she murmured. As she spoke, another portrait with the caption audio only. Goeth's portrait. I take it that you got that report about the attacks. He said. What do you want? She asked. Well, Goeth said, his voice rather slow and teasing, from what I can see it looks rather bad. We've losing a lot of people down there. I would think that you would need a response force that's capable of taking care of them. I've already sent Omega Squad and Sigma Squad to take care of them, Woods replied coldly, taking another puff on her cigar. Ah, Omega Squad. My finest work, Goeth said admiringly. I suppose Sigma Squad is rather decent too, even though I wasn't able to give them very detailed augmentations, only their arms. Omega Squad's augmentations are effective, I won't deny that, but no one else has survived receiving augmentation that heavy. Woods growled, the fact that they were able to do it and still retain their sanity and their lives is nothing short of a miracle. Ah, speaking of which, that is what I wanted to talk to you about, Goeth said. If you wanted me to, I could always unleash the horde on these rebels. They would be crushed within seconds and I could always. No. Woods shouted, slamming her hand on her desk as she stood up, sounding furious. Absolutely not. I will not authorize the use of those things on a civilian population. Keep your pets down in the sub-levels where they belong or I will send every soldier that I can spare to put them down. Goeth sighed, now wouldn't that be interesting? How many soldiers would it take to overwhelm the horde? I'm curious. Goeth. Woods growled, don't test me. Get back to work on the project. You really can be boring sometimes, always so uptight. We have so much advanced weaponry and soldiers here and you refuse to let me use them. Why? Because it conflicts with your morals. There was a pause, and Woods could tell that Goeth was smiling. Well, that can't be it. You saw what I did to the Kane sisters and you still gave me authorization to field them. It's hard for someone to do that to claim that you have morals, but then again I suppose as the leader of the Enclave that would just be the tip of the iceberg with you. Goeth, Woods hissed, her voice dangerously low. You're trying my patience. Get back to work. Ah yes, very well, Goeth said. Also I managed to get some results with the Quarians that you gave me. Come down if you want to see what they look like, and Goeth was cut off mid-sentence as Woods pressed a button on her terminal. Why? She hissed, clutching her head in both of her hands. Why do I let that thing live? As she fumed in anger, a small voice in the back of her head answered her. Because he gets results. Because he makes you stronger. Because you need him. Her hands tightened into fists. As she did, she heard a small snapping noise. Glancing to the side, she saw that she had snapped her cigar in half, coating her hand with tobacco. Oh, damn it, she whispered, throwing the cigar into a nearby wastebasket and picking up a cloth on her table, using it to wipe her hand clean. She sighed as she took another cigar out of her case and lit it, sticking it in between her lips. She sat there silently for a moment, taking another puff. After a moment, she pressed a button on her terminal, causing General Moore's portrait to appear. Moore? Are you there? Yes, Madam President, how can I help you? Moore replied. She sounded exhausted, but her words were coherent. She was sober, if hungover. I trust that you heard about the attack downtown? I want you to take your tanks and form a perimeter around the area. I want these rebels crushed, open fire on any of them that try to make a run for it. Use your machine gun emplacements and infantry support, I want to minimize civilian causalities and collateral damage. Understood, Moore said, her portrait disappearing. Woods grimaced as she took a puff on her cigar. She had to get this rebellion under control and she had to do it soon. XXXXX. Move. Edward shouted as the vertibird that he and the rest of Omega Squad was in landed, the back door opening and the four of them running out, weapons at the ready. They were on the rooftop of a building in the middle of the downtown city. Fires were burning down in the streets below as civilians ran screaming for safety, not even stopping to look where they were going. Throughout most of the streets, men and women in ragged clothing were firing guns, lighting and throwing Molotov cocktails, and even overturning nearby benches and stands. To the untrained eye, all of them would be rebels, but to Omega Squad, they knew that only a fraction of the rioters were actually rebels, the rest of them were simply civilians that had been stirred up into a frenzy. At the far end of the street, a group of military policemen in riot gear had long since given up on non-lethal methods and were now aiming pistols, SMGs, and shotguns at the rebels, opening fire on them, but the rioters were returning fire and already many of the military police had been killed. Rules of engagement. Edward glanced to the side and saw that Sigma Squad was approaching them, their own weapons at the ready, Albert being the one that had spoken to him. Minimize civilian casualties, Edward said. Neutralize all hostile forces and do it as quickly and cleanly as possible. Move. The 7 Special Forces operatives jumped off of the top of the building, landing in the middle of the riot. Around a dozen of the rebels spotted them and brought their guns to bear. The operatives sprang into action, their weapons blazing. Within seconds, the majority of the rebels that had aimed at them had been gunned down. Spread out. Edward shouted, we can afford to take these people on by ourselves. The 2 squads splintered, all 7 of them heading off in different directions as the riot continued to rage. One man lit another cocktail and was about to throw it when Warren charged him, slicing his throat in one fluid strike. Enough of that! He shouted, grabbing the cocktail as it fell and snuffing out the flame with his metal hand before dropping it, the bottle hitting the ground and shattering harmlessly. Come on! Rose shouted, charging directly into the thickest pocket of rebels. Show me what you can do. They spotted her and 6 of them brought their guns to bear, opening fire on her. The bullets hit her armor, weakening her shields as she drew both of her assault rifles and opened fire, hitting 2 of them in the chest. The unarmored rebels went down instantly. Is this all? She shouted, firing again and causing 2 more to die as they continued to fire helplessly on her. It was at this point that she realized that these particular rioters were using pitifully weak guns that even bankrupt mercenaries would be embarrassed to be caught with. She would have to stand still in order for them to whittle down her shields. Pathetic! She shouted, raising both of her arms and sending jets of flame out, engulfing the remaining 2 rioters, who fell to the ground, crying in agony. Bitch! A man shouted, aiming his shotgun at Rose. Before he could fire through, a massive gash tore itself open in his throat, blood gushing out. The phantom shape of a knife soaked in blood spun through the air, slitting the throat of another nearby rioter. Another one appeared as a woman with the SMG's throat split open, falling dead to the ground as the twin blades continued to dance through the air. Cadence swung her hammer, sending a woman flying into a nearby building, drawing an SMG with her other arm and gunning down a nearby rebel. Fuck you! Another rioter shouted, lighting another cocktail starting to throw it. Spinning on the spot, she fired her SMG again and killed the rioter, the cocktail flying from his hand and off into the mob, exploding out of sight. Fuck, oh fuck! One man said, dropping his rifle and running as fast as he could in the other direction. As he did, a loud bang rang out and he cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, his right leg bleeding violently. No. No, you're not going anywhere, Grace said, her voice low and sadistic as she walked forwards him, her shotgun in one hand and her claw digging through the ground, leaving a trail behind. You honestly thought that picking a fight with us was a good idea? She smirked under her helmet as she raised one of her claws and stuck it through his chest, taking great care to avoid his vital organs. Someone help! The man shouted, looking around wildly. I don't think that's going to happen, Grace said, poking him through the chest with another one of her claws. Sure enough, the rioters and rebels were starting to scatter, running for their lives as they saw the Special Forces squads mow down their comrades by the dozens. You really were pretty damn stupid to think that you could pull this off, she said, twisting her claws and causing the mane to writhe in pain. You were the one that started a fight you couldn't finish. Please, the man begged, looking as if he was about to start crying. Oh no, none of that, right? Grace was interrupted as a shot rang out and a massive hole appeared in the man's head. Livid, she looked around to see Cadence standing nearby, holding an SMG in her hand. I wasn't done with him yet. Grace growled angrily, pulling her claw out and getting to her feet. You are now, Cadence snapped, holstering her SMG. God, they're running already. Rose said, approaching the other 2 and watching as the rebels dispersed and ran into alleyways or simply ran down the street. As they did, a tank rolled into place at the end of the street, the machine gun emplacement on it opening fire on the retreating forces. Within 10 seconds, they were all dead. Pathetic, Rose said. They didn't even put up a fight. I can't believe these people fight on the same side as the Eagles. She looked at Cadence. Did you hear what they did? They attacked Jefferson Air Force Base. Blew up half of the fighters there, they took out Delta Squad. Those are real soldiers. Maybe if we're lucky we'll actually get to fight them. As she spoke, she spotted the body of the nearby rebel and the holes in his chest. Oh God! Again with this? This has happened before. Cadence asked, looking at Grace. You're a soldier. Show some dignity. Don't tell me what to do, Grace growled, flashing her blood-stained claws at Cadence. Something that Cadence noticing was that the way she flexed her claws mainly focused on showing them off and didn't seem to be practical if she actually wanted to use them. She raised an eyebrow under her helmet. Grace was only trying to intimidate her, she had no intention of actually striking her. But why not? I think we got all of them, Albert said, his machine guns withdrawing back into his hand as the two squads slowly gathered together. For the most part, Edward said, looking around. Things looked bad, the signs of battle were very evident in the street. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of bodies littered the ground. Not all of them were holding weapons. Several cars had been overturned and were now burning. Several buildings had had holes blown in the front of them and more than a few had shattered windows with limp bodies hanging out of them. Sigma, fall in with General Moore and help her take out any stragglers. We'll regroup with the riot police and fan out to search for surviving civilians. The three of them nodded as they headed back towards the tank that had moved into position. You three okay? General Moore slid a hatch open on the top of the tank and poked her head out. She looked awful, her eyes were bloodshot, there were lines under her eyes, and her hair was a mess. She was also idly rubbing her head, as if she had a headache. Yeah, we're fine, Albert said. We're supposed to help you take out any stragglers. Don't worry about that, she said, looking around. They were pretty heavily devastated. The few that are left split up and spread out, running in just about every direction. I have perimeter set up, if they run towards any of my tanks, they'll get gunned down within 10 seconds. She sounded rather depressed as she talked. Are you okay? Cadence asked, looking at her mother. No. No Cadence, I'm really not, she said bitterly. I've spent the entire day patrolling through the city along with my entire tank division. People have been running scared from us all day, and now we've actually been ordered to fight rebels in the middle of the city? There's a couple hundred people dead right now. And how many of them were actually rebels? There was an entire mob of civilians here, plenty of them running and trying to get away from the fighting. How many of them got hit when we were just trying to take down the rebels? General, I can understand your concern, but we did what we had to, Albert said quietly, but the rebels forced our hand. We didn't choose to fight in the middle of the city. We had to respond, if we hadn't they would have done far more damage than this fight would have caused. The body count would have easily have been in the thousands. Well, I'm glad that you can just shake it off, Moore grumbled. Not all of us can just shake off killing a couple dozen innocent civilians by accident. Cadence didn't say anything. She couldn't help but remember that when she had killed one of the rebels a Molotov cocktail had gone flying off into the crowd. What if it had hurt or even killed someone? There's not a whole lot else to do here, Warren said, looking around. These people don't really like us and they decided that the best way to do it would be to start blowing things up in the middle of the city. It's their fault, not ours. I would be a little pissed too if a couple of tanks were patrolling the streets on a regular basis. She leaned forward a little. Have you heard some of the policies that have been implemented recently? People aren't allowed to leave the city without registering themselves, taxes have gone up by another 5%, military police are constantly patrolling the streets, there's a curfew in effect. People really don't like us. So that makes it okay for them to throw explosives around and makes it bad for us to fight back. Warren said. I can't help but feel that we could be doing a lot more to stop the rebels aside from just fighting them. Well lady, come up with another idea for dealing with them and we'll get on it, Warren said. Because frankly there's an entire horde of things out there that want humanity dead. We need to be ready for them, even if it makes things a little hard for the people around here. Look, Cadence said, causing everyone to look at her. Now is not the time to be getting into a debate about thing stuff. She glanced down at one of the nearby dead rebels. What cells are these guys from? Albert looked down. It looks like they were the warriors. They always liked talking about taking us head on. After this incident I'm not sure if they'll be able to get the manpower to do it again. Albert paused for a second before looking at the rest of Sigma's squad. He looked like he was at a loss for words. Look, just patrol the area and see if you can find any stragglers, okay? Warren and Cadence nodded before heading off in different directions. Cadence had a foul taste in her mouth as she walked off. XXXXX. Author's note, I thought that this arc could use some humor of the pitch-black variety. And what better dark humor than jabs against the current American political system that are as subtle as a sledgehammer to the face, because that is how subtle the current political system is. I hope you enjoyed it and had a good laugh with me. Also, one person mentioned how he hated Roger at first but now Roger is one of his favorite characters. A little something I would like to comment on. That is the power of a truly skilled writer. To take a character, make you hate him by the halfway point, and then make you love him by the end. Just my advice for the day. P.S. Yeah, in case you didn't notice, Goeth is pretty much the opposite of Rasan. Chapter 51. Priorities. Author's note, well, I hope that this chapter dispels dislikes about Sam that one particular anonymous reviewer had. He said that he should be more like that female Turian from ME3, which I know nothing about because I haven't touched the game in months and I fucking refuse to give BioWare/EA money, but I think I get what he was talking about. Luckily for him, I've been having the same idea for Sam and I hope that this chapter pleases him. XXXXX. A figured huddled, hands around knees, in a dark alley. It was raining, a complete and utter torrent, anything stepping outside for more than 5 seconds was completely soaked. Outside the alley was a body, the figure in the alley gripped its knees even more tightly, pressing its face into them. It was crying, tears streaming down its face. Why? It whispered gently. Why couldn't I save you? As the figure whispered gently, it heard the roar of an engine and looked around the corner of the alley. A single car was pulling up to the body, a man in a business suit, a woman in a dress and several bodyguards piling out and into the streets, the man and the woman holding umbrellas. What the fuck happened? The man shouted angrily, you were just supposed to rough her up. How did you end up with a body? The bodyguard shifted uncomfortably. She was pretty stubborn and. Her brother came to try and help her and. He grabbed a gun so we shot back and. Fuck. The man swore looking around in anger. If that stupid bitch had just done what she was told, none of this would have happened. The figure in the alley got to its feet, its hands tightening into fists. It wanted nothing more than to leap out and kill everyone there, but it didn't, they had guns and it didn't. Damn it. The man shouted, I didn't want this to happen. You should have thought of that earlier, the figure whispered to itself. Sir, we need to get rid of the body now, before anyone sees it. After the scandal that you were in, the last thing you need is another incident. Darling, he's right. Besides, look on the bright side, we've got one less brat to feed, the woman said, not sounding particularly upset. Where's the other one? The man shouted. We don't need testimonies leveled against us. Once we take care of the body, there won't be any evidence left to incriminate you, the bodyguard said. It would just be a child throwing a tantrum. Well, good, the man said gruffly. Just get the damn thing in the trunk, now. The figure watched silently and helplessly as the body was stuffed into the car before it drove off. The figure slowly got to its feet, looked up at the sky and let out a soft mumble, tears still streaming down its face. I can't stay here anymore. I failed. Dad, why did you do this to me? Hey. Norman's eyes snapped open as he straightened out in his seat in the back of the truck. Cheryl was staring at him from where she sat. Hey, are you okay? You were thrashing around in your sleep and muttering about something. Yeah, Norman mumbled. I'm fine. Absent-mindedly, he reached up and pulled the hat off of his head, looking at it. You always loved this damn hat, he thought to himself. He blinked, feeling the faintest trace of tears behind his eyes. He was glad his tinted goggles hid them. Are you sure you're okay? Cheryl asked, looking concerned. Yeah, I'm just a little groggy, Norman lied, putting his hat back on his head. Are we almost at the Eagle base? The Normandy team and the Eagles had spent 12 hours at the safe house, and they had been 12 uneventful hours. After they were sure that the Enclave wasn't following or tracking them, they had started to head back to the main Eagle base. We're just arriving now, Cheryl said. Sure enough, the truck slid to a stop, the doors sliding open. Are you sure that you're okay? Cheryl said. You're pretty persistent, Norman said, getting to his feet. Look, I'm fine. It's nothing that I can't handle on my own. Quick question though, he said, looking at her. How come you care about me? I would have thought that little incident before Novaria would have made it clear that you aren't that fond of me. I'm sorry about that, Cheryl said as she got to her feet as well. I was just thinking, I was wrong about Roger, maybe I'm wrong about you too. Well, I'm not quite sure what to say about that, he said as everyone slowly got off of the trucks and milled about the garage. On one hand I'm glad that you're giving me a second chance, on the other hand I'm not really sure Roger deserves one personally. What makes you say that? So remind me exactly how your face got so fucked up. Jack said, glancing at Roger as he pulled his helmet off. Well, one look at a bitch like you and anyone would want to carve their eyes out, Roger. Fuck you. No thanks, I don't want to catch something. A couple dozen somethings to be precise. Seriously, your cunt is probably a fucking petri dish of STDs. Norman's teeth gritted in anger. I have my reasons. I admit that he makes a pretty lousy first impression, but to be perfectly fair, you don't make the best first impression either. She glanced at him. Exactly why do you hate him so much? Let's just say that I don't really have a fondness for thugs, and I have no reason to think that he's anything more than that based on how he conducts himself. That's pretty damn shallow of you, Cheryl said, a bit of edge to her voice. You aren't even trying to get to know him. And it's particularly his fault too. He hasn't been trying to get to know you either, but one of you needs to make the first move, otherwise you'll just spend the rest of your time on the Normandy growling at each other every time you get close to each other. So could you do me a favor and actually talk to him? The way you two treat each other is honestly starting to piss me off. You're both acting like children. Norman chuckled. You're blunt. I can respect that. I'll think about it, he said. He glanced down at Roger, his hands tightening into fists. People like him, people like them, need to be punished, he thought. But, is he like him? He really hasn't been the same since Novaria, since he lost his leg. He hasn't been as angry. Have I been wrong? He shook his head. Now isn't the time to think about this, he muttered. Get back to me on this after we're done dealing with the Enclave. Cheryl glared at him, but nodded sternly. Fair enough. Welcome back, Jane said, walking forward towards the Normandy team. Everything considered, you all did very well. Thanks sis, John said, rubbing the back of his head. Sam. The leader of the Eagles looked up as one of the rebels ran through the crowd. We just got contacted by the princes. The princes? The rebel cell that managed to hijack a couple of Enclave tanks. Sam asked. Yeah. They're impressed with what we did with the Jefferson Air Force Base, the Eagle said. They say that they want to work with us to make another strike like that. The princes and the Eagles, Sam said, scratching her chin thoughtfully. If the Normandy supports us, we might be able to do some serious damage. She glanced at Jane. You would be willing to do that, right? It depends on the circumstances, Jane said. What are the details of the attack? We don't know yet, the Eagle said. We don't talk about stuff like that over the radio. We have designated drop-off points where we leave data chips with the specific details. We've been in contact with the princes before. They said that the drop-off was the same place as before. The data is there already. We better get out there fast then, Michael said. Yeah, Sam said, reaching up and pulling off her armor, piece by piece. I'll head out now. Curfew starts in a couple of hours and we can't afford to leave it out there overnight. The military police might find it when they start to patrol. Is it smart for you to go out there? Jane asked, looked at Sam as she ripped off the last of her power armor and piled it up onto the side of the garage, leaving her chainsaw swords and the cryo gun next to it. I mean, you're the leader of a force that just blew up a major base. She noticed the bandages that Sam was wearing over her torso from the Ripper wound. And you're wounded. I always wear a helmet in combat, the Enclave doesn't know my face. The rest of my men don't wear helmets and the Enclave has surveillance equipment everywhere. And your people don't know their way around the city. She looked up, smiling slightly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I won't attract any attention to myself. I won't bring a gun. I didn't say you shouldn't bring a gun, Jane said. You should be able to hide a pistol on you without too much trouble. Opening a locker in front of her, Sam pulled out a hoodie and a pair of sweatpants, pulling them on over her tank top and trunks. Can't take the chance, the Enclave has strict gun control laws, I'll be in deep shit if I get caught. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Make sure that our wounded get medical treatment, she said, waving her hand as she walked out of the room. How is she going to get out? Jane asked, looking at Michael. There's a hidden tunnel that leads up top, he replied. She'll head out to the city, grab the info we need and head back before curfew is in effect. It's pretty dark out now, so hopefully no one will notice her. He sighed as he looked down. I hope that she just stays quiet, she knows that the last thing that she needs is to draw attention to ourselves. We can only fight the Enclave by hitting them where they're vulnerable and then running our asses off. If they find us here, we're finished. It doesn't help that we're attacking them far more often than usual. The Normandy will be willing to take you in, John offered. I would like to, but I'm not sure that we can, Jane said. A ship like the Normandy is well stocked with plenty of food, after all we were prepared for long-term, behind missions. That's why when we picked up half a dozen men between Eden Prime and now we were able to feed them without any problem. But there are hundreds of Eagles, I'm not sure how long we'll be able to feed them with what we've got. We've got a lot of supplies, Michael said. Should we start moving them up to the Normandy in case things go bad? Jane paused for a moment, thinking before replying. I think that might be for the best, yes. Where do you keep your food and water? You should at the very least put enough on the Normandy to last for 2 weeks in case things go badly and we need to make a run for it back to friendly territory. Will things be bad enough for us to have to abandon the planet? Michael asked. Probably not, Jane replied, but I'd like to have a contingency plan all the same. She reached into her armor and pulled out the teleporter. We can do it now if you like. Yeah, that might be a good idea, Michael said. You four, he said, pointing to 4 nearby eagles, go with her and get the supplies onto the Normandy. They nodded and headed off in a different direction than Sam had gone, Jane following them. Well, not a whole lot else to do other than wait for Sam to get back, he said. XXXXX. Sam cautiously walked down the alleyway of a dark city, narrowing her eyes as she squeezed past a trash can. Funnily enough, she couldn't help but enjoy the darkness of the city with nothing but the light of the signs on the buildings and the moons to light her way. There was something oddly soothing about it, coupled with the slight chill of the blowing wind. The streets were already mostly deserted, despite curfew not starting for another hour. It was most likely because she was in the middle of a commercial district and taking the risk of being caught after hours just to do a little last-minute shopping was nothing short of absurd, which was mainly why the rebels tended to leave their messages in places like this. She narrowed her eyes as she jumped from one alley to another, slowly making her way deeper into the city, traveling along a path she had traversed more than once. It shouldn't be too far from here, she muttered to herself, stepping over a piece of wood that was lying in the ground and moving forward. It should be around here somewhere, Sam muttered. The princes were one of the most well-known revolutionary cells, having made themselves legendary after successfully stealing a couple of tiger tanks. That had been 6 months again though, and ever since then they princes hadn't been very active, only launching the occasional low-level attack. She guessed that they were waiting for the tight time to put their new tanks to use, and now seemed to be the best time for them. She stopped near the end of an alleyway, a dumpster near the end of it. Slipping her hand behind it, she pulled out a plastic bottle that seemed to be empty. Unscrewing the cap, she turned it upside down, the end facing her palm. A small chip fell out and landed in the palm of her hand. Good, she muttered, tossing the bottle in the dumpster, mission accomplished. Now I just gotta get the hell out of here before curfew. She pocketed the chip and turned and was about to make her way back the way she came when a voice reached her ears. You little shit. Sam glanced over her shoulder and saw 4 figures out of the corner of her eye, one of them a kid that couldn't be older than 18 and 2 older men and 2 women who were encircling him. We saw you spray painting those walls over there. Death to the rebels? Do you like being enslaved, you little punk? The rebels are trying to help us, you ungrateful little shit. Help us? They're selfish. The kid shouted, backing away nonetheless. They want to destroy everything that we have just because things aren't perfect. Do you have any idea how many people were killed in the riot earlier today? Good people that didn't want anything to do with you fucking people? What, you're not happy so they had to die? I think this little punk needs a lesson in manners, the one of the women growled, punching her palm. Wow, you're a bunch of tough guys, Sam said before she could stop herself. The 3 adults turned to look at her, hatred gleaming in her eyes. Since she had their attention, she saw no reason to back down. You need 3 other people backing you up to take care of one kid? Pretty pathetic. Fuck off, lady, one of the thugs said, this is none of your business. Or are you an enclave-loving slave like this little bitch right here? Sam laughed out loud. Enclave lover? I fucking hate the enclave. Well then, the thug said, you should have no problem with what we're doing here. So either give us a hand, or fuck off. With that, he turned around to look at the kid again. Now where were we? What do I do? Sam thought to herself. This people look like they're going to hurt him pretty badly, they might even kill him. I just want to beat the shit out of these people, but... Her hand slowly floated to the pocket that held the data chip that she was holding. I can't let anyone else get their hands on this, and there are 4 of them. And if I start a fight with them, the police might get involved, and if they see it, the Enclave might be able to lure the princes into a trap, and maybe even the Eagles and the Normandy's crew. I just can't. Her line of thought was cut off as one of the thugs stepped forward and punched the kid in the gut, causing him to double over in pain. Despite her mind and common sense screaming at her not to, Sam charged forward, grabbing the shoulder of the man who had punched the kid and spinning him around, slamming her fist into his face with the other hand. The man was so caught off guard that he stumbled back before falling to the ground. Knowing that she had stirred up the hornet's nest, Sam spun on the spot and punched the nearest person that she could see, one of the women, who also was knocked off of her feet. However, the few seconds of the element of surprise that she had worn off, and the 2 thugs that were still on their feet were now reacting to her. One of them dove in and tried to hit her in the face with a quick sucker punch, which she barely ducked in time, bringing her fist up and slamming it into his stomach as she did, causing him to double over in pain. As she recovered, she felt something hard hit the small of her back and forcing her forward into the side of a building. Reaching out with her hands, she caught herself as she fell and whipped around to see the last woman, throwing a punch at her. This time it managed to hit her in the chest, causing her to grunt in pain as she lifted up her foot and hit the other woman in the face with a roundhouse kick, sending her flying off of her feet. However, by this point, the first two thugs that she had attacked had gotten back to their feet while the other two were beginning to recover. Before she could register what was going on, two fists smacked into her face, a ring on one of them splitting her lip and the combined force causing her to stagger back into a wall. One of the thugs took advantage of her vulnerable state and charged forward, slamming his fist into her gut. Sam's mouth opened in a silent gasp as blinding pain tore through her. The thug had punched her directly in the ripper wound caused by the leader of Delta Squad. She could feel something wet on the inside of her hoodie, but she forced the pain to the back of her mind. Without thinking, she grabbed the thug by the head and brought her forward, slamming down onto his face. There was a loud crack as the man's nose shattered, but she didn't let up, bringing her knee up into the man's stomach before throwing a right hook directly at his now blood-stained face, causing him to collapse in pain. Sam panted heavily, her fist still raised as the remaining three thugs charged her, her newly open wound throbbing painfully. Gritting her teeth and fighting through the pain, she grabbed one of the thugs as he charged her by the hair and swung him around, smashing his head into a wall. The man collapsed to the ground, not moving. The remaining two women roared in anger as they attacked Sam together. Sam could barely blink before two fists had slammed into her stomach again, pain violently tearing through her as one of the fists hit her opened. Nearly biting her tongue as she fought back a scream, Sam threw a roundhouse kick at one of the women, managing to catch her in the throat. She fell, gagging and clutching her own throat as she struggled to breath. Abandoning all composure, she simply charged at the last thug, tackling her and slamming her into the wall of a building. She collapsed to the ground like a sack of bricks. Sam put her hands on her knees, panting heavily as she looked around. Two of the thugs were out cold, and the other two were writhing on the ground in pain. "Are you okay?" the kid asked, looking at Sam. "Fine," Sam lied, clutching at her wound. "You gotta get out of here. Just run home or something, curfew will start soon." "But what about them?" he asked, pointing at the thugs. "Who cares about them?" Sam snapped, causing the kid to flinch slightly. "Just get out of here before they come around or some of their friends show up." The kid took a step, hesitating slightly. "Go!" she shouted. The kid slowly backed away before turning around and breaking into a full-out run. Sam panted as she dropped into a sitting position, pulling up her shirt and looking down at her wound as she did. It was bleeding violently, blood seeping through bandages that had been applied to it. "Shit," she whispered, reaching into her back pocket and pulling out a tube of Medi-Gel, hastily applying it to her wound. This was a bad idea, Sam thought, hastily applying the Medi-Gel to her wound in liberal amounts. This was a really fucking stupid idea. I completely forgot all about this thing, and what would I have done if I had lost? She looked down at her wound as she continued to apply Medi-Gel. The bleeding had stopped for the moment, but that could only be a temporary effect. She didn't know much about medicine. Grunting, she got to her feet and looking around, wiping the blood off of her face from her bleeding lip. The thugs were all still either unconscious or immobile. Slowly, she turned around and began to make her way back towards the eagle's base. She did not notice the camera on the wall, which was diligently moving back and forth, recording what went on in the streets. XXXXX. "How are you holding up?" Folker asked, he and Taylai sitting in a small room of the eagle's base. There was a small metal crate in between them and they were playing cards, along with both Ashley and Kal. "I feel a lot better, to be honest," Taylai said cheerfully. "Now that I know that my father is all right, everything just feels so much better." Her tone darkened a little. "Still, we can't let our guard down just yet. We're right in the thick of things here." "No kidding," Ashley said, discarding 3 cards from her hand and drawing 2 more. "When we were told that we were supposed to be sabotaging the Enclave, I didn't think that that meant we would be fighting a guerrilla war against a couple billions people with support a couple of weeks away. That sure as hell wasn't in my job description." "The feeling's mutual," Taylai said. "I was hoping that this would be a touch-and-go rescue mission." She looked up at Ashley. "My father said that he wanted to try and rescue the other Quarians that the Enclave is holding captive. Has the captain changed her mind on that?" "I'm afraid not," Ashley said. "She's pretty adamant that going in there would be suicide, and from what I heard Sam agrees with her. The White House is where they're keeping them and the place is a fortress. From what the Eagles have been telling me, we won't have a chance of sneaking in there, security couldn't be much tighter, and if we want to storm it we're going to need more than a couple hundred rebels with a few rocket launchers. I'm sorry Taylai, but there's not a whole lot we can do right now. It's nothing short of a miracle that we were able to rescue your father, we really shouldn't push our luck." "I know," Taylai said, lowering her head slightly and sounding a little saddened. "I guess it's inevitable. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they went out on that mission, they knew that it wasn't risk-free. Putting more lives on the line just to save them and make ourselves feel better, that'd be selfish. It's just how things go." "Wait, what?" Folker said, looking up. "What do you mean it's just the way things go? Those are people out there. I know that you can't do anything to help them right now, but are you telling me that if things like this happen then they just happen? I'm not surprised you don't get it, Kal said, his voice not insulting. I've been outside the fleet more than a few times and things work a lot differently on the fleet than off. Here's what you need to understand, it's Volker, right? Volker nodded. Right. Here's what you need to understand. We have the biggest fleet in the galaxy, but it's literally all we have. We need to defend it, because if it goes, our entire race goes. So if some migrant marines die so that the fleet stays safe, we're okay with that. That's a pretty dark outlook, Volker said hesitantly. It is, but after what the Geth did to us it's necessary, Talai said. Nicely put, Kal. Ah, that wasn't anything special, it's pretty basic for any Quarian. I'm not some deep philosophical thinker, I'm just a soldier, I'm only good for shooting things. That's an interesting way of looking at things, Volker said. Are Quarians really that different from humans? Really, we're different from just about every race in the galaxy, with the possible exception being the Krogan, Talai explained. We're kind of like them in a way with low population, bad public opinion and physical conditions that could easily kill our entire race. In some ways we're better off than them really, at least the Quarians are organized. The Krogan are the ones with the bad birth rate, right? Volker asked. Yup, Talai said. The council did that after they decided that taking over the galaxy sounded like a good idea and they reproduced so fast that they couldn't be beaten by conventional warfare. I'm really not qualified to talk about if that was right or wrong, I'm not exactly the type of person that studies the history of other races a lot. Still, it's a lot like what we went through with the Geth nearly wiping us out. Well, I suppose that I can see the connections, Volker said, but wouldn't humans kind of be like the Quarians and Krogan after the nuclear war? I mean, we lost a lot of people there, right? At first maybe, but not really anymore, Talai replied. Humanity actually has a stable government and economy, not to mention a population in the billions. You're not one population drop away from total extinction. I guess that I can see your point there, but Volker began, but he was interrupted as the door swung open, Rael storming into the room, Legion right behind him. I've heard enough. Rael shouted angrily. You're lying to me. Providing Creator Zora with false information would prove to be ineffective and unnecessary, Legion replied. What we told you was true. Father. Talai said, looking up. Is something wrong? This thing expects me to believe that after everything that happened, it's going to be sending ships to help us in the upcoming fight. Rael said. What? Talai said, looking at the Geth. Wait, you never said anything about the Geth providing fleet support. We had yet to reach a conclusion on how much support to provide in the attack against the Enclave, with the heretic Geth still active. However, recent events have caused us to come to a conclusion more quickly than expected and we will be willing to provide ships to the fleet that will attempt to take this planet. What happened? Talai asked. Geth outposts on the brink of our territory was attacked, Legion replied. Military targets were ignored and space stations containing Geth databanks were attacked before the Enclave ships retreated. Hundreds of thousands of Geth programs were not able to safely transmit themselves off in time. This instantly shifted all Geth into providing as much direct military support as possible. The Enclave killed hundreds of thousands of Geth. Volker said, sounding horrified. God, I can't blame you for wanting to help. Wait, why the hell would the Enclave do that? Ashley asked. I thought that they were trying to stay hidden. The Enclave most likely know that their secrecy is no longer effective, Legion replied. Coalition, Creator, and Geth now know of their existence. It is possible that this attack was preemptive of an invasion, one in which they plan to use the technology stolen from the Creators to take control of the Geth. It is possible that the purpose of this raid was to soften our border defenses. So wait, the weapon that they're working on is ready? Ashley asked. Unlikely. Even with their experience with synthetics, we calculate a 0.35% chance of the Enclave perfecting the Creator's technology with the time that they have. Significantly advanced technology would be required to complete it before Geth, Coalition and Creator ships arrive. He turned to face Rael. As we were saying, we are willing to provide support. We have already contacted Admiral Marcus and the rest of the Creator Admirals and are formulating strategies. I don't think that this is a good idea, Rael growled. The entire Quarian heavy fleet is going to be taking part in the attack on this planet. What happens if the Geth decide that this would be a good time to make sure that the Quarian people can never defend themselves again and destroy the heavy fleet while they're busy fighting the Enclave? Geth have no desire for Creator destruction, Legion said simply, we wish to understand the Creators. We view peace with the Creator as desirable. Then how come you never attempted to contact us for the last 300 years? Rael asked. We believed that the Creator would respond with hostility to our continued existence. Creator Zora's research into viral attacks on the Geth support our suspicions. Well, what were we supposed to think? Rael asked. We've spent the last 3 centuries trapped on our ships and forced to live as second-class citizens in the galactic community, barely scrapping by, while you had all of our former territory to yourselves and you never once even hinted that you weren't hostile and wanted peace. Not to mention you decided not to do anything when those heretic friends of yours decided to attack Eden Prime and let everyone continue to think that the Geth were nothing more than genocidal machines that wanted to wipe out all organic life, and that's assuming that you've been telling me the truth this whole time, which I find rather hard to believe. Exactly what were we supposed to think? We regret the unfortunate circumstances behind our return, but we saw no other alternative, Legion replied. Any other path would have led to conflict. I'm talking to the other admirals about this, Rail growled, walking out of the room. I won't have the majority of the migrant fleet's military forces be put at risk. He shouted, slamming the door behind him. Well, Ashley said slowly, that could have gone better. We regret Creator Zora's anger, but we understand it, Legion replied. It is natural for him to be angry. However, his anger may prove to be counterproductive for all of us. He does have a point, you know, Taylai said, looking at Legion, her eyes narrowing slightly. How do we know that you won't try and wipe out the heavy fleet when we're fighting the Enclave? You could order your ships to make a suicide run and it wouldn't be much of a lose for the Geth if they lost an entire fleet in the process. If we lost the heavy fleet on the other hand, the majority of the migrant fleet's defenses would be gone. We'd be helpless. Geth have no desire to endanger creators, Legion replied. We wish to work towards the common goal of defeating the Enclave. Attacking creators during the offensive on the Enclave would only assist the Enclave and possibly permit them to be victorious. This would allow them to continue developing their virus, which would be a massive threat to Geth. It sounds like what he's saying makes sense, Taylai, Folker pointed out. I think we can trust him. No, we can't trust him, Taylai said, turning to look at Folker. It's a Geth. It operates completely on logic. If you think us sacrificing a few marines here and there for the safety of the fleet is bad, it'll be even worse. People that die are just numbers to them. Geth avoid death when possible, Legion said. But you aren't above killing by the billions when the times calls for it, right? Taylai asked angrily. I seem to recall you killing the majority of my race 300 years ago. You are correct, however Geth still believe in only killing when it is required. Then how come you decided to wipe out the entire civilian population of the Quarians and not just the military personnel? Taylai asked angrily. You could have won that war without going that far. Taylai, Folker said, looking nervously between the Quarian and the Geth. I know that you're angry about what happened, and you're not completely in the wrong about it, but it did happen a long time ago. No Quarians alive today can even remember what happened back then. Maybe you should let it go. Let it go. Taylai hissed, her voice dangerously low as she glared at Folker. Folker, I can't let it go, and do you know why? Because right now, you're doing something that I can't without getting myself killed, breathing unfiltered air. I can't eat food that hasn't been broken down into tasteless sludge, I can't know what it really feels like to really touch something, I'll never feel the warmth of the sun on my face, I'll never be ever to show my face to anyone without killing myself, and do you know why? Because when the Geth drove us off of our home world, we were forced to stay on our ships to survive, and the sterile environments caused our already below average immune systems to weaken. Because of the Geth, we're trapped in these suits, scrapping out an existence among the stars and being treated as outcasts by the rest of the galaxy, so no Folker, I will not let it go. Folker had to fight back the urge to win CE. He had half expected Taylai to disagree and had thought up a few counter-arguments, but with her glaring at him with undiluted hatred, he was finding it hard to remember them. Look, he said, choosing his words carefully. I know that you're angry. I know what it feels like to have all the blame for a tragedy lumped unfairly onto you and have everyone hate you for events that were beyond your control. I've been there before. Oh really? Taylai said, folding her arms. And please tell me, how does what happened to your country even compare to being nearly wiped out and barely surviving? Folker felt something growing in his chest. To his great surprise, it wasn't fear at Taylai's harsh tone or sadness at her hatred. It was anger. His hands shook slightly as he grit his teeth a little. What did she know? She might have lived in discomfort at some points, but she had always been safe, her people were independent from the council and could survive on their own. What did she know about pain? Okay. Ashley shouted. That's enough. All eyes turned to look at her. Look, we're supposed to be friends, right? Or at the very least we're supposed to tolerate each other. We're deep in hostile territory, the last thing that we need to do is stress each other out when we might have to fight the Enclave again soon. We'll make mistakes and someone else could pay for it. So come on people, you're arguing about things that you can't change and you're getting way too worked up over it. Really, what are you accomplishing aside from pissing each other off? Give it a rest for Christ's sake. Almost as soon as it had entered him, the anger within Folker vanished. He sat there for a second, letting out a deep breath. What was that, he wondered. That experience had been sudden and unexpected. If he was going to be honest with himself, it had also been a little frightening. Yet I suppose, Taylai said, sounding like she was calming down a little. Her voice was still rather stiff though. Folker, look, sorry I snapped at you. Stuff like this is a sensitive topic with me. Right, Folker said. There was a heavy silence in the room as the four continued to play cards, Legion turning and walking off without a word. XXXXX. Author's note, yeah, this chapter is mostly character moments. My bit of advice? When you have two characters get into an argument, make it so that they both have a point, it makes things more interesting, otherwise things get reduced to Mass Effect parallel realities level of argument complexity. I am an evil/stupid person who thinks an evil/stupid idea. I am stupid, I am good even though I lose my temper in 3 seconds and kill people in very cruel ways and bash everyone who doesn't line up to suck my cock. You are wrong and I am right. You are a fool, you are stupid and I shall insult your choice of mate because everyone insults people who fuck Quarians. Right? You are wrong. Wild accusation that makes little sense. Easily deflected. Roar. I kill you in a needlessly cruel manner. Now I shall run off and fuck Taylai like the silly woman that she is. I'm the good guy. Yet, maybe I'm still a little bitter about that FIC. Speaking of which, I might make a DeviantArt account to put my review up on, in addition to do another review of an In Harm's Way FIC, which I hear is equally awful. Chapter 52. Plans. Author's note, sorry about the long time it took to write this, finals plus a little bit of writer's block played a factor. But hey, now I have a month-long vacation, so I'll do what I can. XXXXX. I had a feeling that having 2 of these when I joined up with the Normandy was a good idea, Cornelia said as she sat in the depths of the Eagle's base, sliding a shiny new short sword into her sheath. What happened to your old one? Michael asked, looking across from the main room that they were sitting in, his still bandaged arm in a sling. It got broken when we attacked the convey. That lady with the hand like a death claw just snapped it like it was a twig. But that's why I have more than one. Sometimes swords break. Death Claw Lady, one of the Kane sisters, Michael said, his eyes widening. You're lucky to still be alive. The Kane sisters? Cornelia asked, oh right, you mean Omega Squad right? Some of them are sisters. 3 of them, Michael said, they're a nasty bunch. You already met Grace from the sounds of it, she's the one with the death claw gauntlet for an arm. She's a sadistic bitch, you do not want to let her catch you, trust me. I've seen some of the bodies of the rebels that thought that they could take her on, he shook his head, I'd prefer to just get capped in the head. It'd be a lot less painful. What about the other 2? Cornelia asked, looking curious. Rose and Jessica. Rose is the one with a flamethrower in each arm. She's not as quite as batshit as her younger sister, with her you have the chance of a clean death, but there's still the chance that you might get incinerated. She's a little headstrong though, odds are she'll be the first one you fight Omega Squad, she's usually the head of the fray. But if you want to know which one of the sisters is the most deadly, then that's Jessica, the big sister. She cloaks herself in if damn good with knives. She'll kill you before you even knew that you were there. So on the plus side, she'll give you a quick painless death, but on the downside, good luck fighting back against her before she slits your throat. Don't know a thing about her aside from that, I've heard rumors that she's mute though. It sounds like everything you know about these people are based on rumors, Cornelia said. A good chunk of it is, I'll admit that, Michael said, in my defense I can't really afford to get close enough to get to know them better. Fair enough. So who's the last member of Omega Squad? Colonel Edward White. He's pretty well known publicly, he tends to make a lot of statements with President Woods. He's, okay I guess. Still, if I got the chance I wouldn't hesitate to kill him. What do you mean, he's okay? Well, he doesn't really do anything that I can really get mad over, he just acts like a soldier. Still, he's a damn menace, he has a freaking plasma cannon that blows up tanks, and I've lost track of how many people that damn thing has killed. He may not be as bad as that psycho Grace, but frankly if I get the news that a bullet goes through his skull, I'm not going to be upset. Cornelia didn't say anything, but thoughtfully looked down at her sword. As she did, a loud rattling noise emitted from a nearby doorway. What was that? She asked, looking at the door. Sam must be back, Michael said, getting to her feet. It's kinda weird, she's usually a little faster than that. Getting to his feet, he pulled the door wide open. Did you get the what the hell? Michael took a step back as Sam staggered in, clutching at her side, which was stained bright red. What happened to you? Son of a, we need to get some freaking Medigel, hell we need to have Shockwave look at her, Cornelia said, springing to her feet. It's not that bad, Sam protested. Bullshit, Michael swore. Captain, we need you in the main room now, bring the teleporter, Cornelia said, putting her hand to her ear. Sam's been hurt, we need to take her to Shockwave. What? Jane shouted. I'll be right there. I don't need to go to a damn doctor, Sam protested. Do you have a doctor to take care of her? Cornelia asked, looking at Michael. No, we don't, he replied. Then we're going to Shakwas, Cornelia remarked as the sound footsteps filled the hallway and Jane came running in, Legion right behind her. What happened? Jane asked as she produced the teleporter and placed it on the ground. Did you get ambushed by the Enclave? You can ask questions when we get her looked at, Michael said as the four of them stepped onto the teleporter and vanished, reappearing in the engine room of the Normandy. Whoa, what happened? Gabby said, looking at Sam and her wound. Is everything all right? Epifex asked, looking up from his workbench. Talk later. Jane said, the five of them hastily moving forward. Why is Legion with you? Cornelia asked, looking at the synthetic. I mean I have nothing against him, but why is he here? As she spoke, the five of them piled into the elevator. I was talking with him about the nature of the support that the Geth were going to be providing, Jane said as the elevator started to rise. Then this happened. How did you even get hurt? I got into a fight, Sam grumbled. Some thugs were roughing up a kid, I couldn't just. Are you crazy? Jane shouted, you were out getting vital intelligence and you decided to stop and get involved in a street brawl? What were you thinking? I get the idea, Sam grumbled, I know what I did. I really don't need you lecturing me. As she spoke, the elevator ground to a halt and the door slid open. No, I think you do. Jane said as they slowly piled out, heading to the medical bay. I'm going to be depending on you and your men for the next few weeks, a screw-up that you could make might get some of mine out people killed. You might have only gotten yourself nearly killed right now, but when we're in the middle of this attack we have planned with the princes, if you make another decision that knowingly puts people at risk, how many people are you going to get killed? Okay, that's enough. Michael said, as they pulled her into the medical bay, Sam's been leading us for years, she's never gotten any of us killed out of stupidity, so drop it. I don't think that you get it, Jane said, glaring at Michael as they laid Sam down on a bed, she might be comfortable with leading her friends, but she doesn't know the first freaking thing about me or my men. How do I know that a call that she makes won't get Cornelia here killed? Or Roger? Or Adam? Or Ashley? I didn't get anyone killed, and I didn't get anyone nearly killed beside myself, Sam growled as Shakwas hastily crossed the room and began to inspect the wound. I made a stupid mistake, I'll admit that, okay? But I'm not going to get your men killed, okay? I'm not that stupid. Jane stared wearily at her before raising a single finger. If you get any one of my men killed because you made a bad decision, then you can forget about the Normandy supporting you. Got it. Sam bit her lip slightly as she nodded. Good, Jane said. Please, do me a favor and prove to me that I've got the wrong impression about you. If you don't mind, I need to treat this, Shakwas said, bending over Sam. I would appreciate it if all of you could please leave. Slowly, the four of them filed out of the medical bay. Captain, was that really called for? Cornelia asked. Yeah, what the hell? Michael said, sounding more than a little angry. She never did anything that compromised us like that. Exactly why would she start now? I can't afford to take any chances right now, Jane replied. I'll admit that maybe I was too harsh, but frankly I can't afford. She was cut off as a small explosion sounded, rocking the deck. What the hell was that? Cornelia asked, looking around. Joker. Jane shouted, putting her hand to her ear. Explosion, right? Already on it. The pilot shouted. It looks like it came from the AI core. Also Shepard, something weird's been going on. EDI's been offline for the past few minutes, I was just about to contact you about it. AI core, Jane swore. Damn it. That's where we storing that damn infiltrator. Weren't you just lecturing Sam on stupid decisions? Michael asked, sounding rather bitter. Yes, I was. EDI is a very advanced artificial intelligence that could easily hack and analyze that thing, that's why I put it in there. There's a difference between doing that and getting into a brawl when you're supposed to be making an intelligence run, she said, running towards the AI core, which was located right next to the medical bay, drawing her plasma rifle. I really think that we should just let this go, Cornelia said, glancing at Michael as she drew her sword in one hand and her SMG in the other. I mean, Sam made a mistake and the captain is mad. This will all be water under the bridge by tomorrow. Michael only grunted as he drew his assault rifle, Legion doing the same as they headed for the AI core. Joker, what's the situation in there? Jane said. Not sure, lost contact with the cameras in there, I'm working on getting them back. God, I'm really starting to realize how convenient it was to have EDI around, this is a pain to pull off manually, hold on. I don't want to give that thing time to tamper with the core, Jane said, reaching out and pressing a button, causing the door to slide open as the four of them stepped forward. The AI core was filled with fog caused by the fire containment devices in the ceiling going off, a noticeable fire burning to the side, but slowly diminishing. Where the hell is it? Michael asked, pointing his rifle into the fog, the others doing the same with their weapons. Please lower your weapons, the situation here is contained, a familiar voice said. EDI. Jane said, squinting at the fog. Correct, EDI said. As she did, a figure walked through the fog and emerged out of it. It was a metallic body, rather slim, with what resembled a metal bob cut and a yellow visor that seemed to be a holographic projection in front of its eyes. Jane's eyes widened. EDI, is that you? Yes, EDI said, taking her new hands and folding them behind her back. Hold on Shepard, the cameras are back and whoa. Is that? Yes, Lieutenant, it's me, EDI said. EDI, how did this happen? Why are you in that infiltrator's body? I am not completely in this unit. The majority of my being is still within the Normandy's data core. As for how it happened, I was scanning the body as you requested, when a secondary system was triggered and it attempted to reactivate. Faced with limited options, I was forced to choose the fastest and most practical one, override this unit's CPU and seize control of it. It proved to be effective, for the most part, EDI remarked, looking at the now smoldering fire. This unit struggled. Well, I guess that was a good judgment call, Jane said. Did you find any useful information on the Enclave in there? I did not. It seems that they were wise and did not include any vital intelligence in a unit that was designed for behind-the-lines action. Captain, there is something that I wish to ask of you. What would that be? Jane said. This unit is designed for firefight combat. The Normandy needs every soldier that it could get. Using this body, I could provide limited assistance on the ground. That is not recommended, Legion said. Your current platform is ineffective. It has low-volume hydraulics and is top-heavy. Michael, Cornelia, and Jane were silent as they let Legion's words sink in. We would be willing to redesign it into a more practical form. Yeah, EDI, that body is so impractical. You need to go for something that makes much more sense for something that's going into combat. You need to look more like a hunchbacked cyclops. Legion, how long would it take to redesign EDI? 5 days, and 17 hours, rounded up, Legion replied. And how much more effective would she be if you went to that trouble? 1.92% more effective, Legion replied. I think we can live without that, Jane replied. Okay EDI, you make a good point, we are a little short-staffed given our current situation. I'd like you to help us out on the ground, especially in our upcoming assault. Very well, I will run scans on the effectiveness of this unit, done. Good. Well then, you might want to get down to the armory and get suited up. Once Shakwas has a look at Sam, I imagine that we're going to go and meet the princes. XXXXX. Woods rubbed her eyes in a tired manner as she sat at her desk, typing into her terminal. I'm not a morning person, she grumbled, glancing out at the rising sun. As she did, she rubbed her eyes again and turned back to her terminal. As she did, an image of Admiral Crawford appeared on the screen, once again the words audio only right below it. What is it, Admiral? Woods said, fighting back the urge to yawn. Is it true that General Moore has begun her inspection of the garrisons in New Boston? The Admiral asked. Yes, she left this morning, Woods replied wearily. Odds are she won't return to DC for a day or two. There's been a massive influx of recruits there, apparently a lot of Bostonians care about the state of the Enclave. I recently approved a budget increase for that area and it might take General Moore a while to inspect the newly installed hardware and newly formed units. Ah yes, Crawford said, you see, I wanted to talk about that. Exactly how much funding did you give to the Boston garrison, which might I add is under General Moore's direct command? Wood's eyes narrowed. You know the amount, she said, her voice level and neutral, but fighting back iciness. Why yes, as a matter of fact I do. It is quite a significant sum, Crawford said, and I can't help but wonder something. If you have all of this money to give to Moore, why is my flagship not even fully built yet? That might have something to do with the fact that we've never been attacked from orbit, whereas we are constantly having to deal with insurgents on the ground, Woods replied icily. Hence why I provide more funding to Moore and our ground forces. Besides, I received a report that construction on the Goliath was nearly complete. You'll have your super dreadnought in due time. I can't help but remember that it's been nearly complete for the last 6 months, Crawford said, sounding rather angry. The Goliath is one of the most advanced warships that we've ever built, and in case you didn't notice, Ms. President, we've pissed off more than a few people and they're on their way to deal with us. We're going to need the Goliath ready to fight them off. It's a giant ship with an oversized gun, Woods said. Powerful no doubt, but it's bulky and slow, a single hole in its flanks and a destroyer will slip in and nuke it to oblivion. It's just another warship, no doubt it'll be useful, but if the fate of the Enclave hangs on us finishing a single warship in time, then frankly we deserve to lose. The firepower that it has could shatter any fleet formation though, Crawford growled. Are you honestly saying that it isn't worth the money? Are you honestly saying that we can't afford to build another? Fine, Woods snarled, if it'll shut you up. I cancelled the project to establish farms on one of our colony's continents when I learned that the soil was very infertile, so we have a little extra money in the budget. Your dreadnought will be finished in time for the attack. Good, Crawford said, sounding pleased. Also, I want you to move 3 of your carriers into low orbit over DC and have them remain there until further notice. What? Why? Crawford asked. Because in case you forgot, our main local air force was heavily damaged by a rebel attack and I need to fill up the gap that it made. Until we can replace the fighters that were destroyer, I need you to have 3 of your carriers on standby, ready to deploy fighters to ground locations. I want to make something very clear though. You are only to launch fighters when I have given you the direct order to do so. The last thing we need right now is for you to jump the gun and kill a dozen people in a bombing run. This is a waste of my resources, Crawford grumbled. I don't care, Woods snapped. You have your orders. Yes ma'am, he said grudgingly, his image disappearing off of the screen. She sighed as she continued to type into her terminal. Crawford was a very hard man to work with sometimes, even if he was a good commander when it came to space combat. After all, he had been the first man in 300 years to launch an attack on the other side of the Perseus Veil and come back. She shook her head as she read the readout on her terminal. Ever since the riot yesterday, there had been a small but noticeable rise in crime, their surveillance equipment having caught it. 42 muggings and other types of brawls last night alone, she said, sounding tired, and who knows if it's going to get worse. She pressed a button and a video started to play, of 2 men slowly circling each other, knives in hand, before charging at each other. She clicked and a video of one woman holding another clearly terrified one at gunpoint started playing. Clicking again, she saw an image of what looked like 2 whole gangs going at each other. One final click changed the video to a woman fighting off an entire gang, somehow managing to hold her own. Hey, Woods said, sounding mildly impressed as she reached across her desk and picking up a mug of coffee, not bad. As she took a sip, she saw the woman take out the last thug before collapsing to the ground, lifting up her shirt and revealing a nasty-looking wound. Wood's eyes widened as her hand shot out and paused the video. Wait a minute, she whispered, putting down her coffee and typing viciously into her computer with both hands. Something about that wound looked very familiar. She brought up another window, one playing a video of the attack on the Jefferson Air Force Base, to be specific the fight between the leader of Delta Squad and the leader of the Eagles. As they fought, the leader of Delta Squad charged forward, stabbing the other armored figure in the stomach. Woods paused the video, looking back and forth between the 2 videos. The wound on both people was in the exact same place. So, this woman is the famous leader of the Eagles, Woods said, looking at the blonde-haired woman. Now the question is, who are you when you take the armor off? Odds are people had already looked at both videos without making the same connection that she had. She would have to run it by someone and see if she could get anything about this woman and see if her suspense about these 2 people being the same were correct. Until then, she decided not to jump to conclusions. After all, she wasn't a forensic scientist, she could very well be wrong. Madam President. Woods looked up to see a man in a suit walking through the door. It's time for the press conference. Already? She said, checking the time on her terminal. Oh, so it is. I have the information on the skulls you asked for, he said, holding out a day-top hat as Woods got up. Good, she said, taking it and looking at it. Over 50 monsters are dead. I want the people to know that they deserved it and that they don't have to be afraid of them anymore. We should get going, the man said. Is Colonel White downstairs? Woods asked as they walked out of the office and into an elevator, 4 men in suits and shades falling in line with her as she did. Yes, just like you requested, the man said. I'm not really sure what he has to offer though. He wasn't even at the base when it was attacked. He responded to the riot, Woods said, people will have questions about that and he'll be there firsthand. Very well, if you insist, the man said, the elevator descending to the bottom of the White House before slowly opening. Just outside was Edward, no longer wearing his power armor but instead wearing an officer's uniform with the appropriate rank insignias. His metal hands and the lights behind his eyes were fairly noticeable. Are you ready, Colonel? Woods asked. I think I am, he replied, falling into step with Woods. What should I tell them? The truth, Woods replied. If anyone asks you any questions on what happened during the riot, I want you to tell them the truth. Right, Edward said, the group walking through the front door to the White House and out onto the front steps, where a podium had been set up. Already a massive crowd had gathered at the base of the steps, many of them holding cameras and microphones as riot police managed to keep them behind a set line a good deal away from Woods. Woods stepped up to the podium, clearing her throat before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen of the Enclave, I understand that there have been quite a few rumors flying around about a rebel attack on the Jefferson Air Force Base. It is my great displeasure to tell you that those rumors are sadly quite true. We were attacked by a joint force of Eagle and Skull forces. Many brave soldiers were killed in the attack, bravely defending what we stand for. However, there is a silver lining. With the exception of their infamous leader, the Skulls suffered total annihilation. She held up her data pad, reading off of it. Davis Duke, wanted for 3 accounts of first-degree murder. J. Nelson, wanted for 5 accounts of kidnapping and 3 accounts of rape. Zachary Heath, wanted for 7 accounts of arson and 1 account of second-degree murder. Paula House, wanted for mass murder. Jennifer Park, wanted for drug trafficking and torture. She lowered the data pad. These people are all members of the Skulls that were confirmed dead at the Jefferson Air Force Base. These are the kinds of people that want our government overthrown, murderers and rapists. The rest of the rebels willingly allied themselves. They were more than willing to approve of their disgusting crimes in order to have a few more men on their side. These are the kinds of people that are trying to overthrow our government. People of America, I beg of you to be patient with us. I know that times are very hard with taxes and the rebels, but we must remain strong. We have endured for this long, fighting against the odds. I implore you, remain strong for a little while longer. I promise you, by the time I leave office, the hardships that you face now will be a distant memory. We are working on fighting the rebels and ensuring that they will never trouble us again. Stay strong, do not let those brave men and women at the Jefferson Air Force Base have died in vain, don't let those who were tragically killed in the downtown DC riots be forgotten. We need to survive. We have survived so much. We survived the nuclear war that devastated Earth, we survived the mutant hordes of the Master's Army, we survived the expansions of the new California Republic, we survived being forced to retreat across the country, we survived the devastating attacks of the Brotherhood of Steel and Liberty Prime. Despite all of that, we survived to retreat into the black depths of space, and build this massive empire here. What kind of pathetic creatures would we be, if after all of that, we ending up falling to nothing but a handful of rebels who want to take away everything we've worked so hard for? We need to survive, because that's what we do, and we do it very well. I know that times are hard right now, but we are standing on the brink of a new era. I promise you that by the end of the year, we won't have to hide on the edge of the galaxy away from the rest of the galactic community. We will make our presence known. We will make the galaxy a place where humans don't have to live in fear from attacks by slavers, military dictatorships, and genocidal maniacs. We will be safe. All of this is all around the corner. I know it is unfair, but I need to ask you to endure a little bit longer. Soon all of your sufferings will be over, and a golden age for humanity, all of humanity, will begin. Slowly, Woods looked around at the crowd. I have much more to say, but at the moment, me and my subordinate Colonel White of Omega Squad will answer questions. I ask that you keep them limited to current affairs and... Fucking bitch. Without warning, a man smashed through the military police line, charging directly at Woods, a knife in his hand. Before he could even get halfway towards her though, a shot rang out and the man was thrown back onto the ground, a gaping hole in his chest. Almost at once, the crowd began to panic, quickly dispersing as the various reporters began to run in every direction, trying to get away. Woods simply stared at the body of the ill-fated assassin, giving a heavy and weary sigh. Madam President, one of them men in suits said, all of them drawing pistols, as did Edward. We can't stay here, we need to get you back in. I know, Woods said softly, turning and making her way back into the White House. I know. XXXXX. Will this amount suffice? Marcus asked, looking at the general's image on a screen at the front of his flagship. The other metahuman looked down, a wide grin spreading across his face. Certainly, he said, you will have the full support of the army in your battle against the Enclave. We will leave whenever you are ready. Marcus nodded as the screen flicked off. Do you trust him? Shayla asked, looking up from where she stood next to Marcus. No, Marcus replied, I've heard stories about what he does and I don't want to put too much faith in someone who is only interested in money. That and forcibly mutating an entire race. But we need every last ship that we can get, he said, walking forward and looking out of the front of his bridge. A large fleet was assembled over the planet where the army base had been established, consisting mainly of Coalition and Quarian ships, but a few army ships had joined their ranks. We have around 150 warships here, if we count the army ships, Marcus remarked, a very large fleet, but the Enclave is concentrating everything that they have into defending one planet. I'm not sure if this will be enough. Your forces really are spread thin, aren't they? Shayla asked, looking at Marcus. Saren is still out there with his Geth forces, Marcus replied. You have no idea what hoops I had to jump through to get the Normandy and all of these ships here pulled away from their duties. He looked down at Shayla. I take it that you had to go through similar difficulties to convince the Quarian Conclave to spare the heavy fleet. Oh yes, Shayla said, shaking her head at that particular memory. I'd rather not go through that again. But what about that recent news from the Normandy and the Geth? She asked. Didn't they say that the Geth would be willing to provide support in the attack against the Enclave? They did, Marcus admitted, but they said that they would be attacking from the Vale, much closer to the Enclave homeworld than us. I know that one Geth helped you, but I can't help but be a little skeptical. I thought that the coalition was tolerant of synthetics, Shayla said. We do not think that they are automatically evil, that doesn't mean that we think that they are automatically good, Marcus explained. We view them the same way we view organics, equally capable of right and wrong. Call me biased if you wish, but I am a little concerned about supposedly receiving help from an ally I know little about, especially when I cannot see his ships. I don't like being kept in the dark. I'm not arguing with you, I'm not particularly comfortable with working with a Geth. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt after what's happened so far, but I can't help but feel uneasy. Marcus nodded. But we can't exactly afford to be picky right now. All we can do is keep our guard up and prepare for the worst. Odds are we'll be leaving in 2 days, we just need to make final preparations. Shayla was about to respond when the door behind them slid open and a man in power armor walked in, a woman in a naval uniform right next to him. I just wanted to let you know that we've finished loading the supplies onto 85% of the ships, we just need to get the soldiers organized and bunkered up and. Marcus, is that you? The woman looked at the man. You never told me that you knew him. Ah, Marcus said, turning to look at the two behind him. It's good to see you, Harkness. I'm glad that we'll be getting the support of the Brotherhood of Steel. Well, when we heard that the Enclave was still up and running, we couldn't exactly just sit back and do nothing. It's an embarrassment to us to have this stain on our record, we were supposed to be the ones that wiped them out. What is it with you and being obsessed with what happened hundreds of years ago? The woman asked. The Brotherhood back then isn't even the same Brotherhood that you're part of now. Tradition, honor, duty, pick one, Harkness said, giving a small shrug. The Brotherhood really are a proud bunch. They like to hammer in their proud traditions and the trials that they've managed to endure and the titans that they've brought crashing to the ground. Really, I thought that you would know that yourself, Admiral Shepard, they're pretty well known. On Mars maybe, Hannah, for the most part they stay on Earth and Mars, they rarely leave the home system. We guard it, Harkness said, a slight grin spreading across his face as he pulled his helmet off. We stay on Mars and defend the heart of the Coalition because we're one of the oldest and most experienced divisions in the Coalition. You think it's a big deal when the Morian shock troops or the Titan Sentinels get called out? When the Brotherhood gets asked to take care of the problem, that's when the Coalition really wants something dead and is taking a problem seriously. I suppose so, calling on an order that's a couple centuries old and in their past were involved in more than a few atrocities in the past is the appropriate response. Harkness let out a laugh. I suppose that you have a point. I'm pretty surprised that you're here yourself, Admiral. I thought that you were commanding the flotilla defending our border with the Batarians in the Verge. There are more than enough ships there for keep the border while I'm gone. I was asked to volunteer any ships that I could afford though, and I was able to spare 8 ships in addition to my own. Besides, my children are on the Normandy, Hannah said, I can't just let them fight the entire Enclave on their own. You don't say, Harkness said, smiling slightly. What a coincidence. My child is on the Normandy too, even if I did never marry, I did adopt. From what I've heard they've been getting along rather well, so we better make sure we put on a good show for them. Yet, we don't need the kids showing us up, Hannah said, smirking slightly. Well then, Marcus said, looking back at the fleet assembled in orbit. I supposed that we should get back to organizing the fleet and... Sir. Marcus glanced down at one of the technicians. We're reading multiple FTL signatures. There are ships jumping into the sector. Marcus stiffened. Are they Enclave? Negative sir, the technician said, sound surprised. According to this they're Turian hierarchy ships. Turian? Marcus said. What are they doing all the way out here? I don't know but, sir, I have an incoming transmission from one of their flagships. Put it on, he said, turning to face the screen at the end of the bridge. As he did, the image of a Turian in full armor appeared before him. Identify yourself, Marcus said. General Adrian Vitas, the Turian replied, commander of the Turian hierarchy 3rd Fleet. How can I be of assistance? Marcus blinked. Be of assistance? The Council told me what was happening out here. I reasoned with them that the Enclave was a threat to the Council too and that they should send support to help you fight them, but they were reluctant to move any of their forces. After that I went directly back to the hierarchy leadership and tried to get them to provide support. I was able to convince them to let me take my fleet out here to support you. I have 80 warships, and we will support you in every way that we can. Forgive me if this feels a little strange, Marcus remarked. Last time I checked our relationship with the hierarchy was rather strained. Exactly why did they agree to send an entire fleet to support us? I do have to point out that the hierarchy was rather reluctant to do so, and that I'm not very popular with them. I have a tendency to second-guess their orders. I half suspect that they're hoping that this mission gets me and the men who look up to me killed. However, like I said, the Enclave is a threat to all of us, and it is in our best interest to eliminate them in order to ensure the safety of the galaxy. The Coalition may not have joined the Council, but we still live in the same galaxy, and we should work together towards making it a better place. Somehow I can't help but feel that there's more to this than— Wait a moment, Marcus said. Vitas, aren't you a first contact war veteran? General Vitas stiffened. I am, he said. Why would someone who lost friends to the Coalition want to work with them? Marcus asked. I have my reasons, Vitas said. Partially guilt. Guilt? Marcus asked. The Coalition ordinarily would have more than enough ships to be able to take on the Enclave without any external support. But right now you can't use them because your ships are too busy guarding your colonies, aren't they? How do you? Please, Admiral, we'd have to be blind not to notice how heavily you're guarding your borders. After all, the Council keeps a few sets of eyes and ears near the Terminus systems at all times. We don't need a few renegade ships running in and causing a war with them. Rest assured that we aren't performing any acts of espionage that violates any of our treaties with you. I should tell Admiral Anderson to check all the same, Marcus thought to himself. I'm still not quite sure I understand. Vitas lowered his head slightly. Saren is the one that's controlling the Geth. Saren is the reason that you're spread out so thin. Saren is the reason you're incapable of properly fighting the Enclave with your own strength. Saren was one of the Council's agents and part of the Turian hierarchy. This could have been avoided if we had seen what he was going to do. Marcus frowned. With all due respect, General, I feel like there's something that you're still not telling me. Perhaps that is true, Vitas said, but I can assure you that I am not keeping vital secrets from you, General. You know everything that you need to know. Now then, I would greatly appreciate it if you could transmit how you want my ships to fall into formation with the rest of the fleet. I will in turn send you details on what ships I have under my command so that you may better make that decision. Still feeling rather unsatisfied, Marcus nodded. Oh, I think it's only fair to warn you. We were a little short-handed when it came to ground forces. The hierarchy didn't spare much for us, so I had to bring on a couple of freelancing agents. Most of them aren't Turian, but I have run extensive background checks on every last one of them, and I am confident that we can trust them. I am also certain that they will be a great aid to us on the battlefield. After all, they're a little tougher than your average soldier. Would you like me to send you the information I have on them to you as well? I would appreciate that, Marcus said. I'll look over the details and then get back to you as soon as I can. Very well, Vitas out. Well, didn't see that coming, Hannah said. I have to agree, Shayla said, this came right out of nowhere. Turians don't exactly get along with Quarians, though unlike most races they actually have a fairly decent reason to, considering that Geralt is a little too fond of irritating them, she said, sounding somewhat angry. As the old saying goes, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Marcus said. This might just be what we need in order to hold our own against the Enclave. I'm rather thankful that he decided to come. Now then, I really do need to look over the data that the General sent me, he said, activating him Omni tool and looking down on the readout. XXXXX. Codex updated. Entries added. The Brotherhood of Steel, one of the few subdivisions of the Heavy Infantry. The Brotherhood of Steel is the modern incarnation of the same organization that was formed after the Great War. The Brotherhood of Steel is commonly associated with the Washington Confederacy, as one of the branches of the Brotherhood was one of the main founding factors of the Confederacy. However, the modern Brotherhood also consists of the West Coast remnants of the organization that have long since reformed with their Eastern brothers, doing so when the Coalition was formed. The Brotherhood no longer serves as the soldiers of the Washington Confederacy, like many of the post-war nation units, but instead serve the Coalition as a whole. They are easily one of the oldest divisions in the Coalition, and one of the most well-trained and effective. Normally, the Brotherhood is stationed on Mars, rarely leaving with the exception of the most dire of threats. The only known time that they were ordered to leave was during the First Contact War. However, the war ended before they saw any combat. Chapter 53. Inner Darkness. Author's note, been watching a lot of Game of Thrones lately, and I have to say that it's pretty good. There's good amounts of gore, exposition, and fucking, but still it's a pretty good series, although it's way too easy to lose track of the characters. It's worse than a written story where the guy's name is written down and you have to remember their face, but whatever. Also the story is depressing. Then I looked ahead online to see what'll happen in future seasons. The story will become even more depressing. Well, moving on. Also I would like to remind people that while I welcome constructive criticism, I will happily delete flames. Sam is a moron is not constructive criticism. XXXXX. You okay? John asked, looking at Sam. Both he and Sam were in their power armor, sitting in the back of the Eagle's truck, along with Jane, who was also wearing her power armor, Michael, Ashley, Roger, Norman, Garis, Jack, and EDI. Yeah, I'm fine, Sam said, gesturing to her side, you've got a good doctor. So, what do you know about the princes? Jane asked, looking at Sam. Well, they're led by a guy called the Prince, creative right? Sam said, but apart from that, not really a whole lot. They're one of the most careful groups out there, but you kinda have to be when you steal tanks. That's the funny thing, they stole 2 Tiger tanks, but they never got around to using them. They must be pretty damned paranoid about losing them. Seems like a waste to have something that powerful lying around and being too afraid to use it. How come they're coming out of hiding now? John asked. Wish I could tell you. I think it might have something to do with the attack on the Air Force base that we pulled off. Yeah, we did kinda fuck them up there, Jack said, resting with her hands behind her head. We? Roger said. Remind me, how many of your guys are still alive? Norman chuckled darkly. Fuck you, Jack swore. Shepard, you might want to tell your man to not piss the short-tempered and extremely powerful biotic, Sam said, glancing at Jane. Jane looked at Sam and smiled for the briefest of seconds. Before Sam could so much as blink, the smile had disappeared, and Jane had shot a glare at Roger, who noticed and immediately found something else to do. Pulling out a small rock from a pouch, he lifted it up to his cybernetic hand and began to sharpen his fingers. Has he ever killed anyone with those things? Sam asked, noticing the claws that Roger's cybernetic hand had for fingers. Not under my command, just gave some people a few scratches. Can't speak for what he did before he joined my crew though. I could see how they would work in a close-up fight, but I don't envy him when he has to clean the thing, Sam said, a slight grimace crossing her face. Don't worry, Roger said, not looking up. I rarely get a chance to use it. I mostly use it to scare cunts. I see he's also a bit of a charmer, Sam said dryly. Jane chuckled. Quite. I think we're almost at the place the princess told us to meet, Michael said, looking down at a map in his hands. No sooner had he spoke, than the truck had slid to a halt. Okay, here we go, Sam said, getting to her feet along with all of the others. Just a quick heads up. The prince can be a little weird. With a name like that, I'd be surprised if he wasn't, Jane remarked. I've got a 1000-year-old Krogan, a time traveler and a priest on my ship, I'm pretty sure that I can handle him. A time traveler? Sam said, raising an eyebrow. Later, Jane said as all of them climbed out of the open back door of the truck. As they did, they saw their destination. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, but most of the buildings were standing tall, even if the paint was fading. It covered around a dozen acres of land, and if anything, it was an eternal monument to the creativity of human engineering and creativity. An abandoned amusement park. Jane said, looking at Sam. He wanted to meet us at an abandoned amusement park. I warned you, Sam said, strolling forward, everyone following her. Jane hesitated, looking at the amusement park again before letting out a sigh and following her. The group slowly made their way forward, coming to the front guy. Hey, Missy, a man said, slouching near the entrance with a bottle in his hand. Wanna get a drink? Sure. I'll take a bottle of wine, Sam said, looking at the man. Oh? White or red? Red. Where from? From, oh for the love of God, do we really need to do this? Sam asked. Do you know many other people that walk around in power armor? Speaking of which, shouldn't we be disguised? Jane said, looking at Sam. You know, wearing civilian clothing. Doubt that that'd help much, the man said, straightening himself out. The prince is a very well-known man. Every last member of the enclave knows his face. If you get seen within half a mile of him, they'll have you killed for being his accomplice, whether you really are or not. Best you have weapons or armor with you. So, the prince. He's here. Ashley asked. Why yes he is, the man said. I'll take you to him. Gesturing, the man headed deeper into the amusement park, the group following him hesitantly. Eventually, they came to a large multicolored building with a massive head of a clown over the door. A knife had been rammed into the center of one of the eyes. One of the new boys did that, the man said, looking up at the eye. He's a real show-off. Was kinda pissed when he couldn't get the knife to come down and we couldn't find a ladder though. Ah well, in here. The man led them inside the building. A massive display of abandoned machines were strewn out before them, some of them looking like high-tech arcade games while others appeared to be more simple, such as for serving food and drink or taking pictures. I actually kind of like it, don't you? Around a dozen men with guns in their hands were standing around a man who was sitting in a chair that was bright gold, the paint chipping in a few places. Very relaxing. Yeah, if condemned buildings relax you, Garis remarked, looking around, more power to you. Turian Hai. The prince said, looking at Garrus and smiling. It's true then. Off-worlders really are on COR Molly. Something that hasn't happened in centuries, well, apart from the slaves and captives that the Enclave takes of course. A free Turian on this planet. Take pride, you are the first of your kind. Garrus stiffened. I've heard about these slaves before, how many of them are there? The prince is honored by you coming to him for counsel, but sadly the prince cannot help you, the man said. The Enclave keeps their dealings with off-worlders very classified. Even the prince does not know how many they have or what they do with them. If you want to find out, you'll have to storm the White House. Is that what we're doing then? Jack said, slamming her fist into her palm. Taking the fucking White House? I'm up for that. Ah. Leader of the army of outcasts and outlaws, the prince said, looking at Jack, the prince is a mighty warrior, as are his men, but we are not foolish. The White House is a fortress, one that we cannot breach, at least not yet. We must weaken those who command the hordes of the Enclave, only then will victory be in our grasp. We must be careful in our movements, a single mistake will compromise both of our armies and our followers. I take it that's why we had to come all of the way out here, Jane said. Are you sure that there's a chance the Enclave really would have found you if you didn't? On the contrary, off-worlder, the prince found one of the Enclave's spies sneaking around here not too long ago. He was captured and now the prince's men interrogate him, but they have yet to learn anything. Are there any other spies in the area? Jane asked, looking concerned. The prince smiled as he shook his head. None, off-worlder. The prince's men searched the area and found no other spies. We can talk her safely. Jane nodded, feeling slightly weirded out by the way the prince was speaking. Not that I don't trust your judgment, but I want to be safe. She glanced at EDI. EDI, run a scan of the area for any bugs. Scanning, EDI said, looking around the area, the yellow visor in front of her face glowing brightly. Done. No bugs detected. Ah. A man of steel, the prince said, looking at EDI, or rather, a woman of steel. Off-worlder, you continue to impress me at every turn. There is no offense taken, the prince is not vain. The prince knows the importance of being careful, it is the reason he is still alive. You said that your men were having trouble getting information out of the Enclave spy. Jane asked. I have 2 men here that have experience in interrogation. Maybe they can help. The prince would be very grateful for the assistance. Tell his man to let yours be alone with the spy. He means well, but he is inexperienced. They are in the storeroom in the back. Got it, Jane said. Roger, Norman, see what you can get out of him. The 2 men nodded before walking off, heading to the back of the building and out of sight. Now then, the prince said, clapping his hands together. The army of outcasts and outlaws and the army of the bird fought well against the Enclave. The prince believes that if we unite under one banner, we will be able to inflict a great wound upon the Enclave. The prince has a plan. I'm listening. Sam said. Should we really be taking orders from this guy? Ashley whispered into Jane's ear, but the captain gestured for her to be quiet. Tell me, are you familiar with the leader of the Enclave's metal giants? General Moore. General Moore, Sam muttered. She's one of the Enclave's top commanders. Practically half of the Tiger tanks are under her command. Correct. The prince believes that if we kill the woman who commands that many metal giants, then the metal giants will be disorganized. Nothing more than a mob without direction. And exactly how are we supposed to attack General Moore? Sam said. She's not exactly an easy person to get to, you know. The prince smiled. The woman who commands the metal giants is passing judgment on the warriors that guard New Boston. While their numbers are many, the prince has many friends in New Boston. They can move the metal giants that the prince stole into the city, they can get the prince and his warriors into a position where we can strike at the woman who commands the metal giants. Friends that can help the prince and his warriors vanish when the deed is done. We can slay her and disappear, without a trace. He smiled. The prince's friends can get the leader of the outlaws and outcasts, the army of the bird and the off-worlder in as well. Will you fight with the prince? Are you sure about this? Ashley said again. I don't really think that we can trust this guy. Now that the prince was done speaking, Jane nodded. I agree, he seems a little off. I'm not sure I can trust him to coordinate a sneak attack in the middle of a city, with tanks of all things. Are you sure that we can trust this guy, Sam? I know it's a big risk, Sam said, but we don't have a lot of choice right now. We need to do some damage for the Enclave, or do you want them to be in top condition with when the rest of the coalition shows up? We should take care of them now before your fleet arrives and this turns into a bloody free-for-all. I can understand that, but if he can't hold up his end of the barging, we're going to end up with a lot of corpses that belong to us, Jane said. I know that, Sam said. But I'm still going to fight with him. This is something that we need to do, and assassinating General Moore means taking out one of the highest-ranking officers in the Enclave. We'll be a lot better off with her dead, her tanks are pretty much always patrolling the streets. She's the key of keeping the population oppressed and keeping the majority of civilians too scared to join us. It'll be a big help to you and me to get her killed. Jane sighed. All right. I hope I don't regret this. Excellent. The prince said. Shall the prince tell you the workings of the prince's plan? Yeah, Jane said, that would be for the best. XXXXX. Damn it. A Batarian shouted, is there anyone left? We need backup. The project has been breached, I repeat, the project has been, but as he shouted, a shot cut him off and he fell to the ground dead. Saren walked forward, his rifle outstretched. Are there any more left? He asked, putting his finger to his ear. No, Rana said. The Geth managed to hack into the Batarian comm network without being detected. It's gone completely silent. Good, Saren said, looking out of the window of the space station that he was on. A massive starship was just outside, shaped just like Sovereign. So, this is the Leviathan of Dis. And it looks like the Batarians already spent a good chunk of time and resources trying to repair it. Awfully thoughtful of them to do half of the work for us. All right Rana, have the Geth move the ships and Sovereign in, I want this ship out of here within 12 hours. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Rana asked. The bugs that you placed in the Reaper core confirmed your suspicions, all of the Coalition's attention is being focused on the Enclave right now. Are you sure that you want to draw attention to ourselves by launching an attack on the Batarians? They'll go running to the Council looking for help. I very much doubt that, Saren said, several Geth walking past him and moving deeper into the station to make sure that it was secure. The Batarian leader caste is very stubborn, it's the whole reason that they left the Council in the first place, their refusal to give up slavery and their brief conflict with the Coalition is what caused them to leave the Council in the first place. They're not the type of people that would go crawling back to the Council for help after doing something like that. Besides, this project is supposed to be top secret, I very much doubt that the Batarians would like to admit to the Council that they were studying something like this without their knowledge. Saren growled. It seems like the Council can't do anything right. It refuses to punish its civilians for breaking the law, and it refuses to protect them when they're attacked by an outsider. I would have had a little bit of respect for the Coalition if that had actually gone through the legal channels instead of jumping to their guns. Apparently they never stopped to consider what would happen if innocent people got caught in the crossfire. Arrogant people, thinking that they have the right to do whatever they please without asking for permission. Saren. Rana asked, are you okay? What? Saren said. Oh, yes I'm fine. I was just mumbling a little bit. Saren, you're worrying me, Rana said. You've been acting more and more erratic recently. First leading the assault on the derelict Reaper, then the incident with the Geth, and now you've attacked the Batarian hegemony. Our enemy is the Coalition, not the Batarians. The Batarians had what we needed, Saren said, looking out at the Leviathan again. And while I hate the Coalition for what they did to the Batarians, I feel sympathy for the thousands of soldiers just doing their duty that the Coalition killed, not their commanders. The leadership of the hegemony is hopelessly corrupt, they care only for themselves and oppress billions of other Batarians. I don't even want to think about what would happen if they were to unlock the full potential of Reaper technology. Something this advanced needs to be used by someone that can be trusted with it. Like you? Rana asked. Yes. I'm the only one that can do what needs to be done. Everyone else is too soft. I'll rescue this galaxy whether it wants me to or not. These thoughts shot through Saren's head, causing him to recoil slightly. What was wrong with him? Saren. When this is all done, I'm going to destroy the Reapers, Saren swore. Set them on autopilot into a Sunday. Despite the firmness in his voice, he couldn't help but find his words to be slightly hollow. Oh, well, that might be for the best, Rana said. We've been looking at the Reapers for years and I've yet to find a single thing about them that couldn't be abused in the wrong hands. Not surprising considering that they're machines of war. That's why we need every last one that we can get our hands on, Saren said, especially the Leviathan of Dis. Out of all of the Reapers that survived, this one is second in size and firepower only to Sovereign. By the way, what is the status on the repairs of the other Reapers? Out of the 24, 7 of them have been fully repaired and are ready for combat. 9 more of them are nearing completion, but the rest will take some time. And what is the progress on the other project that we're working on? Saren asked. Disappointingly slow, Rana replied. The scientist that we found is doing everything that he can, but the truth of the matter is that he can only do so much. We're working on alternative paths that should hopefully speed things up a bit. Good, keep that up, Saren said, spotting a control panel out of the corner of his eyes and walking towards it. Typing into it, a massive wall of garbled text filled the screen, the majority of it symbols not from any language that any normal inhabitant of the Milky Way would recognize. Saren, however, knew what they meant. Rana, there's a terminal down here filled with encrypted Reaper data. Send down the codes through my Omni tool. I'd like to see if the Batarians found anything useful that we could use. Just a second, Rana said as Saren waved his hand over the control panel. Almost at once, the data began to clear up. It looks like observational data, Saren remarked. A lot of it is fractured though, not surprised, all of the other Reapers were like this too. Apparently whatever disabled them all of those cycles ago did some damage to their memory banks. Is there anything that we haven't found already in there? Rana asked. Hold on, Saren said, scrolling through the text. There's a set of coordinates here, they, 00? 00, that's the galactic core. Why would the Reapers have a set of coordinates to there? Wait, what? Saren stopped mid-sentence as he pressed a button. A hologram of a space station projected itself from the control panel and hovered in front of its face. It had a rather odd design, looking rather organic in nature, almost resembling an insect hive. What is this? Saren whispered, scrolling through the data on the control panel. My, this is very interesting. What is it? Rana asked. It seems that the Reapers had a base at the center of the galactic core. Massive MassEffect fields are stationed all around it to keep it from being destroyed from the imploding stars and black holes. It may be in our best interest to go there to see if we can procure any additional resources from them. How are we supposed to do that? Rana asked. The slightest calculation mistake and even Sovereign will be fried in the middle of the galactic core. According to this, the way to the galactic core is through the Omega-4 relay, Saren remarked. The Omega, well, that certainly explains why no one that went though ever came back, Rana remarked. But how will we be any different? It seems that the relay is programmed to recognize certain IFF protocols that will allow ships to travel through freely. Reaper, IFF protocols. Reaper ships, like Sovereign, should be able to pass through safely. But how are we supposed to get to the relay and make the jump without being noticed? It's right next to Omega, a mercenary hotspot, and that's if you don't take Arya into account. We'll take that into account when we have to deal with it, Saren said, typing into the control panel. I'm sending you the data now. I want you to analyze it in more detail. Stepping back as the data began to transmit, he saw that a large part of the room that he was in was filled with Reaper technology, including the spikes that had made the husks he had fought on the derelict Reaper. We should have the Geth look through here for anything. He was cut off as a gunshot tore through the air. What was that? He said, whipping around in the direction of the sound as another gunshot was heard. Rana, I thought you said that there weren't any more Batarians on this space station. There shouldn't be. She shouted. Damn it. We just lost 2 of our forward Geth and. No, we lost 3 more. Saren, whatever's killing them is heading in your direction. Good, Saren growled, aiming his assault rifle in the direction of the noises. Saren! Get out of there! Rana yelled as the gunshots grew closer and closer, but he didn't listen. Instead of a Batarian, like he had been expecting, a figure in silver armor stormed out of the doorway, an assault rifle in hand. It had a noticeable curve on his helmet that stretched to the back of his head. It was a Turian. Spotting Saren, the Turian raised his assault rifle and fired, a few shots hitting Saren's barriers before Saren flexed his wrist. A biotic warp flew through the air and hit the Turian's assault rifle, blowing the front end off and causing his shields to flicker. Dropping the remains of the assault rifle, the Turian drew a knife and charged at Saren, letting out a blood-curdling shriek as he charged. He caught Saren off guard and slammed into him, throwing both of them to the ground, Saren's rifle flying away. Raising his knife above his head, the Turian stabbed down at Saren's throat, but his arms flew up and grabbed both of the hands that were holding the knife, stopping the knife before it could reach his throat. Thrusting up, he forced the hilt of the knife to hit the helmet that the Turian was wearing, forcing it off and revealing a dark face with bright silver markings all over. Following this up, Saren slammed his head into the other Turians, a loud crack as the metal plates in his face smashed into the face of his attacker. Crying out in pain, the Turian dropped his knife and his muscles slackened, something Saren did not hesitate to take advantage of. Scrambling to his feet, he grabbed the Turian by both shoulders, lifting him up into the air, and with a roar, brought him slamming down onto one of the metal spikes in the room, impaling him on it. Saren took a step back, looking at the now spluttering Turian as dark purple blood trickled down onto the ground in a satisfying manner. What are you supposed to be? He whispered, looking at the now dead Turian. A hegemony spy? An assassin? A spectre? A mercenary? A hired hand for the Batarians? A simple man who took on more than he could take. As he spoke, he realized with a pang that the Turian was impaled on the same spike that had created the husks. He looked at it for a second before a smile came over his face. This person had tried to kill him and stop what he was trying to accomplish. He deserved what was coming to him. In fact. Saren. Rana said, are you okay? I'm fine Rana, Saren said. Send a few Geth down here. I have something that I want you to analyze. The purple blood continued to drip to the ground, forming a small puddle around the spike. XXXXX. Enclave pig. A rebel shouted, punching a man in ragged clothes that was tied to the chair in the stomach, causing him to grunt in pain. Hey! The rebel turned around to see Norman and Roger standing at the entrance to the small storeroom that they were in. Your boss wants us to have a crack at him, Roger said, pointing at the tied-up Enclave spy. The prince sent you. The rebel said, straightening himself out, cracking his knuckles. You're with the Eagles. The two of them nodded. Well, good luck with that, he said, I've been beating the shit out of this guy for the last 10 minutes and I haven't gotten a peep out of him. I'm gonna get some booze, he said, walking out of the door. Let's make this quick, Roger said, walking forward, Norman right behind him. So. Buddy. You got a name. Fuck you, the man swore. Nice to meet you, fuck you, my name's Roger, he said, pulling up a chair and sliding down in it, leaning back in it as he put his feet up on a crate next to the chair that the Enclave officer was tied to. So, the prince says that you've been snooping around this little makeshift base of his keeping an eye on his boys. It'd be very nice if you could tell us what you've learned and any convenient information that we could use, and it would make things a lot less convenient for all of us. And how would it make things easier for me? The man hissed. Let's just say that for the moment, I'm the one conducting the interrogation, and I'm a gentleman. I'll be nice to you, but if you don't work with me you may have to deal with my much more less gentlemanly companion here, he said, sticking his thumb at Norman. He'll make your life rather unpleasant. Fuck both of you, the man swore. Well, seems like he wants to do this the hard way, Roger said, getting to his feet and picking up the chair that he had been sitting on, using it to wedge the door shut. Right, let's get this over with, he remarked, drawing his ripper and walking across the room to where the spy sat. Crouching down, he stuck his cybernetic hand into his mouth and used his middle finger and index finger to pry his mouth open. He then stuck his ripper in, holding down the trigger and causing it to roar to life. The spy simply glared up at him. Roger blinked as he pulled the ripper out. Hey! Was that supposed to scare me? He said, spitting at Roger's feet. I've gone through a hell of a lot worse than that to get where I am now. There's a reason that the Enclave trusted me with spying on these bitches. They found me because I took what I want when I wanted it and I wasn't afraid of the consequences. I wanted a sandwich. I took a sandwich. I want a nice car. I take a nice car. I want to fuck a pretty girl. A nasty smile spread across his face. I fuck a pretty girl. A stony look spread across Norman's face. Well, I'm sure your mother is very proud of you, Roger said, looking at Norman. Well, guess we're going to have to go with plan B. You take care of him. Norman nodded stiffly. Is there any chance that I can be alone with him? I left you alone with the Asari back when you were getting Dr. T. Sony. Fair enough, Roger said, unprying the chair that was keeping the door shut and walking out, closing the door behind him. Sighing, Norman pulled his bandana down, pulling a cigarette and his lighter out of his pocket. So tell me some more about yourself, he said as he lit the cigarette, taking a drag on it. Well, technically I suppose I'm a criminal, the man said, staring up at Norman cockily. I was supposed to get the death sentence, but the Enclave let me out for some undercover spy work. The stupid shits, the man let out a laugh. President Woods, the stupid bitch, I'd be willing to bet that she doesn't even know about half of the shit that some of the officers below her pull to get results. Some guy came to me in my cell and said that he needed someone to sneak around keeping an eye out for rebels and he offered me a metric shit ton of cash. Do tell, Norman said, taking his cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled. Tell me more. The guy's been keeping my belly full and my cock happy for a while now, the man said, smiling happily. The Enclave takes in a lot of off-world prisoners and bring them in, they buy them from Batarians. They pull some bullshit about freeing the human prisoners and integrating them back into society, but all of the alien prisoners go to the White House. What happens to them? Norman asked. Ah, I see what you did there, the man said. Not bad, but sucks for you, I don't know what happens to them once they go in. All I know is that one particular office manages to get them away from their cells for a couple of days for little old me. He smirked as he looked at Norman. Tell me, have you ever fucked an Asari before? Can't say that I'm particularly interested in them, Norman remarked coldly, putting his cigarette to his mouth and taking another drag on it. His hands were tightening around the cigarette noticeably. So you're a faggot. The man chuckled. Jesus Christ, the people I have to deal with. Seriously, it feels great. They're not the only ones though. That officer is a generous one, he got me a few human girls, some Solarian and even a Turian girl once. He let out a cruel laugh. I think I forgot to use a condom with that last one. Pity, she was cute. You don't say, Norman growled, the cigarette now shaking in his hands as he put it back in his mouth. So yeah, I say I have it pretty sweet, the man said. And you can't even fucking touch me, can you? You need me alive for the information that I've got. So fuck off, little boy, go tell the prince that he can take it and shove it, and tell the leader of the Eagles that if she gets the time I'd like to take my cock and shove it up her. Norman bit down viciously on his cigarette, tearing it in half. Slowly, ever so slowly, he reached down and drew one of his pistols. Oh, what are you going to do with that? The man asked mockingly. Shove it up your ass. I've had enough of you, Norman growled, so why don't you just tell me what I want to know already? Or what? Your faggot friend already tried this trick, remember? You're not going to do jack shot to me, you need me. Before he could say another word, Norman aimed the pistol at the man's knee and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang and a hole was torn in his leg, blood spurting out as the man roared in pain. What the fuck? The man shrieked. Information please, Norman said, his voice low. However, despite his tone, a smile was spreading over his face. A gleeful, sadistic smile. Fuck you, you miserable cunt. The man shouted, just fuck. He screamed as Norman aimed his pistol and fired a round into his other leg. I really need that information, Norman said, idly twirling his pistol, still smirking widely. But if you're in no hurry, then neither am I. The fuck is wrong with you? You need me alive, you crazy gaw. Norman pressed his pistol against the man's arm, pulling the trigger again. Come now, Norman said, his voice low and taunting. I need to know what you know. Or, oh, there's an idea. You seem to talk pretty fondly about your dick. He pressed his pistol against the man's crotch. No. No, no, no fuck no, the man whimpered. Okay, okay fine. I don't know jack shit about anything. I was just poking around hoping that I would get lucky when the prince's men jumped me. There aren't any other spies in the area, at least the ones that I know of. That's all I know, I swear to fucking Christ that's all I know. The officer I work with? He never tells me shit, I swear that's all I know. Norman nodded. I believe you. Oh thank God, I can't. Norman pulled the trigger. The man roared in pain as the bullet tore through his crotch. What the fuck? He shouted, tears now streaming down his face. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I have everything that you know, I don't need you alive anymore, do I? What? Oh no. No no no, I lied, I didn't tell you everything. There's a secret garrison not that far from here, they're about to attack you and... That's nice, Norman said, taking his pistol and shoving it into the man's mouth. Thank you for your help. There was an evil sadistic smile on Norman's face as he pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang as the walls behind the man was painted with blood. Norman pulled his pistol back, looking down at the body that was lying in front of him with a self-satisfied smirk on his face. As he did, the door burst open and Roger stormed into the room, the rebel that had been interrogating the man right behind him. What the fuck happened here? Roger said, looking down at the bullet-riddled corpse. You don't have anything to worry about, Norman said, looking at the rebel. I got him to talk. He just got lucky and was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He didn't know anything about you or about anything else. You sure? The rebel said. Oh. I'm sure, Norman said, still smiling. Trust me, he was in no position to be lying. Well then, who gives a crap if he's dead? The rebel said, shrugging his shoulders. We were going to off him anyway. Well, I'm going to go give the prince the good news. Later. Turning around he began to walk away. Norman made to follow him, but before he could walk any further, Roger's metal hand closed around his shoulder. You want to tell me what the fuck happened in here? Roger hissed. Get your hands off of me, Norman hissed, turning around to look at Roger. You heard him, they were going to kill him anyway. Yeah, but I can't help but wonder why you're smiling like you've got a fucking boner. Do you fucking get off to shooting a guy in the nutsack? Are you going to go into the other room and jack off now? He was talking about how much he enjoying raping every last girl that he could get his hands on. He killed a Turian that way. The way I see things, I did the galaxy a favor. Oh, so acting out your personal masturbation fantasies that involve mutilating genitals and corpses is doing the galaxy a favor now, is it? Okay, let's start from the top. He was a murderer and a rapist, he was also a spy. I got all of the information I could out of him, and he was sitting around a building filled with rebels planning their next move against the Enclave, and there was a chance that he could have overheard said plans, escaped, and told the Enclave what we were planning. So what if I had to be a little extreme about it? You didn't seem to have a problem letting him think that you were about to tear his tongue out. Yeah, but the thing is that I didn't actually do it. Roger shouted, sounding angry. I mean Jesus H. Christ, I don't even give a shit about what you had to do. You were brutal and got the information? Good for fucking you, you actually managed to do something better than me for once in your fucking life. Norman's teeth clenched in anger as Roger spoke. I'm more worried that you were grinning like a fucking psychopath when I came in because of all of this shit that you did, there's a big fucking difference between doing something like this because you have to, and doing it because you get off to it. Is that why you became a soldier? So that you could kill people and get paid for it? I'll bet that's it. You get a fucking thrill off of this. Don Roger was cut off mid-sentence as Norman's fist slammed into his face. He staggered back a few steps, looking up and glaring at Norman. Don't talk about things you don't know the first thing about, Norman growled, turning and walking out of the room, Roger watching him go. As he walked down the hallway, he sighed, looking down. As he did, he reached up and pulled off his hat, looking down at it. I did the right thing, he muttered, looking at the hat. People like him, he was just like Dad, just like the people that got you killed. They all deserve what's coming to them. His face hardening, Norman placed his hat back on his head before pulling his bandana back up and tightening it. XXXXX. Author's note, I'm sure that most of you have heard about the tragic shooting that happened in Connecticut already. I probably didn't get around to talking about it in the last chapter because, really I wouldn't know the first thing to say about it, I really just don't know what I feel about all of these shootings anymore. However, there is a new topic that I feel very clearly about. Once again, video games are being blamed for the actions of a man that was very clearly mentally ill. Now I am leaving politics out of this. There are good arguments on both sides when it comes to gun control and mental health care, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. Since this is a crossover between two video games, I think it's safe to say that most of my readers are gamers, and I think it's safe to say that we all agree that the concept of video games causing murders is nothing short of ridiculous. Hundreds of millions of people play video games, many of them violent M/18+ rated ones. If video games caused murderers, the human race would be at a fraction of its current population. This concept is just absurd, especially when games like Mass Effect and StarCraft are being blamed. Mass Effect because a person liked the page, not even the shooter himself, it was the shooter's brother, who didn't kill anyone. And Mass Effect tends to encourage people to be the good guy who only kills when he has to. What's more, the man reportedly played StarCraft when he was in high school, and this is the same game that South Korea made into a national sport, and may I point out to you that that country has had absolutely no school shootings ever. People need a scapegoat when this stuff happens. I don't know why they don't use the very convenient scapegoat of the man that actually did it. My friend theorizes that people don't want to accept that anyone anywhere can be a killer because it stretches too far into the unknown, so they attack something that is known that they have nothing to do with to distance themselves from it, but that's beside the point. The modern media gets people going when they are scared for their children and they attack something that they don't understand. My advice? Watch Total Biscuit's video on the matter, he does a much better job of explaining it than I do. I just remember that these people are doing this because they're scared. Don't fuel the fire. I doubt that anyone who read this chapter is going to feel the sudden urge to go shoot someone in the crotch just because Norman did it. We're better than this. Don't fall into the same rage that these people are, calmly explain to them why they are wrong. They are scared because they don't understand us. If we want this to stop, we need to make them understand us. Also, please join the new Realize Gaming page if you have a Facebook account. P.S. The Turian that attacked Saren? He's not an OC. He's an original Mass Effect character. Try to guess who he is. If you can, I'll answer one question about this story. Chapter 54. Urban Brawl. Author's note, well, I would like to thank Master 123456 for his indirect contribution. His constructive criticisms caused me to come up with several ideas that I think are brilliant and far superior to the original direction that I planned to take the story. This is why I find constructive criticism to be superior to flaming. One is just annoying, the other one gets me thinking. XXXXX. Remind me again how this is going to work, Roger said, looking at Jane as he sat in the back of a truck carrying him, along with Jane, John, Ashley, Folker, Talai, Michael, Sam, Rex, Norman, and Garrus. I was in the back with Norman when our beloved monarch was telling us his plan. He managed to get a few contacts of his to sneak the tanks that he stole into the city, Sam said. And before you ask, I have no freaking clue how he did that. He said that he did it weeks ago, but I don't know. It's possible that he could have dismantled them and snuck them in piece by piece, Talai suggested. It would have been a complicated and long process, but if he had enough engineers that knew what they were doing, he could have pulled it off. Hey, Sam said, looking at Talai. Is there any chance that you could pull that off? Talai laughed. Thanks for the idea, but probably not. The migrant fleet doesn't exactly have a lot of tanks. We're more space-based than that. Come to think of it, we don't have a lot of ground-based vehicles in general. I guess when your entire civilization is based around starships, that happens. So, what are the specifics of the plan? Norman asked, fiddling with a heavy caliber, single-shot rifle that was in his hands. He had retrieved it from the Normandy's armory after deciding that his pistols wouldn't be enough against an army that fielded power armor, especially after they had failed to take down Grace. The plan is to hit General Moore in a pincer move. She's being transported from the north end of the city to the south end to inspect the garrison there. As far as we know, She has 5 tiger tanks with her, possible more, and there's a good chance that she has a fair amount of infantry backing her up too, Jane explained. The prince is going to hit her convoy from one end, we're going to hit her from the other end, and with any luck we'll have them trapped. Our main objective here is to kill General Moore, Sam said, checking her swords, so the second we kill her, we should retreat at once. We don't need to accomplish anything else and sticking around would be suicide, considering that reinforcements are going to be sent after us immediately. I'd rather make this quick and clean too, I don't really feel comfortable about this. What do you mean? Jane asked. We're fighting in the middle of a city, people are going to get hurt and killed, innocent people that don't have a stake in our fight, she said, looking at her swords. I want to make this as fast and hard as possible. If we can, just take out the tank carried Moore and run like hell. To be honest, I'd prefer if the prince's tanks didn't get involved at all. That'd turn things into a bloodbath for us if this fight lasted for longer than 10 seconds though, Ashley pointed out. I know, Sam said, sounding frustrated. And this is the best place to take a shot at her, anywhere else she'd probably be in the middle of a military installation and have a lot more security around her, Rex added. And we're good, but we're not quite in a position to be charging the enclave like some cocky idiot during his right. I know, Sam repeated. And I thought you said that General Moore was a major problem that needed to be eliminated, John said. Isn't she a major commander for the enclave force that are enforcing martial law, and didn't you say that killing her would disorganize them and give the people of this planet something to rally behind? I know. Sam shouted, causing everyone in the truck to look at her. I know that we need to do this, that doesn't mean that I have to like it, okay? You'd think she'd have a thicker skin than this, Roger muttered, only loud enough for Norman, who was sitting next to him, to hear. I mean seriously, how long has she been doing this? She doesn't like innocent people getting killed, I'll have her write you an apology letter, Norman hissed. Do you honestly have a problem with someone not wanting to kill civilians killed? No, I was just pointing out that it's kinda weird for someone who's been fighting for years to be this sensitive. It's just weird, I don't have a problem with her. I have a problem with someone shooting a person in the groin and then jacking off to it, Roger retaliated. Off the high horse cunt, you really don't have the moral high ground. Watch it, Norman hissed. Before Roger could reply, the truck slid to a halt, jolting them slightly. Okay, we're in position. The others should be right behind us in the other truck, and the prince and his men should be getting into position too, Jane said. For a little bit, we're just going to have to stay still and be patient. Roger, you, Michael and Rex are on anti-tank duty, John will be helping you out. Garis, Folker, Talai and I will be hanging back and providing cover fire and drawing the attention of the infantry if we can. Norman and Ashley? If we can't get more with rockets, I want you to help Sam go in for the kill. You got it, Ashley said, her hand resting over the hilt of her sword. You hear that, John? The Williams kid has to go take care of the enclave general, so do me a little favor and try not to slow me down too much. Oh gee, I guess I can't really do much to help, John said jokingly, drawing his pulse rifle and showing it to Ashley. I mean, I have this high-tech gun that takes out tanks, but you've got a sword. Guess you've got me beat. Folker smiled slightly as he watched the two continue to take jabs at each other. You look happy about something, Talai said, looking at him. I guess this is just a refreshing change of pace is all, Folker said, turning to face her. Back in my time, only men were allowed in the army, you really didn't see stuff like this. Okay, sure, there were a lot of women in the Red Army, but in hindsight they had a tendency to be the angrier ones. Not that I can blame them. As he spoke, his hand reached into his pocket and tightly gripped the golden star that he had. What do you mean by that? Talai asked. Hey? Oh, well, from what I've been seeing of this time period, things have changed a lot. In my time women were, kind of viewed as inferior to men. I think I talked to Ashley about it and I think she called it sexism or something like that. I think the Quarians might have had something like that way back when, Talai said, but it's hard to tell. The war with the Geth destroyed a lot of records of our history. It definitely got squashed out a long time ago, there aren't that many Quarians left and we can't afford to be picky with who does what. 2 of my people's 5 leaders are women. I have to admit, the more I see of it, the more I'm starting to like it. It's really a nice change of pace to see women doing jobs that I only ever saw men do. I mean, some of the women that I've gotten to meet recently have got to be some of the strongest that I've ever met. Cheryl, Cornelia, Ashley, the captain, Lyra, and you of course. A&D. He blushed deeply. Don't tell anyone I said this, but, I mean, I saw plenty of women like that back in the Red Army, but I was fighting for my life back then, so I never really got a chance to think about it that way. I mean. Folker, exactly what are you trying to say? Talai asked. I just. Folker said, glancing around the truck and looking extremely embarrassed. Leaning in, he whispered into Talai's helmet. Woman that I strong like that, I think I find them attractive. Despite her best intentions, Taylai couldn't help but find herself snickering softly, biting on her lip in an attempt to keep herself quiet. And how did you come to this conclusion? She asked jokingly. Volker felt his stomach drop out of his body and his heart began to rapidly beat again. A mere 60 seconds ago, he had been causally talking with Taylai like it was the easiest thing in the world, but all of a sudden, he couldn't think of a single thing to say. It's just. Are you okay? Taylai asked, looking at him with concern. It's just that, things have been, he stuttered, desperately trying to think of something to say. As he continued to blubber, comprehension dawned on Taylai's face and her eyes widened slightly. Volker, are you, she said, now stuttering herself, are you trying to say the two of them could not get another word out before a loud rapping from outside the truck caused them both to jump? That's our cue, the prince is going to make his move soon. Jane said, taking her helmet and sliding it over her head before drawing her plasma rifle. Everyone, remember your jobs. The prince is going to be focusing all of his men on dealing with the tanks and the main bulk of Moore's forces. In fact, he's going to be attacking her from the front while we're going to be hitting her from behind, so we can't count on support from him. Try not to miss, Norman said, getting to his feet and checking his rifle one last time. Don't tempt me, Roger replied, also getting to his feet and loading his rocket launcher, Rex doing the same out of the corner of his eye. Awkwardly, Volker and Taylai both got to their feet, not making eye contact. Hey Taylai! Ashley cried out, causing the Quarian to look up at her. You're going to be covering the three of us, so you may want to use that tactical cloak that you used back on Eden Prime. Oh, right, I'll do that. She called back, activating her Omni tool and beginning to type into it. So, we need to make sure that the three of them stay safe. Volker asked quietly, pointing at Ashley, Sam, and Norman. Yeah. Normally they'd be able to take care of themselves, but odds are they're going to be drawing a lot of attention to themselves considering that they're going after an Enclave general. Are you nervous? A little, I'm not going to lie, Volker admitted. Those people back at the Air Force Base, they weren't human anymore. The way that they jumped from building to building, it was unnerving. Taylai smiled weakly, putting her hand on Volker's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm going to be invisible, they won't see me coming. Volker glanced at her. You can do that. Yeah. I never did show you that, did I? Well, don't worry. I may be focusing on keeping Norman, Sam, and Ashley safe, but I'll be sure to make sure that you stay safe too. He smiled. Thanks. As he spoke, a massive explosion was heard from outside the truck. That's gotta be the prince. Sam shouted. Everyone move. Jane shouted as she threw open the back door to the truck. Let's do this, Taylai said, drawing her shotgun and pressing a button on her Omni tool, causing her tactical cloak to activate as Volker drew his Theta energy pistol. The group stormed out of the truck and into the streets. XXXXX. Saren watched with a small smirk of satisfaction on his face as he looked at the Turian that had been impaled on the Reaper spike that was still in the middle of the Batarian space station. Saren, why are we doing this? Rana asked, her voice resonating through his comm as she watched through the geth. We've seen what these things do, they turn people into these abominations. Husks, Saren said, I thought we agreed to call them husks. I came up with classifications for them too. I gave you the list. He's turning into a marauder. Are you okay, Saren? Rana asked. When you saw the husks on the derelict Reaper you threw up. You don't really seem that bothered by this. She's right, Saren thought, looking at the Turian. He could see small pieces of metal that were starting to emerge from its body. In fact, he had a hard time recognizing this thing as a Turian now. Its face had been especially deformed, to the point where it had more than 2 eyes and visible pieces of circuitry sticking out of it. I was horrified at what happened to them back there, but I know. This is different. Those were my people, the people actually trying to stop the coalition, not keep them alive. Rana, despite all of the time that we've spent studying Reaper technology, there's still a lot we don't understand about it. I want you to take scans of him while the spikes do their job. The more we understand about this process, the better. Okay, Rana said uncertainly. It looks like the nanobots have spread all throughout his body by this point. They seem to be using small amounts of materials that were stored in each of them to build the cybernetics that are engulfing his body, but they also seem to be repurposing other parts of his body into making the cybernetics as well. I'm reading multiple systems that have been created and brought online, including targeting, shields, and partial repair systems. Also, oh goddess! What is it? Saren asked. I think that this spike has been damaged. Something is wrong with the nanobots that are supposed to be rewriting his neural patterns to make him like the other husks that we saw on the derelict Reaper. What does that mean? Saren asked. It means that even though his body has changed, he's still the same person that just tried to kill you. Rana shouted. Almost as if on cue, the marauder began to stir, the spike still sticking through the middle of his chest. What's going on? Where am I? He shouted, his voice noticeably low and partially synthetic. He struggled, but was unable to move with the spike still stuck through his chest. Actually, this could be useful, Saren said, bending down and drawing a pistol as he did. Do you know who I am? The marauder looked up at Saren, and as it did, the few remaining organic pieces of his face shifted, as if in disgust. Saren, he hissed. If I get out of this thing, you're dead. Good luck with that. Now then, who sent you? Who are you with? The Turian hierarchy? The council? The Blue Suns? Or are you just a freelancer that bit off more than you could chew? For that matter, who are you? I'm, oh spirits, the marauder whispered. Who am I? You can't remember. Saren said. Rana, did the process. Yes, it damaged his memory, Rana said. Part of it anyway. From what I can see, he's lost all memory of his personal life, but he still should have general knowledge about the galactic community. In other words, he still knows about you and odds are still hates you enough to want you dead. Well then, Saren said, taking his gun and aiming it at the marauder's head. If he's still sentient and still wants me dead but doesn't have any information to give me, then I don't see a lot of reason to keep him alive. Nothing personal, of course. Fuck you, the marauder hissed. Saren simply smiled as his finger tightened around the trigger, but before he could pull it, another bang roared out and the heads of one of the nearby Geth exploded. 4 more shots rang out, each one claiming the life of a nearby Geth as Saren spun around and fired his pistol in the direction that the shots had come from. A figure in a trench coat charged forward, firing a revolver in his hand at Saren, forcing the Turian to dive behind a nearby crate to avoid the shot. Rana, send reinforcements. We have another hostile. Saren shouted into his comm unit as the figure ducked down behind a nearby crate, sliding open his revolver and sliding 6 fresh bullets in. Hey! Get me down from here. I can help you kill him. The marauder shouted at the figure. No sooner had he spoken than the figure had fired his revolver at the base of the spike, causing it to spark with electricity as the spike withdrew into the base of the machine, the marauder scrambling off. Hastily, he grabbed one of the Geth rifles and opened fire at Saren, who returned fire from behind cover with a couple of well-placed shots, hitting the marauder's shields and forcing him to take cover behind a nearby crate. He stood up to take another shot at Saren, but before he could, a rocket flew through a nearby doorway, the marauder ducking down and narrowly avoiding it as it flew overhead and hit the back wall of the room. A massive Geth Prime walked into the room, entering through the doorway behind Saren, aiming its rifle at the figure and the marauder, firing bullets this time instead of rockets. Shit, the figure swore, standing up and emptying all 6 of the bullets in his revolver at the Prime before ducking down, narrowly avoiding a rocket that was sent his way. The Prime's shields had been weakened by his fire, but they were still intact. This one is tougher than the others. Hey! He shouted, looking at the marauder, I need some help with this one. Right. The marauder shouted, standing up and opening fire on the Geth Prime, spraying it with bullets and slightly weakening its shields. He was only able to fire for a few seconds though, when Saren popped out of cover again and fired 3 shots at the marauder, 2 of them hitting his shields and forcing him back down again. The figure had used this time to reload his revolver though, and stood up, firing all 6 shots at the Geth Prime. The 5-5 were able to finally break its shields, while the 6th directly pierced its head, causing it to explode and sending white fluid splattering all over the walls. However, the duo's victory was short-lived, as more Geth began to swarm through the door behind Saren, quickly filling up the room. 2 of them were Primes. Damn it, the figure whispered, reloading his revolver, there's too many of them. Hey you! He shouted, looking at the marauder. Follow my lead. Standing up, the figure fired a single shot that took out a Geth trooper before turning and running, disappearing through the same door that he had emerged. The marauder followed, not even bothering to shoot at the Geth behind him as bullets whizzed past his head. After them! Saren shouted, sounding furious. Dead. I want them both dead. Now. Where are we going? The marauder shouted as he and the figure ran through the space station, making hasty left and right turns. There's too many Geth for the 2 of us to handle, the figure replied, we need to get out of here. My ship isn't that far from here, it can hold the 2 of us. But what about Saren? We can't just leave him here. The marauder protested. Well, we both had a shot at doing him in and we both screwed it up. Now he knows that we're here and he has his Geth looking for us. We need to get out of here before they swarm and kill us. Okay, here we go. The figure made a sharp right turn and ran along a narrow passageway, an airlock at the end, still wide open. Outside, a ship around the size of a private yacht was visible, a few missiles visibly attached to the bottom. Get in! The figure shouted, Jumping through the airlock and into the ship, the Marauder mirroring his moves as the Geth emerged behind him, bullets flying into the ship, a few hitting them and weakening their shields. The figure slammed a button that caused the airlock to slam shut before hastily hitting another that caused the other end of the airlock to open, revealing the rest of the ship. "Come on," the figure said, running into the middle of what appeared to be the ship's bridge and sitting down in a chair, typing into the panel in front of him. "Come on, we need to get out of here, now." He sighed as he slid back into his chair, the space visible through the cockpit of the ship changing rapidly as the ship made a jump to FTL. "We made it," the figure whispered. "And Saren is still alive." The Marauder shouted, clearly angry, "We had the perfect chance to kill him back there." "I know, that was what I was planning on doing myself, but I had to stop to save you," the figure snapped, "so don't lecture me about him being left alive. He'd have a .44 Magnum bullet lodged in his cranium if I had gotten the chance. The way I see it, we both had a chance to kill him and we both screwed it up. What were you doing there anyway?" "I don't know," the Marauder replied. "Oh, very funny. I save your life and you can't even." "No," the Marauder growled. "I don't know. I don't remember a thing about myself. I know who Saren is and the threat he posses, and I know that I want him dead, but I can't remember a thing about my personal life." "Really?" the figure said, looking at the Marauder. I'm sorry to hear that. Did that thing that you were on do this to you?" "I think so," the Marauder said. "Anyway, what were you doing there?" "Investigating this top-secret project that I had gotten wind of. I was checking it out and thinking that I might sabotage it when Saren showed up. I thought that I would have a chance to take him out, but that's water under the bridge now." "How did you find out about that project?" "The Shadow Broker," the figure replied, "you'd be surprised to find out who he has reporting to him and what he can give you if you can get him what he wants." "How did you get there without the Batarians or Saren seeing you?" "My ship has stealth engines. The same that the famous frigate Normandy does." "How did you get?" "That's enough questions," the figure said. You're right," the Marauder said. "We need to head to the nearest council planet and let them know that Saren has access that ship the Batarians had. With two ships that size, I don't even want to think about the damage he can do." "What are you going to tell them?" the figure said. "What makes you think that someone that looks like you will be listened to? And even if you did, the Batarians would deny that the thing ever existed." "Well, we can't just let him run off with that thing. I'm not planning on. I'm rather famous in the coalition, I'll send a message to Admiral Hackett when I get the chance. I'm pretty sure that he'll listen to me, but I'm not sure what he'll be able to do with the information. Odds are Saren will be off the grid again before he could send so much as a single ship this way." The figure sighed, "Ah well, I got work to do." "Work? What work?" "I'm a bit of a problem solver. I go where I'm needed and I get rid of unsavory types. I've been around the galaxy a bit. Been doing this for a long time." "What? Who are you? Who do you work for? How long have you been doing this? What the hell are you trying to accomplish?" "Call me what everyone in the coalition calls me, the mysterious stranger. The rest is my business. Still, I could use a little bit of extra help. Things have really been getting bad around the galaxy lately, and I have a lot of people that need to disappear. A really long list of people that no one would miss. I could use a helping hand." I don't know," the Marauder said. "Saren is gone," the stranger said. "We can't do anything about him right now. But the second I get a blip on the radar about him, we'll be after his head." "So, partners?" he asked, holding his hand out to the Marauder. The Marauder hesitated, looking at his hand. If he was to go somewhere else, where would he start? He didn't know the first thing about himself. He really didn't see a lot of options open to him, and the thought of killing people who deserved it didn't sound like that bad of an idea. Spotting his cybernetic-ridden arm, his hand tightened into a fist. Saren had done this to his body and taken his life away. One day, he would return the favor. "Partners," he said, taking the stranger's hand. "So, what do I call you?" The Marauder paused as he thought. He couldn't think of anything that he would consider to be a meaningful name. There was nothing particularly symbolic that he could think of, and there wasn't anything that appealed to him either. After a few seconds, he remembered overhearing two words spoken by Saren and his assistant over the comm lines. With no other preferable alternative, he decided that those two words would make a fitting name. "Call me Marauder Shields. XXXXX. Here we go." Cornelia shouted, drawing her sword with one hand and her SMG with the other as the door to the truck that she was in burst open. She, Cheryl, Jenkins, Lyra, Adam, Jack, EDI, Karen, Fox, and around a dozen eagles streamed out, weapons at the ready. "Jane wants us to take care of the Enclave while they go for the General, so let's do this." Cheryl silently nodded as she loaded her grapple hook into her crossbow and fired it at the top of a nearby building, climbing up as the others moved forward, weapons blazing. The battle was being waged in the middle of a four-way intersection, with the two trucks belonging to the Eagles parked behind a column of 5 tanks, the Normandy crew and the Eagles spilling out of them. On the other side of the tanks, the 2 Tiger tanks that belonged to the princes were opened fire, having already destroyed the forwardmost tank as dozens of rebels emerged from hiding places, opening fire at the convoy. Already, dozens of Enclave soldiers around and emerging from the tanks were returning fire, forming defensive lines. While half of them were wearing the usual Enclave power armor, others were wearing bulky, but significantly smaller green armor. A glancing shot from the rebel tanks hit the middle tank as the Enclave soldiers opened fire. "Who are they?" Cornelia asked, firing a burst from her SMG at one of the soldiers before ducking down into cover behind an abandoned car, Adam and Jack right behind her. "Enclave Marines," Jack said, standing up and flicking a warp at one of the Marines, blasting out a large chunk of his torso and causing him to fall to the ground dead. "They're basically light infantry." "Interesting to know," Adam said, firing a few blasts from his shotgun. "Hopefully they won't be too hard to deal with if incoming." As he shouted, the back tank in the column turned its turret to face its rear attackers, firing a blast from its cannon. A bolt of plasma flew through the air and slammed into the ground right behind them, barely missing. "That thing is going to obliterate us if we don't get rid of it," Adam shouted. "Well, we weren't supposed to be taking care of the tanks," Jack shouted, throwing another warp and claiming the life of a second Enclave Marine, "so call your friends up and tell them to pull their heads out of their asses." "Captain," Cornelia shouted into her comm unit. "We need that rear tank gone." "Understood," Jane replied. "Roger." "Rex." "Michael." As she shouted, 3 men from the first group, which was a far way ahead of them, raised rocket launchers and fired them at the rear tank. The projectiles flew through the air and slammed into the armored vehicle, engulfing it in flames. With a destroyed tank in front and a destroyed tank in back, the 3 surviving ones were effectively pinned. "Thank you," Cornelia shouted, into her comm unit, raising her SMG and firing it at a Marine whose shields had been weakened by the explosion of the tank, hitting him in the chest with 5 bullets and killing him. "We should have had needed to ask," Jack shouted angrily, throwing a third ball of biotic energy at the ranks of the Enclave forces. "Quit whining," Cheryl hissed through the comm lines, kneeling down at the top of the 2-story building that she was now on and raising her sniper rifle, staring down the scope. Lining up a shot with a power armor-wearing Enclave trooper, she fired 3 shots, the first 2 to weaken his shield, and the third to finish him off. "You should be grateful that we bothered to keep you alive." "Oh yeah," Jack said, extending her hand at an Enclave heavy trooper that had taken aim at her. "Because I really needed your help to do that," she shouted, swinging her hand and causing the now glowing man to slam into the side of a building, a loud crack barely audible over the sounds of the battle that was now raging. "Yeesh, and I thought that Clover was a little psychotic," Karen said, crouching behind a hot dog stand and firing 3 blasts from his shotgun and downing another Enclave soldier. "On the flip side, it looks like we've got them where we want them." "You mean we're going to win this?" Jenkins said, sounding excited as he aimed his assault rifle at a Marine who had just killed one of the Eagles and gunned him down. "We're winning at the moment, but we can't let our guard down just yet," Karen said, firing another blast. "People with bigger advantages than us have had the tables turned on them in the past." As he spoke, one of the surviving Tiger tanks fired at them again, narrowly missing, and this time only because of the destroyed tank that was blocking its way, while the other 2 started to open fire on the prince's tanks. "This is going to turn real ugly real fast," the necro-human muttered. "Cowards!" Fox shouted, spaying his Gatling laser at the Enclave forces, forcing a good number of them into cover and killing a couple of them. "Run! Run and hide!" "Captain, this battle is going to turn into a real mess if we drag it out," Karen said into his comm unit. "We should kill more before that happens." "I agree," Jane said. "Cheryl, I need you to spot General Moore for us. Look for an officer with a rapier, probably in the middle of the convoy. Call out her location." "Understood," Cheryl whispered, scanning the battle below her with her rifle, slowly looking through the crowds for their target, stopping just for a second to shoot a Marine whose shields had been weakened. The seconds ticked by as she continued to scan the ranks of the enemy soldiers, unable to find the person that she was looking for. She was about to start over, when the hatch of the middle tank was flung open, smoke pouring out of it from the inside, and a woman in an officer's uniform emerged, coughing heavily. "She had a rapier at her belt. I see her," Cheryl said, lining up a shot with her head and moving to pull the trigger, but before she could, a shot soared through the air and slammed into her shields, nearly dropping them. "Shit!" she swore, scrambling behind a nearby vent on the roof as another shot tore past her, nearly missing. "Captain, I lost the shot I had on Moore. Another sniper has her pinned, but she's in the middle tank. It looks like it's filling up with smoke and forcing her out." "Got it!" Jane shouted. "Norman! Ashley! Sam! General Moore is in the center tank, she's exposed." Get in there and take her out. Fox. Clear a path for them. The meta-human let out a roar as he aimed his Gatling laser at the bulk of the soldiers that were standing in between Jane's group and the convoy, letting all hell loose. He swung it back and forth, making long sweeping motions that caused his laser blasts to hit the majority of the soldiers and causing their shields to flicker. This caused them to panic and dive for cover, leaving an opening to the convoy. Go! Jane shouted over the comm lines. The three of them ran forward, Ashley and Norman firing their rifles at the Enclave forces at their sides, while Sam simply flew forward, the rockets on her power armor blazing. I see her! Sam shouted, spotting the general jumping down from the middle tank, coughing heavily. It looks like she might have kinetic barriers. Not that it'll do her a whole lot of good. She shouted as she continued to fly through the air, closing in on more at a rapid pace. She bit her lip as she neared, swinging her arms back as she prepared to thrust both of her chainsaw swords forward. However, before she could reach more, a massive force slammed into her, sending her flying back and slamming into the ground, one of her swords flying out of her hand. Gasping in pain, she attempted to get back to her feet only to see a soldier in power armor charging at her, swinging a hammer. Bitch! The soldier shouted, the voice clearly female and quite clearly enraged as she swung her hammer down at Sam, clearly intending to smash her skull in. Sam desperately threw herself back, the hammer slamming into the ground and cracking the pavement as she desperately scrambled to her feet, holding her sword in front of her defensively. Ashley spotted this and aimed her rifle at the soldier attacking Sam, but before she could fire even a single shot, a stream of bullets slammed into her shields, almost causing them to drop and forcing her behind the destroyed Enclave tank. Peeking out, she saw another soldier in power armor standing on top of the smoking Enclave tank, and unless her eyes were deceiving her, machine gun barrels were sticking out of the palms of his hands. The hell! Norman shouted. As he did, a third soldier jumped out of the burning tank, blades extending from his arms, charging at Norman. He grit his teeth and raised his rifle, firing off a few shots and managing to hit the charging soldier, but he only slightly weakened his shields by the time that he reached him. The soldier swung both of his bladed arms, knocking Norman's rifle out of his hands. He swore as he attempted to draw his pistols, unable to do so as the soldier continued to swing his bladed arms at him, forcing him to dodge desperately. Sigma Squad! The soldier on top of the tank shouted. Protect General Moore until reinforcements arrive. Omega Squad is on the way. XXXXX. Coalition Top Secret Files. Entries added. Enclave Marine Corps. Intelligence gathered on the Enclave has revealed that they have formed a military branch known as the Enclave Marine Corps. The original Enclave was infamous for their widespread usage of power armor, with only their officers not using it. However, with the rise of the new Enclave, it is believed that with their much larger army, they could not afford to produce power armor for all of their soldiers, and as a result, formed the Enclave Marine Corps. Coalition intelligence officials have compared the Enclave Marine Corps to Coalition light infantry divisions. The Marines wear green, relatively bulky armor with helmets that completely cover their heads and clear see-through visors that allow the faces of the soldiers to be fully seen through them. The theory for this is that the Enclave was concerned about rebels killing the soldiers and using their uniforms as disguises. The Marines are believed to be trained in all fields of combat, enough for be considered experienced in them but not enough to be considered masters. They make up the bulk of the Enclave's ground-based forces, the soldiers in power armor taking up a similar ratio as the Coalition heavy infantry. XXXXX. Author's note: sorry about the long wait, Christmas, and all that, I just haven't been able to sit down and think about writing properly. Also yes, Marauder Shields and the Mysterious Stranger are partners, I am that big of a nerd. Sorry about the lack of a Christmas special, I just couldn't think of anything to do with it besides taking a lot of jabs at myself. Hopefully I'll be able to get over my writer's block soon and get updates up more often. I hope that you enjoyed this chapter, please tell me what you think. Chapter 55. Price to pay. Author's note: yeah, I've been a little bit slothful over my winter break, I've been getting more hours at my work and I'm using my time off to relax more. Still, I'm working on the story still, so enjoy. Oh, and Happy New Year. XXXXX. This is so frustrating, Kazumi moaned, holding her head in her hands as she sat in the Eagle's base. How come we were left behind when everyone else is out fighting? Shepard Captain displayed an unwillingness to allow this unit into combat, Legion said. Shepard Captain is reluctant to reveal that the Geth are providing direct support to the Coalition. Wouldn't they know that the ship that attacked them while they were hunting down Admiral Ron was Geth? I'm pretty sure that they got a good look at it, Kal said, sitting nearby. Correct, but she did not wish to reveal that we had managed to infiltrate the planet. This is a concern that we understand and respect, Legion replied. Still, why did Kal and I get left behind? Kazumi asked. Tay lies out there so clearly Shep doesn't care about the Enclave know that there are Quarians on the planet, hell they already managed to free a couple dozen of them, they already know that, she said, glancing around the room and spotting a couple of Quarians interacting with nearby eagles. And I think we've made it pretty clear in the past couple of days that the coalition has forces on the planet. I don't think your captain wants to dedicate all of her forces into a single strike, Kal said. From what I heard, it took a lot of convincing for her to spare as much as her crew as she did. She also probably wanted to keep a couple of people behind in case this base ever got attacked. And you think that's a good idea? Kazumi asked. Couldn't tell you. I'm a soldier, not a leader, Kal said. You're no fun, Kazumi said, shaking her head. Heck, no one around here is any fun. There's nothing good to steal. This unit has detected several caches of vital supplies that would prove to be highly valuable, Legion said, including. Yeah, maybe standard issue guns and food rations, but why would I want to steal that? You steal flashy stuff, not mundane stuff, otherwise what's the point? Stealing. Kal said, I thought that you were a coalition soldier. I know, I'm retired, she said, making air quotes with her fingers. I was a bit of a thief before I became a neo-ninja. In fact I was a pretty big thief and I made a lot of money off of the things I stole. In fact not to toot my own horn, actually to toot my own horn, I was pretty much the best thief in the galaxy. Then how come I've never heard of you before? Kal asked. Because if you had, I would have been a pretty lousy thief, Kazumi replied. You do understand what a good thief is, right? There's no such thing as a good thief, Kal replied. Ah. Quarians probably don't really like thieves because of their limited resources, right? Yup, Kal said. We're all struggling to survive, someone taking more than he deserves is taking it away from someone who needs it. It's the epitome of being selfish. Water, food. Didn't I just say that I didn't steal mundane stuff? Kazumi said. I stole really flashy stuff, I never stole anything that people needed to survive. I stole things like paintings and sculptures, I stole a couple of books too. No one ever died because of the things that I stole, and most of the people that I stole from usually had it coming anyway. Besides, I'm retired like I said, well technically anyway. I do the occasional side job every once in a while. How come you retired? Kal asked. Well, not to go into too much detail, not because I don't want to but because the coalition made me sign a contract saying that I would keep my mouth shut. Someone I don't like had something that belonged to me, I stole it back from him, and the coalition helped me hide from them because the thing that I stole back could hurt them. I kinda had to destroy it, but in exchange for that the coalition forced me to come clean. They forced me because the man I stole that thing from is still alive and pretty angry, but on the flip side they only said that I had to serve a couple of years and that they would wipe my entire record clean, give me a fresh start. So how much longer do you need to serve? Kal asked. Actually I finished the years I needed to serve 3 years ago, Kazumi said. I'm still a neo-ninja because I want to be. How come? Kal asked. Funny thing about that. Before the Blitz and the coalition launched their counterattack against the Batarians, I was one of the people that they had tracking down the people that had been abducted by thugs and doing what I could to free them and slow down further slaving raids. When you spend time protecting people and saving others you start to realize that, well, it feels pretty good. Besides, like I said I still do a little work on the side, in fact this way it's even better because I can steal from people that the coalition don't mind if I rob. No one complained at all when I came back from a slaver base with a rather expensive bottle of wine and a headdress. One made me a lot of money, while the other made me rather drunk. Kal shook his head. You're a very odd person. This coming from someone named Kal. Kal is a girl's name. Well Kal ain't a girl. Kazumi laughed. Whatever you say. So, what do you think of this whole situation? And don't pull that I'm a soldier excuse again. I'm trying to have a conversation here. Honestly. Kal asked, it's a giant mess. Nothing really makes sense anymore. An organization that I thought was just a chapter in Coalition's history come back with enough military power to probably conquer all of the non-member races of the Council single-handedly. The Geth come out from behind the veil for the first time in 300 years, attack a Coalition colony, but it turns out that they're just a fraction of the real Geth, who actually want peace with us. And now I'm working with the crew of a ship that's 90% Coalition and we're fighting a guerrilla war against a galactic power we didn't even know existed a month ago. He shook his head. How do I feel about the situation? I don't know what I feel about the situation. Fair enough, Kazumi said, frowning slightly as she leaned back in her chair. I can't really blame you for that one. Since the Geth showed up at Eden Prime, the galaxy is just throwing curveball after curveball at us. You seem to understand that pretty well, and you weren't even there for the mess on Earth's moon, or that little incident on Novaria. What? Kal said. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about those things, Kazumi said. Ask the captain. But I agree with you. This ship seems to be a magnet for bizarre things, we can't go anywhere without something happened. We stopped to refuel and relax at a friendly planet, and one of us ended up uncovering and slaughtering a freaking cult that kidnapped and murdered people. It's pretty sad that when stuff like that happens it's a slow day too. She sighed. I hate to be the one to say it, but when all of this is said and done, and we finally managed to hunt down Saren and stop him, the galaxy is going to be unrecognizable. Kal started at Kazumi, his eyes wide. What? She asked. That was unexpected coming from someone who just got done giving a speech about how much she likes stealing things. Screw you. She said, the tone in her voice suddenly playful. So what if I think it's fun to grab nice stuff without the owner knowing? I can be deep and philosophical when I want to. And when is that? Kal asked, grinning slightly under his helmet, next to never. This coming from the guy who says that he's only good at blowing things up, Kazumi said. Thievery is a very precise and difficult skill. The slightest mistake and everything goes up in smoke. Any idiot can hold a gun and shoot it, and any idiot and throw a grenade and fire a rocket launcher. Not gonna argue that, Kal said, any idiot could do it. I'm the idiot that does it for a living. But hey, at least this is idiot work that's actually productive to society. You wouldn't know anything about that. Kazumi chuckled. Cal's tone was playful, he wasn't trying to be insulting. You know something, Rieger, you're an okay guy, she said. You're not too bad for a thief, Kal replied. I wouldn't mind getting a drink with you when this is all said and done. So long as it's dextro. Also I may have to filter it a couple of times and I'll probably have to get it through a special straw. Any bacteria that could get through might be fatal for me. I thought that you said that you didn't know that much, Kazumi said, you sounded pretty smart just there. What are you talking about? He asked, stuff like that is common knowledge. I guess it is for Quarians. Not so much for everyone else. Kal chuckled slightly. Damn it, I can't think of anything else to talk about, Kazumi sighed, I mean I already talked about everything I can think about with you, who else am I supposed to talk to? Legion. She glanced at the synthetic. No offense. We have no reason to be offended by your statement, Legion replied. Well, good, Kazumi said. Oh. She cried, snapping her finger. Did you see that new body that EDI has? Yeah, I've been meaning to ask about that, Kal said, looking at Kazumi. What was up with that? You remember that prisoner that you brought back that actually turned out to be an Enclave infiltration unit? Kazumi asked. Yeah. Tailai looked like she was pretty disturbed by that, Kal replied. Can't say I blame her, I liked it better than synthetics were more. Her eyes darted over to Legion, taking in the single eye, hunchback, visible wires sticking out of its back and the massive gaping hole in it. Obvious. Anyway, apparently it had a backup system and tried to reactivate itself when it was on the Normandy. EDI saw it and tried hacking it to prevent and in the process ended up taking control of the whole body. So she's in that thing now? Kal asked. Not all of here, but a bit, Kazumi said. From what I was told, she's got a little bit of herself in there, but the majority of her is still in the Normandy. She's basically controlling it like a puppeteer. Anyway, she thought that the body could end up being useful so she asked to go with the rest of the team on the Miss Ion, Kazumi said, her voice slowing down. You know, I just realized something, Kazumi said. Yeah. Kal asked. How come we got left behind when an AI in a body that she's barely had got to go? Kazumi shouted out, I mean come on. We're way more experienced than her. Artificial intelligence EDI, Posse's processing capabilities far beyond that of any synthetic that the Geth have encountered, Legion interjected. We suspect that she will be able to calculate the best course of action and will be able to preform at a level that will not hamper the efforts of the Normandy crew. Kazumi said. Kal laughed. Never argue with a synthetic. You always lose. XXXXX. What's going on? Woods shouted, slamming her hand onto her desk in frustration. Admiral Crawford's face on her terminal, the usual audio-only caption right beneath it. There's a massive rebel attack in downtown New Boston. Crawford shouted, sounding angry. They've caught General Moore's convoy in a pincer move, she's pinned down. They rebels have tanks, it must be the princes. Woods swore under her breath as she typed into her keyboard, Admiral Crawford's picture being shoved into a corner as video feeds of downtown New Boston filled up the main portion of the screen. Pressing the same button over and over again, she hastily cycled through various cameras until one appeared displaying the battle that Crawford had been talking about. She bit her lip as she saw the battle unfolding in front of her, 2 of Moore's 5 tanks destroyed and a third one damaged, forced hitting her from both sides. 3 Enclave soldiers in power armor were on the far side, fighting against the enemy forces that were coming from that direction. Is that Sigma Squad? Crawford said, apparently watching the same feed that Woods was. What are they doing there? I ordered them to guard General Moore, and apparently that was a smart move, Woods said, typing again into her computer to cause another window to pop up, this one a diagram of New Boston with Enclave military positions marked on it. Omega Squad should already be on the way, but... She looked over the grid, looking for any nearby forces. I'm not sure they'll be able to get there in time. I'm not sure that anyone will be able to. Oh, such a pity. Another picture appeared on the now cluttered desktop of Wood's laptop, this one of Goeth. What a shame it would be if General Moore were to die, one of your most senior staff. But perhaps I could save her, if I were allowed to unleash the Horde. The Horde? In a civilian population? They'd end up creating more problems than they solve. And how do you propose that you get them out there that fast? Goeth, do me a favor and keep your mouth shut. I have 5 minutes at the very most to find a way to help Moore and then execute a plan. Typing into her computer again, she brought up the video feed again, hastily scanning it. It looks like one side is the prince's tanks, while the other side is just infantry, she muttered. If the enemy tanks are taken care of, Moore should be able to use her surviving tanks to eliminate the rebels on the other side. But how do we do that? She ground her teeth in frustration. Time was against her, she needed to think fast. Madam President! Crawford shouted. The carriers you had me order into low orbit. They're within range of Moore's position. What? She said, bringing the map back up and typing into her computer so that it shifted to show a three-dimensional map, with Crawford's ships towards the top. What are you talking about? She asked, checking the distance. You wouldn't be able to get a vertibird down there nearly fast enough. I'm not talking about vertibirds, Crawford said. From their current position, I can get jets to Moore's position within 2 minutes. They can reduce the prince's tanks to rebel. Ah, Goeth said. This sounds interesting. I want to see where this is going to go. Crawford, Wood said through gritted teeth. You do realize that Moore is in the middle of a city that hasn't been evacuated, correct? You do realize that this strike would kill civilians in the process, and you do realize that I am not going to authorize this. Madam President, you are looking at the same footage that I am. Sigma Squad and Moore are outnumbered and they don't have any support that is near enough. I may hate the alcoholic sow, but we can't afford to lose General Moore. The chaos her death would leave the door wide open for the rebels, and her death would cause more and more people to fall in line with the rebels once they prove they can kill someone as senior as her. Absolutely not. Woods shouted, an airstrike on a civilian population would be a PR nightmare and would only serve to piss the rebels off. The Enclave bomb our houses would make a very good rallying cry for rebels to get fresh recruits. It could very well strike fear into their hearts instead, Crawford argued. It might not. These reactions are impossible to predict and I am not going to base the future of the Enclave's stability on a coin flip. Stand down, Crawford. I'm sorry, Madam President, Crawford said, sounding bitter. Someone has to make the hard choices around here. As he spoke, his picture vanished as he disconnected. Crawford. Woods bellowed, do not launch that assault. Your commander-in-chief is giving you a direct order. As she yelled, a small blip appeared on the three-dimensional map in front of her, a single fighter flying out of one of the carriers and heading down to the surface, a military tag appearing right next to it. Damn it! Woods hissed, typing into her computer and opening a direct line to the fighter. Pilot FG-246, this is President Woods, you do not have authorization to launch this assault, break off immediately. There was no response. Pilot, you are not authorized to launch this attack. You will face a firing squad if you continue to disobey. There was still no response. Either the transmitter had been turned off, or she was being ignored. Pilot, this is your last warning, break off. No response. Woods felt her body go slightly limp as the fighter continued to descend, now halfway towards New Boston. Admiral Crawford was not listening to her, the pilot wasn't listening to her, and she had no forces in the area that could shoot down the fighter in time. Reaching forward, she slowly closed the map. She couldn't watch. She slumped back into her chair, her mind awfully blank. All of the variables were right in front of her, she could easily put them together and form an outcome, but her mind seemed to be subconsciously refusing to do so, everything that had just happened floating around in her mind without order as she sat there in shock. Well, what are you going to do about that? Goeth asked, his picture still on the terminal. What do you mean about that? Woods asked numbly. Well, Crawford disobeyed a direct order from you and he's going to get a lot of people killed. You do care about that sort of thing, right? What are you trying to say, Goeth? Woods asked, her teeth gritting in anger as she grasped for her case of cigars. I'm just saying, Goeth said, you claim to stand for the people of the Enclave, yet he slaughtered these very people while disobeying you. That doesn't sound like something that you should get past by unanswered. You are not President Goeth, I am, Woods growled. Besides, you don't even care that the people out there are going to die. No. No, I don't, Goeth admitted. If anything, it excites me. Sure enough, Woods could hear the emotion in his voice. Jubilation. This is the most fun that I've had since I created Omega Squad. Admiral Crawford, ordering his own jits to make a bombing run on an enclave city, the same one that he promised to protect, disobeying orders to do so, ha ha ha. He cackled. I love it. I love every second of it. Goeth, Woods hissed, remind me why I haven't had you killed yet. Because you need me, the scientist replied, no shortage of smugness in his voice, you need me. I developed Omega Squad, I developed all of the Enclave Special Forces, and right now, I'm working on the Geth Corps that we stole from Saren, and when the Coalition and Geth invasion arrives here in 2 weeks, I'm going to be the reason that we don't get wiped out. That would be highly amusing, but it would also be disappointing for this little game of ours to end so soon. So kill me if you want, but when the Geth and Coalition attack, their combined forces will wipe us out. Woods didn't reply, and even though she could not see his face, she knew that Goeth was grinning. Correct me if you are wrong, but you did order Crawford to attack a Geth outpost in order to provoke them into attacking us with the Coalition, correct? You did that in order for the plan that you have in the works for when they show up, didn't you? It'd be a shame if it all went to waste because I'm dead. And what if I kill you after that? What if I want to kill you after the plan is done, our enemies are defeated and I don't need you anymore? If you kill me then? Well, then I really won't care anymore. Feel free to kill me then. What? Woods hissed. Once your plan is done, the number of people that you'll have killed, the destruction that you'll have sowed, the sheer amount of chaos that you'll have caused, once I've watched all of it with my own eyes, I'll die content. Simply watching something so magnificent will have made my life worth living, besides after that, everything else will be so inconsequential and boring, so really what's the point of living on after that? You, don't care if you die. Woods whispered. Woods, I don't think I ever told you why I agreed to research for the Enclave, far before you were even elected. It was to avoid the death penalty, Woods hissed. True, but that was only part of the reason. The galaxy is like a giant forest. It's full of life, countless little animals scurrying around, making sure that they have enough food and water to last another winter, the bigger ones hunting the smaller ones and the smaller ones hiding when the bigger ones come around. It's a massive complex system that serves to only preserve its own existence, and it is beyond boring. But every once in a while, there is something that breaks the status quo. There's a fire. The fire is a beautiful thing, it tears away at the forest, burning everything in sight, not sparing anything, destroying the massive complex system that was built over thousands of years in an instant. It only lasts as long as there is still fuel to burn it though, and in time it fades away, but while it still burns, it is a beauty like no other. That is why I serve the Enclave. Woods, you plan to start a massive fire, and I want to help you start it and watch it burn. The fire you start will be so massive that it may very well consume the entire galaxy, burn so hot that another fire may never burn again. I want to watch this fire burn, break the sickeningly boring status quo, and watch a beauty that will only exist for a brief time. After that, I will have no issues with dying, all I want is to watch a massive fire burn, I don't even care if I burn along with it. So Woods, do me a favor and make sure that this fire burns bright and hot. Woods slammed down on the keyboard to her terminal, Goeth's picture disappearing. Her hand tightened into fists as a vortex of emotions swirled inside of her, she didn't know what to feel anymore, the situation was just becoming too overwhelming for her. Opening her case, she shakily drew one of them out and slipped them in between her lips, producing her lighter and lighting it. She took a drag and exhaled, holding the cigar in her hand shakily. XXXXX. Volker's head spun around as he saw an Enclave soldier taking aim at him with a rifle. Aiming his Theta energy pistol at it, he pulled the trigger and sent a blast flying at him, reducing the soldier to a pile of ash within seconds. He was taking cover behind an overturned car, towards the head of Rebel and Coalition attack on Moore's tank convoy. Fucker. Volker's head glanced in the direction of the voice and saw that an Enclave soldier had flanked him through an alleyway that was right next to him. Before he could do anything, the butt of the soldier's rifle had slammed into his face, sending him reeling back and forced him onto his back, stars swimming in front of his face. Die! The soldier shouted, straightening out his rifle and aiming it at Volker, but before he could fire, a bang filled the air and he staggered back, his shields flaring around him. Another bang roared out and holes were torn in his armor, blood seeping out of them as he fell to the ground dead. You okay? Talai asked, her tactical cloak dropping right next to Volker, taking one hand off of her shotgun and reaching out. Volker reached out and grabbed her hand, Talai pulling him to his feet. Yeah, I'm fine, Volker said, rubbing his head slightly. Don't worry. Don't worry. People have gotten concussions and cracked skulls that way. Just don't do anything stupid, okay? Talai Volker was cut off as a stream of bullets tore through the air, aimed at the two of them, forcing the both of them to scramble behind the car in front of them. This is insane. He shouted. I'm not sure if we can afford to drag this out forever, Talai said, looking up from behind the car slightly. Moore still had 3 tanks and the princes still had 2, both sides were still exchanging fire, but the blasts from the prince's tanks were sending countless Enclave soldiers flying. I mean, the princes might be fine, but they're fighting with everything that they have and there's a chance we might sustain heavy causalities. It looks like we're winning though. Folker shouted. As he did, one of the Tiger tanks, the closest one, started to charge up another plasma blast, but before it could fire, a blue stream from John's pulse rifle flew across the battlefield, hitting the tank, the EMP causing its circuitry to short-circuit. Without another to keep the building up plasma in control, it discharged prematurely, blowing the top half of the tank off. Yeah, but we could lose a lot of people if we don't win quickly. Tailai yelled. Wait a minute. Folker shouted, looking up. He saw Norman desperately dodging as a man in power armor swung at him with bladed arms, Ashley pinned down by a man standing on top of a tank, and Sam, holding only one of her swords, fighting a woman in power armor who was swinging a hammer. We need to help them. Folker shouted, raising his pistol, but before he could fire a single shot, another stream of bullets flew towards him and impacted on his shields, nearly tearing them apart. Get down! Tailai shouted, grabbing him and pulling him down into cover. It looks like they're forming a defensive line. Sure enough, a solid line of Enclave soldiers was standing in between the tanks and the Eagles and Normandy crew, keeping up a steady stream of fire at them. They weren't making any attempts to kill the 3 people that had been sent to kill more. Why aren't they trying to kill them? Folker shouted, gesturing at Norman, Ashley, and Sam. We're keeping them a little busy by shooting at them. Tailai shouted, firing a blast from her shotgun over the car, as if to prove a point. That looks like another Special Forces squad, they probably trust them to get the job done. Damn it, this is bad, we're pinned good and can't help them. She put her finger to her ear. Cheryl, Garis, the team that was sent to take care of Moore is in trouble, they need support. I can't help them right now. Cheryl shouted, a sniper has me pinned good. Same here. Garis shouted. It's going to take a little bit to smash through their defenses now that we don't have the element of surprise anymore. Damn it. Folker shouted, having heard the conversation. Isn't there anything we can do to help them? Not that far away from them, Norman swore under his breath, narrowly sidestepping an overhead blow from his attack. Fuck, he swore internally, jumping back to avoid a stab. If I just had 3 seconds, he dodged a diagonal swipe, I could draw my pistols. He narrowly ducked a blow meant to decapitate him, but this guy he sidestepped another stab, just won't let me do that. Losing patience, Norman gathered biotic energy around his hand and punched forward. The sudden offensive caught his attacker off guard, and his fist slammed into his stomach, a small cracking sounds reaching Norman's ears. He smiled slightly at the satisfying noise, but the second his hand pulled away and attempted to go for his pistol, the soldier immediately recovered, swinging his blades at him again. Persistent little bitch, Norman hissed internally, just fuck off. Not far away, Sam swung her sword over her head, smashing it into the middle of her opponent's hammer as she swung it, sparks flying as the chainsaw attempted to eat through it without success. Practically seething in rage, the woman drew her hammer back and swung it again, Sam barely blocking it in the same way that she had just done. Get out of my way! Sam shouted angrily, shoving forward in an attempt to knock the soldier off balance before swinging her sword again. Fuck you! The woman shouted, holding her hammer up to block the blow before attempting to swing it again. Damn it! Ashley swore, attempting to lean out of cover from behind the destroyed tank, only to have another burst of bullets force her back into cover. Enough of this, she hissed, taking a grenade off of her belt and chucking it around the edge of the tank. She heard gunfire as the grenade flew through the air and took advantage of the situation, whipping out of cover and aiming her rifle at the soldier that had been keeping her pinned, firing 3 bursts. The shots hit the soldier, and within seconds the grenade that she had thrown reached the base of the tank that he was standing on, detonating and causing him to stagger slightly. His shields weakened, the soldier still recovered quickly and raised his hands, bullets flying from them again. Shit! Ashley swore, ducking back into cover. What does it take to put these people down? She stopped mid-sentence as a high-pitched whirring noise reached her ears. Looking up, she saw a faint black dot in the sky, one that seemed to steadily be growing larger. Her eyes widened. Oh no, she whispered. The figure on top of the tank looked up as well, and although no one could see it, his eyes widened under his helmet. Sigma Squad! Take cover! He shouted, jumping down from the top of the tank as the other 2 soldiers and many others looked up. There was a loud whirring noise as all of a sudden a massive jet flew overhead, going at such a high speed that it was gone within a second. The explosion took another second to happen. The side of the tank column that the princes were on were engulfed in fire, the rebel tanks being reduced to scrap metal within seconds. Dozens of bodies were sent flying through the air, limbs ripped off like they had been made out of paper as massive amounts of rubble was torn up from the ground too. A massive shockwave spread out, the force so ground that all of the military forces nearby were forced back by it, the sheer kinetic energy produced by the bombs. Norman found himself stumbling backwards, but recovered his balance quickly, his eyes snapping back at his opponent. He did so only to realize that he was in the middle of charging at him. Before he could do so much as a single thing, a massive sharp pain tore through him as one arm reached out and grabbed his left arm in a vice-like grip, while the blade on the other arm flew forward, piercing his combat vest and burying itself in his stomach. The man pulled the blade out and stabbed him 2 more times for good measure, crimson blood squirting out of the wounds and onto the roads below. Fighting through the pain, Norman gathered biotic energy around his free hand before raising it over his head, brining it slamming down on the soldier's upper torso as he pulled back for another stab. There was the sound of snapping metal, a loud crack, and a squelching sound as his fist slammed down, and a few drops of blood started dripping down the front of the Enclave soldier's armor. The soldier stumbled back, letting go of Norman's hand, which immediately flew down to one of his pistols and drew it, leveling it at the Enclave soldier and firing off shot after shot. With the countless bullets pinging off of his now weakened shields, the soldier made a hasty retreat, falling back to the heart of the Enclave tank column. "Damn it!" Sam shouted, reaching up with her sword and bashing her opponent with the hilt, causing her to stumble back. Instead of following it up with a finishing move, she dove for the sword that she had dropped and hastily grabbed it, sliding it onto her back before firing her rockets and flying back to the 2 trucks. "Fall back!" she shouted, "Everyone fall back! We need to get out of here!" "You heard her!" Jane shouted, "Retreat!" Norman hissed as he watched the Enclave soldier retreat, but at the same time did not hesitate to turn and run, quickly making it back to the ranks of the Coalition and Eagle forces. "Holy shit!" Roger swore as he fell into line with Norman. Did they seriously just do that? He glanced back over his shoulder as they ran. There was a loud crumbling noise as one of the 2-story buildings near the bombing zone began to tip over, its structural integrity compromised, before falling over. "I don't see any of the princes." "Damn it!" Norman shouted, "They're all dead?" As he shouted, he heard a loud thump and turned to see Cheryl landing not that far from them. "We don't have time to worry about them," she yelled. "The surviving tanks are turning their main guns in our direction." "Shit!" Roger shouted, spotting one of the trucks that they had used to arrive there. "Come on," he said, the 3 of them climbing onto the back of the truck. Glancing back out of the back, he saw around half a dozen Eagles running in their direction as fast as they could. "Hurry!" Norman shouted, looking at them, but no sooner had he spoken than a blast of plasma landed right in the middle of them, sending them all flying. "Fuck!" he swore. "Oh damn it!" Cheryl said, looking at the tank that had killed the Eagles, "It's adjusting to fire on us." "Screw it, we need to get out of here," Roger said, moving through the rear of the truck and into the driver's seat, grabbing the wheel, trying not to notice a dead man just outside of the door. "Jane, if we don't head out now we're going to get fragged," he shouted, putting his finger to his ear. "You're going to have to overpack the other." "Just go," she shouted. He didn't need further persuasion. He slammed down on the acceleration as the truck rocketed forward, heading down the street just as a plasma blast hit where it had been moments earlier. "Everyone in now!" Jane shouted, firing a blast of plasma at an Enclave trooper and killing him as all of the Coalition and Eagle forces hastily piled into the remaining truck, to the point where they were rather cramped, but all still inside. Ashley and Rex were the last ones on besides her, Rex firing one last rocket at one of the tanks, causing it to smoke, and Ashley running from the burning tank to the entrance of the truck, bullets shredding at her shields. Finally, she climbed into the back of the truck, slamming the door down behind her as the driver floored it, driving off. Oh goddess," Lyra gasped, clutching at her sides. I can't believe that they did that." "You're not the only one," Michael said, sounding disgusted. "The Enclave didn't even write a Bill of Rights. They can arrest us for speaking out against them in public, kick down our doors and turn out houses upside down, and send us off to prison without a trial, and I still thought that they were above pulling stunts like this," Michael growled. "And they wonder why people don't like them." "Damn it," Sam swore, backing into a wall and sliding down. We failed. Moore is still alive." "Sometimes you fail. It happens," said, looking at her. "No commander can be infallible. Still, a good commander cuts their losses, orders a retreat when they know a battle can't be won and minimizes friendly causalities. That call you just made probably wasn't an easy one, but it was the right one." Sam smiled weakly. "Thanks, I think." "Keela," Taylai said, slumping against the wall of the truck, "I wasn't expecting anything like this, were you, Folker?" She received no response. "Folker?" she asked, looking to her side where he was sitting. Folker was trembling, his arms shaking rather violently, to the point where it looked like he was having a hard time holding onto his gun. "Folker?" she asked again, sounding concerned. They. Folker said, sounding helpless as he looked up at Taylai, tears in his eyes. How could they?" he asked, his voice weak as tears began to stream down his face. I just can't, oh god, he whimpered, his gun falling from his hands and onto the floor as he quietly began to sob, Tailai looking on in shock. Slowly, she leaned in and gently hugged him. XXXXX. Author's note, just a little question, I've just been thinking about it with everyone accusing people who were involved in the Retake ME3 movement for whining. Are you going to buy ME4? Are you still mad at the ending? Do you think the extended cut did enough? For me, those answers are, no, hell yes, and moved it from an F to a D, technically a passing grade, but disappointing from someone that normally churns out B and A grade work. I'm just curious and I want to know your opinion. P.S. Also, I've put a new poll up on my profile. Vote now and tell me who your favorite from the Ashes OC is. PSS. Yes, I know that Quarians don't say ain't, but considering that the person that voiced Kal also played Jane in Firefly, I couldn't pass up this chance. Chapter 56. Secrets revealed. Author's note, holy crap. In the character poll, Moore got 1 vote, Cheryl got 1 vote, Norman got 3, Roger got 3, and Folker got 10. Geez, I had no idea that people liked him so much. So, just feel free to vote on the poll on my profile if you haven't done it already. XXXXX. Oh my god, Warren whispered, clutching at his bleeding chest and the dent in his power armor. There was still a massive cloud of dust from where Admiral Crawford's fighter had bombed, the now lifeless husks of the prince's tanks still burning. Who ordered that strike? General Moore, did you? Albert started, looking at the general, who was getting to her feet, dusting off the front of her uniform. I didn't, Major, I'm just as much in the dark as you are, Moore said sadly, looking around. We've got a couple of stragglers. A nearby Marine shouted. Sure enough, a handful of princes were getting to their feet, looking shaken but aiming their weapons at General Moore. Take them down. The Marine shouted, as she and around a dozen other Marines raised their rifles and opened fire. The disoriented and unshielded rebels only lasted seconds against the weapons of the Marines. General. The Marine said, turning and running towards her, along with a dozen other Marines, are you all right? I'm fine. Moore snapped, but if those rebels survived then there's a chance that there could be civilians alive in the rebel. Get in there and search for them. But the Marine said, her head switching back and forth between the area that had been bombed and General Moore. Ma'am, if there are still rebels in the area you could be in. Go. Moore shouted, looking around at the Enclave soldiers in the area, all of you. The Marine said, looking at Albert out of the corner of her eye. Major Black, can you and the rest of Sigma Squad keep the General safe while we just go? Warren said, we got her covered. Understood. The Marine said, everyone, move out. Several dozen Enclave Marine and heavy troopers ran towards Ground Zero, their weapons in hand. Some of them stooped down and began to dig through the rubble of the building that had fallen over, while others ran into buildings that had massive chunks blown off by the bombing, but were still standing. Fires were very visibly burning in some of them. God damn it, Moore swore, backing into one of the 2 still functioning tanks, sliding down into a sitting position. General, are you all right? Albert said, walking forward along with the other 2 members of Sigma Squad. No, she grunted, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small bottle of whiskey. I just had over 100 enemy soldiers that were trying to kill me, dozens of my own men killed, 3 of my tanks destroyed, and in order for my pathetic life to be saved, that had to happen. She shouted, pointing at the bombing site. So no, I'm not all right. Moore shouted, pulling the cork out of the bottle of whiskey. She was lifting it to her lips when Cadence's hand darted forward, grabbing it and holding it in place before Moore had been able to take a drink. What are you doing? Cadence said, glaring at her mother. Having a drink, she said bluntly. You were carrying this the whole time. Cadence said, angrily pulling the bottle out of her hand. You have a massive problem with this stuff, can't you understand that? I understand, I just find it hard to care, Moore said. I don't even know how many people are dead right now. Killed by rebels, or by an airstrike caused by our own people. When put in comparison, me drinking a little, so that I can get through the day without wanting to stick my gun in my mouth is a little tame by comparison, so give that back. She shouted, holding her hand out. You don't get it, do you? Cadence shouted, throwing the bottle at the ground, where it shattered on impact, the dark liquid forming a puddle on the ground. You're fucking poisoning yourself with this stuff. I get it, you're depressed, I can't blame you for that, but drinking like this isn't making the problem go away, if anything it makes it worse. You need to talk to someone, Mom. You need to see a therapist. Therapist? She said, getting to her feet, you think that just talking to someone is going to make this all stop for me? Maybe for someone else, maybe for someone who saw someone get shot in front of them or saw their parents die, maybe that'd work for them, but it won't work for me, and do you know why? Those people need therapy to help them put their problems behind them. I can't put my problems behind me, because they're right here, slapping me in the face, every fucking day. Every day, more and more people are dying in this fucking rebellion and I'm the person that has to give them the order to die, and if I don't there's going to be complete anarchy in the streets. I can't get away from it because it's my reality. Warren said nervously, biting his lip slightly as he pulled his helmet off. Guys, is this really the place for you two to be having this argument? And General Moore, with all due respect, Cadence has a point. You should really see someone for depression or alcoholism, or both. I agree, Albert said, pulling off his helmet as well. Your drinking habit impairs both your ability to command, and your personal relationships with your family. If you're not going to do it for yourself, then do it for your daughter. You do care about her, don't you? Of course I do. Moore said, sounding offended. Then how come you're fighting me so much? Cadence demanded. I'm trying to help you for Christ's sake. I just Moore began, but before she could finish, a roar caused all four of them to look up. A lone vertibird was descending towards them, landing nearby as the back door opened. The four members of Omega Squad walked out. Major Black, what is your situation? Edward asked, looking concerned. Pretty beaten up, but all of my squad and General Moore are still alive, Albert replied. We took several dozen causalities though, A&D. Well. He sadly gestured behind him, where the Enclave soldiers were still digging, a couple of them pulling out a few civilians that were still coughing while still more were emerging from the buildings with soot-covered civilians on their back. I see, Edward said, looking at the carnage. I will speak with President Woods about who ordered that strike. Considering that she ordered us here to provide support to you, I doubt that it was her. Also, several other vertibirds were dispatched to pursue the trucks that the other rebels and the coalition forces were in. What? Warren said, looking at Edward. Are you telling me that after that airstrike we're going to have gunships firing in the middle of downtown? I doubt that we'll have to worry about that, Edward said. From what I've heard, the trucks are heading for the city limits, which aren't that far from here. There are some nearby woods, most likely they'll try to hide in there. Odds are they had a contingency plan in case things went sour. With any luck, they won't get away. I hope not, Warren said, looking off into the distance. It's bad enough that all of these people had to die. I don't know if I could live with myself if they did, but the rebels didn't. Oh, remind me, Grace said, walking towards Warren, a smug grin on her face under her helmet. What was that you said when you were sent to provide support for us? When the coalition made their first move. You honestly want to have this talk now? Warren asked, sounding a little angry as he turned to face Grace. I'm not in the mood to measure dicks. Funny, you had no problem going off at me when you thought that it was all our fault that Admiral Zora got away. How is it not your fault that this happened? Warren's hand clenched into a fist. He honestly thought that he was going to punch Grace when he caught a glimpse of Colonel White out of the corner of his eye. The officer seemed to be watching him. Slowly, he uncurled his fist. You want to do this? Fine, he said. First of all, we didn't fail our objective here. Our objective was to keep General Moore alive. He pointed at her. There she is, alive and healthy. Your mission was to keep Admiral Zora and the Marines with him in Enclave custody. Where are they? Oh right, we don't know. So really, it seems like our track record is still better than yours. The grin slid off of Grace's face. You still failed to bring back Admiral Ron, you still were having enough trouble that this airstrike was ordered. And you honestly had the guts to insult. We still got Zora and 95% of the other prisoners. We were sent to track down a single ship and fought an army, and we didn't make the goddamn call to order this airstrike. We could have pulled them back, we were getting our second wind. He extended one of the blades in his arm, which was still soaked with bright red blood. I was in the middle of stabbing a coalition trooper to death when it happened. Oh, and the best part? Every last failure on our part can be traced back to the brass being incompetent, Crawford letting Ron getting away, Crawford giving us bad intel, and the more I think about it, Crawford was probably the one that ordered the airstrike. Whereas your failure is more down to you being incompetent. In a flash, Grace darted forward, swinging her claw at Warren. Eyes widening, he extended his other blade and took a step back, holding both of his blades in front of him as a defensive measure, but as he did, something strange happened. As Grace lunged at him, all of her limbs seemed to stiffen. Her legs stopped mid-lunge and her arms were stuck in the same place. Without proper support, Grace fell to the ground, her arms still outstretched. Warren looked down, his blade slowly withdrew into his arms. He looked hopelessly confused. What just happened? He said, looking down at the prone Grace. Did she have a stroke or something? You fucking idiot! Rose shouted, sounding legitimately terrified as she ran forward, pulling Grace to her feet as she slowly regained movement in her limbs. Are you trying to get us all into deep shit again? The members of Sigma Squad and General Moore looked on with confusion. Rose sounded like she was on the verge of panicking, even Jessica had taken a few steps forward, acting a little concerned. Colonel, is there a problem? That General Moore began, but Colonel White cut her off. It's nothing, General. Grace sometimes has glitches in her cybernetics. It happens when she puts too much strain on them without needing to. She's been meaning to have Dr. Goeth take a look at them for a while now. In fact, I think she should go wait in the vertibird just to be on the safe side. I don't. Grace started, but Edward stared intently at her. Fine, she said, walking towards the vertibird, a slight limp in her step. Have you ever heard of that happening to a Special Forces member before? Cadence whispered so that only Albert could hear her. I heard that Alpha Squad needs to take medicine on a regular basis so that they don't get infections from their implants, but that's because they were the first squad and had the most primitive equipment and implants. Omega is supposed to have the best, so why would one of their members have a malfunction? Albert responded. Cadence shrugged. Couldn't tell you. I don't have as many implants as they do, but the ones that I do have work just fine. The two of them stood there in silence as the sound of Enclave soldiers clearing rubble filled their ears. XXXXX. Where the fuck are you going? Norman shouted angrily, staggering in the back of the truck and clutching at the stab wounds in his chest. I don't know. Roger shouted, as he jerked on the wheel and rounded a corner in downtown New Boston, nearly smashing into a car as he did. I was focusing on getting away from the hyper-advanced tank that was about to turn us all into ash. It kinda took priority. Captain. Cheryl said, shouting into her comm unit, we're off course. We have no idea where the rally point is. Our driver was supposed to take us there, what do we do? Damn it. Jane shouted, her voice echoing across all three of their comm units, we were supposed to meet up at the Prince's hidden base in the woods, but they were paranoid and only told Sam where it was. We can't give you directions like this, just get out of the city and head into the woods, we'll regroup with you once the coast is clear. Maintain radio silence until I contact you again, we can't risk being traced by the Enclave. Understood. Cheryl said, lowering her hand. You hear that? We're going camping, got it, Roger said as he made a sharp turn, the buildings of New Boston starting to thin out as grass and trees came into view. It doesn't look like it's too far away from. He was cut off as the truck shook violently, a handful of laser blasts tearing through the back of the truck, narrowly missing the three of them. Fuck. Roger said, glancing out of the window as he continued to drive, we've got a vertibird on our tail. Cheryl, get the back door open, Norman said, glancing at the sniper. Roger, keep driving, we'll do what we can to get it off us. You should be laying down, Cheryl hissed, glancing at Norman's wounds. Yeah, I should be, but that's not a luxury that we can afford right now, he said, reaching for his pistols. If you're going to take that prick down, use this. Roger shouted, taking the rocket launcher that he had brought for the assault on General Moore off of his back and tossing it at Norman, who neatly caught it. We've got 3 shots left on this thing, he said, looking down at the counter, that should do it. I hope you're right. Cheryl said, taking the back door and sliding it open, before drawing her sniper rifle and dropping to one knee. With the door open, they saw the retreating city, behind them, and the vertibird flying in the air, firing its Gatling laser at them. Look out! Cheryl shouted, diving to the side and accidentally slamming against the side of the truck as the Gatling laser tore through the truck again, dotting the interior with holes, and a few even smashing the windshield in front of Roger. Can you please kill that fucking thing? Roger shouted, punching the remaining pieces of windshield with his cybernetic arm, clearing up his vision. We're working on it. Norman shouted, leveling the rocket launcher at the vertibird and opening fire. The rocket flew through the air and slammed directly into the center of the VTOL. Its shields flared brightly as the rocket shattered them, Cheryl raising her sniper rifle and firing 3 quick shots off, the windshield on the cockpit on the vertibird shattering as she did. Did I get the pilot? She shouted. As a response, another burst of lasers flew forward, forcing her and Norman to duck down as they flew over their heads. Fuck, it almost hit me that time. Roger shouted, ducking his head down and barely avoiding having it taken off. What is taking so fucking long? Piss off. Norman shouted, leveling the launcher and firing another rocket, managing to hit the main body of the vertibird again, causing it to start to smoke. Suddenly, the vertibird jerked off of its pursuit route, heading back towards the city. It's running. Norman shouted, firing the last rocket at the vertibird, it jerking to the side at the last second and avoiding it. Looks like it. Cheryl shouted, firing 4 more shots after the vertibird, but before too long it vanished from sight in the urban jungle. It didn't go down, but at least it's off of our back. Yeah, I guess, Norman said, dropping to his knees, the rocket launcher falling to the floor, his voice a little faint. Norman. Cheryl said, looking at him. Her eyes widened as she realized that the front of his dust coat was now soaked with blood. We need to get those wounds treated, lie back and... I'm fine. Norman protested, his voice weak. I don't need to. His voice died as he fell forward onto the ground. Roger. Cheryl shouted, we need to get somewhere safe now. What's the Roger asked, glancing back at the interior of the truck. Aw shit. He shouted, flooring the truck, driving towards a collective of trees that were right in front of them. As he did, the truck slowly began to lose speed, coming to a stop just ahead of the trees. Aw fuck. Roger swore, turned the key in the truck and pressing on the acceleration only to earn no results. What's wrong? Cheryl asked. The damn vertibird must have hit the engine, this thing is dead, Roger said, jumping out of the driver's seat and into the back with Norman and Cheryl. How's he doing? Not good, Cheryl said, rearranging Norman so that he was lying on his back. I wish we had the teleporter, we could get him to shock us, she said, hastily drawing her knife as she pulled viciously on his dust coat, easily unbuttoning it and revealing his combat vest below him, bright crimson blood leaking out of the holes in it. You have any Medi-gel? One tube, Roger said, taking it off of his belt and handing it to Cheryl. Thanks, she said, undoing the clasps on Norman's combat vest and pulling the front off, nothing left on him but a tank top. I hope that we're not too late, she said, taking her knife and cutting through the tank top, pulling the shredded remains to the side and leaving Norman's chest bare. She dropped her knife and grabbed the tube of Medi-gel. He's an asshole, but I don't want him to die. Oh my god. What? Roger asked. You sound like as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Norman's chest. No. No fucking way, he whispered, that can't be right. Even with his tank top gone, there was a set of bandages wrapped around the top of Norman's chest, so tight that they were pressing right into his skin. Visible just under them, were very noticeable mounds of flesh. Breasts. We can't focus on this now. Cheryl said, opening the Medi-gel and beginning to apply it to Norman's wounds. Press down around the openings, we can't afford much more blood loss. Right, Roger said weakly, pressing both of his hands on Norman's chest, doing his best to staunch the blood loss as Cheryl began to apply Medi-gel to the wounds, the blood loss as she applied liberal amounts of Medi-gel to each stab wound. She bit her lip as she continued to apply it, putting far more than needed down. Finally, as she plugged the last wound, the bleeding stopped. So she's okay now? Roger asked. I think so, Cheryl said, looking over the wounds, checking that none of them were bleeding before pressing Norman's combat vest back into place. She can't go into a fight without opening them again and she's going to need to see Shockwave. Did you know that Norman was a woman? No, Roger said, shaking his head, I had no idea. I'd be willing to bet that her real name isn't even Norman. It makes sense why she was so against seeing a doctor though back in the Eagle's base. But, why did she hide this from us? Cheryl asked. I don't know, Roger said. Look, we can't stay here. That one vertibird might have given up, but there could be more on the way. We need to get as deep into the forest as we can and find a place to hold out. We may be there for a while. Bending down, he grabbed Norman and put her over his head in a fireman's carry. My hands are full here, so I need you to watch my back. Got it, Cheryl said, picking up her knife and sheathing it before picking up her sniper rifle again. The two of them jumped out of the back of the truck and slowly moved into the woods. Just be careful, the last thing that you need to do right now is open her wounds again. I know, Christ, this feels unnatural. What does? She asked as they continued forward, the trees slowly becoming thicker and thicker. Calling Norman a she. It just doesn't feel natural. I know, Cheryl said, nothing about this makes any sense at all. I still don't even know why she was doing this. Do you think we should ask her when she wakes up? When she realizes that her tank top is in shreds, she going to realize that we know. I don't see why not, Roger said, sounding a little uncertain. That doesn't mean that we're going to get anything out of her though. After all, she was probably keeping her gender hidden for a reason. You don't go out of your way to hide something unless you hide it for a reason. I know, Cheryl said sadly, one of her hands letting go of her sniper rifle and gently stroking the wrappings that surrounded her face. Trust me, I know. Silence filled the air as they continued to walk deeper into the woods. 20 minutes later, they came to a stop. I think that this is far enough, Roger said. Yeah, Cheryl said. And over there looks like a good place to rest. She pointed at a nearby cave that was at the bottom of a small cliff. Okay, Roger said, walking forward and into the cave, Cheryl right behind him. The cave was fairly deep, and it took them a good 15 seconds to reach the end. I guess all we can do now is get comfortable, Roger said, gently laying Norman down. Captain said not to break radio silence, right? Right, Cheryl said, looking at the entrance of the cave. The sky was slightly red, the sun was going down. We may be here overnight. I'm going to head out into the woods and see if I can find anything for us to eat. It might get cold too, so you should probably gather some wood for a fire. Tree branches and woods should do, and in this cave, the smoke won't give away our position. Don't go too far from the cave though, we shouldn't leave her alone. Did you see how thick these woods are? Roger said. There's probably enough wood for a bonfire just outside the cave. Cheryl smiled slightly as she holstered her sniper rifle and drew her crossbow. Hopefully I won't be too long, she said, turning around. Oh, one more thing, she said, glancing at Roger, I've been meaning to say this to you. I had you all wrong when we first met, you gave off the wrong impression because of what you've been though. Maybe Normans like you in that way. Just think about it, she said, turning away from Roger and walking to the front of the cave and walking out, leaving Roger's line of sight. Roger sighed as he relaxed into the wall of the cave, looking at Norman's body. Maybe she's right, he grunted, maybe you're a little like me, gah, he said, pressing the palm of his organic hand into his forehead. Nothing about this makes any fucking sense. For a second he sat there, his thoughts milling about in his head. After a while he got to his feet and walked to the entrance of the cave, picking up twigs and fallen branches to use as firewood. XXXXX. Wood sighed as she stopped just outside a door at the far end of a hallway in the White House. As much as she didn't want to be here, she didn't have any choice in the matter. Once word got out about the bombing run that Admiral Crawford had ordered, the public backlash would be nothing short of massive. She needed a plan and a response, something that she could very well need the approval of the Senate to execute. Still, she had a feeling that it would go badly, but she had to do something. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The Senate meeting room was massive, dozens of rows, tables and chairs set in a half circle along a much larger table, where the leaders of the two parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, sat. Unsurprisingly, the Senate was in an uproar. We need to act and we need to act now. The leader of the Republican Party shouted, shifting slightly in her seat, you know that, so why are you so adamant that we don't need what needs to be done? Pardon me, but not all of us want to live in a fascist state. The leader of the Democrat Party shouted, looking rather angry, some of us actually like enjoying freedom. And your ways are threats to public safety and security, it's no wonder that people are dying like animals in the streets. I wouldn't expect any less from you, you may talk about freedom but we sensible folk know that you all hate freedom. You. May I have your attention please? Woods shouted at the top of her lungs. Every head in the room turned to look at her. Ah, President Woods, the Republican leader said as she walked towards where the leaders sat, stepping in front of a podium reserved for speakers. The matter was urgent, so we started without you. Woods, allow me to say something. I know that you are not affiliated with my party, but if you want to up our people, you need to give me all of the support that you can. Don't listen to him. The Democrat leader shouted, cutting him off, everyone can see that if you weren't independent you would have made an excellent Democrat. We need to. Please, Woods said, her voice stern, allow me to say my piece first. But of course Madam President, the Democrat leader said, her voice slightly scathing. Thank you, she said, turning to face the rest of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress. Half an hour ago today, Admiral Crawford launched an unauthorized airstrike on downtown Boston against a rebel attack force. The civilian casualties are still unknown, but are estimated to be in the thousands. Over the last few decades, there have been many insurgencies throughout the enclave, to the point where the overall death toll of enclave military forces, rebels and civilians, is now well into the hundreds of thousands. While it is very obvious that Admiral Crawford was responsible for the airstrike, and I plan to discipline him appropriately in the near future, he has without a doubt thrown fuel onto a fire that is already out of control. As she said the word fire, the speech that Goeth had given her less than an hour ago popped up in the back of her mind. She tried not to think about it. The people of the enclave are very angry with us, it's why the insurgencies exist in the first place. We have been fighting the rebels for a long time now, but it is clear that simple conventional warfare isn't enough to stop future insurgencies. We need to take steps to stop these rebellions from ever happening again. Well said, the Republican leader said. That's something that we can agree on, the Democrat leader said. Yes. We need to take away what fuels the desire for rebellion in the first place, Woods said. When I was younger, I did research into the old America, and discovered that when it was first founded, its constitution had something that ours lacked, a Bill of Rights. Several rights of the people were outlined with it, the right to a trial by jury, protection from unlawful search and seizure, and the freedom of speech among other things. The main reason that the rebels fight us is because they're angry. Our government is an imperfect one, people are arrested on the streets for voicing complaints against the government, soldiers are permitted to storm houses on mere suspicion. We need to pacify these rebels, our plans for the coalition will be put into motion soon, and we cannot afford to fight an internal and external fight at the same time. You have seen the damage that the rebels can cause on their own. I shudder to think about what would happen if we were to fight a war with the coalition while they continue to fight here, or even worse, What would happen if the rebels actively supported the coalitions? We believe that coalition forces have already made contact with the rebel cells known as the Eagles, the Princes, and the Skulls, providing them with limited support. If our own people see the enemy that we will soon be fighting as preferable rulers to us, then we are digging our own graves. We must remind the people of the enclave that we are not their enemies. We need to revive the Bill of Rights, we need to show the people that we are not merciless dictators. Properly writing and enforcing the bill will no doubt be a long and complicated process, but I have little doubt that the mere announcement of it will take the wind out of the rebels' sails. From the moment I stepped into office, I have faced heavy resistance from all of you. There is no need to pretend otherwise. I don't support either of the two main parties, and as a result you don't support me. I am not a fool. But we stand on the brink of disaster. I urge all of you to work with me so that we can reinstate this bill. We need to stabilize our situation here at home. A very good speech. We do need to smooth things over here, the Republican leader said. But I think you are going about this the wrong way. I think I know what the problem is. Comic books, video games, music, and movies, they're all filled with so much violence and hated. It's no wonder that our youth is being contaminated by this filth. We need to censor it at once. What? Woods shouted. That's absurd. She's right, what were you thinking? The Democrat leader shouted. Clearly these rebels are rising up because of all of the guns that they have access to. We need to crack down on guns harder than we already do. But firearms are already illegal. Woods yelled, looking flabbergasted. Civilians can't even own pistols. Well, clearly we're not cracking down hard enough, the woman said matter-of-factly. Owning a weapon should earn life in prison. Also, it appears that we do not regulate enough. There needs to be more restrictions on business in order to ensure that this does not happen, and higher taxes to pay for these regulations. The people are revolting against us and you want to raise taxes. Woods shouted. She's right, we need to lower taxes, the Republic leader said. We also need to censor entertainment, and it would most likely help if we abolished all forms of corporate regulations. Clearly our stranglehold on the market is what is causing the people to rebel. Woods stuttered, taking a step back. The two leaders continued to argue with each other, and as she looked around to see the other senators shouting at each other, she stared in disbelief. 3 years ago, she had shattered the expectations of the enclave and had managed to be the first independent president to be elected, a victory she attributed to her two opponents launching massive advertising campaigns dedicated to viciously attacking each other while ignoring her. Despite this, she had been able to do very little as president, for every time she had tried to get any legislation passed, she had faced massive resistance from both parties. I thought that this would get them to wake up, Woods hissed, her teeth grit in rage. It seems like I gave them too much credit. She slowly walked away, her hands balling into fists as she turned and slowly walked away, none of the senators noticing as they continued to yell at each other. They don't care about the future of the enclave, Woods hissed, they just care about forwarding the agendas of their own parties. They don't think in the long term, they only care about what's right in front of them. I can't do a damn thing about it either. All I can do is command the military as effectively as I can, and Crawford showed me today that I can't even do that, she muttered as she walked out of the room. How am I supposed to lead like this? A divided government, a revolting people, and my supporters are practically non-existent. There you are, a gruff voice said. Looking up, she saw Admiral Crawford walking towards her. Her eyes narrowed, shooting daggers at him. You wanted to see me. You disobeyed a direct order, she said, her voice dangerously low. I specifically ordered you not to make that airstrike, and you did it anyway. I'm sorry that you didn't have what it took to make the hard decision, Crawford snarled. I'm not going to apologize for what I. Crawford stopped mid-sentence as Woods slammed her fist into his stomach. You do not do whatever you please, Woods growled, drawing a pistol from her side and pointing it directly between Crawford's eyes as he fell to his knees, struggling to breath. You are an admiral, I am the commander-in-chief, I tell you what to do, and then you do it. You do not buck the chain of command and then bomb one of our own cities, killing thousands of the very people that you swore to protect. Woods glared down at Crawford as he coughed violently, holding his chest before glaring up at Woods. You're demoted, effective immediately, Woods said, her voice dangerously low. You're lucky I need all the hands I can get for the upcoming war with the coalition, or I would have sent you to a firing squad. The pilot that actually carried out the strike isn't going to be as lucky though. You think that this is going to change much? He asked. I'm the only admiral in the enclave, there still won't be any other officers above me if I'm demoted to a vice admiral, and I. Who said anything about a vice admiral? Woods asked coldly. You're a captain now, Crawford. Is this a joke? Crawford asked, his eyes flaring in anger. Does it look like a joke? Woods replied, pressing the barrel of her pistol into Crawford's forehead. And who do you plan on having my replacement be? Rear Admiral Gallows, Woods replied. Crawford laughed out loud. Gallows? You're going to give that fat ass the command of the Navy? That's the dumbest thing you could do. Considering that you bombed a civilian population, doing so against direct orders, I get the feeling that I can only go up, Woods countered, and unlike you, Gallows obeys orders, and fits the criteria I need for an admiral. Odds are he'll be promoted to Fleet Admiral too once the war starts, and be given command of the Goliath. You think that the rest of the Navy will listen to him though? Crawford asked. They listen to me, they respect me. That's why that pilot carried out my orders even though he knew that you were going to have him executed for it. What makes you think that the Navy will be inspired by Gallows that way? What makes you think that they'll give a damn about his orders? I'll tell them to, Woods said, very simple. With you a shadow of your former self, I think it should be pretty clear what I can do to people who cause trouble. Besides, from what I hear he's well respected and liked by his men. Yet, his own flotilla maybe, but the main fleet is going to give a shit about some F. Shut up, Woods said, please shut up Crawford, I've heard enough of your so-called wisdom, and the temptation to kill you right here and now is more than it should be. She pulled her gun back, shifting her grip on it so that she was holding it by the barrel before swinging it, smacking Crawford in the side of the head with the butt of the gun, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his head in pain. I'll send you the details on your reassignment before the day is out, Woods said, disgust heavy in her voice as she walked away, Crawford glaring at her as she left. I need to talk to Gallows, someone who doesn't have his head up his ass. She shook her head as she continued to walk. There was a foul taste in her mouth. She had seized what she had thought was a golden opportunity to overthrow the coalition and truly ensure human security in the galaxy with her attack on the Quarian expedition team, but with all of the instability within the Enclave, she was starting to feel that she had made a terrible mistake. No turning back now, she muttered, continuing to walk forward, a horrible feeling in her stomach. XXXXX. Author's note, yeah I guess I could have come up with different names for the political parodies, but then again everyone would have known which ones I was talking about and the Enclave is supposed to represent America for better and for worse, so I thought, why not? Well, one of the big twists that I've been planning up for a while is finally here, I really hope that you guys like it and don't think that I've jumped the shark, I really hope. Chapter 57. Recovery. Author's note, glad to see that the twist that I pulled last chapter was very well received. Well, time to follow up on them I think. XXXXX. Norman groaned slightly as she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Groaning slightly, she realized that she was lying on a cold stone surface and slowly pushed herself into a sitting position. As she did, she felt the rigid metal of her combat vest press into her bare stomach, and realized with a shock of horror that her tank top had been removed. No, she whispered, looking frantically around the cave, pulling her goggles and bandana down. Roger was sitting in front of a small burning fire while Cheryl was using her knife to skin an animal that she didn't recognize. As she shifted, Roger's head turned to look at her. Oh, hey, he said quietly. You all right? You might not want to move too much, your injuries are pretty bad. She blinked as she looked at the two of them. What did you see? We saw enough, Roger said, poking the fire with a stick. Why did you keep it a secret? None of your fucking business, Norman hissed. Oh for God's sake. Cheryl growled in frustration, slamming her knife into the dead animal before looking up. You're just like Roger used to be before he got some damn sense slapped into him. We are not your enemy. Give me a damn reason why I should, Norman growled. There's a reason I let people think that I was a man, a damn good and personal reason, so why should I just go and tell it to you too? Because you saw my chest? Not going to happen. Roger sighed, looking down at the ground. What if I tell you how I lost my arm and eye? Norman blinked. What? I think I only ever told Ashley and Taylai and Cheryl overheard. It's not something I like to think about. But I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you how I lost my arm, you tell me why you let people think that you're a man. Deal. Norman crossed her arms as she looked at Roger, her eye narrowing. I'm not making any promises. If you can convince me that you're not bullshitting me, then I'll think about it. Roger sighed as he reached up and pulled his helmet off, placing it on the ground. I was in the Earth Reclamation project a few years ago. I signed up because they were offering a bonus, double the pay for anyone that would sign up. They were trying to pump some life back into the project. My little sister, she needed money for an operation, she had been in a car crash and couldn't walk. My parents were only minors, so they didn't have much money, so I signed up to chip in. There was a slight shift in Norman's face, but Roger couldn't make it out from across the cave. I was in there for a while, years. I made some friends there, met a girl named Rachel. She was a sweetheart, couldn't even bring herself to say damn. I'm not sure who was more surprised that she got together with the Morian shock troop. Things actually went pretty well for us, we managed to stay together for 3 years. After that though, well, good things don't always last. Something happened? Norman asked. Roger nodded. We were in South America, doing whatever we could to clear out raider tribes and mutated animals. The continent is just packed to the brim with them. Still, with our weapons and armor, the raider outpost that we were attacking went down without a fight. I took point, and really it's amazing how much we take shielding for granted nowadays. Volker probably can't get over it because it was like a shooting gallery with the raiders. I would have felt guilty if they weren't the scum of the earth. But, things went to shit real quick. What? Norman asked. A feral deathclaw came right the hell out of nowhere. Fucking hell, I can never get over how quickly and silently those things can move. I turned around and it was already taking a swing at me. He gestured to his cybernetic arm. That's how I lost this arm. I went down on the ground and it clawed my eye out before I could get my pistol and get it in the head. Roger's face darkened, his cybernetic hand tightening around the stick he was still holding. If Rachel and the rest of my squad had covered me, they might have been able to get me back to the nearest coalition outpost fast enough to get my arm reattached. But they didn't cover me, they ran like little bitches the second the death claw showed up, left me out there to die. For a while, I thought that maybe I could forgive them. After all, those things are terrifying, but they never showed up while I was recovering, never tried to contact me again, and when I checked I saw that they had all transferred off planet to somewhere else. His hand tightened around the stick so hard that it snapped in two. So, that's how I lost my arm, and it's why I was such an ass when I first came onto the ship. Norman paused for a second, looking at Roger. You're not lying. Not lying, he said, looking directly at her. She paused for a second before shifting slightly where she sat. Okay, maybe I'm a little delirious from the blood loss, but I think I believe you. All right, my turn. Thanks, Roger said. Please, just tell us. Why do you dress like a man? Why do you trick people into thinking you're a man? First of all, dressing like a man and pretending to be one are two different things, Norman said. Ever since I was a teenager I dressed like a man. I'm a cross-dresser, I just feel more comfortable wearing men's clothing, I felt more comfortable acting like a man, and I preferred to get into wrestling matches with other guys as opposed to hanging out with girls. I didn't try to pretend to be a man, I just acted and dressed like one, at first anyway. Roger blinked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Norman groaned slightly. As much as I hate to admit it, Gurus is right. My father really is the CEO of Hawkins Industries, Alexander Hawkins. I heard about him, Roger said. He was involved in a pretty big scandal. Does he actually have hands in the jet trade? I'm certain that he does, Norman growled, but I don't have any proof, and he's a very rich and powerful man, but I can't touch him. But that's not the point. If you know about that scandal, you probably know that he's anti-alien and part of the Terra Firma party. In fact, the whole reason he got his company going was riding the wave of anti-council feelings that happened right after the First Contact War. He wanted to bolster the economic strength of the coalition by producing more ships for transport and whatnot. And this man has convinced so many people that he is a patriot of the coalition, that he has their best interest at heart. Cunt. I take it you don't like him, Roger said. No shit, Norman said. He may be a self-made man, but he made his entire fortune off of the backs of paranoia and warmongers, and it doesn't help that he continues to spoon-feed the public that he's a decent man, when that's a massive crock of shit. I know that firsthand. What happened? Roger said, sounding like he almost didn't want to hear the answer. The little son of a bitch was completely obsessed with his public image. Everything had to be perfect in his mind eye, he always had to be wearing his best suit, his trophy wife who had looking pretty as a job had to always be right next to him, wrapped around his arm with always the right amount of makeup on, and his kids always had to be on their best behavior. The problem was, he didn't like the idea of his daughter dressing up like a boy, said it made him look bad. So he tried to get me to stop, but I didn't want to. That's when the bastard started messing with my head. Pardon? Roger said. He tried to control me. He tried to control every last thing that I did. He told me which hand to hold my fork in, told me how much food I should eat and water I should drink each day, told me how to walk, and told me what clothes to wear. He started off small and worked his way up. I couldn't think about it straight after a while, it was like my head was full of being Little Miss Perfect, I was having trouble remembering who I really was. Stockholm Syndrome, Roger said. Yeah, Norman said. It felt fucking awful. Like he was slowly taking me apart and replacing me with a perfect princess. Then, after a while that scandal of his happened, and I saw a little more than I should have, I saw him trading money for jet. Everything that he had been working towards came crashing down, I stopped listening to him altogether, I wore the most masculine clothes that I could find, and I even burnt one of the dresses that he bought me. He was pissed like you wouldn't believe, and we got into a fight over it one day. He told me that I needed to get my act together or else, that I was making him look bad, and I told him that he should stop dealing drugs and then he would have the right to criticize me for not being perfect. 2 days later, Some thugs grabbed me off of the streets and took me somewhere, Norman growled, her teeth clenching in anger. They released a public demand for a ransom, but told me that my father had hired them to put me in my place, to teach me a lesion. And the fuckers got a little carried away, Norman hissed, after they were done with me I was having trouble seeing straight. Then my brother came, Norman said, her voice dropping slightly as sadness filled it. Andrew, he was, gentle. Couldn't hurt a fly. Somehow he figured out what our father had done and he managed to get me out of there. We managed to get a good ways away before they caught up to us. There was a fight and things got heated and Andrew, got shot. Cheryl's eyes widened slightly and Roger bit his lip as Norman continued to speak. I don't know why, maybe the thugs were afraid that he would go to the police on what happened, but they just ran after that. I couldn't think straight and I just hid, and before too long both of my parents showed up, my cunt of a mother not sounding that upset that my brother was dead, and my father insisting that this was all my fault. Norman looked like she wanted to strangle someone. After they took his body and I don't even want to know what to it, I just got out of there, managed to make it to New Carson and joined up with the Roughnecks. It feel good there, I could actually make a difference. I could make it so that people like my father couldn't murder and steal, I could give them what they deserved. A round in the head. And you letting us think that you were a man? Roger asked, the straps on your breasts where did that come into play? I blame him for that, Norman said, looking bitter. I took so much crap from him just because of the clothes that I wore. I sure as hell wasn't going to start wearing dresses, but I just didn't want to take the chance again. It was a pretty personal matter and I wanted to keep it to myself. I don't know. My brother was the only person in my family that didn't treat me like crap for wanting to be myself, and with him dead, I just don't know, she groaned, rubbing her forehead in exhaustion, I just don't know. Well, not much else to say, she said, looking at Roger and Cheryl. I take it that you are going to be telling the others about this? She asked, me being a woman. Do you want us to? Roger asked. No, I'd rather you didn't, Norman said, but I know that that's not going to. Then we'll keep our mouths shut, Roger said. Wait what? Norman said. We'll keep quiet about this if you want us to, Roger said, right Cheryl? Of course, she said, cutting large chunks of meat out of the animal in front of her as she spoke, we're not cruel. Wow, Norman said, looking genuinely surprised. Thank you, Roger, I'm sorry about what happened with Rachel and your arm. I'm sorry about what happened with your brother and parents, Roger said. For a moment, a rather uncomfortable silence passed, the two of them looking at each other uncertainly. The air between them was still tense, but not as tense as it had been before. I take it that Norman isn't your real name. What is? Norman hesitated before answering. Nora. Do me a favor and don't laugh. Roger grinned weakly. Okay, well, we really should get this meat cooking, Cheryl said, taking the raw bits of meat and sticking them on sticks, hanging them over the fire, Roger and Nora watching. XXXXX. A slightly chubby man in sweatpants and a tank top panted heavily as he ran on a treadmill in the White House, sweat pouring down the side of his face. Just a little more, sir. A woman from the side encouraged, looking down at her Omni tool. And time. The man reached out and slammed a button on the treadmill, causing it to slow to a halt with him standing there, panting with his hands on his knees. Water please Nita, the man gasped. Nita smiled as she walked forward, handing a water bottle to the man, who hastily opened it and drank heavily. You're doing well, Admiral. You've lost 50 pounds over the last 6 months, she said proudly. Still a little on the fat side though, the Admiral said gloomily, poking at his flab as he lowered the water bottle. You can't go from overweight to being a bodybuilder in a few weeks, you need to work at it, Admiral, Nita said, smiling cheerfully, besides, you've made great progress. I guess, he said, looking down at his body again. Still, I think I'll stay away from dating until I manage to get my act together a little better. Fair enough, Nita said, the man walking off of the treadmill. As he did, there was a heavy rapping on the door. I'll get it, she said, walking across the room. He's free if you need to talk to O.P. President Woods. What are you doing here? Woods smiled grimly as she walked into the room. Hello there, Lieutenant, I just needed to talk with Gallows. Oh, Madam President, Gallows said, taking another sip of water. What can I do to help you? I trust that you've heard about what happened in downtown New Boston. She asked. I did. It's a tragic event. Crawford is very zealous when it comes to dealing with the rebels. I hope that you disciplined him appropriately. I did. I demoted him to captain, Woods said. That many ranks down in one go. Nita said, slapping her knee. Nice. So, who do you plan on having take his Gallows trailed off as a look of realization and then horror filled his face. No. No, I can't. I don't have enough experience, Madam President. I'd crack under the pressure. The rest of the FFFFF fleet won't listen to me. Look, my STSTST stuttering is acting up already. I know that it's a big leap from Rear Admiral to full-blown Admiral, Woods said. But Crawford has proven that I can't trust him to command our entire fleet. I need someone level-headed that knows how to think ahead and won't jump the gun. That's you, Gallows. I don't know. Look, Woods said, this is going to take a little bit to happen. I still need to work out the specifics and make arrangements. You are after all going from commanding a flotilla of about 20 ships to a fleet of 150. I'll brief you on the details when they're more developed. I just wanted to come here to give you a heads up. Okay, Gallows said, I do my best. I know you will, Woods said. By the way, when the coalition first made their move, I asked you to work on methods for finding the Normandy. Have you gotten anywhere with that yet? Just a moment, Gallows said, walking to a nearby table and picking up a data pad that was lying on it, sitting down. I've come up with a couple of theories, but I either have no way to execute them, or they simply rely too much on luck. One idea I had was to have the ships eject garbage into space so that we could see when the Normandy hit it, but space is so vast that they would easily be able to outmaneuver any debris fields that I could set up. The information our informant gave us told me that the Normandy can only keep its stealth systems active for so many hours, Gallows continued, so it must regularly jump out of the system to vent their excess heat before jumping back into the system. I considered sending ships out to nearby star systems in the hopes of finding them in the process of doing so, possibly refueling, but then I realized that the Normandy most likely has enough fuel to last for months, and that once again, the vastness of space makes it more likely that they'll just jump to the space in between star systems and vent their excess heat there. So in other words, space is so massive that it's going to be practically impossible to find them. Woods asked. That's what it's looking like at the moment, Gallows said. Another one of my ideas was to overheat their engines, forcing them to deactivate their stealth systems, but I have no way to do that. There was the possibility that your infiltrator agent could have gotten on board the Normandy and sabotaged it, but that went horribly wrong, Woods said bitterly. I know. It was being outfitted at the Air Force Base when the attack happened, it had to do the best it could given the circumstances. It might have tricked some of the rebels, but clearly the coalition is a little smarter than that. Speaking of the coalition, we still have no idea how they're actually getting soldiers onto the planet's surface, Gallows said. We should have been able to detect shuttles entering the atmosphere. I think I may know why we can't see them, Woods said. Remember the Exulans? The coalition just went public with their existence and how they're going to try and uplift them. But weren't they devastated by a nuclear war? Wouldn't the Council be angry at the coalition for uplifting them like the Krogan? There's a reason why we need to take the reins of humanity, Woods said gruffly. Anyway, that ship of theirs that crashed on the moon had some very advanced technology if our informant is to be believed. Most likely the Normandy is using Exulan technology to get its people onto the planet. How though? Gallows asked. Woods shook her head. I couldn't tell you. I'm just working with the information that I have. Right, Gallows said, looking down at the data pad again. Well, short of capturing a Normandy crew member and interrogating them, I don't see any way for us to find where that ship is. Come to think of it, even that wouldn't work. The Normandy is probably constantly moving, coming towards the planet at random angles each time, and one of the ship's ground troops most likely wouldn't be informed of them, and if they were, they would be cut loose after they were captured. Gallows sighed. I'm sorry that I can't be of more help to you, Madam President. I'll keep trying though. The Normandy must have a weakness that can be exploited, there's no such thing as a perfect ship. I hope that you're right, Woods said. Goeth should be done with his project before the coalition arrives. Also I have some bad news regarding that, it seems that they're receiving support from the Turians, the army, the Quarians. Damn, Gallows said, biting his lip. I hope that Goeth pulls through, otherwise we're in trouble. There's something else, Woods said, the coalition is bringing in the Brotherhood of Steel. There's an old name, Gallows said. I wonder if they remember us as well as some of us remember them. Crawford in particular likes to talk about how he'll bomb them into submission. Still, I can't help but be worried. Even with their hands preoccupied with Saren and the Geth that he's managing to control, the coalition is still managing to send a fair amount of forces our way. The odd thing is that only a fraction of them are theirs, they've managed to win over quite a few friends. Hardly, Woods said. They bought the services of the army, and the Turians are helping them out of simple self-interest. The only ones that could even possibly be considered the friends of the coalition in the army that is marching this way are the Quarians, and even they don't fully trust the coalition because they use artificial intelligences. What a mess, Gallows said. The entire galaxy is a mess, the Enclave is a mess, Woods said. We'll can only do what we can to make it better, and it's nowhere near enough. I know, Gallows said gloomily. Hey, are you two okay? Nita asked. We'll live, Woods said. Anyway, I'm glad to see that you are doing well, Gallows. You too, Nita. I'll see you again after I make Crawford's demotion public and I address the people about the airstrike. I have a lot of work to do, so pardon me, she said, walking towards the door. Also, Gallows, you must have lost at least 50 pounds. She called over her shoulder as she walked out. Keep up the good work. See, even the president thinks that you are doing great, Nita said, playfully elbowing Gallows. She's just saying that, he said, but a small smile was playing around his face. You know, I did get asked out on a date yesterday. I'm going. There we go. Nita shouted, I'll get your dress clothes. XXXXX. Whoa. Adam shouted as Cornelia charged at him with her short sword in hand, swinging it at him. He was barely able to bring both of his bayonets up in time to block the swing. Cornelia kept up the offensive, swinging her blade hard and fast at Adam, who barely had enough time to keep on blocking the attacks, his grip on his blade starting to slip. Time out! He shouted, time out! Cornelia stopped mid-strike, slowly taking a step back. You okay? She asked, panting slightly. Both of them were wearing tank tops and sweatpants and were standing in a small empty room in the prince's base. Yeah, Adam said, collapsing to his knees, you were vicious back there. I had trouble keeping up. Oh, sorry about that, Cornelia said, sheathing her sword. I like a good spar but I don't normally try that hard. It's just, I'm trying to get my mind off of what happened back there, she said, looking around uncertainly. When I think about it, it's a lot like Eden Prime happening all over again. Countless people killed in the blink of an eye, people that didn't deserve it. But, say what you will about the heretic Geth, they didn't do it to their own people. Even if they're attacking their own kind, so are the Enclave, but at least they don't attack other heretic Geth. The Enclave can't say that. I agree. It's unnerving, Adam said, shifting into a sitting position. How long do you think that we'll have to stay here? He asked. We can't teleport back to the Normandy. Jane left the teleporter back at the Eagle's base, didn't want to risk the Enclave getting their hands on it. Can't say I blame her, Cornelia said. Dunno. As much as I'd like to run up to the White House and bash the head in of whoever gave that order, we really can't move right now. The Enclave's going to be on high alert. Even more so than when we rescued Admiral Zora, Adam said, slowly getting to his feet. From what I've been hearing, things have been picking up ever since we came here, a lot more Enclave soldiers have been dying, but then again so more rebels. All of the skulls got wiped out in a single attack. I overheard Sam saying that airstrike killed 90% of the princes, and at least a dozen Eagles have been killed in the attack on the Air Force base, the failed assassination of General Moore. Yeah, there's another thing I don't like to think about, Cornelia said sadly. Not only did all of those people die, but that battle back there was an Enclave victory. We lost, we failed. When you're as old as I am, you learn that sometimes you fall and you fall hard, Adam said, getting to his feet. Not a happy lesson to learn, but a true one. Oh, I know that, I'm older than I look, you know, Cornelia said. Really? How old are you? I get the feeling that most of coalition forces on this ship are in their 30s. Minus Folker, that is. I think he's in his 20s, around Taylai's age. And me, of course. Well, to be honest, that's a personal matter. I have seen things though. Nasty things, but hey, you can't always focus on the bad stuff, you need to focus on the happier aspect of life, she said, smiling brightly. Adam chuckled. Like being fit enough to drive an old man to exhaustion while you barely break a sweat? He asked, noticing that Cornelia was indeed barely sweating. I guess, she said, a slight smirk on her face. As she spoke, she heard a series of footsteps from outside the room that they were in. Wonder what's going on out there, she said aloud, walking to the door, Adam right behind her. This is unacceptable. The prince shouted. The Encav killed all of my warriors. Unacceptable. Fucking unacceptable. I thought that the others said that he was calm and affable, Adam said, glancing at Cornelia. Guess he's not as classy when he loses his temper, Cornelia remarked, pushing the door open to reveal the prince standing in the hallway, Sam and Jane standing right in front of him. The prince's plan was brilliant. The prince shouted, the incompetence of the off-worlders and of the warriors of the bird that caused us to fail. You should have stayed and fought, you could have killed the leader of the metal giants. Newsflash, jackass, the Enclave bombed us. Sam shouted, they were bringing their tanks to bear on us. They would have killed all of us if we had stayed. You are a fool. The prince shouted, a fucking fool. You know nothing of battle and sacrifice. Nearly all of the prince's warriors are dead, and you did nothing to honor or avenge their deaths. Our chance is gone forever, to kill her. The prince's warriors died for nothing. Sam bit her lip slightly, looking rather upset as Jane spoke up. There's a difference between making sacrifices and intentionally driving your men to the slaughter. If we had stayed, there would have been a 1 in 10 chance that we actually would have killed more, and a 9 in 10 chance that we would have all died. So do me a favor, get some actual schooling on military tactics and then criticize me. The prince wants you out of his fortress. The prince growls, as soon as it is safe, leave. He shouted, turning around and walking back into the depths of his base. Don't worry. Jane shouted, we'll be glad to be gone. Do you think he had a point? Sam asked quietly, looking at Jane. What do you mean by that? The other woman asked. I mean, a lot of good people died out there and we didn't even get anything accomplished. Some of my own men were killed out there in addition to all of the princes. I led them to their deaths and them dying didn't even accomplish anything. Was me ordering that retreat the right thing to do? Listen to me, Jane said. Losing people under your command hurts, I know that. But people like us, the people who lead others and have to make calls for them, no matter how good we are, we're going to get people killed. Sometimes they have heroic deaths, and other times they die unimportant, forgettable deaths on a dead planet in the middle of nowhere. All we can do is press on, doing our very best and making sure that as few people die as possible, and that the ones that do die end up making a difference in the long run. Have you ever lost anyone under your command? Sam asked. No. I can't say that I have, Jane said. The way that we operate is that we make commando raids instead of larger charges, we operate in a tighter unit, which helps keep us alive. I'm scared though. Scared? Sam asked. When we're done here, we have a mission to hunt down a Turian with access to an army of Geth, in addition to who knows what else. I've managed to keep everyone alive so far, but I've got a bad feeling in my stomach that before this is over, I'm going to be writing a letter to someone's parents on why they're never going to see their child again. But that's enough of that. I want you to have this, she said, taking a flask off of her side and handing it to Sam. What is it? She asked, taking it. My alcohol ration. I never drink them, but the ship was stocked with enough for me anyway. I was wrong about you, Jane said. We were in a tough situation back there and you made the best call that you could while under a lot of stress. I apologize for what I said. Don't worry about it, Sam said, uncorking the flask and taking a sip. No offense, but this really isn't the strongest stuff. It's the best that we have. The coalition is very hesitant about giving strong liquor to its soldiers, for obvious reasons, Jane replied. It clouds your mind. There may be a time for it, but on the battlefield isn't it? There's a reason I never drink the stuff. Oh come on, you'll have to inhale this stuff to get drunk, Sam said, taking another sip. It doesn't matter, Jane said bluntly, I just don't want anything to do with it. Name one other person here that doesn't drink, Sam said. Well, I don't, Adam said, he and Cornelia stepping forward. Yeah, well you're a priest, that doesn't count, Sam said. I meant Sam was cut off as Talai walked down the hallway, looking at Jane. Captain, I need to talk to you about, she began, but Jane cut her off. I was just about to come and check up on him, Jane said. Pardon me, she said as she detached herself from the others and followed Talai down the hallway, making a sharp right turn. How is he? Jane asked. He's not as bad as he was in the truck, but he's still pretty bad, Talai said. I think we're all shaken up by what happened back there, but he's taking it particularly hard. As they spoke, Talai opened a door and walked into a small room filled with metal crates, Folker sitting down on one, a half-empty canteen of water swinging between his legs as he looked at the ground. Hey Folker, Jane said, sitting down next to him. How do you feel? Awful, Folker answered honestly. I just can't stop seeing what happened back there, he whispered. It's like it's engraved into my mind. I've got no love for Yankees, but they didn't deserve to die. People bombing their own cities, over 700 years and nothing's changed. Folker, the second we get a chance to head back up to the Normandy, I want you to have a session with Kelly, Jane said. You're yeoman? Folker asked, looking up at her. Maybe, I don't think I've met her yet. Not even during the trip here. Then maybe we should change that, Jane said. After today's mission royally went south, I want to lay low for a couple of days and come up with a new plan of attack. I want you to use that time to rest and recover, and even then I may want you to stay behind on our next mission. No. Folker said. I'm just a little under the weather right now. I can still fight. Absolutely not, Jane said. If you were to go out to a battlefield the wreck you are now, you'd get yourself killed. You may not be a soldier in the coalition and I can't force you to fight, but as long as you're a guest on my ship I can force you to not fight. But, I can't just sit around and do nothing. Folker protested. Folker, I don't understand why you're so eager to get back out there, Taylai said softly. What you told me about the Second World War, you made it sound like it was the worst experience of your entire life. It was, Volker said sadly. All this fighting, all this death, I can't stand it. Then why are you here? Jane asked, sounding slightly confused. You're not enlisted. You could have gotten off of the ship at Mars and started a new life for yourself there. Why pick up a gun again and keep fighting? Because, Saren is a threat to all humanity, right? He asked. Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Jane asked. From what I've heard of Saren, he reminds me a lot of Hitler and Stalin, Volker said softly. I was just a teenager when Hitler started to rise to power. I wanted him to be in control of Germany, I wanted him to make the Allies pay for what they'd done. I remember that I'd go to his rallies, I couldn't even begin to count how many people there were there, screaming in unison for justice. And that's what it felt like at the time, justice, but now that I think back with everything that I learned, I realize now that it wasn't justice. It was a lynch mob. Lynch mob? Jane said. Volker nodded. Hitler, he stirred the German people up into a frenzy, me included. We were angry, and he made us want blood. Stalin did the same thing, he made the Russians want blood, and when the war came, they set the mobs that they had gathered on each other and just stood back while we teared each other for shreds. Millions of people died in a personal war between two men. The Germans and Russians who fought each other, they were all ordinary people that had just got caught up in the mob, and the ones that realized had no way out. Saren hates the coalition, it's the same hate that Hitler has for non-Germans. He needs to be stopped before he creates his own lynch mob, the same goes for the Enclave. But why? Why you? Jane asked. I don't understand why you think you need to be here. Because I was part of the mob, Volker said. I was part of the mob that helped bring him to power. He conquered our country and tried to do the same to the entire world, and I stood by and cheered him on. I can't just stand by and let this happen again. I need to make a difference this time, I need to make up for what I've done. I don't like fighting, but if it stops another war, I can manage. Volker, you weren't responsible for the rise of Adolf Hitler, Jane said, but I suppose that wanting to stop Saren and the Enclave from engulfing the galaxy in war is a noble goal. However, I still want you off of active duty for the next few days, at least until you have a good talk with Kelly. Okay, Volker said softly, Taylai sitting down next to him. You know, this is a pretty brave and selfless thing that you're doing here, she said comfortingly. You should be proud of yourself. Volker chuckled weakly. Not really. I'm just making up for what I did. I think that you don't have anything to make up for, but I can still respect that, Jane said. Also, you talked about the Russians like you had some experience from their side of the war. Did you ever talk to any Russians? A few, Volker said, his hand working his way into his pocket as he rubbed the golden star. XXXXX. Author's note, something I just want to say real quick. While Halo 4 is by no means a bad game, now that the honeymoon phase is over I'm starting to realize that it's far from perfect, campaign being a little on the short side, multiplayer being a little frantic with some key playlists missing, Spartan Ops enjoyable but kinda repetitive, and while I haven't touched them, I heard that custom games and Forge are a bit of a mess. That being said, 343 has acknowledged that their game is far from perfect and that they're going to try harder in Halo 5. Considering that this is quite literally the first game that they've made, I think it's safe to say that they can improve, and as their first game it's pretty good, and hey, they admitted that they messed up to some degree, that's more than a lot of companies will do. Also, you may have noticed that I haven't ranted in a while. That's because I'm done with it. The world is negative and overly cynical enough without me contributing to it. In other words, I've kinda become disillusioned with it. That's all. Also, no, Norman, or rather Nora, is not transgender, simply a crossdresser. I decided to go down this path because, to be perfectly honest, my characters are like people to me, the way that they're supposed to be, just clicks. That, and if I were to write about a transgender person I would royally fuck it up. Chapter 58. Laying low. Author's note, I think I need to clarify something in the last chapter. One reviewer said that he didn't see why I explained why Nora wore men's clothing since he knew women who wore t-shirts and jeans all the time. That's a nice thought, but it's not quite how it works. I'm going to try and explore the thought process behind a cross-dresser in this chapter, fingers crossed that I don't fuck it up. If I do, please correct me. XXXXX. What is this thing? Nora asked, looking at a large chunk of cooked meat on a stick before tearing a large chunk off with her. It's a little tough, and it tastes funny. Yeah, a little, Roger said, also taking a bite of the alien animal's meat. I don't know, I've never seen anything like this before, Cheryl said, looking down at the dead animal lying beside her. It resembled a deer, but it had 6 legs, 4 eyes, and seemed to be much taller and thinner. It must be native to the planet, here before the Enclave got here. That's a little weird, Nora said, wouldn't the Enclave have done everything that they could to get animals native to Earth out here? Aren't they obsessed with making things as much like America as possible? Or is that just a rumor? I wouldn't put it past them, Roger said. They probably try to get restaurants to serve burgers and hot dogs just like pre-war America. Good like finding a cow that isn't red with 2 heads though, and a pig. Well, I saw a pig during my time on Earth. What? Nora asked. Cheryl, have you seen a post-war pig? Roger asked. Oh yeah, Cheryl said, shaking her head. Spent some time at the Washington Confederacy before I got shipped off planet. If you ever see one, just blast it in the face with a shotgun. Trust me. I don't even want to know, do I? Nora asked. No, you do not, Roger said. Oh look. Cheryl, behind you, looks like the Enclave did import animals from Earth. Cheryl said, looking behind her. With a single swift movement she drew her knife and drove it through a rather large radroach that had been crawling behind her. Hey, look at that, she said, looking at the dead insect on the end of her knife. Probably managed to sneak on the first ships that came here and managed to reproduce on the planet. A lot like rodents, Nora said. Probably, Cheryl said. Then, without any warning, she opened her mouth and bit off a massive chunk of radroach, chewing it and swallowing it. Roger gagged on the piece of meat that he had been chewing on, slamming his fist into his chest as he coughed up a few chunks of meat as Nora's eyes widened. Did he cough again? Did you just eat radroach meat? Raw radroach meat? Why would you do that? Cheryl shrugged. Why not? It's not that bad. Not that bad? It's the most disgusting thing to overcome from our shitty corner of the galaxy. I ate one on a bet when I was on Earth. Roger said. How did that go? Nora asked, sounding as if she didn't want to know. Let me put it this way, I didn't win and I needed a new suit of armor when I was done, Roger said, shuddering slightly. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how you're able to keep that damn thing down. They're a little bitter, but they're not that bad, Cheryl said casually, taking another bite. When you grow up in a place like Alaska, you learn to not be picky. It's still a winter wasteland up there, half of the things you kill for supper are the same you're worried might try and stampede through the village the next day. Sometimes hunting them just wasn't worth it. Sometimes you had to make do with less pleasant alternatives, she said, taking another bite of the radroach, finishing it off. That was a small one, she muttered. Okay, so Cheryl has an iron stomach, Roger said. Good to know. We needed someone to taste test Gardner's food without being convicted of a war crime. You're exaggerating a little bit, aren't you? Nora said, a slight smile on her face. Only a little bit, Roger said. Hey, there's something that I've been meaning to ask you. How come you disguised yourself as a man? You were kinda vague on that. Nora sighed as she leaned back against the wall. To be honest, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I mean, I always dressed like this, but after everything that happened, I guess I was just too scared. It isn't the 19th century, you're allowed to wear pants, Roger said. The captain wears a pretty nice hoodie when she's off duty. I know, Nora growled in frustration. I just didn't want to take the risk. There was always this little voice in the back of my head that told me to keep it a secret. I just couldn't stand the thought of wearing things like a dress, but after everything my dad went through, there was just some kind of mental block. It's personal. Every time you talk about wearing dresses you sound like someone is twisting your arm, Roger said. How come? Nora shrugged. How come you wear men's clothing and don't wear women's clothing? Whatever your answer to that is, mine is the same. I guess that's just the way my brain's been wired ever since I was born. I love wearing practical, comfortable clothes like this, and I would probably kill myself out of embarrassment if I was ever seen in anything feminine. I only wear clothing designed for men. I only ever wanted to wear clothing designed for men. Not to mention I tended to cut my hair, act, and dress in a way that I actively got mistaken for a man, even if I never tried to hide my gender before everything went to hell, and I just like it that way and I can't stand being feminine in the slightest. I don't mind people that are feminine, but I personally can't stand being feminine. Does that explain things for you? A little. Roger said. Before he could say anything else, he heard a twig snap. His hand flew to his assault rifle and grabbed it, aiming it at the entrance to the cave. Cheryl and Nora had also heard the noise, Nora drawing her pistols while Cheryl drew her sniper rifle, both of them aiming it at the entrance to the cave. Whoa whoa! A familiar voice shouted. Don't shoot! Nora lowered her pistols. Kazumi. Yeah, it's me. I've been looking for you 4 hours, Kazumi said, walking into the cave, her tactical cloak dropping. The captain decided that it would be too risky to try and contact you because you still weren't that far from where we launched our attack, so the Enclave could be searching the area and she didn't want to risk breaking radio silence. So what she did was that she had EDI tell Joker to use the teleporter to get down to the Eagle's base, told me to take the other teleporter to look for you guys so that you could get back to the Normandy. After that, I need to head to where the others are hiding out so they can get back onto the Normandy, then I need to head back to the Eagle's base, and I need to do it all on foot. Yeah, sounds like fun. Oh, sorry about that, Roger said. I'll live, Kazumi said, taking the teleporter off of her back and laying it on the ground, activating it. Anyway, you three had a fun time camping out here, but now you should really get out of here. The others should be joining you before too long. I don't think that the prince's base is that far away. Thank you, Nora said as the three of them got to their feet, and one by one walked into the teleporter. 1 second they were in the cave, the next, they were in the Normandy's engine room. Oh good, you're okay. Epifex said, looking up from his bench and looking excited. How are you holding up down there? Adam said, looking up from his console. Jumping in and out of the system so that the stealth systems don't melt on us isn't easy, but we've got it covered. We're fine, Roger said. But Norman here needs to see Dr. Shockwell. I don't. Nora started, but Cheryl nudged her in the back as they started to walk. Don't complain, she said as they three of them made their way out of the engine room and into the elevator. You do know why I don't want her to look at my wounds, right? Nora asked as the doors closed in front of them. You got a pretty good look. You need to have someone take a look at that, Cheryl said sternly. Those injuries could get infected if they don't get treated properly. Medigel won't hold up forever. I know, Nora growled. But in case you didn't catch it, I'd rather have as few people know about my dirty little secret as possible. You can trust Dr. Shockwell, Cheryl said. She's a member of the followers of the apocalypse. They don't care who you are, they just want to help you. But Nora began. Besides, haven't you ever heard of doctor-patient confidentiality? Roger asked. Really, if you could choose one person that you were forced to be honest with, she'd be a good choice. Nora bit her lip as the elevator slid to a stop. I don't know. It's either this or die when those wounds start to smell, Roger said. Nora sighed bitterly. I guess that you're right, she said, the three of them walking across the mess hall and into the medical bay. Dr. Shockwell was standing in there, looking at a daytop ad. Oh, you're back. Are you okay? Do any of you need treatment? Norman got stabbed a couple of times down there, Cheryl said. He needs treatment. But, we also need you to keep a bit of a secret. Is there any chance that we could get a little more privacy? She asked, looking at the windows to the medical bay. Of course, she said, pressing a button near the windows that caused them to turn pure white, blocking out the views from the mess hall. What seems to be the problem? Fuck it, Nora grumbled, no point in being blunt. I'm not a guy. Oh. Dr. Shockwell said, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh goodness, I never thought. Nora smiled wryly. Guess I was good at hiding it. Look, it's a really personal thing, I'd rather that no one knew about it. Can you do me a favor and just not tell anyone about this? The captain included. Of course, Shockwell said. Your secret is safe with me. It's not like this affects the safety of everyone on the ship. Now, lay down and take your combat vest off so I can take a look at the damage. She looked at Cheryl and Roger. You don't mind leaving, do you? I could use a little privacy. Nora, you okay with this? Roger asked. I'm a big girl, Dad, Nora said dryly. I can handle a few pokes and prods. Could you just do me a favor and grab my spare trench coat and combat vest from my room? I'd rather not have a uniform with holes in it, and my trench coat sleeves have been shredded since we got here. Also, I need a new tank top. Someone shredded the one that I was wearing. Cheryl chuckled. One fresh set of clothes coming up, and while you're at it, you can finally get those arms of yours treated from when they got slashed by that Enclave soldier, she said, walking out of the medical bay, Roger right behind her. Well, that went surprisingly well. So, his room is over there? Roger asked, pointing at the far side of the deck. You want to keep calling her Norman when other people are still around? Cheryl asked. Kinda, Roger said. Fair enough. You wouldn't want to give him a reason to smash your face in, Cheryl said, smiling slightly. He's got a fair bit of practice. Fuck you, Roger said, both of them walking forward and heading to Nora's room. As they did, they passed the elevator as it opened, Lyra walking out. Wow, you're back up already. Roger said, looking at Lyra. That was, please tell me that cave we were in wasn't 5 feet away from the prince's base. No, Kazumi said that it was a bit of a hike, Lyra said. How are the two of you? You're not hurt, are you? And where's Norman? Shockwell is taking a look at him. He got stabbed a couple of times, Roger said, gesturing over his shoulder. She said that she wants to be alone while she works. Oh. Well, that's reasonable. I'm just glad that you two are okay, I'm glad that everyone is okay. Lyra said. No one on the Normandy died. The eagles and the princes, they weren't so lucky. Folker isn't taking it very well. He'll be fine, Roger said, a slightly comforting tone in his voice. The guy survived fighting the Red Army for 2 years without putting his gun in his mouth. He's tougher than he looks. I suppose, Lyra said. It feels odd being around him. I've never met anyone besides other Asari and Krogan who were alive a millennium ago. It's an odd change of pace. Pretty sure he's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that you're, how old are you? Roger asked. Only 106, Lyra said. He's probably still trying to understand why you put an only in there, Roger said. Speaking of which, how are you holding up? You're probably one of the most inexperienced people on the ship, no offense. None taken, Lyra said. And I'll be fine. Even if you only live for a century, you see a lot of people grow old and die. I'm a little more used to death than I should be. Still, what happened down there, I can see why the Enclave is considered a threat if they're willing to do that. I'll stick with you, these people can't be allowed to run rampant. Good to hear, Roger said. Oh, by the way, Shepard says that she wants us back on the ground once Kashumi gets back to the Eagle's base. She wants us on standby for when another opening in the Enclave's defenses appear, Lyra said. She seemed rather quiet when she said that. Tired even. Commanding a force all the way out here. Roger said. I can see what that'd be exhausting. I'll take being an NCO any day. Anyway, nice talking to you, Lyra, we'll probably be seeing you again soon. Lyra nodded as Cheryl and Roger walked off. XXXXX. Wood sighed as she pressed her hands into her temples, rubbing them. She was sitting in the middle of a cafeteria in the White House that was deserted at this late hour. She had come here in the hopes of being able to focus like she always did, but for some reason there was a mental block in her head. She couldn't get anything done. Come on, she hissed, looking down at the data pad in front of her. Tomorrow morning you are going to have to address the public about what happened in New Boston, and you haven't even started writing your speech. Hey there, Madam President. Looking up, Wood said General Moore approaching her, sitting down across from her. Late night assignment? Sort of, Wood said, looking down at the blank data pad in frustration. But I might as well be doing nothing. I suppose I need a minute to clear my mind, she said, pushing the data pad off to the side. I'm glad to see that you're unharmed. I take it that your daughter is well too. Yeah, Moore said gruffly, uncorking a bottle of whiskey that she was holding and taking a swig from it. She's okay. As I understand you have a bit of a problem with that stuff, Wood said, eyeing the bottle of whiskey distrustingly. Maybe you shouldn't. You've got your cigars to calm you down when you're stressed, I've got my whiskey, Moore said, taking another swig. It calms me down, it makes me feel better, and most importantly it makes it so that I don't want to deep-throat my gun. Wood sighed. It's tough, I know. People like us have to make tough calls. You demoted Crawford, right? Moore said, taking another swig. For what he did? Yeah, he's a captain now. A captain, serves the son of a bitch, right? Moore growled. I would have rather died back there than let all of those people die. What gives him the fucking right to make that call? What makes him think that my life is worth saving? My job pretty much sucked everything that made my life worth living out of it, with the exception of my daughter, and half the time she can't stand to look at me. It's because you drink, Wood said. She's worried about you. Any daughter would be. I know, Moore said sadly, taking another swig. But I need this stuff. I'm not proud of it, but I need it. I wish she could understand that. I don't have anyone else trying to comfort me. Your husband left you, right? Wood said. Yeah, he did, Moore growled, her voice starting to slur slightly. He tells me how much he loves me and Cadence, how he'll always be there for us, and the second I make general, he starts fucking another woman. He spun some bullshit excuse of how he had needs and that I wasn't satisfying them, and that whore he ran off with did. Not to mention he said that he couldn't handle the stress of all the attention that I was attracting, when he got the edge of it at the very most. You sound like you don't miss him very much, Wood said. Why should I? Moore growled. The only fond memory I have of the prick is Cadence clocking him in the face when he told me that he was leaving me for a blonde bimbo. The girl knows how to throw a punch. I'm better off without him now that I think about it. Some people are happier with someone, some people are happier single. I learned the hard way that I'm happier single. I take it that you are too. No. Not really, Wood said. I'm like you. I used to be married. Really? Moore said. I didn't know that. Yeah, Wood said, activating her Omni tool and causing a holographic picture to be displayed. It was of Woods in a suit and of another woman in a wedding dress, smiling at the camera. We had it pretty good. We managed to make it for 15 years, not bad compared to most people. She left me 2 years back. Not sure what happened to her. Oh, and I take it that it was because she couldn't handle the attention that she was getting married to the president? Moore asked angrily. No. She left after the rebels tried to kill her. Oh, Moore said, sound uncomfortable all of a sudden. That's, not what I was expecting. She was about to go to work when she remembered that she had forgotten her Omni tool, and good thing she did. Her car exploded and nearly seared half off her face off. I think that the rebels were trying to get at me through her, or maybe just get her to get back at me. Woods shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, the second she was released from the hospital. She didn't tell me where she was going, didn't say if she'd ever be back. She just sent me a one-word message. Goodbye. Woods sighed as she reached into her pocket and produced her case of cigars, lighting one and taking a drag on it. Though now that I think about it, the stress was pretty bad for her even before that, she continued. The Republicans were constantly shrieking about her because, well, you know, and the Democrats constantly on the camera on her in an attempt to further their own agenda. I wouldn't have minded as much if they had bothered to actually learn her damn name. It's official, our lives suck, Moore said, taking another swig of whiskey. We're hiding out in the middle of nowhere. The majority of the people in charge have their heads so far up their asses that we accomplish one major thing every 25 years, and the people hate us and want us all dead. Oh, and as of recent, the coalition knows where we are and will be here by the end of the month. I won't lie to you, it's not easy, Woods said. Especially when I'm forced to work with people like Goeth. Sometimes I wonder if it's all really worth it or if I'm doing more harm than good. Then let me ask you something. With the chokehold that we have on space travel, it's impossible for anyone to leave the system, but why don't you? Moore asked. You could get a shuttle and leave all of this behind. Head out to a coalition colony in the middle of nowhere, dye your hair, change your name, and try to find a life for yourself that isn't complete and utter misery. I would like to, I really would, Woods said. But I can't just leave everything behind. I ran for president for a reason. People are angry at the government, and they have every reason to. They've been focusing so hard on relentless militarism that people's rights have been neglected. I heard that last night alone, 15 people were beat within an inch of their life by the military police for breaking curfew to spray graffiti on the walls. I thought that I could fix this. Last time I checked, it hasn't been going that well for you, Moore said. No, it hasn't. I have no supporters at all in Congress, which means that trying to get any legislative movements passed is like getting to the moon by walking. It just isn't going to happen. But I can't just drop in all and run away. The oath that every last member of Congress took when they were elected may mean nothing to them, but the oath that I took means something to me. These are my people, I'm not going to abandon them, not with Congress as out of control as it is, not with Saren running around with Geth, not as long as there's still something I can do. I may have to fight tooth and nail just to move at a snail's pace, but I have to do something. There's something inside of me that I can't describe that just keeps me going. Don't we all, Moore said, taking another sip. Oh, Madam President, there you are. The two women looked up to see Admiral Gallows approaching them, wearing what looked like formal dinner wear. What do you think? A little too formal. Where are you going? Woods asked. That's what really matters when you're deciding what to wear. Dinner in a movie, Gallows said nervously. Then yes, you're overdressed, Woods said. You need to relax a little, Gallows, you're just going out on a date, you're not getting married. I know, Gallows said nervously. I just don't want to mess this up. The person who asked me out seemed like a really nice guy and I don't want to botch it the second that I meet him. Just wear a nice shirt and some pants. If he freaks out over what you wear, then frankly he probably wasn't worth it in the first place, Woods said. Why you rewrite Madam President, Gallows said. Thank you. I need to go get CCCCCC changed. Well, seems like not all of us are alone and miserable. Even though the two aren't really connected with me, Moore said as Gallows ran off. Do you think it'll go all right for him? I would think so. Gallows is a nice man, not to mention he doesn't really give up when he starts to work on something, Woods said. Like when he tries to lose weight. Oh yeah, no kidding, Moore said. He's still a little flabby but he looks great compared to what he used to be. How did he get so big again? He was a little like you, Woods said sadly. He was trying to cope with the hardships that he was going through. The difference was that instead of drinking, he developed an eating disorder. He managed to get the better of it 6 months ago and he's been doing what he can to get rid of the weight that he built up. You make it sound like it's easy, Moore said, sipping from the whiskey bottle again. I never said that, Woods said sadly. But tell me something, General, how come you're still here? A general wouldn't have that much trouble getting off planet either. I wish I knew, Moore said. I guess I'm a little like you, there's something here keeping me going. I'm half convinced that it's cadence, or maybe it's just the liqueur. I've got enough in my system right now for either one to be true. Are you sure that you don't want to see someone about this? Woods asked. I'd rather not make it an order. I'm sure, Moore grumbled, and can you really afford to take me off duty now of all times? I guess not, Woods said sadly, looking down at her blank day top hat again. Well, this thing isn't going to write itself, she said, taking the day top hat and starting to type into it. XXXXX. It's good to speak to you again, Captain, Admiral Marcus said. What's your status? I wish that I could be giving you a bit better news, Admiral, Jane said, kneeling down in front of the massive comm unit in the Eagle's base, Sam right next to her. We managed to cripple a military base in the Enclave's capital that was housing the local air support for the area, but afterward we attempted to assassinate an Enclave general, but that proved to be less than successful. Not to mention, of the few rebels that we've managed to gain the support of, over 100 were killed in the last 2 battles that we were in. We've barely made dent in the Enclave's forces. I see. This is understandable through, we were not expecting you to have to deal with the Enclave being as large as they are. That being said, I still need you to do whatever damage that you can to the Enclave. We are on our way, and the weaker they are when we arrive the better. I trust that the Eagles are still supporting you. You bet we are, Sam said. We may have lost some men, but we knew what we were getting ourselves into when we first started fighting the Enclave. We're with you till the end. I'm glad to hear that, Marcus said. We have started the voyage to the Enclave's home world. We should be there in 2 weeks. We are receiving support from the True Geth, the army, Quarians and the Turians, so I have high hopes for this invasion now. Wait, Jane said. They, Admiral, did you say the Turians? I'm just as surprised as you are, Marcus said. Apparently one of their generals managed to put enough pressure on the hierarchy to send 80 ships to support us. That may be just what we need to make this attack work. I do hope that the Enclave's mole isn't going to let them in on that particular secret. So I take it you're not telling anyone else then? Jane asked. I'll probably come back to haunt me later, but no. Do you have any idea who it could be yet? I do have a suspect. Rear Admiral Mihailovich has been acting oddly these past few days, but I don't have any solid evidence on him. Oh, well, I'll let you know if I can figure out anything on my end. Very well. Marcus paused before speaking again. If I may ask, Captain, what are you planning for your next move? I'm not going to lie, Admiral, I don't have a next move at the moment. I want to lay low for a couple of days after the thrashing the Enclave gave us. They were willing to carpet bomb a city block just to get at us, so I want to take it slow now. Oh, by the way, I've managed to gather some data on the Enclave, including information on the formation of their military and on an organization called the Enclave Special Forces. I should be sending it to you now. Very well, Marcus said. Also, this is very unprofessional of me, but you have a Cornelia Lepidus in your crew. Yes. Why do you ask? Jane said. There is somewhere here that wants to speak with her. Considering that you are risking your lives in the heart of enemy territory with minimal support, going against regulations like this is the least that I can do. Okay, hold on a second, Jane said, putting her finger to her ear. Cornelia, I need to see you. You know where to find me, right? Yeah. On my way, the woman said. Jane lowered her hand and waited for a few minutes, and eventually, she heard Cornelia enter the room. What's up? No one's hurt, right? Someone wants to talk to you, Jane said, moving out of the way of the comm unit. Hello. Cornelia said, looking uncertain as she sat down in front of the comm unit. Who's there? She's all yours, Harkness, Marcus. Wait a minute, Harkness. Cornelia said, sounding surprised. But, are you telling me that? Hey there, Cornelia, a warm and friendly voice said through the comm unit. Dad. Cornelia said, her eyes widening as a look of pure delight dawned on her face. I didn't know that you were a part of this mission, I thought that you were still on Mars. We got called out here to deal with the Enclave, Harkness explained. You were so busy with your mission that I never got a chance to contact you. How have you been keeping up? I think we should go, Jane whispered, nudging Sam, who nodded as the two of them walked out of the room. What's going on in there? Karen asked, who had been walking past but came to a stop as he saw the two women coming out. Cornelia is talking to her dad. Some guy named Harkness, Jane explained. Oh, well that's nice, I mean, wait, did you say Harkness? Are you sure? Karen asked. Yes, why? Jane asked uncertainly. I need to talk to Fox, Karen said, turning and running down the hallway. What was that all about? Sam asked, glancing at Jane. I don't know, Jane said, shaking her head. Maybe Karen and Fox met Harkness at one point, or maybe they met one of his ancestors, they've lived long enough for them to have done that. Somehow I doubt that it's a serious thing, otherwise he would have told me. Karen is a dedicated soldier like that. She trailed off as she heard a loud shout coming from a room down the hallway. That can't be good, Sam said, the two women breaking into a sprint as they ran through the Eagle's base, quickly sliding through an open doorway. They found themselves in the room that the Eagles used as their cafeteria, Rael arguing with Legion, while Talai and Folker were getting to their feet around a small table, looking like they had been interrupted in the middle of a meal. Exactly what are you trying to imply? Rael growled, glaring at Legion. We are attempting to urge the Creator to not attempt to launch attacks against any Geth once the Enclave are eliminated, the synthetic said. The results would be disastrous for both sides. The Geth do not desire conflict with the Creators, we desire peace. If that's the case, then why don't you give us back our home world? Rael asked angrily. We've been forced to travel around the galaxy as exiles for the last 3 centuries. It would take 6 more to properly adapt our immune systems to any other planet besides Renok. If you say that you don't want conflict with us, then why don't you do that? As Rael continued to shout, Folker began to walk across the room, looking as if he was heading for the door, Talai not far behind him. Geth have built many facilities orbiting and within short travel of Renok. Permitting the Creators and the migrant fleet to freely enter Renok's orbit could prove to be disastrous to Geth. It would be an ideal position for Creators to attack. You just said that you wanted peace with us. Rael said angrily. We do. Creator Zora does not. Legion said simply. It is true that Geth desire peace with Creators, but we have come to realize that peace with Creators is unlikely. Creators attack Geth when they believe that victory is possible 100% of the time. When you refuse to do anything to convince us that you are interested in doing anything other than preserving yourself, it's hard to imagine why. You're content to sit behind the veil and convince yourself that you're peace-loving, while we're struggling to stay alive every year, because of what you did to us in the Morning War. What else are we supposed to do? You made no attempts to contact us and you won't give us the one planet where we can actually get back on our feet peacefully. Taking it back by force is the only option that we have. Geth deemed attempting to make contact with Creators and other organics to be too risky. There was a 75.8% chance that Geth emerging from the veil would be seen as an act of war and prompt an invasion from not only the Creators, but the Council. Last time I checked, the Council fleet wasn't amassing to charge Renok. We did not say that it was definite, only that it was the most likely outcome. We were not willing to take the chance. Is that all you care about? Your damn statistics. Rael growled. You don't even care about the billions of Quarians that you killed, do you? It was just another calculation to you. Geth do what we deem necessary to survive. Creator Zora, you are no different. We calculate a 14.9% chance that the research you were developing was meant to kill the Geth, and a 83.1% chance that you were intending to use it to reprogram us and make us your loyal servants again. You what? Folker spun around, his eyes glued to Rael. Is he telling the truth? You were going to do the same thing that the Enclave is trying to do. Yes, we were, Rael said. Even if we were to retake Renok and find a way to cure our immune systems, the Quarian people would still be insignificant in the eyes of the galactic community. 17 million is the population of a pre-industrial species, not a spacefaring one. Even if we were to get Renok back, our economy would be small and pathetic compared to every last race in the galaxy, we would still have no influence. By controlling the Geth, we gain a massive military and economic force that can secure the future of the Quarian people in every way, by giving us the manpower that we don't have, and by finally giving us our home world back. All of the problems that haunt our race, gone in a single stroke. And all you need to do to save millions is enslave billions, Folker said, disgust heavy in his voice. And you wonder why the Geth don't think that peace with you is possible? Maybe you should step down as Admiral. If I were a Geth, I'd feel a lot more comfortable negotiating when someone that approves of mass brainwashing or genocide isn't in charge. Talai felt a pang of anger as Folker spoke. She opened her mouth to retort to what he said, but before she did she stopped. Something feels wrong about this, Talai thought. When he argued about the Geth with me he wasn't so forward and hostile. Why is he like this now? As she thought, she remembered how shaken up he had been mere hours ago, and she highly doubted that he had gotten over it that easily. Her eyes widened in realization. Boy, do me a favor, Rael growled. Don't lecture me when you have no idea what you're talking about. Before Folker could reply, Talai gently put her hand on his shoulder. Folker. Come on, let's get out of here. Talai, I know that he's your father, but Folker began turning to look at her, but Talai cut him off before he could finish. Folker, please listen to me, Talai said, putting both of her hands on his shoulders. I know that you're still upset by what you saw out there, I can't blame you. You're not thinking straight right now, you're lashing out. Please, just walk away from this before you do or say something that you'll regret. But... Folker said, his facial features softening noticeably. Okay, he whispered softly. Come on, she said gently leading him out of the room. He's starting his meetings with Kelly today, Jane muttered. You need to keep your crew under control, Captain, Rael said coldly. You let me worry about that, Jane replied sternly. Also, now that I think about it, the True Geth are going to be providing military support when the Coalition launches their attack on this planet. Won't the Enclave be able to use the research that they stole from you to turn them against us? No, Rael replied, even with the data I was gathering from the ship that I was examining when I was attacked, it would take months for me to finish that project, and that's the most idealistic perspective. That's probably why the Enclave wanted to attack us without being detected, so that they would have time to finish it. I contacted Shayla and told her the same thing, your Admiral Marcus should know it as well. We have no evidence to prove Creator Zora wrong, Legion added. Well, good, Jane said. Also, I think it might be for the best if you two avoided each other. We conquer, Legion said, slowly making its way towards the exit and crossing the threshold. Jane sighed as she and Sam turned around. I hope that we can take on the Enclave without tearing each other apart first. Me too. Well, hope this place isn't too cramped for you, Sam said. You're gonna be here a while. Chapter 59. Ancient Technology. Author's note, well, school has started up for me again, so far the classes seem pretty good, I have the most awesome science professor ever, and hopefully I won't sit on my ass all day and I'll actually get something done. Well, let's tell a story. XXXXX. Admiral, may I have a word with you? Anderson looked up from the office that he had given during his stay on the Citadel to see Rear Admiral Mihailovich standing in his doorway. What is it? He asked, looking up from the data pad that he had been reading. Why was I not informed that the Normandy was being sent to deal with the Enclave? Anderson frowned as he looked up at the Rear Admiral, not having forgotten his outburst when he had first pulled his ships away from their positions. Mihailovich, that is classified information in a very delicate operation, where did you learn about that? Anderson asked. One of the captains on the ships that were pulled from my forces sent me a message, Mihailovich said. He told me. It wasn't hard for him to figure out, we were getting intelligence reports from the heart of Enclave territory and Admiral Marcus was briefing us on them in order to prepare us. The Normandy would be the only ship that could pull something like that off. Mihailovich, you know that we have an infiltrator in the coalition, Anderson said sternly. We should be keeping radio transmissions with Admiral Marcus' fleet to a minimum. Don't give me that, Anderson. If the Enclave knew about the expedition fleet, then odds are that they already know that Admiral Marcus is heading towards them, Mihailovich said angrily. So not only did the coalition authorize 250 billion credits to build that damn ship, but they're not using it to hunt down Saren like we're supposed to be doing. You take ships away from the fleet that I have guarding the colonies from the Geth, and now you take away the ship that was supposed to be actively hunting down them and their leader. Stand down, Admiral, Anderson said, his voice dangerously low. You're out of league. I'm out of league? I'm out of league. Mihailovich shouted, looking as if he wanted to pull his hair out. Admiral, do you have any idea how many people died at Eden Prime? It happened nearly 2 months ago and we're still pulling bodies out of the rubble, and the causality count is easily in the tens of thousands. The Geth are still out there. Saren had a ship so advanced that it took a direct Tesla blast without even flinching and shredded through 30 of our warships. Despite this, you're sending ships away from our colonies to attack the washed-up remnants of a pre-war nation. Do you honestly think that they'll be a threat compared to the Geth? Mihailovich, Anderson growled. This decision was made by myself, Admiral Marcus, and Fleet Admiral Hackett. It is our choice, not yours. So unless you want to face the consequences of this conversation continuing, I suggest that you walk away right now. Seething, Mihailovich turned on the spot and walked out of Anderson's office. After a few minutes, once he was out of earshot of Anderson, he put his finger to his ear. I need to talk to you now. Can you make it? Anderson shook his head as he looked down at his desk. As he did, his comm unit beeped. Anderson, Yudina said, the council says that they want to talk to you. They don't sound happy. Are they ever? He groaned, getting to his feet and walking out of his office, stepping into a nearby elevator. Any idea what's getting them so angry? They aren't saying, Yudina said. They look livid though. Most likely it has something to do with the Enclave because I haven't heard anything about Saren or the Geth. Anderson didn't say anything as the elevator that he was in continued to rise through the Citadel, eventually coming to a stop on the Presidium. He walked out, heading up the stairs to where Yudina was standing, along with the council. Counselors, what can I do for you? He asked, his voice wary as he looked up at the three of them. I would simply like to know why I just received word that the hierarchy's Third Fleet is apparently accompanying the coalition on their attack on the Enclave, Spiritus said, sounding livid. You mean to tell me that you weren't informed? Anderson asked. General Vitt has urged your leaders to allow him to send military support to deal with the Enclave. He believed that once the Enclave was done with us they would pose a treat to the rest of the council. Vitas. Sparatus said, looking down at the daytop hat. They didn't mention him. Everything makes so much more sense now. Regardless, he said, looking back up. Admiral, I must ask you to contact your fleet and order them to abort their attack. They only left yesterday, therefore they should have enough time to call off the attack on the Enclave. Anderson said. You may launch whatever attack you wish against them with as many of your own soldiers and mercenaries as you wish, that is none of our concern. However, we have no reason to believe that the Enclave has any hostile towards the Council considering that they have made no aggressive moves towards us, Sparatus said. We could very well be pulled into a conflict that we have no part of. Considering that this is a squabble among the coalition, specifically among humans, it would be in our best interest not to be involved. It does not help that General Vitas also took several passengers on board that planned to assist both him and the coalition in the battle against the Enclave, Valerne said. Anasari Justikar, a former STG operative, he even managed to get a Drell assassin somehow. If the Enclave sees these forces, they will see it as the entire council declaring war on them. It must feel comfortable to sit around doing nothing while we deal with the Geth and with the Enclave at the same time, Yudina hissed, especially considering that the former is being controlled by one of your people. Exactly what do you want me to do? Anderson said, sounding frustrated. I didn't ask for any help from the hierarchy, they just showed up asking what they could do. Take it up with your government, not mine. I am not the sole ruler of the Turian hierarchy, Sparatus said, merely their voice on the council. However, the choices the three of us make mirror the decisions that all members of the council should follow if they wish to maintain political stability. A member of the council, even one as powerful as the hierarchy, cannot afford to stand on their own when the rest of the council opposes him. We are currently debating, Tavos explained, and while we have yet to reach a unanimous decision, the path that we seem to be heading down will most likely end with us demanding that the Turians withdraw their forces from the attack on the Enclave. In reality this is more of a fair warning than a demand. Stop your forces so that you can better regroup and launch a new attack. I can't afford to do that, Anderson said. Our ships are spread too thin as it is, I can barely keep my officers in line with all of the ships that I had to pull to form our attack group, and Admiral Marcus has told me that the enemy forces are far more numerous than we expected. We may very well need the assistance of the Turian Third Fleet in order to defeat the Enclave. That is not our concern, Valerne said. The Enclave is your enemy, not ours. We have no say in this. Not exactly, Anderson said, activating his Omni tool. I have a team that managed to infiltrate the Enclave's home world, and since then they have been gathering evidence on them. In the past several decades the Enclave has taken in thousands, possibly tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of off-worlders in the form of prisoners. Some of them were kidnapped, others bought as slaves, others simply tricked. Human and alien. Every single time an alien is brought to the planet, it is taken to a stronghold, their capital city. We have no idea what happens to them down there, but we have no reports of them ever coming out. Hardly something worth starting a war over, Sparatus said. I imagine that the number of people that are killed and abducted into slavery in the Terminus systems is similar, most likely even higher. As tragic as it is though, a declaration of war would cause more problems than it would solve. An invasion of Council forces into the Terminus systems would cause a massive and brutal counterattack on us, and declaring war against the Enclave would be even worse. How do you figure? Anderson asked. While they would be united, the various factions of the Terminus systems would be disorganized, in addition to being poorly equipped, even if their sheer numbers would cause untold amounts of damage, Valerne explained. The Enclave on the other hand, has an organized military, high-quality equipment including energy weapons, and access to capital ships such as dreadnoughts. Not to mention that with their isolated position, they can easily defend their planet while sending out a handful of ships to bombard one of our planets. You don't know the Enclave, Anderson said. If you just ignore them, they won't go away. They tried to commit massive genocide on their own race more than once, they won't hesitate to do it to you. That may be true, but they seem to be focusing on you, Tavos said. Try to see this from our point of view, we have too much going on already with Saren and the Geth on the loose, we don't need to fight a war on both fronts. Saren is trying to wipe out the coalition, not the council. Yudina protested in anger. He hasn't done a thing to you, and that is all the justification you need for withdrawing your forces. The Enclave is one of the worst threats that the coalition has ever known, and could very easily become the worst one that you have ever known if you decide not to get rid of them when you have the chance. Nihilus didn't kill himself, Sparatus growled. You're a fool if you don't see that. I don't have time for this, Anderson said, turning and walking out of the council chambers. I need to talk with Admiral Marcus and General Vitas. Tell him that odds are he'll be seeing home again soon. Sparatus called out cruelly, Yudina following right behind Anderson. And they honestly wonder why we never wanted to join the council, Yudina said bitterly. The Enclave is easily one of the worst scourges in the history of our species, and they think that if they stick their fingers in their ears and hum loudly enough, they'll just go away. There's not much that we can do about it though, Anderson said. The best we can is try to appeal directly to the Turian government and try and convince them not to withdraw their support. Accepting help when it's offered to you is one thing, but asking the Turians to continue to provide you help even when the council has told you that they plan on ordering them to pull their support? Admiral, do the words political shitstorm mean anything to you? Our entire relationship with the council has never been anything but a giant political shitstorm, Anderson said bitterly. We've never seen eye to eye on anything. This couldn't have happened at a worse time though. We couldn't get nearly enough ships to attack the Enclave and Marcus was starting to get worried that he wouldn't be able to fight the Enclave on his own when General Vitas arrived with backup. Remember that shitstorm I mentioned? Yudina said sourly. We're going to look weak, crawling to the Turians and begging them for help, even after everything both of our species have gone through. I couldn't care less about that, Anderson said. The Enclave is a threat that needs to be eliminated, it isn't a fashion show. I get things done practically, not flashily. He sighed bitterly. I need to go contact General Vitas, he said before Yudina could reply, walking forward with his head bowed slightly. XXXXX. Saren paced back and forth in the hangar of Sovereign, grinding his mandibles impatiently. Rana, what is our status? He asked, putting his finger to his comm unit. We finished making a controlled FTL jump, she reported. We're close to the Omega-4 relay. If we timed this just right, no one should see us making the jump through the relay. We're approaching the relay now, we're making the jump, now. Saren looked to the side out into the vastness of space through the shielded exit to the hangar, watching as it sped by. Within seconds, they stopped, emerging out into a section of space that was a sickly shade of yellow. Oh goddess! Rana shouted. What is it? Saren asked. Rana oh spirits! As he looked out of the hangar again, he saw what had caused Rana to shout. The skeletons of thousands of ships were floating lifeless in space as Sovereign passed them. He was able to recognize a few of them, a couple appeared to be Turian in design, as well as a few Asari and Solarian, and one ship that even appeared to be Protean. The vast majority of them though, were beyond his knowledge. How many people tried to come here? Rana asked softly. I don't know, Saren said. The Reapers must have had the Omega-4 relay built millions of years ago though, along with the rest of the relays. All this time they've had a natural stronghold that no one could get into if they didn't want them to. Still, we have work to do. The base that they built can't be too far from here. Move forward. Understood, Rana said as Sovereign slowly moved forward through the ship graveyard, a couple of the wrecks being forced away by the ship's kinetic barriers. A few minutes later, a massive shape appeared in the distance. It was the same base that Saren had seen a hologram of in the Batarian space station, cylindrical in nature and looking not unlike an insect hive. Now that he saw it in person, Saren could truly appreciate how bizarre its design was. Nothing about it had any rhyme or reason to it, it looked like it had been thrown together out of scrap metal that had been torn from the derelict ships that surrounded them, without any concern for practicality. Can you detect any defenses or automated ships? Saren asked. No, this place seems deserted, Rana said. We should be close enough for you to board it soon. Good. I want 10 dropships filled with Geth. A prime in each one, Saren said, turning around to look at the row of dropships behind them, the Geth milling around them. I'd rather not have a repeat of what happened on the derelict Reaper. Saren, if you don't want that to happen again, shouldn't you stay here with me and let the Geth do the heavy lifting? You nearly got killed last time. I'm going on board that ship, Saren said abruptly, I can command better from the front lines. But This conversation is over, Saren hissed. Order the Geth onto their dropships now. Very well, Rana said softly as the Geth slowly began to file onto the ships behind him. Good, Saren said, walking towards the nearest one and climbing on board, the door closing behind him. As soon as we're in range, launch. Get us as close as you can to what looks like the control room. Understood, Rana said. And launch. Saren felt a slight jolt in his stomach as the dropship took off, 9 other dropships right behind his. Saren, there's something that I don't understand, Rana said. Why would the Reapers have a space station in the middle of the galactic core? I thought that they resided out in dark space. I don't know, Saren said honestly. My guess is that they wanted a foothold in the galaxy for when they returned to make their conquests easier. We'll find out, I suppose. I see, Rana said, sounding uncomfortable. The rest of the journey passed in silence, the Geth dropships closing on the space station, eventually slowing to a halt right outside it. Hold on a second, Rana said. This looks like Reaper code. I'll see if I can decode it. Yes, this looks like a hangar, hold on. Saren could hear typing over his comm unit as a massive hole opened up in the base, 2 slabs of metal sliding to each side as the Geth ships flew through. Hold on a second, Rana said as the ships landed. I'm closing the door and pressurizing the inside. Stay inside the ship for now. Saren waited for a second, tapping his arm impatiently as a faint hissing sound made its way to his ears through the hull of the dropship. Okay, that should do it, Rana said, the door to the dropship opening. There's oxygen inside the base, you should be able to breathe just fine. Good, Saren said, drawing his assault rifle and moving down the ramp, the Geth right behind him. Stepping down onto the rigid brown floor, he saw the rest of the Geth exiting their dropships, scanning the area for any hostiles. Saren started to do the same, taking a few steps forward before his foot hit something. Looking down, he saw the corpse of a humanoid figure that was vaguely insect-like, especially with 4 eyes. Rana, what is this thing? Saren asked, bending down and activating his Omni tool. Scanning it. And how come it isn't decaying? From what I can tell, the environment of the space station is very sterile, Rana said. Not a lot of bacteria exists in the galactic core, I suppose. As for what that thing is, hold your Omni tool a little closer, I'm starting to scan it now. Saren did as she said as pressed his arm closer, to the point where he was holding it right over the creature's face. From what I can tell, this thing died of a combination of dehydration and malnourishment, Rana said. It starved to death. I'm taking a look at the DNA now, that's interesting. It seems to have a quad-strand DNA. The only other races that I've seen with that are metahumans and the Prothi, oh goddess. What is it? Saren asked. Hold on, I need to check this, Rana said, typing filling Saren's ears again. No. No, that can't be right, it just can't, oh goddess it is. Rana, what is it? Saren asked, sounding frustrated. Saren, these things are, or at the very least they used to be, protein. Protein. Saren said, looking down at the corpse. So, this must be what happens when a protein is turned into a husk. How can you be so calm about this? Rana asked. You were panicking when you saw husks for the first time. I can't afford to constantly be losing my grip and panicking, Saren said. I knew what I was getting myself into when I continued to use the Reapers even after I learned what they had done in the past. Weeping every time I find traces of what they did in the past won't make anything better. So, are these husks the same as the ones that we fought earlier? Saren, I just don't understand how you can. Rana, I asked you a question, Saren said icily. Hold on, she said. No, they're not the same. The husks that you faced had their bodies transformed by the nanobots that had been injected into their systems, but these creatures are different. They have extensive cybernetic implants, multiple organs have been removed, and from what I can tell their very DNA has been altered. Regular husks are not altered that heavily when they are transformed, I don't know why these are different. I think it's safe to say that once the Reapers wiped out the majority of the proteins, they took those that they had turned into husks or indoctrinated and took them out here, Saren said. They experimented with them, trying to turn them into more effective servants. It would be fitting from what we know of them. And when the proteins managed to attack them in dark space, these creatures had no leaders, no one to tell them what to do. So they starved. Oh goddess, Rana whispered. Well, that's a good thing, Saren said briskly. We don't have to worry about running into any resistance if all of the Reaper's servants that were on this ship died a long time ago. Getting back to his feet, Saren started to walk deeper into the station, the Geth right behind him. Saren, what are we supposed to do? Rana asked. What do you mean? We're here to search for any technology and resources that we can use to our advantage, Saren said bluntly. I know that, but what do we do about the proteins? The galaxy has wondered for thousands of years what happened to them and where they went. We finally found them and they've been turned into those things. Just leaving them like this doesn't feel right. We can get to that later, Saren said, walking through an opening that led him down a narrow corridor, around a dozen Geth following him through while the others remained outside. Eventually he passed through another opening and walked into a small room that was featureless save for a holographic display in the middle of the room, surrounded on all sides by control panels. Stepping towards it, Saren noticed another creature lying on the floor, resembling the one that he had seen outside, but much bulkier and looking much less fit for combat. Odds are it had filled the role of the leader caste. Glancing back at the control panel, Saren came to a stop in front of it, holding out his Omni tool again. Use those Reaper codes that we found again, see if they can get through the security systems on this ship. I'll do what I can, Rana said. Saren watched as the codes slowly began to fill the display in front of him, hoping that they would prove to be effective. After a few display, the screen glowed brightly and a massive wall of text began to fill the screen, all of it in a language that Saren couldn't understand. Rana, I need you to translate this and then send it to my Omni tool. Right, she said, Saren looking down as the translated text slowly began to fill the screen on his Omni tool. Let me see, he said, scrolling through the text. Well, that's interesting. Apparently there are a couple of warships in this station, some of them built from the scrap of ships that were destroyed as they jumped through the relay. Apparently this station is capable of building warships, even if the process isn't instant and takes up a fair amount of resources, this is a valuable asset to have. Saren continued to scroll down. The technology that they have is very advanced too. It appears that the protein husks used handheld particle beam cannons in combat, or at least something resembling them. They also used much larger versions as ship-to-ship weapons, and they even have robot swarms designed to disable organic beings. They probably used the last one to help capture organics for processing, either to create a new Reaper or just to make husks. And they, oh, well then, Saren said, a smile spreading across his face. I can certainly use that. What is it? Rana asked. It appeared that even when the proteins were extinct, the Reapers decided that they still had a use for them. These dead husks that we've been seeing are the results of cloning. The Reapers cloned them by the hundreds of thousands for use in combat, but they all died when the Reapers were defeated. However, the tissue samples that they used to create these beings in the first place, they are still intact. Saren, you can't be saying that, you can't Saren, you can't do this, Rana said helplessly. Why shouldn't I? Saren asked. We all agreed long ago that defeating the coalition was worth any price. We're already using the Reapers Rana, all of them, including Sovereign, were created by the death thralls of long-gone species. We've come too far now to let things like that hold us back. I need you to come on board, I want you to find out how we can restart the cloning program. Saren, I don't think that I can do this. I don't care. Saren suddenly shouted, his voice angry. We have a mission to complete that will decide the fate of the entire galaxy. I do not have time to deal with the lack of will in a spineless Asari maiden, who can't even do what she told me she could. Saren, Rana said, sounding like she was about to start crying. Rana, Saren said, realizing what he had just done. I'm sorry, just get over here, he said, lowering his hand. XXXXXX. Gah! Marauder Shields cried out in pain. He was sitting in the spare bedroom that the mysterious stranger had given him in the back of the ship, lying on the ground as he tightly clutched his chest. A searing, blinding pain was tearing through him, he felt like his rib cage was being forced open. The door slid open and the stranger came bursting in, kneeling down next to him. What's wrong? He asked, quickly activating his Omni tool and scanning him. My chest. Marauder Shields shouted, Gah! Marauder Shields rolled onto his back and, to the stranger's horror, his chest burst wide open. His eyes widened as he saw Marauder Shields' organs within his chest, his heart still throbbing even as it was exposed to the outside world with noticeable strips of cybernetics on it, his lungs hastily inflating and deflating as he breathed, his fractured ribs that had spread away from his chest along with his skin, and countless pieces of metal and implants everyone. But what truly caught his eye, was a mass of metal that was emerging from the inside of Marauder Shields' chest, a noticeable grip on the far end of it, as if Shields was supposed to grab it. Hastily grabbing it, the stranger pulled it out, meeting surprising little resistance as it popped out of his chest. Flipping the object over in his hands, the stranger realized with a jolt that it was a rifle, dark gray and crudely shaped. Looking down, he was about to say something when he realized that Shields' chest was closing again. Dropping the rifle onto the floor, he activated his Omni tool again, scanning Shields. What happened? Shields asked, noticeably in less pain. God. From what I can tell, the nanobots that are in your system, they created this, he said, gesturing to the rifle with his free hand. And now they're repairing the damage they caused, they're knitting your bones back together and closing the hole in your chest. It's happening so fast it's unreal. Why did this happen? Shields asked gingerly, pushing himself into a sitting position. From what I can tell, the process that turned you into what you are now was meant to also brainwash you, wipe your memory clean so that you could become a mindless soldier. Apparently after you were changed, this was probably supposed to be how you were armed. The nanobots used components that they were able to pick up to manufacture that rifle. How could anyone stand that pain? Shields asked, rubbing his chest gingerly. Considering what you were supposed to become, I don't think anyone commanding puppets like that cares about how much pain they go through. As he spoke, he picked up the rifle again and aimed it at the wall, pulling the trigger. Nothing happened. I guess the nanobots really were damaged when they entered your body, the damn thing doesn't work. Maybe. Give it to me, Shields said, holding his hand out. I have an idea. Suit yourself, he said, handing the rifle to Shields. But I don't think that. Shields pulled the trigger, a shot flying out of the barrel and slamming into the wall. How did you do that? The stranger asked. I think only I can use this gun, Shields said, looking down at the rifle. So the enemy can't scavenge it, the stranger said. Clever. So, are you okay? No. No, I'm not, Shields said, throwing the rifle to the side. Look at me, he said, gesturing to his body. Saren transformed me into this thing. I have circuitry now. My ridges have been bent like they were made out of clay. I don't even know how many eyes I have anymore. He shouted, pointing at his face. And now my body is ripping itself apart so that it can spit out a rifle, but I can't even remember what my name is. No, I'm not okay. A moment of silence passed as Shields looked down at his hands. I'm sorry, the stranger said. I can't imagine what you're going through is like. But I can understand the gist of it. Things have gotten pretty hard in my life too. How? Shields asked, sounding half curious, half scathing. What could you have possibly gone through compared to this? That's personal, the stranger said. So is this, Shields growled, gesturing to himself. Maybe I'll tell you one day. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about something. I send the information to the coalition. In order to make it so that it doesn't make its way back to us, it'll have to go through a couple of back doors, so it might be a few days before anyone gets their hands on it. Late is better than never, I suppose, Shields grunted. Is there anything else? Yes. Do you remember how I said that I got rid of problems and that you said that you would help me? Shields nodded. Well, I just got a target on the radar and it's a big one. He's on a planet that's only a day or two away from here, and with my ship we should be able to slip in and take him out. Who is it? The leader of the Blue Suns, the stranger said. Vito Santiago. You don't settle for small targets, I see, Shields said. What's the situation with him? He's sending a lot of ships and men out to try and take advantage of the power vacuum that was caused when the coalition took in the leader of the Eclipse into custody. The Blue Suns have been clashing with what's left of Eclipse in addition to the Blood Pack and the army, to the point where they're starting to throw everything that they have at them. But they're so busy fighting over contested territory like Omega that their defenses in their home territory are starting to slacken. The other mercenary groups have been having the same problem, so they won't be able to take advantage of this. But we will. Do you think that taking out Vito will do much good? Shields asked. I'm certain. The Blue Suns call themselves a private security organization, but they're cutthroat mercenaries at the best and outright pirates and terrorists at the worst. They control dozens of settlements in the terminus systems, extorting money out of the millions of people and ruling over them with an iron grip. They don't even keep those people safe, they're constantly attacked by freelance pirates and other criminals on a regular basis. At least most dictators in the past had the decency to provide order and security along with their tyranny, the stranger said bitterly. And Vito is the one holding the entire operation together. The galaxy will be a lot better off with a .44 round in his head. It sounds like you have a special kind of hatred for people like the Vito, Shields said. I have reason to, the stranger said. Anyway, are you sure that you're all right? I'm fine. It doesn't even hurt anymore. Well, just in case something like that crops up again, this ship has a medical bay, head there and get yourself some painkillers to make it more manageable. I hope that it won't come to that. As he spoke, there was a slight shudder as the ship came to a halt. What was that? We're stopping over a small settlement on the brink of the terminus systems. It's coalition and I have an understanding with the administrator of the hub station. I do him a couple of favors, and he keeps my ship supplied without looking suspicious. I need to go out there and make some arrangements. You stay on the ship, there's no need to draw attention to yourself. What about you? Won't you stick out with clothes like that? The coalition light infantry wear uniforms a lot crazier than this, the stranger said. In fact, the division of this planet all wear suits and ties over their combat vests. I doubt that I'll stand out too much. Now then, I really do need to get going. Vito may be undermanned, but it's still going to be the two of us against a lot of mercenaries. You might get a chance to put that rifle to use. Maybe, Shields said as the stranger left the room. He walked down the hallway and stopped by the airlock, stopping for a brief second before the door slid open and he walked out, stepping on board the hub station that he had docked with. He stepped through the crowds that were milling about the station, stopping in front of a man standing by a stack of crates. "Yet," he said. "What do you want?" Without saying anything, the stranger reached into his trench coat and pulled out a data pad, handing it to the man. He took it and briefly looked it over. "The usual?" he asked. The stranger nodded. "Your ship will be ready to leave in an hour. My boys will take care of everything," the man said, turning and walking away. The stranger was about to head back to his ship when a handful of voices broke through the mill of the crowd. "I need a ship to Zoria. The public transports don't go any farther than here," a voice with a British accent said. "Zoria?" a loud voice said. "Isn't that place a Blue Suns hotspot?" "Yeah, I need to go there for personal reasons," the voice said. "I know it's dangerous, so I'll pay well. 500,000 credits sound good." "Ha! I'd be willing to go out there for a fraction of that price," the loud voice said. "You've got yourself a..." "No no no no," a third voice shouted. We are not going anywhere near the goddamn Blue Suns. I'm pretty sure that they haven't forgotten any of the trouble that we've caused them over the last few years. Going near them is signing our own death warrants. The stranger turned around, seeing a man with a white beard and a 10-gallon hat and a Mr. Gutsy talking to a heavily scarred man in mismatched yellow armor. Why do you even want to go to Zoria? The Mr. Gutsy asked. I want to kill Vido Santiago, the man in yellow armor said bluntly. Okay, no, fuck no, the Mr. Gutsy said. That settles it, get someone else to fly you there. Fuck off. Aw come on Rig, where's your sense of adventure? The man in the hat asked happily. Being strangled to death by my desire to stay alive Hurst, Rig snapped. We already had to tangle with the head of another major mercenary group, I'd rather not repeat the process, especially intentionally. He turned to look at the man in yellow armor. Why do you want him dead anyway? You have a death wish. Maybe I do, the man growled. You just worry about getting me there. Pardon me, the stranger said, your voice carried and I couldn't help but overhear. I think we may have a common goal in mind. You want Vido dead too? The man in yellow armor said. Glad to hear it. Name's Zaid. How much do you want? Nothing. I was just about to make my way to Zoria myself, the stranger said. Music to my ears, Zaid said. Same here, Rig said. Now then, let's go and try to make some actual money Hurst. Actually I think I may need you, the stranger said. My ship is rather advanced, but I can think of a use for having a second one. I'll still be willing to pay if it means Vido ends up dead, Zaid said. Taking down someone like him sounds like a blast. Hurst said. We're in. What do you need us to do? I hate you Hurst, Rig grumbled. Words cannot describe how much I hate you right now. This is what we're going to do, the stranger said, the gears in his head turning as he spoke. XXXXX. Author's note, yeah, Morden, Thane and Samara are with General Vitas in case you didn't catch my subtle hit. I decided to do this because pretty much all of my OCS are human and we need a little bit more alien love. They won't appear for a while though. Zaid is front and present though, and Hurst and Rig are back. I feel like those two were potential that I never explored, so I decided to bring them back. Also I won't be bringing attention to Zaid's accent because A. I don't know how to write accents and B if I tried the results would be embarrassing and C. I looked around and I can't find a solid answer to what kind of accent he has. I know it's British, but not what kind of British accent. Chapter 60. Moving forward. Author's note, I really hate myself. One person writes a negative review and my self-confidence takes a nosedive. I feel better now, but still I don't like how I can break down so easily. Sigh. Well, moving on. Please tell me if you think that this story is going to shit or if it's been shit all along or if I, by some miracle, made something okay. XXXXX. Folker gave a weary sigh as he sunk onto a couch in the starboard observation deck. What would you say is what you took away from the war the most? Kelly asked, sitting on another nearby couch, holding a day-top hat in her hand as she looked at Folker, a concerned expression on her face. How did it change you? It changed the way I think, that's for certain, Folker said softly. Nothing is ever black and white, I can see it now. There's some evil everywhere, in some places it's small in others, not so much. Do you ever have dreams about it? Kelly asked. Sometimes, yes, Folker answered. Do you ever feel bad about the people that you've killed? Some of them. Kelly blinked. What do you mean by that? I opened fire on some Russian soldiers that were charging our position once. They did that a lot but, this time it was different. They seemed desperate, not only that but they didn't even have proper equipment. When we looked over their bodies when the battle was over, they didn't even have grenades or pistols, just submachine guns. I don't even think a lot of them had shoes. What happened? We were so heavily dug in that, they never stood a chance. We mowed them down with our machine guns, they were completely massacred. Hundreds of them died and we only lost 3 men, but something I noticed was that there were hundreds of other Russian soldiers that were holding their position far away from us, out of range. Once the attack had failed, they went away. It wasn't until later that I realized what I had seen that day. That unit had been a penal battalion. The units that Stalin formed that he filled with criminals, deserters and liberated prisoners of war. Kelly asked. Yes, Folker whispered, tightening his hands into fists. They were a lot like me. They had been forced to fight, and I had shot them like everyone else. You were doing it to survive, Kelly said comfortingly, it was out of your control. I know, Folker said. But neither did they. Those soldiers behind them had orders to open fire on them if they didn't charge. If they tried to rebel, the entire Red Army would have orders to hunt them down, and with them on one side and us on the other, they wouldn't survive a week. That and so many other Russians were forced to fight like me. Yes, I regret the people that I killed in the war, most of them. You mentioned that earlier, Kelly said. What do you mean by that? I killed 5 SS officers when I deserted, Volker said. I said to the captain that everyone in the war were just caught up in the mob caused by Hitler and Stalin, Russian and German alike. I meant most of them, some people were just as bad as the two of them, the Russian NKVD and the SS. Both of them were filled with despicable people that helped the two of them keep their grip on their countries, not afraid to get their hands dirty or to make people disappear. The 5 SS officers were staying in my family's barn and planning for an upcoming attack. Me and a friend stormed it and we killed all of them so that we could get my family out. No matter how much I think about it, no matter how much I try and remind myself that my little sister had seen me kill 5 men in cold blood, I just can't bring myself to feel bad about killing them. It actually felt good. Good how? Kelly asked. I had lost 2 years of my life to those people, gotten scars that would never go away, and now they were holding my family at gunpoint. My sister, my parents, and my grandfather. Everything had gotten out of my control for so long, it felt good to take some control in my life back, Volker said. Do you think that's part of the reason why you joined the Normandy? Kelly asked. Because you wanted control in your life and you joined of your own free will. I never thought of it that way. Maybe, Volker said. What happened after you took your family and ran? What happened to your friend? Some soldiers came after us, Volker said, reaching into his pocket and fingering the gold star again. She took my family and ran in a different direction. I ran into the woods near our farm to draw them off. I had played in those woods since I could walk, I thought that I would be able to lose them in there. Then, a bright light flashed all around me and I felt like I was floating. The next thing I knew, I was strapped to a table, 3 aliens looking down on me and. Oh God, Volker said pressing his hand into his forehead, looking distressed. I don't want to talk about it. Not yet. It's too much. I understand Volker, Kelly said softly. You did very well. We'll call it a day for now. You did an excellent job, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you, Volker said gingerly, getting to his feet. I think I need to lay down. Remember, if you ever need to talk to anyone, my door is always open, Kelly said, smiling brightly. Volker managed a weak smile of his own. Thank you, he said, walking out of the room. He took a few steps, rubbing his head exhaustedly when a voice reached his ears. Captain, I'm fine. I can go down there and handle myself. For the last time, Norman, no. Looking up, he saw Jane and Nora standing right outside the elevator, Roger not far behind him. But you said that for this mission you needed people whose faces haven't been seen by the Enclave, right? My goggles, hat, and bandana were on the entire time. Norman protested, they didn't see me at all. Dr. Shakwa says that you are still recovering from your stab wounds, Jane said, pointing down at Norman's chest. I'm not going to take you down there with those injuries, you'll get yourself killed. I only need a small team anyway. Myself, John, Ashley and Kazumi will do for now, I may be able to slip a few more people in. But... End of discussion, Lieutenant, Jane said, sighing as she pressed the button to summon the elevator. Get some rest. You need it. Not to mention you deserve it. You too, Roger. Captain. Volker said, walking forward. Are you heading down to the surface for another mission? Yeah, we're going to be out in the open, so I need people who haven't had their faces seen by the Enclave. We may see some combat too. Oh, Volker said. Well, if you're going to do that I want you to have this. Reaching down to his side, he drew his Theta energy pistol and handed it to Jane. Oh, Volker, I can't, Jane said. Sure you can, he said, smiling weakly. I'm off of active duty, right? You need it more than I do. Slowly, Jane reached out and took the pistol. I'm giving this back to you when I get back. Take care of yourselves, all of you, she said, stepping into the elevator, the doors closing behind you. I didn't see you coming, Norman said. When did you get here? Just now, Volker said, walking forward. So what's going on? We're making another move against the Enclave now, Roger said. It's going to be a little more covert. The captain is taking a team down to the planet's surface, they're going to try and infiltrate some sort of high-class museum in New Washington, D.C. Apparently a senator likes to visit it every month. He's not very popular, he's responsible for raising a lot of taxes and funding the military police. A couple dozen people are already protesting outside the museum, and Sam says that it's going to get a lot bigger. Sadly I can't go along because of this thing, he said, pointing to his cybernetic eye. It attracts too much attention. So what are we trying to accomplish? Volker asked. Odds are the protest is going to get really damn big, to the point where it might get out of control and we might see a little bit of police brutality, Norman said. Jane and Sam want to be there when that happens so that they can interfere and stop them. After the screw-up with General Moore and New Boston being bombed, Sam wants to make it clear that the rebels and the coalition are on the people's side. They're angry, but they're not organized. After a couple more things like that, we'll probably move up to something bigger. Also, the media covers politicians every second of the day on this planet. If they manage to defend the protesters, everyone will see it. Well, that's a start. How long until the coalition arrives? Folker asked. I think it was a week and a half, Norman said. I think the plan Sam and Jane are trying to pull off is that the coalition attacking the Enclave will lift the spirits of the Enclave people so much that an all-out rebellion will start. I personally think that's hoping for a little much. Yeah kinda, Roger said. A lot of people actually like the Enclave and President Woods from what I heard. Still, we don't have a lot of options, and if Moore proved anything, attacking the Enclave directly isn't going to be as effective as we thought it would be. We need the support of the people, I know. I just don't know if we're going to get it, Norman said. So, there's not much the three of us can do. Folker asked. Not a damn thing, Roger sighed. Yeah, anyway, you're okay right Folker? Norman asked. I heard that you were pretty shaken up after the last mission. Yeah, I'll live, Folker said weakly. Well, I know it's not much, but I want you to have this, Norman said, holding out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in the palm of his hand. You smoke right? I did a couple of times, Folker said, slowly taking the two objects. It was relaxing but, to be honest we never had a steady supply of them. Well, I had a couple of spare packages and an extra lighter, Namran said, smiling slightly. I thought that it might help a little. Thank you, Folker said, taking one of the cigarettes out of the box and sticking it in his mouth, lighting it. He took a small drag on it before exhaling, pocketing the package and the lighter. Ah, nice to see something that hasn't changed too much over the years, he said, looking at the lit cigarette in his hand. That's one way of looking at it, Norman said, turning around and heading towards the mess hall. Well, might as well grab some lunch if nothing else is going on for me. You two in? Could use a bite, Roger said, Folker. I don't see why not, he said, walking with Roger after Folker, heading towards the mess hall. Since when did the two of you become so friendly? Let's just say that we had a lot of time to talk when we were stranded with Cheryl and we managed to get a few things out in the open and we both calmed down a little bit, Roger said. Can we leave it at that? Sure I guess, Folker said, sitting down at a table with Roger, Norman already sitting there. XXXXX. Warren sighed loudly as he impatiently stood in the Oval Office. Where is she? Warren grumbled. Show some respect, Albert snapped. A lot has been going on the past few days. Woods has been doing everything that she can to put out fires, it isn't something that can be done overnight. It really is bad, Cadence said sadly. Mom's been hitting the bottle pretty hard. As she spoke she walked forward and looked out one of the windows of the Oval Office. Dozens of stories below, a massive crowd had gathered in front of the White House, thousands among thousands of protesters roaring in anger, many of them brandishing signs and throwing rocks and bottles, the military police brandishing riot shields in an attempt to push them back. The people are furious. But what sense does that make? Warren said, walking to where Cadence stood. Yeah, there have been a couple of riots, but the rebel activity has gone down in the past few days. The organized cells aren't making any risky moves anymore. That airstrike took the wind out of their sails. It was fucked up, but it got results. Oh Christ, I'm defending Crawford. He sighed, pressing his fingers to his temple. If I ever do that again, shoot me. Oh, there you are. Good. The three members of Sigma Squad turned around to see Woods walking into the office, looking exhausted. Captain Crawford was right behind her, along with several other Enclave officers. Madam President, I urge you to reconsider. One of the officers said. No one is better prepared to lead the Navy in the upcoming war than Crawford. He actually has experience in fighting the Geth, Gallows doesn't. Gallows' flotilla doesn't even have any dreadnoughts, he doesn't have any experience with commanding ships that heavy. You're making a mistake making him admiral of the entire fleet. I have good reason to believe that Crawford is unfit to command the fleet, Woods said coldly. Now get out of my office. But. Get out. Of my office, Woods said, her voice slow and vicious. You'll regret this one day, Crawford hissed. Gallows will choke when he has to make a tough choice. It seems to be something that you and he have in common. Get out. Woods shouted. Slowly, the officers turned away one by one and walked out of the office. Crawford stayed the longest before turning and following them out. Christ, she said, walking around to her desk and slumping down behind it. I take it Crawford's demotion isn't being taken that well. Cadence asked. No, it isn't, Woods sighed. I've been dealing with officers like those all day long. They're in an uproar. Crawford was an admiral as long as they could remember. They don't like me changing things up like that out of the blue. Why today? Wouldn't Crawford had directly gone after you ASAP? Albert asked. He did. But he decided to take another go at me today because, well this. She pressed a button on her terminal and turned it around so that Sigma Squad could see it. A news article popped up with an image of a man in an Air Force uniform tied to a wooden post with a blindfold wrapped around his eyes. Multiple bullet wounds were visible in his chest, blood pouring out. Is that the pilot that bombed New Boston? Warren asked. Yes, Woods said. He was executed today. It was public. I wanted to make it clear that atrocities like that would not be tolerated. I'm not sure if it will appease them though, Woods sighed. Things are falling apart around here. I'm just hoping that we can hold out until the coalition arrives. If we can push them back, we'll have a chance to counterattack, then we should be in the clear. Woods sighed. It's looking that it might be harder to do that than we thought. I'm sorry to hear that, Albert said. But you said that you wanted to see us, Madam President. Yes. I told you that I would be taking additional Special Forces squads under my command and I am. I'm going to want you to work closely with them like you do with Omega Squad. As Woods spoke, heavy footsteps were heard from outside the office. Ah, good, they're here. Major Black, meet Alpha Squad. The 3 members of Sigma Squad turned around to see 3 other soldiers in power armor approaching them, all of their limbs noticeably having been replaced with slightly rusting cybernetic limbs. None of them were wearing their helmets, revealing graying hair on all of them, and noticeable cybernetic right eyes that had holographic displays glowing in front of them, a light shade of blue. One of the men had a machine gun attached to his right forearm, the other man having a massive claymore sheathed on his back, while the only woman had a rocket launcher on her right arm. The 3 soldiers saluted as they came to a stop. Please introduce yourselves to Sigma, Woods said. Major James Riggs, the man with the machine gun on his arm, said. Lieutenant Leon Nelson, the man with the claymore, said. Lieutenant Jade Landry, the woman with the rocket launcher, said. It's a pleasure to be working with you, Sigma, James said, looking at Albert. Likewise, Albert said, returning the salute. Warren and Cadence following suit. You're the oldest Special Forces squad, right? Correct, sir, James said briskly. You're one of the more recent ones, but I don't care. I've looked at your combat report and I'm glad to have you by my side. Warren grinned widely. Well, I'm glad to have someone as experienced as you guys by our side. All 3 members of Alpha Squad blushed softly, shifting in their positions, Leon rubbing the back of his neck. We're not that great, Jade said softly. Yeah, we're okay, Leon said. We haven't done that great really. Hey, Warren said, looking on. Well, still it beats to have someone else besides Omega Squad to work with. He looked at Woods, speaking of which, where are they? I have them on another mission, Woods said. It's part of the reason that I wanted Alpha Squad under my direct command so quickly. Give us an order and we'll follow it, James said, Leon and Jade nodding as he spoke. Woods chuckled. I appreciate that, Major, but at the moment I don't need you in the field. I ordered you here because I wanted to talk to the 6 of you about something. The Special Forces operatives looked around at each other before looking back at Woods. She took a deep sigh. I have done a lot of things since I first came into this office. Some of these things I wish I hadn't done. Some of them were because so many things in the Enclave and the military had been part of the system since before I had even been elected and I had little choice in the matter, but I can't brush everything that I've done off that easily. Some of the choices that I made weren't forced on me. I don't have the luxury of pretending to be a victim here. I have done horrible things, but I won't beg for forgiveness. What kind of things? Warren said. Woods sighed. Lieutenant, do you remember that Goeth said that he wanted more Quarian Marines in his lab? He nodded nervously. What Goeth does in his lab is classified information, but I have a feeling that one day before too long you will find out what he does do. When that day does come, I won't lie to you, I doubt that any of you will be able to look me in the face anymore. You may want to kill me, and I won't be able to blame you. Madam President. Jade shouted. We're soldiers of the Enclave. Our duty is to protect you, not kill you. We could never do anything like that. Leon said. We would sooner kill ourselves, James said. It may be easy to say that now, but once you see the skeletons that I have in my closet, it won't be that simple to look at me the same way. So I need to ask all of you something. No matter what happens, no matter how disgusted you may be with me, no matter how much you may want to rip my head off and stick it on a pike, I need you to stand by me. Madam President. Albert said. I need support, Woods said. I have no friends in the Senate, half of the naval officers hate me now, and there's a crowd of people out there that want to rip my head off. I need someone that I can trust on, someone to have my back. I lost track of things that I've done to make it so that this entire civilization doesn't come crashing down, and I'm not sure that I'll ever get another good night's sleep now. Nonetheless, I need to press on, but I can't do it by myself. I can only trust a handful of people, you are among them. So, the Senate is being a major pain in the ass for you? Warren asked. Why do you even put up with their bullshit? Can't you just take power from them by force? Lieutenant James shouted. Are you suggested that your president should stoop so low as to become a tyrant of a military dictatorship? Some would say that I already am, Woods said sadly. And more than once I've fantasized about ordering Omega Squad to massacre every last person in the Senate. I won't deny it's an appealing thought, but it'd bring more harm than good. What do you mean by that? Cadence asked. Our government is in a fragile state, and forcefully seizing power like that would split the enclave in two. The fighting that would result would kill millions, maybe even tens or hundreds of millions of people, military and civilian alike. My hands are stained with blood already, but even for me, that price is too high. She looked up at the 6 Special Forces members. Dark and difficult times will be upon us soon, and when they are I need people that I can trust. Can you be those people? Of course, Madam President. James exclaimed, saluting again, Leon and Jade mirroring his actions. My mother is standing by you despite all the pain that is causing her. I'm not going anywhere, Cadence said. We've lost too many people already for their sacrifices to be rendered pointless, Albert said. I've got your back, Madam President. Hey, sticking with you means that I'm giving Crawford the finger. That's all the motivation that I need. Besides, leaving my big brother and you without some backup just doesn't sit right with me, Warren said. Count me in. Woods sighed, smiling slightly. Thank you. All of you. XXXXX. I see, Sparatus said, looking down at a hologram of General Vitas that was shimmering in the middle of the council chambers, Anderson and Udina present, along with the rest of the council. The Primarch has given you direct authorization to continue your mission. Yes, Counselor, Vitas replied crisply and politely. It took a good deal of convincing, but in the end, he agreed with me that the Enclave should be dealt with sooner rather than later. And I take it he does know that the Council directly opposes this course of action? Sparatus asked. He does. Nonetheless, he gave me clearance to remain with the Coalition fleet. I pointed out that if the information of the Enclave having a mole in the Coalition is accurate, then odds are they would already know about the forces that are being sent to support the invasion against them. Sparatus gave a reluctant sigh. Very well then. If you do insist on going to war with the Enclave, make sure that it ends on their home world and not ours. Understood, Counselor. Vitas out, the General said, his hologram disappearing. Good to see that some members of the Council have survival skills and common sense, Udina said scathingly. I beg your pardon. Valerne said, his eyes narrowing slightly. You've crossed a line here. Directly denying us access to reinforcements when one of the most powerful enemies that we've faced in a long time is active again. Udina snarled. I'm starting to think that you want to watch us all burn. Well, I wouldn't warn it quite like that, Anderson said, glancing at Udina. He does have a point. Many of your actions in the past have been severely uncalled for, this particular incident being a particularly extreme case. Do you have any idea what kind of hardships we're going through? Do we have any idea what kind of hardships you're going through? Sparatus said, his voice icily low. Sparatus, calm down, Tavos said. No, I've had enough, Sparatus growled. Do we have any idea of what hardships you go through? Do you have any idea what kind of hardships we go through? What do you mean by that? Udina asked scathingly, please tell me how being one of the main rulers of the majority of the known galaxy can be so hard. Let me think, Sparatus said, practically fuming. How about that time when you released Arachne Queen onto the galaxy again, the head of one of the most vicious races that the galaxy has ever known, and that you did this without consenting with us first, despite the fact that you never even encountered the Arachne until that point? We have no idea where it is now, and it could very well have filled an entire planet with its children by this point. Then there was the time that you attacked the Batarians, again without consenting with us, causing them to withdraw their embassy from the Council, which destroyed several blossoming trade routes between them and other species. Also, because of that, I had to spend 6 months running around all of Council space convincing the Hanner, Eckler, and Valis not to withdraw their embassies too, something that I'm sure they were close to doing. Oh, and let's not forget when you first met us, you refused to join like every other member of the galactic community had done, which I imagine is why the non-member species were scared of staying when the Batarians left. They thought that the Council was failing. This only scratches the surface of the massive problems that we've had over the past few decades, but they all have one thing in common. You're the cause of them, mainly because the amount of time you've spent on galaxy-altering decisions has been 12 hours at the very most. We can't pass the law that makes a system as complex as the Council run perfectly with everyone happy. All we can do is use every asset that we have at our disposal to ensure security and stability, the two things that you have been threatening even since your arrival. There is a reason that this Council exists, a decision as massive as freeing the Rachni again can't be made by a single galactic power, and it certainly cannot be made on the spot. It affects the entire galaxy, and through the Council, the entire galaxy has the ability to make their views hold weight. But the coalition exists outside the Council, and because of this, they've already made a massive decision for the entire galaxy. So don't talk to me about hardships, Spiratus snarled. The next time you want a fleet to support you without any objections, give me a reason to actually want to help you. Because at this point, you've been more trouble than you're worth, and I have to wonder really why we should support you at all. I'm already regretting giving one of your kind honorary spectreship, and if Saren still wasn't out there, I'd revoke it at once. Udina looked furious and was about to open his mouth when Anderson grabbed him by the collar and started to drag him out of the council chambers. Thank you for your time, councillors, he said, his voice oddly absent of emotion. Spiratus watched them go, still fuming as he did. You shouldn't have done that, Tavos said. Our relationship with the coalition is fragile as it is. It's the truth and you know it, Spiratus said, looking at Tavos. Why should we be forced to be quiet and just tolerate every last thing that they do? They clearly don't care about keeping us happy, why should we? It's not that simple, Tavos sighed. It's never that simple. Outside, Anderson continued to pull Udina along until the ambassador shoved him off of him. What do you think you're doing, Anderson? He growled. Stopping you from causing a diplomatic incident, Anderson replied coldly. One person shouting is an annoyance, two is a disaster waiting to happen. So I'm just supposed to walk away with the representative of the Turian hierarchy all but flat out accusing the coalition of war crimes. Udina growled. Please tell me exactly what shouting would have accomplished, Anderson said. You heard what he was saying. He was threatening to deny us access to military resources that we could be using to defeat the Enclave, if what Admiral Marcus is saying is true that we may very well need to defeat the Enclave. Udina shouted. And he was trying to take it away from us. If the Primarch didn't put his foot down we would have lost that support. How would you have planned on handling the Enclave without those ships? We're still letting the migrant fleet stay in coalition territory with so many of their military ships supporting the invasion. If you were listening to him, then you also would have heard that the reason that they wanted to pull their forces from the invasion is because they don't trust us. Anderson shouted. If we want to make it that so that they don't pull forces from us at times like this, when it really counts, we need to give them a reason to trust us. Anderson shouted. Throwing a temper tantrum like a little child won't do that. And how exactly do we do that? Udina asked angrily. Are we supposed to just kneel before the council? Sacrifice everything that humanity stands for? Everything that the coalition stands for simply so that we can appease them? Lower ourselves to the position of a species like the Valis and have a grand total 1-1 dreadnought? I didn't say that we should do that. Anderson said. Then what? Udina roared. What are we supposed to do? Tell me, Anderson, in all of your infinite wisdom, what are we, the stupid and ignorant coalition, supposed to do to appease the almighty and wise council? I don't know. Anderson shouted. I don't know. But that is not the way, I know that for sure. Udina said, grinning wryly. Anderson, you make a good admiral. You couldn't be a worse politician. Am I interrupting? Both men looked up to see a dark-skinned woman in a business suit approaching them, looking rather startled. I have an appointment with an Ambassador Donnell Udina. That's me, Udina said, looking away from Anderson. I'm sorry you are. Off-screen camera, she said. I'm an executive at Nizo Transportation, in fact I'm the CEO. Off-screen camera, Anderson said slowly. Wait, weren't you the woman that got caught up with that business with the cult on Demeter? Yes, I am, Off-screen said, a frown spreading across her face. Things could have gotten very ugly that day, but a coalition soldier saved my life. I never got a chance to thank him, she said, sounding rather sad. He left the planet the next day, I don't think that I even saw him again. You might have heard of him, Adam Archibald Anderson. Yes, as a matter of fact I have heard of him, Anderson said. He's assigned to a very special mission at the moment. I can't talk about it at the moment, it's rather classified. I'll be sure to let him know you said thank you. Anyway, how can we help you, Ms. Camera? I have an offer to make to you, Off-screen said. Is there any chance that we can sit down? My office, Udina grunted, gesturing for both Anderson and Off-screen to follow him, heading down the hallway and through a doorway guarded by coalition soldiers, entering a small office with a desk and a couple of chairs. So, what's your proposal? Udina said, the three of them sitting down. Like I said, I'm the CEO of Nizo Transportation, we make air cars on a handful of planets. We're not exactly Hawkins Industries, but we're fairly popular where we do produce, and we make enough money that we're talking about expanding, Off-screen said. I have to say, I feel bad that I was never able to say thank you to Adam for what he did for me, or his friends for that matter. Then I thought about it, the Geth were back and causing no end of trouble for the coalition, and from the research I've been doing from public sources, I think that Adam is part of that John Shepard's crew, the one that became an honorary Spectre. The one that's supposed to catch Saren. Ms. Camera, what exactly are you trying to say? Anderson said. Well, I did a lot of research and it turns out that if we were to rework our factories, add some additional machinery and get a few licenses, then without too much trouble we would be able to produce armored and armed shuttles. The coalition would be able to use them for transportation, evacuation, even limited airstrike missions. So in other words, you want your company to make combat shuttles for us? Yudina said, actually starting to smile slightly. Well, I'm sure we can work out a deal. Good, because there's a couple of terms that I need you to agree to, Afrin said. Firstly and most obviously, I need a government-issued license, because a shuttle with cannons on it is officially a machine of war, and I can't make that without the proper authorization in coalition space. Simple enough, Yudina said. Secondly, I need you to sign a contract agreeing that you will agree to buy a certain number of shuttles. I need to convince the board that spending the money necessary to shift production lines in a massive portion of our factories isn't a waste of money, otherwise I won't be able to get them to move forward with this, Afrin continued. Also understandable, Yudina said. And finally, I want you to send the shuttles that I build for you out to the edge of coalition space, the areas where the Geth are suspected to attack next. I want them to be put to good use. Ms. Camera, I think that we can easily meet your demands, Anderson said, smiling slightly. Well good, Afrin said. Now then, we need to talk about the more specific parts of the contact, she said. Especially the price. XXXXX. Codex updated. Entries added. Nizo Transportation, a company founded not long after the First Contact War, during the colonization boom of the Skylian Verge. It was started by the Nizo sisters in an attempt to provide transportation to the settlers in the Verge, and while the majority of the skykars produced by Nizo Transportation are used in the Verge, the company has slowly been expanding out of the Verge, sadly not under the leadership of the Nizo sisters, who both retired to live in peaceful isolation after a near-death experience during the Skylian Blitz. Recently the company has gone through an unexpected transformation. After being kidnapped by cultists and rescued by a coalition soldier, the current CEO of Nizo Transportation has shifted the focus of the company over to producing shuttles for the coalition. Still no word on how this will affect the company's stock. XXXXX. War assets updated. Entries added. Nizo Transportation, military strength 50, formerly a company dedicated to building air cars, Nizo Transportation is now producing armed shuttles and deploying them to the edge of coalition territory. XXXXX. Author's note, this something that I want to address real quick. A TV Tropes user commented on the entries I managed to get on the Fan FIC recommendations page, saying that I had flaws and that the human races that I wrote tended to lord over the council with superior tech, the moral high ground, and that I hated the council. While I can see how one would think that, especially with New Origins, I don't hate the council. They can be annoying at times, but I only wrote them and the human races that way because I honestly thought that's how the two would react to each other. Heck, in this story I even had Fox give a speech defending the council. I don't hate them, I'm just trying to paint them realistically compared to their video game portrayal, which is hard given how stupid they can be in game. It can be easy to cross the line and go too far. I mean they can be right sometimes. You remember when Spiratus said that the Enclave wouldn't be interested in fighting a war with the council? If you've been keeping up with Wood's plans, he's completely right, they just want to take over the coalition and only fight the council in self-defense. That being said, I don't intend for this FIC to be taken as council bashing. I even went out of my way to have them present their side of the argument in this chapter just to show that, I'm not pandering, am I? I just want my readers to enjoy what I write. Council bashing can get annoying and eye-rolling, I would know I had to read parallel realities. I honestly think that every scene with the council in it is reasonably how they would act, and how a more aggressive militaristic humanity would act. The coalition bringing up the genophage, the Quarians, and AI in their first meeting was supposed to be less you monster. And more yet, us joining up isn't going to work out. The council getting on the coalition's back is realistic in my book considering how they defy everything they sorta stand for, and as for trying to pull reinforcements back for the conflict with the Enclave, these are the same people that were hesitant to send forces to help when the Bloody Reapers were invading. So I'm sorry if this was misinterpreted as bashing. And if you're worried that the council are being painted as designated losers that will always be second best to the coalition and always wrong in an argument with them, then be patient. I have something planned. We won't see it for a long time, but I have something planned. Said commenter also said that my plots could get predictable. While I concede that sometimes that is true, I assure you, no one will see what I have planned coming, at least not for a long while. Also fun fact, Nizo Transportation was mentioned in the first Me game, but considering that it was only while you were examining one destroyed vehicle on one of the many planets. I decided that it would be interesting to bring Afreen back and give her control of said company so that she could use it to help the coalition. Chapter 61. Risky Gambit. Author's notes: like I said, I need to get the ball rolling towards something resembling a conclusion to the Enclave arc, and while it may take a while, I am working towards it. Please hold on. Hopefully it won't take too long, and considering that people are getting a little tired, the pace will be getting a little quicker. XXXXX. So, tell me again what the plan is here. Ashley said, tugging slightly at the shirt that she was wearing. She, John, Jane, Sam and Adam stood outside of a massive museum in the center of New Washington, D.C., all of them casual civilian clothes, Sam carrying a briefcase that had one of her chainsaw swords hidden in it. The plan is to move into or close to the museum when the governor shows up, Jane said. Odds are that there's going to be some police brutality and we need to intervene. There are news crews on station already and Kazumi is standing by cloaked. Once we make our move, she'll infiltrate one of their trucks and knock the crew out and make sure that that broadcast doesn't get shut off remotely. We tried hit them directly with more and it backfired. Making a move at another high-ranking officer, or God forbid Woods herself, just won't work. It doesn't help that over 100 rebels have gotten killed in the 3 operations that we've taken part in after we rescued Admiral Zora. The Eagles will be wiped out if we go for more direct attacks. We need to start low and work our way up. Wait, I just had an idea. Sam said, looking at Jane. If we're going to be forcing the broadcast to keep going, you could use this as a chance to announce to the entire planet that the coalition is coming. If you're protecting people from the Enclave and you say that you are coming to liberate them all, they'll be flocking to your sides by the millions. We'd have more than enough support to take on the Enclave. Hey, that's a great idea, John said, looking at Jane. We should do that. Let the people know that they're not alone. People can do great things when they have something to inspire them, Adam said. It's happened more than once in history. It's a thought that I had, Jane said slowly. But, I don't want to go there if we can help it. It'd be a risky move. Risky how? Sam asked. Playing the masses and getting them on your side can be an effective move if you can get it right, but that is easier said than done, Jane said. Rallying the citizens of this planet and getting the hatred against the Enclave stirred up is a possible outcome, but right off of the top of my head I can think of a dozen things that are just as likely to happen. One of them is that the citizens of this planet might see us as an invading army, and that might be enough to make them forget their hatred of the Enclave and make them unite under their banner. Well, we have to do something, Sam said. Like you said to your boss, we barely put a dent in the Enclave since you got here, and with only a week and a half left, we're not going to be able to get much done by playing it safe. EDI ran some scans of the Enclave moon bases, John said. They're building a massive dreadnought up there, and it looks like it has a plasma cannon. The design is a lot different from the one the Normandy has, but she was still able to recognize it. With all those ships that they have, we may not even be to take the planet. Didn't you get that message from Admiral Marcus that the Turians are trying to pull their support? They haven't yet, but that could change real fast. Admiral Marcus could be relying on us to soften up the Enclave's defenses so that they actually have a chance. I know, Jane said, biting her lip slightly. I know. But it's risky, it's playing with fire. Could making that move win this fight for us? Yeah, maybe it could, but it just as easily blow up in our face. She glanced at Sam. You sure that it's safe for you to be out in the open? No one saw your face that night that you went out to gather intelligence. Don't think so, Sam said. I had my hoodie on, and even then if they did see me, I was just a punk that got into a street brawl, not a rebel. She blinked. Why, would you think that it would be better if I went back? I'll do that if you want to. Jane sighed. Pinning the tough choice on me so that you don't have to make it. Hey. That's not what I know, Jane said. Anyway, considering that we basically came down here looking for a fight, it really doesn't make much of a difference in the first place. Especially considering that you took that sword of yours when you're the only person that uses a weapon like that. I suppose that in the end they'll realize who you are in the long run then. Sam smiled weakly. It's for a good cause. I'm okay with that. Shouldn't we be hiding our faces? Ashley asked. No, if we did that we would stand out too much, they would see that something was off about us, Jane said. The funny thing is, something can actually become a little more obvious when you try to hide it, especially with something like our faces. So, I take it we shouldn't go out into the Enclave public after this mission, Adam said. I would advise against it, Jane said, her voice grimly humorous. Look, he should be there before too long. Let's head over to the museum and see what the situation looks like from outside. After that, we'll decide if we should stay outside or go inside. If we'll even be able to get inside. Well, let's get moving. The 5 of them began walking down the street, sticking closely together. Around 15 minutes later they came to a stop in front of a massive towering museum that was several stories high. A massive crowd was gathered in front of the museum, thousands of people roaring at the top of their lungs, many of them brandishing signs at a line of military police with riot shields out in front of them, their hands floating over their holstered weapons. Several reporters were standing at the edges of the crowds, drones floating in front of them while more than a few trucks were parked not that far away. "There's a lot of them," Ashley muttered. "You sure that we can handle this, Captain? They won't be expecting a fight from someone like us, and they won't be ready for what we have and with how advanced our equipment is." "Understood," Ashley said. "Kick their asses with superior technology." John smiled widely, leaning in and pecking her on the cheek, causing her to blush slightly. Jane glanced at the other four. "Weapons at the ready? Your combat vests are on." "Not used to this thing," Sam said, rubbing her chest with her free hand. "It's convenient that you can hide it though. It'll hold up right." "It has the strongest shielding in the coalition," Jane said, staring at the crowd. "Okay, I think it's safe to say that he's already inside. I think we should stay out here." "Wait, I think that's him," Sam said. The front door to the museum swung open, a man in a business suit walking out, another man in a suit right behind him, white gloves noticeably on his hands. Jane and the others were close enough to manage to make out the movements of his mouth, but not to hear what he was saying over the roar of the crowd. My, such an uncivilized rabble," the senator said coldly as he looked at the crowd in front of him. "They're all so ungrateful and selfish. They live in the land of the free, but they have the audacity to do this." "Sir, with all due respect, they're angry," the other man said. "I can't say that I blame them. I saw the carnage that the then Admiral Crawford's airstrike did. They're scared about what happened and they're looking for someone that they can lash out against. You're not particularly popular considering how much funding you provide the military via the high taxes that you charge. They should feel privileged," the senator said. "They're supporting their government." "They are, but, sir, I hear that poverty and malnourishment is high in this city because of your taxes," the other man said. "They're angry because they're starving. Everyone needs to make sacrifices," the senator said, no empathy present in his voice. "It's what needs to be done for this great country of yours to survive." The other man's face narrowed in angry. "Pardon me, Senator, President Woods makes sacrifices. What have you done?" "Colonel White, I suggest that you watch your tone," the senator said. "You are here under your president's orders to keep me safe. For the duration of your stay, you are under my command." As he spoke, 3 more figures stepped out of the museum, all of them women. One of them had a massive metal death claw for an arm. As Jane spotted them, her eyes widened. "Oh damn," she whispered. Captain, what do we do?" Adam whispered to Jane. "We weren't expecting Omega Squad, we're not properly equipped for this. We needed heavy machine gun support just to get away from them when we fought." "But look," Ashley said, pointing up at the Kane sisters, "they're not wearing their power armor." It was true, instead of power armor, the sisters were all wearing formal suits with ties, their weapons noticeably holstered on their backs and at their sides. "They'll be slower and they won't hit as hard." "This is risky," Jane said, looking rather nervous. "Grace still has that claw of hers and Rose has her flamethrowers." She glanced at Sam. "And is Jessica's tactical cloak built into her armor or her cybernetics?" "I don't know," Sam whispered, "I never saw her out of it before." As she spoke, a bottle flew through the air, narrowly missing the senator's head and smashing into a wall. Those ungrateful little savages!" the senator shouted. "Colonel, you and your men kill them. They are disrespecting everything that our government stands for, they don't deserve to live." Jane felt her heart stop as she heard the senator scream over the crowd. "What?" Edward hissed, leaning in closer. "After what Crawford did in New Boston, you want to cause another massacre in the capital of the nation?" Rose actually glanced at Edward and the senator, looking a little concerned. Jessica simply stared blankly off into space, while an excited look spread across Grace's face. "Pardon me, but the last time I checked I was given command of you," the senator said. "I withhold the right to disregard your orders on account of them causing massive fallout that would harm the entire enclave," Edward retorted. "I'm good friends with President Woods, I'm sure that she'd be willing to give me a pardon." "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the senator said, smiling slightly. "It'd be a shame if someone were to, how should I say this, tug on the leash of your subordinates." Edward went pale. Who told you?" "That's classified information. I received a message from a certain Dr. Goeth," the senator said. "He said that he thought that things would be more interesting this way." The shock on Edward's face melted away, slowly being replaced by anger. "Anything happens to them because of you," he whispered, so low that even the senator could barely hear him. "Anything at all. I will crush your throat. Take it up with Woods when this is over and done," the senator said. "Establish some order among these people. Now." Edward looked back and forth between the senator and the Kane sisters, looking conflicted. Rose started directly at him, looking as if she was silently pleading with him for instructions, while Jessica simply waited until she was told what to do. Grace, however, took a step forward. "Relax, Colonel," she said, flexing her claw. "I got this covered." "Captain, we need to make a move now," Ashley hissed. "Those women will massacre these people." Jane looked at Grace as she slowly walked forward, eyeing the crowd evilly. Jane's eyes hardened as she opened her mouth. "Engage," she whispered. "Focus on Omega, protect the civilians." "Well, this should be fun," Grace shouted, taking a few more slow steps forward before charging forward and swinging her claw at the front of the crowd, who were starting to realize what was going on and were panicking, attempting to run away. However, before the claw could connect, a massive force slammed into Grace's claw, causing it to stop in the middle of the air, mid-swipe. "What?" she shouted, but before she could comprehend what was going on, a fist slamming into her face and caused her to stumble back. She quickly recovered to see Sam standing in front of her, chainsaw sword in hand. Before anyone could say anything, a handful of bullets tore through the air along with a ball of white energy tore through the air, aimed at the other 3 members of Omega Squad, who had spotted the gunman just in time and thrown themselves out of the way. Jane was holding Volker's Xylan pistol, John and Ashley SMGs, and Adam a small shotgun that he had managed to hide on his person. "Don't just stand there!" the senator yelled as Omega Squad regrouped and began to return fire. "Kill them! Kill them! XXXXX!" Gallows stretched his arms as he walked into the Oval Office, General Mornita right beside him. "Why do you think the president wanted to talk to us?" he asked, looking at Moore. "Dunno," she said sourly. "Maybe Crawford wants to start recruiting 10-year-olds as suicide bombers." He's bad but he's not that bad," Gallows said, looking at Moore. "Oh, you never know, people evolve every day," Moore said grumpily. "General, you need to lighten up," Nita said. "Get out and relax a little more like the Admiral here." She looked at Gallows. "Speaking of which, how did your date go?" he sighed. "Not that well. We really just didn't mix that well." "Oh well, you know what they say, there's a lot of fish in the sea." "Ah," Nita said, looking sad. "I'm sorry to hear that. What went wrong?" "Well, you want me to be blunt?" Gallows said. Nita nodded. "He was an asshole." "Ah. Well, that happens sometimes," Nita said, giving Gallows a playful pat on the shoulder. "Like you said, there's a lot of fish in the ocean. You'll find someone that you won't want to beat over the head with a wrench before too long, and some people that you just want to hold close. You always try to stay upbeat, don't you?" Gallows said, smiling slightly. "Someone has to," Nita said. "Ah, here we are." The 3 of them walked through the doors into the Oval Office, Wood sitting behind her desk with Albert and James standing behind her, both of them looking down at something on the desk. "Oh, General," Admiral James said, snapping to salute. "It's good to see you." Gallows smiled slightly. "At ease, Major," he said. "Madam President, you wanted to see us." "Yes, Admiral. In times like these, I need people that I can turn to, people that I can trust. James and Albert have already assured me that I can trust them, and I know that I can trust you more than most Enclave officers. General Moore has drunk enough alcohol to intoxicate an entire platoon in the last month alone, and I still trust her more than most." "Thanks, I think," Moore said bitterly. "What do you need us for?" "Planning," Wood said simply. "Our enemies will be at our doorstep before too long and I want to start planning out counter-strategy. Not only do we have to worry about hostiles in orbit landing troops and bombarding us, we might have to worry about uprisings on the ground. We are currently outlining hotspots for rebel activity and we are working on how many soldiers we should deploy to those areas. So, we're focusing more on rebels with leather clothes and out-of-date rifles instead of soldiers with power armor and plasma rifles." Moore asked. "We're focusing on both," Woods said. "In our condition, a battle on 2 fronts is the last thing that we Woods was cut off as an image appeared on the screen to her terminal, 2 in fact. They belonged to Captain Crawford and... What do you 2 want?" she asked icily. "Oh, I was just telling the good captain about all the fun little things I've been brewing up in my lab," Goeth said cheerfully. "Goeth!" Woods shouted angrily. "That is classified information." "Oh, right it is, isn't it?" Goeth said. "Oh well. Woods, Goeth has been telling me about the Horde," Crawford said. "Simply releasing a few of them in a particularly violent rebel movement should be enough to..." "Crawford!" Woods shouted. "The sheer brutality of the Horde would turn the entire civilian population against us, you do know that, correct? Would you just listen to me for 5 minutes?" Crawford said angrily. "The rebels aren't going to go away, already they've caused too much destruction. Now I heard about what you tried to get the Senate to do." "Really, Woods? You're trying to appease them? Trying to reward them for all of the people that they killed? You demoted me for killing people, how come you want to give them a damn medal?" Because they weren't under my command and didn't disobey a direct order, Woods said coldly. The rebels on the other hand, I have no power to find out who each and every one of them are and punish them appropriately. There are just too many of them and there isn't a single place that they aren't. The only way to get rid of them is to get rid of their reason to fight. Give them the rights that they want so badly, it would get rid their main reason for hating us, and make the Enclave a better place to live anyway. And tell me, Woods, did the Senate agree with you? Crawford asked. No, they didn't, Woods hissed. Well then, if they don't want to support you then it seems that your idea won't work, Crawford said. After all, those were the senators elected by the people to represent them. They were elected because there weren't any other options. Woods shouted angrily. The two parties have a stranglehold on the entire political system. No one can run for senator without the support that they provide, and once they give their support and the elections come, voters are forced to choose between tight-fisted, paranoid and close-minded Republicans, or overly idealistic, detached from reality, and loose with money Democrats. They have to choose one extreme or the other. There's no middle ground, no room for debate, no room for compromise, no room for common sense. She yelled. I'm sorry to hear that you disagree with the way that this country is run, Woods, but it is the American way. There is nothing that you can do about it, Crawford said. When the country was first founded, sexism, racism and xenophobia all defined the American way, Woods hissed. Don't try to use arguments that absurd, Crawford said. Now then, are you going to listen to me about what we need to do, or are you going to keep raving about things that you have no power to change? The rebels won't be pacified through kind words. Do you really think that giving them a couple of things that they want will make them put down their guns and go home? Clearly killing as many as we can won't work, Woods replied. A change of tactics is in order. Indeed, Crawford said. We must show them that their treachery will not be tolerated. Send out just a few members of the Horde and we will never hear from the rebels again. We will have all of our resources ready for fight the coalition when they come. Not to mention I'll finally have a chance to test them, Goeth said, sounding rather happy. So many different subjects, yet I've never actually gotten any live fire data from them. No, Crawford, Woods said. I will tell you the same thing that I told Goeth over and over and over again. We are not attempting to start a genocide here, and if we were to ever go down that path, we will never be able to walk back. The people will not cower in fear, they will gather every last bit of strength that we have and march on us. You do not know for certain, Crawford said. It is not a gamble that we can afford to take. Woods snapped, this is the end of the discussion, Crawford. You'll drag the Enclave into the ground if you keep this up, Crawford replied. We need people who are willing to do what needs to be. You told me, Woods said, pressing a button on her terminal and causing Crawford's picture to disappear. And Goeth, she said, tell anyone else any more classified data, and I will order your execution. Goeth laughed loudly. I think we both know that that's a lie. My project isn't finished yet. Woods paused for a moment before slowly reaching in and pressing a button, Goeth's face disappearing. Miracle that the Enclave is still standing like this, Moore said grumpily. Things can get kinda ugly around here, Mida admitted. I can't stand it, Woods said, clutching her head in her hands. I can't stand working with these people. I just want to drop everything I have just to make sure that Crawford, Goeth, and every last member of the Senate get permanently obliterated from reality, but I just can't. I don't have the power. I'm the president of the damn Enclave and I can't do anything. Gallows looked down at the ground sadly. All we can do is protect our home. Woods sighed. Yes, that is all that we can do. She looked around at the people standing in front of her. I need you to give the upcoming battle everything that you've got, she said. Once it's over, everything will be different. They all nodded. Right, she said, looking back down at the desk, her face noticeably tense. We need to take into account that the coalition will most likely be fielding robots and death claws in addition to. She was cut off as her comm unit beeped. What is it? What? Now. Hastily typing into her computer again, she brought up footage of a fight happening in front of a museum between Omega Squad and a group of people in civilian wear. Cut the footage, what do you mean you can't? Well then get reinforcements over there. She shouted, watching as the battle unfolded in front of her. XXXXX. Sam jumped back as Grace lunged forward, swinging her claw at her. Gritting her teeth, she brought her sword up to block the blow, the claw clashing against it viciously, Sam gritting her teeth as she felt her arms shudder. Grace wasn't wearing her power armor, but her claw still hit hard, to the point where she was having trouble keeping a solid grip on her sword. Oh, I'm going to enjoy watching you bleed. Grace shouted, pulling her claw back and raising it over her head, bringing it swinging down. Sam raised her sword and barely blocking it in time, a pang of pain shooting through her as the force of the blow resonated through her body. Grinning sadistically, Grace continued to press down with her claw as she reached around to her back and drew her shotgun, aiming it at Sam. The rebel leader's eyes widened at the weapon, unable to do anything with her hands, preoccupied with holding Grace's claw back. However, before Grace hold fire, a ball of white energy flew through the air and slammed into the hand holding the gun, blasting it out of her hand in addition to blasting a couple of her fingers off. What? Grace shouted, looking down at her now smoking hand before glancing to the side to see Jane aiming Valkyr's Theta energy pistol at her. Fuck! She shouted, pushing off of the ground with both legs, throwing herself back to the entrance of the museum. You all right? Jane shouted, running to where Sam was standing and firing a few more shots at Grace, forcing her to duck behind a statue of a lion in front of the museum. Yeah, Sam panted, dashing forward and grabbing Grace's discarded shotgun. This could come in. Leave it! Jane shouted, firing another shot at Grace as she poked her head out from behind cover, forcing her back behind the statue. That's a claymore. You'd break your damn arm if you tried to use it. Damn it, Sam said. I'll have to make do then if look out. At the top of the steps, Edward had unholstered what appeared to be a light machine gun and was aiming it in their direction. The two women dove for cover as he opened fire, dozens of bullets streaming through the air as they slid into cover, Jane behind a traffic barrier and Sam a car. Grace, are you okay? Edward shouted, glancing at the woman, still taking cover behind the statue. I'm fine. She snapped. My shooting hand is gone, but I'm fine. Be careful. Edward shouted. That woman is using a chainsaw sword, I think she's the leader of the Eagles. As he shouted, Rose's head turned in his direction. She and Jessica were dual-wielding their weapons and taking cover behind pillars at the top of the stairs, trading fire with Ashley, John, and Adam, who were now crouching by the side of the stairs, using them as cover. The Eagle leader. She whispered. Damn it, Sam hissed, reaching into her clothes and pulling out a pistol, popping out of cover for 3 seconds and firing off a few shots at Edward before he redirected his machine gun at her and forced her back down. As she crouched back down, she noticed that everyone in the crowd was making a run for in, the protesters, the reporters, even, to her shock, the military police. Are they scared of Omega Squad? She wondered. As she wondered, she realized that despite the reporters abandoning them, the news drones were still diligently floating in place, recording the fight. Looks like Kazumi is in place, she thought. Before she could do anything else, she heard a loud noise that sounded like something heavy landing on something else that was made of metal. Looking up, she felt her stomach drop as she saw Rose standing on top of the car that she was taking cover behind. You're the leader of the Eagles. She shouted. Then fight me. She roared, aiming both of her hands at Sam, tongues of fire leaping from them. Sam desperately dove out of the way, accidentally dropping her pistol in the process as she scrambled away from the car. A searing pain tore through her arm and she looked down to see that her sleeve had caught fire. She hastily beat out the flame with her free arm, but as she did, she saw Rose charging at her, her assault rifles in hand. Rose! Get back here! Edward shouted, but Rose ignored him, firing both of her rifles as she charged. Bullets eating away at her shields and her arm and hand still stinging from the fire, Sam took her sword in both hands and swung it at the charging Rose. She smashed it into her right hand, knocking the rifle in that hand away and causing Rose to stumble to the side. Pulling her sword back, she swung it again, aiming to decapitate Rose, but before the blow could connected, Rose's now empty hand shot up and grabbed the blade of the sword in. What's wrong? Rose hissed, Sam pushing down on the sword, but unable to cut through Rose's arm even as the chainsaw clashed violently with it, especially without the extra strength that her armor normally gave her. You took on Delta Squad and I don't even have my armor. Is this all you can do? Rose sounded angry and disappointed at the same time as she brought her head back and slammed it into Sam's face, causing her to stagger back in pain. Raising her remaining assault rifle, Rose opened fire on Sam, continuing to eat through what was left of her shields as Sam desperately attempted to regain her balance. Gritting her teeth in determination and ignoring the pain in her skull, she raised her sword over her head and swung it down as hard as she could, aiming at Rose's outstretched hand. With the added energy behind the swing, she was able to tear through Rose's wrist, severing her hand and causing both it and the rifle to fall to the ground. Rose's eyes fixed on her stump of an arm, sparks shooting out of it and igniter fluid leaking out. A wide smile spread across Rose's face. That's better. She shouted, her remaining hand flying forward and forming a fist, slamming it into Sam's stomach, forcing her to double over in pain. Staggering back and barely avoiding another punch from Rose and made to swing her sword again, but before she could, a stream of bullets tore away at the last of her shields. Panicking, she turned and ran, jumping behind the nearest car that she could find as the bullets continued to fly through the air. No, 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 no! Rose shrieked, I'm not done with you yet. She made to move after Sam, but before she could, she felt someone grab her good arm and pull her back. Rose, what are you doing? Edward shouted, pulling her back viciously, firing his machine gun at the others with one hand. You can't afford to charge her like that, especially with your hand gone. Colonel, I can't let her go. She's right there. Rose, we can't afford to. He was cut off as a ball of white energy flew through the air, Edward pulling Rose back out of the path of the blast. Glancing back at the stairs, he saw Jessica firing both of her SMGs at John, Ashley, and Adam, all of whom were returning fire, forcing her back into cover and keeping Grace pinned, the senator crouching behind a statue. Come on! He shouted, heading back to the top of the stairs, Rose reluctantly following him. We weren't ready for this. He shouted, looking at Jessica as he fired another burst at the group at the bottom of the stairs, forcing them down. We have to fall back. Absolutely not. The senator shouted. These people have stepped on everything we stand for, I want you to. He was cut off as Edward hastily closed on him and slammed his fist into his stomach. The senator slumped over, unconscious. We need to get out of here. He shouted, grabbing the senator and throwing him over his shoulder. From now on, we never go into the field without our power armor. I don't care about any dress codes a senator wants us to go by. He glanced at the Kane sisters. Fall back to the rally point. Take the rooftops, forget the coalition. They probably came to assassinate the senator anyway. Pushing off of the ground with both legs, he propelled himself forward to the top of a nearby building, running across it with the senator slouched over his back. Jessica followed him without a word, her cybernetic legs allowing her to make the jump with ease. Grace and Rose hesitated, Grace seething as she looked at the entire team, with Rose simply looking with fixed eyes on Sam before the two of them jumped after Edward and Jessica. Slowly, Sam poked her head out of cover and walked forward, her legs shaking violently. Are you okay? Jane asked, running over to her. Yeah, I think so, my head just hurts, Sam said, clutching her head with her free hand, the end of her sword dragging on the ground as she switched it off. I mean, I fought with Omega a couple of times before, but both times we all had our armor on. I thought that if they had their armor off, I'd be on even ground with them. I was wrong, I nearly got torn apart there. Why was Rose so obsessed with you? Jane asked. I don't know, all three of the Kane sisters are messed up in the head, Sam said. Maybe the VE got an implant in their brains to make them that crazy, I don't know. Sam stopped as she started coughing into her hand. The cough slowly became more and more violently until eventually a spurt of blood worked its way between her fingers. She pulled her head back, looking at her hand with a horrified look. Okay, we need to get back to the Normandy to get you some medical treatment, Jane said. Yeah, I think that'd be for the best, Sam said. We should get out of here. I'll have Shakwas take a look at you. Jane trailed off, noticing the news drones out of the corner of her eyes. They were still floating and staring directly at them. The news trucks had been abandoned. Kazumi, she said, putting her fingers to her ear, is the news feed still on? Yeah, there have been a lot of outside attempts to shut it down, but it's still broadcasting. Why? Kazumi asked. Keep it on a little longer, Jane said, slowly walking towards the nearest drone. She bit her lip as she did, viciously turning thoughts over in her head. Is this a good idea? Am I doing the right thing, she wondered. She sighed as she stopped in front of the news drone, sighing. We haven't been able to do anything to sabotage the Enclave on a large scale, and if we can't afford to take them divided, them being united against us wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. Hello, my name is Jane Shepard. Captain Jane Shepard. I am an officer in the Coalition and the captain of the prototype stealth frigate the Normandy. I have been on COR Mali for the past few days, fighting the Enclave with my crew and the local rebels. Hundreds of brave people have died in the past few days fighting the Enclave, but thousands of innocent non-combatants recently when an airstrike was ordered on New Boston. I want you to know that the reign of the government that ordered that atrocity is coming to an end. A Allied fleet of over 200 ships is on their way here right now, they will be here within 10 days. You are not the only ones that have been hurt by the Enclave, but you are without a doubt the ones that have been hurt the most. Let me tell you this, the Enclave's reign of tyranny over you is coming to an end. We will remove this government that orders the massacres of civilians from power, by force if we have to. You have friends out there that are coming to help you. Don't let the Enclave step on you anymore, stand up and oppose them. And to the soldiers of the Enclave, to the soldiers, officers, and the politicians. I know that you have families, friends, and loved ones, so please listen to me. Please surrender. When the combined forces of the Allied fleet and the anger of the very people that you oppress comes crashing down on you, many of you will die. It would be a senseless waste of human life if you were to fight a battle you cannot win, so I urge you to lay down your weapons and surrender. Step down from power and give your people their rights back. Everyone will benefit. She gave a small sigh. That is all I have to say. Goodbye. With that, she slowly turned and walked away. We need to get back to the Normandy now before more soldiers show up, she said. Kazumi will meet us at the designated point. The others nodded as they looked at her. They all turned and began to run. Jane had a hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach. She hoped that she had done the right thing. XXXXX. Author's note, like I said, I'm moving towards a conclusion here. Things are going to pick up real soon. Hope this arc hasn't dragged on too long and is boring you too much. Chapter 62. Double or Nothing. Author's note, I think that it's time to finish setting up the climax for the Enclave arc. This chapter should do that. Edit, sorry, slight problem, the website crapped out. It's up now though. XXXXX. Jane cautiously walked into the main section of the Eagle's base, supporting Sam while Adam, John, and Ashley were right behind her. They had had to take a covered route back to the base to ensure that they had not been followed, as a result it had taken them a few hours to get back to the base. As they did, they found several dozen Eagles and Quarians standing there, all of whom immediately burst out into applause, although the Eagles were noticeably clapping much harder than the Quarians. Jane blinked in confusion as she helped Sam sit down on a crate. What's going on? We've got a couple of connections to local news networks, Michael said, stepping forward and pointing at a flat screen that was now hanging on the far side. We saw the whole thing. God, I could kiss you. You basically declared war on the Enclave. Michael looked positively giddy. Yeah, I'm hoping that they get the message. The Enclave, I mean. I hope that with their people having something to rally behind, they'll just surrender. Isn't that a little overly idealistic? Jane turned her head to see Garrus approaching her, Lyra not far behind him. Maybe a little, but with Saren on the loose still it'd be for the best if we could afford unnecessary fighting. The Turians are providing support too, wouldn't they like to not lose a good chunk of their fleet? Well, I can't speak for the generals and the Primarch, Garrus said. They would throw terms like necessary sacrifice and soldier's duty around, and they may have a point. I agree with you though, keeping a couple dozen ships from being destroyed while Saren hasn't been dealt with yet is something to strive for. Okay, now that you've made that announcement, I'll try and get in touch with our contacts, Michael said, see what the general reaction is. After that we can. Hey! Jack said, standing at the front of the crowd, looking at the flat screen. Our bitch of a president is giving her statement. Oh, this should be good, Michael said, grinning widely and sitting down on a nearby crate. I want to see how she reacts to this. The room grew silent as an image of President Woods filled the screen, standing behind a podium in front of the White House. Ladies and gentlemen of the Enclave, I imagine that the majority of you saw the same thing that I did this very day. A high-ranking officer of the coalition demanded the surrender of the Enclave on the grounds that we are abusing our citizens and that we have hurt them as well. It is true, in recent years life in the Enclave has been harder than it should have been. We are the land of the free and the brave, yet countless freedoms are denied and abused. Many of the elected leaders of the Enclave have been hopelessly corrupt. Evidence of a senator ordering an Enclave Special Forces squad to open fire on a crowd of civilians today is merely the tip of the iceberg. You are angry about it, and so am I. We are supposed to be the pinnacle of freedom, yet we allow things like this to happen on a regular basis? Civilians slaughtered in the streets, rebels that are so angry and terrified that they see violence as the only way out, and a constant state of martial law? This is America, the land of the free, and it is time that started being more than a bunch of pretty words. This is why, after today's incident, I went to speak to the Senate, and I successfully convinced enough senators to pass a bill I have been meaning to pass ever since I was elected. The Bill of Rights. A cold silence filled the Eagle's base as Woods continued to talk, the feeling of triumph that had filled it a moment ago gone. The coalition officer that spoke to all of us urged you not to let the Enclave step on you anymore, and I have no intention of letting them. Within exactly 1 week, I will sign the bill that will give you the rights that you have been denied for too long. As she spoke, she picked up a daytop pad that was lying in front of her. You will be granted the following rights. There will be no laws regulating the freedom of speech, including media, public protests, art, and so forth. Agents of the government will not be allowed to enter the home of a civilian uninvited without direct authorization, reasonable suspicion, and strong evidence. Taxes will be regulated. The influence of the government will be limited. And what I consider to be the most important considering recent events, is the formation of the National Guard. The National Guard will be a volunteer-only militia that will assist the regular army in defending Cor Mali from any external or internal threats. The Guard will receive training and equipment that is on par with the Marines and they will defend their homes directly. They will be stationed there, not sent off to a far distant city where they have no reason to feel connected to the inhabitants if they are ordered to commit an atrocity. They will be defending their homes, they will answer to the safety of their friends and loved ones first, and the will of the government second, so that they will have no reason to obey a corrupt government that oppresses the people. People of the Enclave, people of America. You are angry and you have every right to be. The coalition speaks the truth, you have the right to be free. But please, I beg of you, do not abandon everything we stand for and throw yourselves into the arms of a government that does not know or care who you are. Within 7 days, you will have your rights, and with them so close, it would be destructive to fight for the coalition. If you do not have those rights within 7 days, then you have every right to abandon the government that has failed you, and fight for one that came all the way out into the depths of space. If we cannot do something so simple, then any alternative rule will be better. I will now give the names of the senators that have agreed to back me in passing the Bill of Rights. First of all, the transmission was cut off as a metal crate smashed into the flat screen. Can you believe this shit? Jack shouted angrily. After all the shit that they've pulled, she honestly has the balls to try to convince us that she's on our side. Bill of Rights? Bill of Rights? Oh right, that magical thing that she said that she would get us when we elected her 3 years ago. Michael shouted. That thing that never happened. Jane blinked as she looked down at Sam. Is there any chance that Woods is serious about actually passing that bill? If she is, I'll make out with her, Sam grunted. It just won't happen. Michael's right, she said that if she was elected, she would get the Bill of Rights passed within the year. 3 years later and she didn't get anywhere. Are you sure? Jane asked. Damn sure. All right then. It doesn't help that the timing for this is a little too perfect, Jane said. It seems less like she's trying to give you freedom and more like she's trying to get you against the coalition. Don't doubt that for a second, Sam said. Is there a reason that this might get the civilians or other rebels in an anti-coalition frenzy? Considering that enough people voted for her to get her elected, and more than a few dumbasses actually managed to get a second term in the history of this pitiful excuse for a government, I wouldn't put it past them, Sam said. She looked up at Michael. Get in touch with our contacts. We need to know what's going on in terms of general reaction now more than ever. Right. Michael said angrily, walking towards and marching through the exit. Listen, Jane said slowly. If Woods manages to get what she wants, any support that you have will be gone and you'll be viewed as traitors for supporting an invading army. It might be for the best if you went underground and rode this whole thing out. What? Jack shouted, making her way across the room. No fucking way, princess. Everything that comes out of that bitch's mouth is a load of shit. She talks about freedom like that? She does fucking remember the things that she's done, right? To everyone, including me. She shouted. I've been in the labs below the White House. How she can tell everyone that she's on their side with a straight face is beyond me. When that army of yours gets here, you stick me on the front lines so that I can rip that cunt's face off. I'm with Jack on this, Sam said. We're sticking with you, Shepard. We started fighting for our home a long time ago and we're going to finish it, especially when victory could be right around the corner. I suppose I can't talk you out of this, Jane said. No you fucking can't, Jack said bluntly. Just try and stop us, Sam said. Well, if you're going to do that, then I need you to get in contact with whatever other rebel cells you can find. We need to pool our resources, Jane said. Also, I'd rather if we held back on any further attacks until the 7 days are up. If we jump the gun and attack before Wood's deadline runs out, we run the risk of turning the people who believe her against us. Wait until she can't follow through on her promises. Then we strike. Hit the bitch where it hurts, Jack said. I like it. We'll be ready when the time comes, Sam said. Captain, may I have a word with you? Jane looked over her shoulder to see Rail Zora beckoning at her. Pardon me, she said, getting to her feet and walking over to where Rail was standing, Garrus and Lyra not far behind her. Yes, Admiral. If it means getting back the hundreds of Quarians that were taken prisoner during the Enclave's attack on the research fleet, I will be willing to provide what few Marines I have to attack the Enclave on the ground when the time comes. I appreciate the offer, Admiral, Jane said. Thank you. Is there anything in particular that brought along this decision? Garrus asked. This would be a little risky, there aren't a large supply of antibodies for your kind to use in case their suits get punctured. It's a risk I'm willing to take, Rail said. I've grown tired of being forced to sit on the sidelines while other people die. What's more, the data that I was working on that could turn things around for the Quarian race is still in Enclave hands. I want it back. Admiral, with all due respect, we really should have our minds on other priorities than your research data, Lyra said. I'm sure that it is quite valuable, but we are in no position to be taking it back from the Enclave. Lyra's right, Jane said. We need to focus on taking out their main defenses and finding a way to cripple them. We can worry about finding your research data after that. Captain, my kind needs that data, Rail protested. What your kind needs is for you to keep a level head, Jane said. The last thing you need right now is to make a mistake that could jeopardize the security of the migrant fleet or our operation here. We're walking a very thin line. Please, Admiral. I appreciate you lending me what few men you have, but when the time comes to act, I urge you not to do anything rash. Captain, I assure you, everything that I do will be for the benefit of my kind. And considering the great lengths you went to rescue me, I will be willing to share the benefits that we are in the brink of reaping. Jane shifted slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Admiral, I'm here to take care of the Enclave. Making agreements like this isn't something I have the authority to do. I just want to focus on the problem at hand. Rail sighed, sounding slightly disappointed. I understand. XXXXX. Woods walked through the halls of the White House, a very satisfied smile on her face and a spring in her step that she didn't normally have. Moore, Gallows, James, and Albert following behind her. All four of them looked flabbergasted. Did you just do that? Moore asked. I did, Woods said, the faintest bit of pride in her voice. And I won't lie, it felt damn good. But Madam President, you said that you had the support of the Senate to pass this bill, Gallows said. Yes I did, Woods said. But you don't have that support, Gallows said, looking confused. I'm about to fix that problem, Woods said, continuing to walk down the hallway until they reached the end. The other members of Sigma and Alpha Squad were standing right outside it, waiting for them. Major Black, Major Riggs, please stay outside with your men, she said, glancing at Albert and James. Gallows, Moore, with me. With all due respect Madam President, what exactly are you planning to do? Warren asked. Lieutenant, you'll probably hear it, Woods said, smirking widely. Moore, Gallows, come on. The Senate will probably want to talk to us. This hurts already, Moore said, as the doors opened wide. The Senate was in an uproar, dozens of different voices in the room clashing with one another. Woods put her fingers to her lips and whistled loudly, causing the noise to die down slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, she said. Not too long ago I proposed my Bill of Rights to you. I have come to do so again, with the hopes that you will be open-minded to the idea of helping me pass this. Woods, we aren't in a joking mode, the Republican leader groaned, none of us are. You told the entire system that you're planning on passing this bill. The Democrat leader shouted. What makes you think that we would back it after you pull a stunt like that? Oh, I know that you're going to pass that bill, Woods said, smiling slightly. Because you are. Preposterous. The Democrat leader shouted. A National Guard? Like we really need to indulge in another militaristic wet dream from the Republicans. And the ability for the people to say whatever they want, whenever they want. The Republican leader said. Are you trying to invoke complete anarchy here? Oh, you would say something like that, wouldn't you? The Democrat leader said. Running your own little personal playground and not caring about what happens to everyone else. Coming from the person who hates freedom in America. The Republican leader asked. The voices started up again, the senators going at each other, throwing every last insult that they could think of. Rolling her eyes, Woods stuck her fingers in her mouth again and whistled again. This time, the senators ignored it, continued to yell at each other with no concern. Sighed, Woods reached to her side and drew her pistol, aiming it at the ceiling and firing it 3 times. All of the noise in the room died instantly, all eyes fixed on Woods. Well, now that I have your attention, I was hoping to point out that it would be in your best interest for you to vote for it to pass, Woods said. If you don't want to be the victims of a lynch mob, that is. What do you mean by that? The Republican leader asked. Well, if you watched my speech all the way to the end, you would have seen me give the names of the senators that agreed to help me. 80% of you were on that list, including you two, she said, pointing at the 2 leaders. And now the people are expecting you to support me in a week. They would be severely disappointed if you didn't keep your promise. We didn't make any promise. The Democrat leader shouted. That's not what the people think, Woods said. And right now what they think is the most important. They think that a massive fleet is on their way to save them from the corrupt politicians that have been keeping them under a boot for as long as they can remember. Considering everything that you've done to them, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a full-fledged rebellion when the coalition arrives. So I told them that the Senate would be willing to pass the rights that they've wanted for so long because that's what the people want. They will be furious if you don't follow through. That's also why I told them that the bill would be passed 3 days before the coalition is supposed to arrive. Don't want you to get cold feet and back out once the coalition has been defeated because you only said that you would vote for the bill. Woods, the Republican leader growled, do you realize what you're doing? Yes. I've put the word out that you are going to give the people everything that they want, and if you didn't I gave them permission to fight for the enemy that we've spent centuries building up to fight against, Woods said bluntly. And if they do, odds are they'd execute all of you. But they'll kill you too. The Democrat leader shouted. Woods smiled slightly. I know. But I don't have to worry about that, because you're all going to vote for the bill. Because if there's one thing that you people know how to do, it's look out for yourselves. Hell, that's all you know how to do. We are the people that lead this country. The Republican leader shouted. We've dedicated our entire lives to making America a better place. The Democrat leader shouted. And now you're throwing away everything that we've worked for decades to accomplish. Woods simply shook her head, chuckling softly. It really is amazing how detached from reality you are, Woods said. You've been making America better? No, You haven't, you've been making it worse. You see, you people aren't part of the solution, you're part of the problem. One of you ordered Omega Squad to fire on a group of civilians, which is what gave the coalition the momentum they needed to announce their presence to the entire enclave. They're idiots. The Republican leader shouted. They gave away the exact date of their invasion. We can. I already knew the date of their invasion, Woods said. My informants told me. I imagine that Captain Shepard knew that I had this information. What she said wasn't meant for us, it was meant for the civilians. The same people that you have been neglecting your entire life. Woods, you're out of line, the Democrat leader said. Maybe I am, she said. For the last 3 years, I had to play nice with you in the desperate hope that I would win some of your support, but that never came to anything. You don't care about making things better, you don't care about representing the people, you represent yourselves. The existence of your parties takes the concept of citizens voting for the political candidate that they believe would be the most ideal, and turns it into a private power struggle between the two, with them voting for the party that they believe is the least horrible. They have to choose between one extreme or the other, there's no middle ground with you people, you only try to appeal to extremists. Woods, the Republican leader said, but Woods cut him off. I tried to get you to work together to pass my bill over the last 3 years, but I failed miserably every time. Now I see that you are the kind of people that common sense doesn't work on, you just stick your fingers in your ears and hum whenever someone tries to disagree with you, having a pissing contest with each other to see who gets to implement their idiotic, extremist concepts into law. Well, for the first time in 3 years, I'm the one with the power, and you aren't. So listen to me closely. If all of you still want to be alive at the end of the month, you'll vote for the Bill of Rights, because if you don't, you won't have the security of the White House when the coalition invades. This building is my home, not yours. You think that you'll live with an invasion and a rebellion going on? The Democrat leader shouted. You'll die along with us, you'll lose everything. I look at it in a different way, Woods said. If you vote for the bill, the people get the rights they've been denied for so long, they grow to love us and help us fight off an alien force. If you don't, I leave you to fend for yourselves when the coalition attacks, the rebellion will start, and odds are I'll get some good footage of the rebels hanging, beheading, shooting you in the back of the head or whatever they do to kill you before you die. I win either way, because if I were to die in 10 days, knowing that I managed to bring all of you down with me would be enough to let me die with a smile on my face. This is blackmail. The Republican leader shouted. Yes, I suppose it is, Woods said. But considering that today alone one of you people tried to start a massacre, I don't really feel that bad. So, vote for my bill or die. Either way I'll be happy. Without another word, she turned around and walked towards the exit. Moore and Gallows followed slowly, looking flabbergasted. Madam President, did you just do that? Moore asked. I did. And I won't lie, it felt wonderful, Woods replied. How did you come up with that plan? Gallows asked. Were you planning this all along? Woods gave a small chuckle. Actually I came up with this idea on the spot. The thing about long and complex plans, is that they can be the most well thought out plan in existence but they'll still fail if a single thing goes wrong, or if something changes. A good strategist needs to be able to come up with a plan on the spot to fit the situation. Well, I'd say that you did a good job of doing that, Moore said. Can you do me a favor then? Woods asked. After that? Anything. Please stop drinking, Woods said. For your daughter's sake if nothing else. Maybe, Moore said hesitantly. If you can follow through on passing that bill then, maybe. Woods smiled. I suppose that I can work with that, she said as she passed through the door. Sigma and Alpha Squad were waiting just outside for her, their eyes wide with shock. Madam President, did you just? Albert began. I did, Woods said. I'm so voting for you next election, Warren said. I appreciate the thought, Woods said, but right now we all have a lot of work to. There you are. All of them looked down the hallway to see Crawford standing at the end, Dr. Goeth standing right beside him. Goeth looked rather bored. The voices carried. So, is it true? Yes, Captain, Woods said, her voice stony. So, I'm punished for disobeying orders, but you blackmailing the entire Senate? I'm sensing a double standard here, Woods, Crawford said. Woods felt a slight twinge of discomfort in the pit of her stomach. As much as she didn't want to admit it, Crawford did have a point. This is bigger than you, bigger than me, she retorted, this is about the future of the enclave. And you're telling the people that the government is weak, that we will bow to their every whim. You're making a mistake, Woods, you're overriding the complicated political process that should come with making laws. Oh, tragic, Goeth said dryly, stretching his arms above his head. Can I get back to my lab now? I don't like to leave my subjects unattended for too long. They scare my assistants. Don't do this, Woods, Crawford said, don't be a fool. Don't pass this bill. Let Goeth unleash the horde on the coalition when they arrive. Show the people what happens when they oppose us. Goeth straightened out immediately, an excited look on his face. I agree with the good Admiral Woods. Oh, sorry, the good captain. I never got a chance to field test the horde, and I can only learn so much in a controlled environment. No, Woods said quietly. I will never do anything so barbaric. Now Crawford, get out of my sight. You're a fool, Crawford hissed, turning and walking away. Goeth looked back and forth between Woods and Crawford, a smile on his face. This should be interesting, he said, as he too turned and walked away. There was a slight hollow feeling in the pit of Wood's stomach. As Goeth walked, he caught up to Crawford. There is some information I would like to share with you, he whispered. XXXXX. Remind me what the plan is again. Shields asked as he stood behind the stranger, who was typing into a control panel on the bridge of his ship, Zaid standing nearby. And how come we had to wait so long to do this mission? We were supposed to do this days ago. I've still got a couple of old contacts in the Blue Suns, Zaid, some people that are still loyal for me. Vido sent out a good chunk of the ships he had on guard duty to reinforce his position on Omega. The war there between the Merc groups is heating up. Eclipse is losing ground, and when the Blood Pack went in first, the Suns and the army tried to hit them from behind. Turn things into a bloody free-for-all. Wait, what do you mean loyal to you? Shields asked, looking at Zaid. You used to be part of the Blue Suns. Part of them? I founded the damn Blue Suns, Zaid said, anger lacing his voice. Me and Vido together. Then he turned my own men on me and put a round through my head. How did you survive that? Junior, whatever happened to you to make you look like this? I don't care what it is, he said, gesturing to Shields, but it looks like your body was rebuilt from the ground up. Do you hate the person that did this to you? Would you do anything you could to hunt him down, break both of his legs, press your gun right between his eyes, and watch the light go out when you pull the trigger? As Zaid spoke, images of Saren filled Shields' mind, images of him taunting him while he had been impaled on the spike. His hands shook in anger. Yes. Yes, I would. Well, there you go. That's what kept me alive, Zaid said. Rage can push a man to do things you wouldn't even think are possible. Right, Shields said, looking back at the stranger. So what's the plan? Hurst and Rick are going to be our decoy, he said. They volunteered for it. They're going to come out in orbit of the planet and try to contact the Blue Suns to sell their wares. The Blue Suns won't open fire on a freighter, they would try to board it to seize the cargo. He'll keep their attention long enough for us to kill Vido and then we all make our escape. This sounds risky, Shields said. You're trying to kill the leader of one of the biggest merc groups in the galaxy, Zaid said. Were you expecting a walk through the goddamn park? Zaid asked. Enough, the stranger said. Hurst and Rick are coming out ahead of us. He typed into his control panel. Are you two ready? Ready and willing. Hurst shouted. We're about to drop out of FTL in 3, 2, 1, why hello there good gentlemen. I've got a cargo bay packed to the brim with goods that I'm willing to part with at a price that, oh god. Hurst? What's wrong? The stranger asked. Are you under fire? No. No one's shooting at us. There's no one to shoot at us, Hurst replied. Vido didn't abandon the planet, did he? Zaid growled, sounding angry. No, see for yourself, Hurst said. Shields looked down at the stranger with a confused look on his face. The stranger simply typed into his control panel. Stealth systems are online, we're dropping out of FTL now. He looked up as normal space came into view of the cockpit. Before looking down again. There's the heat signatures of 15 warships orbiting the planet, wait a minute, it's too low. No active ship would be generating that little heat, and it's getting lower and. Oh god. What? Shields asked. Those ships are just husks. Someone attacked and destroyed them, the stranger said. Someone else attacked this planet. Zaid said. Maybe it was the Blood Pack or the army. Do you see any other ships in the area? They should have lost one or two at the very least, even if they outnumbered the Blue Suns and had the element of surprise. No. Just Blue Sun ships, the stranger said. That doesn't make any sense, Zaid said. No merc groups are that good at orbital battles, and what would military ships be doing all the way out here? It could be Geth, the stranger suggested. Maybe, Zaid said. That'd make a bit more sense, they're advanced enough at least. But I thought that the Geth didn't care about taking casualties, they just build more of themselves. Let's just get down to the surface, the stranger said. I'm picking up a lot of communications from the surface, looks like all of the settlements are contacting one another and sending messages outside of the system. They look like sauce. Not surprising, Zoria is the heart of Blue Sun's territory, quite literally the capital. They have bases all over the planet, They're probably calling for help after whatever happened here. Zaid said as the ship moved forward, slowly entering Zorya's atmosphere, the heat from re-entry enveloping the ship. Hey, you guys see any other blue sun ships on the ground that look like they're about to take off? Hurst asked over the comm lines. I don't see any. Neither do I, the stranger said. We could use a little extra support on the ground. All right, I'll put on the autopilot, Rig and I will be right down there, Hurst said. What's happening? Shields asked, as the ship entered the planet's atmosphere, continuing to descend. Vidau's supposed to be holed up in a refinery on the surface, Zaid said. They weren't paying their protection fees, so he moved in and took over. We move in, kill him, get out, then head for the nearest bar, if he's still alive. I have a feeling that he might not be. What makes you say that? Shields asked. Those implants boggle your brain, Junior? Why do you think that this planet was attacked in the first place? Zaid asked. To kill Vidau, Shields said softly. Bingo, Zaid said. Hold on, we're landing, the stranger said, slowly touching his ship down in the middle of a dense forest, the trees looking like they were doing everything they could to swallow the landscape. Smoke was billowing up not that far from where they are. That can't be good, the stranger said, all three of them drawing their weapons as they slowly advanced forward, moving past the trees until they came to a small clearing. Oh God, the stranger said. The smoke was coming from a refinery, or rather, what was left of one. Massive parts of the refinery have been blown off, lying on the ground around it, fires burning hot and bright, and some parts of it having been reduced to rubble. And then they noticed the bodies. There was a war here, Shields said numbly, walking forward. He passed several dead Blue Suns mercenaries, in addition to several people in work clothes. Everyone was massacred, everyone, he mumbled, spotting several over dead workers. Hey, found something, Zaid said, looking at the other two. They made their way to where he was standing, and found a humanoid creature with brown scaly skin that resembled an insect. It also had 4 yellow eyes and was gripping a rifle that looked rather organic in nature. Looks like a Batarian that got dipped in FEV, Zaid remarked. I don't think that's what this is, the stranger said, bending down and picking up the weapon. Aiming it out into the forest, B pulled the trigger and a sickly yellow beam shot out of it, hitting a tree and leaving a deep, dark scorch mark on the tree. If it was just a mutant, then where did it get technology like this? I've never seen something this advanced. Zaid shrugged, hell if I know. As he spoke, he spotted what looked like the main entrance to the refinery, support pillars lying in pieces on the ground and catwalks smashed into scrap metal. Wait a minute, is that? He said slowly, walking forward towards it. Dozens of bodies littered the ground, some of them the same creature that he had found, but most of them Blue Suns. He came to a halt in front of a corpse with dark skin. Vidau, he muttered, looking down at the body. God, damn it, he sighed. You don't exactly seem thrilled to find out that he's dead, the stranger said, walking towards him. I would think that you'd be happy. Imagine if you spent 20 years trying to hunt down and kill a man, only to find that someone else went and did it before you can, Zaid said. You're glad that the job got done, but you feel angry that all your hard work went to waste, he said. Sort of. I have no goddamn idea what to say. He looked down at Vidau. He looks scared. Probably squealed like a pig before he died. He was always more of a paper pusher than a fighter. Should have stuck to business school. So now what? The stranger asked. No idea, Zaid said. Killing him was what kept me going for as long as I can remember. We need to track down the people that did this, Shields said, walking towards the stranger and Zaid. Innocent people were killed when they attacked this place. Civilians. Hundreds or maybe even thousands. Yeah, the coalition is going to be pretty pissed when they hear about this, Zaid said, looking around. Oh wait, no they won't. We're in the middle of the terminus systems, no one gives a damn how many people die out here. Which is why we need to do it, the stranger said, no one else is going to make sure that the people that did this pay for what they do. Funny, I'm kinda like the coalition, I also don't care how many people die in the terminus systems, Zaid said. And I may not know what I want to do with my life right now, but I'm damn sure I don't want to become a charity worker. I'm a merc, you want my help, pay up. You're joking right? Shields said, sounding angry. There was a massacre here and you're talking about money. People being massacred seems to be happening a lot lately, Zaid said coolly. In fact it's been going on for a while. I can't afford to get all worked up over it every time it happens, Junior. Oh, and we're dealing with an enemy that we know nothing about, one that massacred the ships defending the heart of Blue Sun territory without taking any causalities in space, and on ground I'd say that for every man they lost, the Blue Suns lost 5. That'll cost you extra. Shields angrily stepped forward, but before he could, the stranger put his arm out and stopped him. Activating his Omni tool, the stranger stepped forward as a holographic screen was projected out from his Omni tool. Will this do? He asked. Zaid glanced at it. Yeah, that'll do, he said, activating his own Omni tool, the stranger transferring the credits from his bank account to Zaid's. Didn't know you had such deep pockets. Well, congratulations, I'm now in your employment, what do you want me to do? If we're going to take care about these things, we need to learn about them. What they are, how many of them there are, and where they are. The first thing we need to do is search the refinery for any recordings that might have survived the attack, the stranger said. After that I'd like you to get in touch with your contacts and see if they know anything. Zaid nodded as a shuttle appeared in the sky, slowly descending to their position. All right. Hurst said, jumping out. Oh dear lord, he said, hastily reaching up and pulling his hat off. Oh god, Riggs said, floating out. What happened here? A massacre, the stranger said. Would you mind sticking with us a little? Just tell us what to do and we'll do it, Hurst said, Riggs nodding viciously. Thank you, the stranger said. Wait, I just thought of something, Shield said, looking at the stranger. Do you think this is connected to Saren? Maybe, the stranger said. I'll send what information we get to the coalition in case it is. No promises that it'll do any good, but we need to try. And if he is behind it, we have another reason to hunt him down. He started walking towards the ruins of the refinery. Come on, we've got work to do. Chapter 63. Give me liberty. Author's note, well, it seems like people like the increased pace, let's keep it up. XXXXX. Wood sighed slightly, her fingers twitching nervously as she stood in a dark room. 7 days had been passed since she had made her announcement to the Enclave. She had been worried that the stubbornness of the senators would hold out, but it appeared that her worries had been misplaced. Their sense of survival had apparently won out against their strong political beliefs. 90% of all of the senators had given their approval for the bill to be signed. She looked down. She was holding the bill in her hands, so long that when doubled over and folded over it reached all the way down to her ankles. The signatures that she had managed to earn written at the bottom of the page. There was a small section that was still blank, a line reserved for her signature now that the bill had been approved by the Senate. Madam President. She looked over her shoulder to see Edward approaching her, the rest of Omega Squad not far behind him. Are you ready? Just about, she said. Is it almost noon? Almost, Edward said. Nodding, Wood stepped forward slightly, opening a door at the far end of the room and cracking it open slightly. The sight of a massive stadium filled her eyes. She was in the middle of New Washington Stadium, a football stadium that she had hijacked for the public signing of the Bill of Rights. Between the chairs that had been laid out on the far half of the field, the fully packed rows, and the fact that the stadium was larger than any stadium that had ever been built on Earth, there were easily over 1 million people were in it, possibly 2. Despite her wanting to put her best foot forward for the people she was trying to win over, her high-ranking officers, including General Moore and Admiral Gallows, had convinced her that she should have a heavy escort on the off chance that a rebel cell decided that now would be a good time to publicly assassinate her. Thousands of soldiers had set up defense positions around the podium and stage that had been set up, deployable barricades having been set down, and machine gun emplacements had been set up among other things. General Moore was right outside the stadium with additional forces, including many of her tanks, Sigma Squad and Alpha Squad. Gallows was in orbit with the rest of the fleet, guarding the planet just in case Shepard had lied about the arrival date of the coalition fleet. To top it all off, a row of around 24 Enclave officers were standing behind the podium. To her great distaste, Crawford was among them. Most of the other officers had refused to attend if he had not been present, and she had wanted to put on a good show for both the civilians and the military, so she had allowed him to attend. Is everything ready? Edward said. Hold on, Wood said, lifting up her shirt slightly to reveal a combat vest underneath, before lowering it down. Shields are active. She reached around back to her holster. Pistol ready. She reached into her front pocket and pulled out a small pen. Pen here, okay, everything is ready. Well, Madam President, there are over 1 million people waiting out there for you, Edward said. And millions more watching. This entire thing is being broadcasted live to the entire planet and the colonies, Wood said. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and walked outside, Omega Squad right behind her. A massive wall of noise rose up to meet her, too overwhelming for her to tell if people were cheering or booing her. Deciding not to stop and try finding out, she kept walking, stopping right in front of the podium, Omega Squad stopping a fair distance behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the Enclave of America, she said, speaking into her microphone, the crowd growing quiet as she did. I ask you to be patient, to give me 7 days to gain the support to pass the Bill of Rights and to write the bill. She took the bill, unfolding it and holding it up for the crowd to see. I have kept my word. She exclaimed proudly. This preceded a massive roar from the crowd as she laid the bill down on the podium in front of her. This country is a great one, but even the mightiest of empires have had blunders that threaten to tear them to the ground. Simply denying that they exist because of your love for your country is nothing short of ignorance, and only proves to be destructive. In order for a country to truly be great, we must acknowledge its flaws, and most importantly, strive to overcome them. I plan to do just that today. All throughout the stadium people listened with bated breath. Outside of the stadium, countless other people that had gathered, not having been able to get a seat inside, gathered around camps, watching the speech that Woods was giving on small portable flat screens and Omni tools. They were all crowded in a mob of camp, separated from the stadium by a solid line of enclave soldiers that were dug in, forming a solid perimeter around the stadium. General Moore sat on top of one of her Tiger tanks, watching Woods give her speech on her Omni tool, holding a bottle of whiskey in the other hand. "What are you doing with that?" She looked down to see Cadence standing at the bottom of the tank, looking up at her. "You're on duty." "Just a backup in case everything here goes to shit," Moore said, grabbing the cork with her teeth and pulling it out, spitting it off to the side. "Don't worry though," she said, "I'm only going to drink it if things go bad." "General," James said, stepping forward with the rest of Alpha Squad. "With all due respect, this isn't behavior of and becoming of an officer." "Duly noted, Major," Moore said, idly looking at the bottle in her hands. "So, we just sit out here?" Warren said to his brother, the two of them walking towards Moore's tank, "Just put down anyone who tried to get in and crashing the party." "That's right," Albert said. "I haven't seen anyone in the crowd that looks like they plan on starting a fight though. Haven't even seen any weapons among them, not even anything that could be used as a club." "Don't let your guard down," James said. "He's right," Leon said. "With all due respect, Major, we've been ambushed multiple times when we thought that we were safe," he said, adjusting the holographic images floating in front of his eye. Jade nodded. "We nearly died a couple of times." "All right, everyone be careful," Albert said. "Can't hurt." James smiled slightly. "Thank you, Major." Not far away, 3 different trucks were parked. Countless other vehicles were parked around it, but these 3 vehicles were all owned by the Eagles. Currently, the Normandy crew and the rebels were hiding inside it, watching Wood's speech play out. "What exactly is the plan?" John said, sitting down in front of a holographic projection of the speech in one of the trucks. "We don't really have one," Jane admitted. "I don't want to admit it, but we're flying blind here. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for anything, and I do mean anything that I can use to our advantage." "The bitch is lucky we can't get anywhere near her," Jack hissed, glaring at the image. "Otherwise I'd be bashing her skull in." "Sam," Michael whispered, looking at the screen. Do you think that she's serious about trying to give us these rights? Do you think we should stop fighting?" "That's the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard," Jack said. "You want to just bend over for these people?" "Fuck off," Michael said. "You've got my back, right, Sam?" I can't say I do," Sam said. "Is Woods going though with this? If she's going to put her money where her mouth is, then good for her, but that isn't going to make our problems go away. What happens when she leaves office? You know how some people say that a few rotten apples don't spoil a barrel of good ones? Well, a few good ones don't make a barrel of bad apples better. So what do we do?" Michael asked. "I don't know," Sam growled, looking back at the screen, where Woods was still giving her speech. "I pray with all of my heart that this is the dawn of a new era for this country," she said, taking her pen out of her front pocket. "I will do everything in my power from this day forth, to ensure that the rights given to you today do not." Before Woods could finish her sentence, a shot rang out. Immediately after, 4 more followed it, piercing Woods' shields, the last shot going directly through her chest. Woods staggered forward, clutching at her chest as blood seeped out of it, drops of it splattering onto the Bill of Rights and staining it. For a moment, she stared down at the paper, shock and disbelief in her eyes. Whipping her head around, she saw Crawford approaching her, a highly customized heavy pistol in his hand, the one that had easily punched through her shields. She struggled to reach for her own pistol, but before she could, he fired again and another shot pierced her chest, forcing her to stagger back against the podium. Walking up to her, Crawford took his pistol and smacked her across the face with it, knocking her off of the platform and causing her to fall limply onto the field, blood pooling around her. "The fuck?" Jack swore as Crawford approached the podium, his pistol still in his hand, the crowd roaring and shuffling about. "Madam President!" Edward shouted, running forward and trying to help her, but before he could, Rose grabbed him from behind and pulled him into a full Nelson, Grace holding him from the front. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "That woman achieved her goals through blackmail," Crawford growled. "She never would have gotten the support necessary for this thing," he shouted, grabbing the Bill of Rights and tearing it in half, throwing it off of the stage. "And this is the woman you scream in support for? The woman who throws away the American way, spits on it, and creates her own laws to enforce on the people without the willing consent of the Senate. No. Crawford shouted, looking furious. She's a traitor. You, all of you, you're all traitors. He turned to the soldiers that surrounded him, kill them. Kill all of them. There was a slight hesitation, many of the soldiers looked at each other. However, one Marine raised his rifle and fired a burst at the crowd. There was a scream and one person slumped dead in his seat. Then all hell broke loose. The soldiers all opened fire, aiming their rifles, machine guns, and even rockets at the crowds, gunning down the civilians without mercy. The hell? Michael asked looking at the screen. What do we do, Sam? He looked around. Sam was not longer sitting right next to him. Sam. Before he could say anything else, he heard the back of the truck open and turned around just in time to see Sam standing behind it, firing her rockets and shooting up into the air. Sam! He shouted, running out after her, John, Jane and Jack not far behind, watching as she shot into the air. What the hell? A passing Marine said, looking at them. Rebels! He shouted, the rest of his squad aiming their rifles at them. Stand down! Are you kidding me? Jane shouted, do you have any idea what's going on inside? What? The Marine said, activating his Omni tool again and bringing up the speech. His face went pale behind his see-through visor as he saw the massacre take place. Oh God! Take us to your commander now! Jane demanded, walking towards him. But, I'm sorry but we have direct orders to eliminate any he began, but before he could finish, Jane reached him, grabbed him by his collar and pulled him off of his feet. Do I look like I care? She shouted. Your people are dying in there. I need your commander now. She glanced behind her back. John, get everyone out of the trucks now. Back in the stadium, Edward struggled in the grips of Grace and Rose. What are you doing? Edward shouted, trying to throw Grace and Rose off, but the combined strength of them in their power armor was too much for him. Colonel, listen to me very carefully, Crawford growled, walking towards him. Goeth told me everything. He is standing by, ready to pull the trigger on these three the second I give him the word. Do exactly what I say, and I'll order him to hold off. But... Edward stuttered. Colonel, please do what he says, Rose mumbled, lowering her head, a defeated tone in her voice. Listen to what she says, Crawford hissed. As he did, he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. Looks like you have something coming this way, he said, walking away. Get to work, he said before putting his finger to his ear. Send a vertibird to pick me up. Grace and Rose let Edward go, all four members of Omega Squad looking up as they did. A figure was flying through the air, heading right towards them. It was wearing power armor and had a chainsaw sword in each hand. Crawford! Sam bellowed, flying directly at the stage. As she drew closer, Grace jumped up into the air and slashed at her with her claw. Sam was knocked out of the sky and slammed into the stage, but quickly recovered, standing up with both swords held out in front of her. I've been looking forward to this, Rose growled, drawing both of her assault rifles as the sound of gunfire and screams filled the air. XXXXX. Saren ground his talons impatiently as he watched a handful of scientists work at terminals that had been set up in the control room of the base that he had found in the galaxy core. They had been among the allies that he had found after he had taken Sovereign. What is your progress? He asked, looking at them. Sir, we're almost done analyzing the data, one of the scientists, a Solarian, said. The combat data from the attack on the Blue Suns is impressive so far. The 5 ships that you were able to salvage and build managed to devastate the Blue Sun's installation of the planet. Causalities that the ground forces took were minimal. These Protheans have collectors, Saren said abruptly. Sir. The scientist, turning around to look at Saren. I've decided that they will be called collectors, Saren said sternly. After all, it looks like the insides of their ships were designed for mass abduction missions. Hence I call them collectors. Very well sir, the Solarian said slowly. The collectors performed very well in combat. Their advanced technology and ability to fly allowed them to cut through the Blue Suns. They were even able to kill the leader of the Blue Suns as per your instructions. What about the other ships? He asked, how long until construction on more of them is complete? A few of them should be finished by the end of the week, the Solarian said. The automated construction system is very effective, especially with the Geth helping them along, and with all of the derelict ships out there we have no shortage of materials. Good, Saren said, walking away. As he did, Rana walked into the control room, looking nervous as she looked up from a data pad. Rana, what is it? He asked. Did you order the collectors to attack a Blue Sun's installation? She asked nervously. With Sovereign providing support. I did, he said simply. Why? Was that wise move? She asked nervously. What do you mean by that? Saren asked disapprovingly. I mean, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile, aren't we? You sent out several highly advanced ships and had them killed thousands of people, Rana said. Civilians too. Was this really a smart move? In fact, was this even the right move? Rana, Saren said, sounding rather annoyed, I killed the head of the Blue Suns. I did something that neither the Coalition or the Council could ever do. In fact, the founders of the Blue Suns and a massive part of its members are all human. More of the Coalition's blight spreading across the rest of the galaxy. I did the galaxy a favor. But you still killed countless civilians, Rana said. And this still draws attention to us. We lost dozens of foot soldiers that were left behind on the planet. I thought that we were desperately bidding for time. Rana, I did the entire galaxy a favor, Saren said. It seems the more that I think about it, it seems that I'm the only one that can be counted on to get anything worthwhile done in this galaxy. Saren, this is just reckless, Rana said. You can't just run around doing whatever you want, you need to be careful. Saren's eyes flared in anger as she spoke. I mean, have you completely lost track of what you are trying to accomplish here? The second she was done speaking, Saren's hand shot out, striking her across the face. Caught off guard, Rana fell to the ground, crying out in pain. As she lay on the ground, whimpering in pain, Saren grabbed her and pulled her to her feet before slamming her against the wall. The scientists looked up in shock, rooted to the spot in fear. Don't you ever question my conviction again, he hissed. Look what you made me do. Say anything like that again and I won't hesitate to do it again. Think before you speak. I'm sorry, Rana choked out. You should be, Saren snarled, throwing her to the ground before walking out of the room. He was still fuming as he walked. What does she know? He hissed, what does she know about anything? Am I the only person who is willing to give this galaxy what it needs? Walking through the collector base, he stopped as he came to a large open area, several collectors flying through the air and Morgoth walking around on the ground. More scientists were working on a handful of terminals. What have you found out? He asked, stepping up behind them. There is a lot of information about the genetic makeup of the collectors here, one of the scientists, an Asari said, getting up and looking at him. We've also discovered something interesting. Saren cocked his head slightly. What would that be? Apparently there are unique modifications to the collector's nervous system, the Asari said. It's been wired so that it can be controlled remotely. In fact, the way I can deal, it was designed so that its actions would mirror the commands that someone else gave it precisely. She shook her head in disbelief. I didn't even think it was possible for technology this advanced to exist. The Reapers were beings beyond our comprehension, Saren said, looking around the interior of the base. Everything that you see here should be evidence of that. Now then, is there any way for us to harness this technology? Being able to precisely control soldiers from a distance could prove to be a very useful asset, Saren said. The Asari said, picking up a datapad and scrolling through it. I can't say for certain. It certainly seems like a possibility. It would take a good deal of time. Also, something else that you should know, controlling the collector like that pushes their entire body into overdrive. It activates dormant biotic abilities and easily makes them twice as strong in combat. The drawback is that it pushes the collector so far that it disintegrates within minutes. We have collectors to spare, he said, looking around. We can afford to do that. I suppose that would be a viable possibility, the Asari said. I suppose that you would want us to start researching ways to harness this. Saren nodded. Yes, I would, he said, activating his Omni tool, typing into it. Send what you found so far to my Omni tool. He slowly stopped speaking as he looked down at his Omni tool, a look of rage spreading across his face. What is it? The Asari asked. Why did you access my Omni tool remotely? He asked. Saren, what are you talking about? She asked. I didn't access your Omni tool. Don't lie to me. He shouted, causing the Asari to jump back. I've upgraded it with all the technology that I've been gathering. I can see that you accessed my Omni tool remotely and accessed the private files that I had stored on them. All of them, he growled. Who did you send them to? Saren, I don't know what you're talking about. The Asari said, sounding nervous. No, you didn't, he growled, drawing his pistol and pointing it at her. Who did you send it to? He asked, his voice filled with silent anger. Oh goddess, Saren, please, she begged. Tell me, he growled, stepping forward and pressing the pistol in between her eyes. All right. The Asari shouted, on the brink of tears. I sent it to the shadow broker. I needed the money and he swore that he would never sell it to the coalition. Saren, I swear, I believe in your cause. Please don't. A shot rang out as the Asari fell to the ground, dead. We have a security breach. Saren shouted, sounding furious. No one does anything else until we track down the fucking shadow broker. XXXXX. Moore's eyes widened as her grip on the bottle of whiskey loosened, it falling to the ground and shattering on impact. You cannot be serious. Cadence shouted, looking down at her own Omni tool, you cannot be serious. Jesus Christ, Warren whispered, looking at his Omni tool. I hated Crawford's guts but, I didn't think that he'd, God. Mom, what do we do? Cadence shouted, looking up at Moore. General, Albert said, his voice eerily low. I suggest that we respond. Moore grit her teeth in anger, looking down at the Omni tool again. Crawford shot the president, most likely killed her, and now he's organizing a massacre. We need to stop him, but I don't know how we're supposed to move enough men inside the stadium to stop him. General. A Marine shouted. What is it? Moore asked, looking at him. Oh Lord. A squad of Marines was approaching her, being followed by dozens of people. The Eagles and the Normandy crew. Nearly every nearby soldier had their rifle trained on them, but held fire. Warren growled and extended his blades from his arms, Norman noticing and drawing his pistols. What the hell is Moore began? We don't have time for that, Jane said briskly, you want to stop what's going on in there. As she spoke, she spotted Norman out of the corner of her eye. Stand down. She hissed. Norman looked at her before reluctantly holstering his pistols. You too, Warren, Moore said, glaring at him until he retracted his blades. I do, but the entrances to the stadium are too narrow for my tanks to fit through, and moving infantry through them will get them bottlenecked. Do you have a diagram of the stadium? Jane asked quickly, we don't have very long. Back inside the stadium, Sam let out a shout as she charged forward, swinging her swords at Grace. The cyborg reached out with her claw hand and grabbed one of the swords before it could reach her, drawing her shotgun and firing it at Sam's chest before the second sword could reach her. The sheer force from the claymore pushed her back, her sword stopping mid-swing. Gritting her teeth, she saw Rose coming at her from the side, tongues of fire leaping from her arms and heading towards her. Desperately jumping out of the way, Grace took advantage of her off-balance position. Gotcha, bitch! She shouted, charging forward and slashing at the front of her power armor, the claws cutting all the way though and cutting into the front of Sam's chest. Hissing pain from her new gashes, Sam swung her swords at Grace, but she smiled as she easily jumped back, out of the way. As she pulled her arms back, she felt a blinding pain pierce her back. Craning her neck around, she saw a shimmer in the air and swung at it. She nicked the edge of Jessica's arm, causing her cloak to drop and revealing her holding her two knives, one of them coated in blood. She drove her clean knife forward, Sam's eyes flashing in pain as it slid through the spaces in her armor, burying itself in her arm. She brought both of her swords over her head and swung them down, but once again her intended target jumped back, easily avoiding them. This is the best that you can do. Rose hissed, glaring at her as she fired another burst at Sam, causing the rebel to charge forward, swinging one of her swords at Rose, aiming to decapitate her. Rose neatly ducked under it and drove her knee right into Sam's chest, leaving a noticeable dent in her armor and causing her to gasp out in pain. You're a disappointment, she growled, holstering one of her rifles and taking off her helmet as Sam sunk to her knees, gasping for breath as blood seeped out of her multiple wounds. I thought that you were different, but it turns out that. Letting out a roar, Sam threw herself forward, stabbing forward with her sword. Rose jumped back, but even as she did, the sword pierced the side of her armor, tearing into her flesh. She looked down on the wound and, to Sam's great surprise, excitement filled her eyes as she saw the open wound. However, after studying it for a few moments, her excitement quickly faded away as she looked back at Sam, who was now on all fours. Is that it? She hissed, raising her leg and kicking Sam in the side, causing the heavily wounded and now exhausted rebel to collapse to the ground, crying out in pain. That's all you can do? You're pathetic. Well done, Crawford said, walking to where the Kane sisters were standing, the echoes of guns firing and civilians screaming still filling their ears. She was quite a nuisance. He glanced at Edward, who was standing stock still, his teeth heavily grit. Colonel, why didn't you do anything? Captain, Admiral, Crawford said. I am an admiral. Admiral, Edward growled, sounding as if he wanted nothing more than to kill him, I am a heavy weapons expert. At this close range my plasma cannon would have killed the Kane sisters too. You couldn't have ordered them to pull back. Crawford said, clearly not convinced. I doubt that it would have been difficult. Remember, Colonel, if you don't want your subordinates to experience hell, do what I say. Understood, sir, Edward said. Now then, he said, looking at Sam. Kill her. With pleasure, Grace said, taking her shotgun and aiming it at Sam's head. So long, bitch. Rose looked down at Sam's helpless and prone body, looking disappointed. Sam attempted to get to her feet, but before she could, Grace's foot rose up to hit her side, causing her to fall to the ground again, crying out in pain. Grace smirked as she tightened her grip on the trigger. However, before Grace could fire, a deafening explosion reached their ears. Everyone looked up to see a massive green explosion erupting from the utility tunnel, leaving a massive opening in the stadium. No sooner had it cleared, than a Tiger tank rolled through, firing another place at the entrenched soldiers that were firing on the crowd, sending dozens of them flying. The tank rolled out onto the field, 2 more quickly following it, as a mob of soldiers poured in after them. What the hell? Crawford swore, looking at the swarm of forces that were firing on the soldiers preforming the massacre. More, he hissed, putting his finger to his ear. I need that vertibird now, goeth. And that emergency situation we talked about. I need you to modify their implants now. He shouted. He looked at Omega Squad. Kill her already. Grace moved to pull the trigger of her shotgun, but before she did, Sam forced herself to swing her sword, the tip of it piercing Grace's stomach, causing her hand to jerk and the shot to miss. Roaring in anger, Grace brought her claw, swinging it down. Sam desperately out of the way, the claw, it burying itself in the stage. Pulling her legs back, Sam kicked out viciously at Grace's face. A loud cracking noise filled her ears as Grace's head jerked back, Sam scrambling to her feet in the few seconds that she had. Rose hissed as she aimed her flamethrowers at Sam, but before she could fire it, a massive force slammed into her side, sending her flying back 10 good feet. Recovering, she saw Cadence charging at her, super sledge in hand. Jessica moved to attack Cadence, but before she could, Warren and Albert pulled themselves up onto the stage, Warren extending both blades and swinging at Jessica, who expertly lifted her own knives to block them. Edward raised his plasma cannon and fired it at Albert, who ran to the side, avoiding the ball of energy as he fired both of them at Edward. What do you think you are doing, Colonel? Albert shouted, sounding genuinely angry. You think that this is acceptable? Do you? Edward said nothing, firing another plasma blast at Albert, who hastily ducked under as he kept running, firing at Edward. Answer me. He roared. Edward said nothing. Damn it! Crawford shouted, looking at the swarm of soldiers pushing into the stadium, firing at those that had been stationed inside. Looking up, he saw a vertibird descending to his position, landing on the platform. Colonel! He shouted, climbing inside, we're leaving. Omega Squad, fall back! Edward shouted, firing another ball of plasma at Albert before turning and running directly at the vertibird. Warren swung one of his blades at Jessica, but she easily dodged it and drove one of her knives into a gap in his armor, piercing his side and causing him to recoil in pain as she did. Grace simply glared at Sam before abandoning the fight, running towards the ship. Rose, having been thrown back by Cadence, also climbed on and the vertibird began to rise. Colonel! Albert bellowed, firing his machine guns at the vertibird, even as it slowly moved out of range. Forget it, bro, Warren hissed. He's a traitor. We're going to track him down and bash his skull in with a smile on our faces. Albert said nothing as he lowered his weapons. Up on the vertibird, now a good 50 feet above the ground, Edward looked at Crawford, anger in his eyes. What is your plan now, Admiral? He asked, his voice heavy. This country needs a strong leader, he said simply, and it seems that I am going to be it. As he spoke, Rose looked out the side of the vertibird, her eyes fixed on Sam. You and your men will do what you've always done, serving the red, white, and blue with your lives. It's a proud way to live. Rose's hands tightened into fists. So just do what I say, and things will work out well for the both of. Before he could finish his sentence, Rose wordlessly slid out of the vertibird. Rose! Edward shouted as she landed on the ground, cracks appearing around her feet. Fight me! She roared, both of her rifles in hand as she charged at Sam, who was holding herself gingerly. All of Sigma Squad noticed and readied their weapons as she neared. Fight me! Gritting her teeth as Rose approached, Sam held both of her swords out in front of her and activated her armor's rockets. She shot forward, both of her swords roaring, closing in on Rose in a matter of seconds. There was a horrible shriek as metal clashed against metal and both of the swords directly pierced Rose's chest, exiting out the other side. The force from the acceleration caused both of them to fall over, Sam landing on top of Rose. Hastily, Sam scrambled to her feet, drawing the cryogun that she had taken from the Air Force Base and aiming at Rose, who still had both swords in her. In the vertibird, Edward's eyes widened in horror, and he made to jump out of the vertibird. Don't, Crawford growled. If you do, you'll get yourself killed. I need you alive. She'll die if I don't. Edward shouted. You should worry about the other two, Crawford said coldly. Edward looked like he wanted to turn Crawford's head into a red smear, but he sat down in his seat, grinding his hands together furiously. No, this can't be possible, Grace whispered. She can't be dead. Rose. Grace and Edward looked up in surprise at Jessica. Her voice was hoarse and raspy, but it was indeed her that had spoken. She's dead. No, she whispered, looking out at the vertibird where she lay. No. Rose, Rose. She shouted, getting to her feet and trying to jump out of the vertibird, but Edward grabbed her before she could and held her back. Jessica. He shouted, struggling to keep a hold on her as she thrashed in his grip. We can't. She's dying. Jessica shouted, her voice still raspy. Jessica, please, there's nothing we can do, Edward said. Defeat was heavy in her voice. Slowly, Jessica stopped struggling in his arms and went limp. She had given up that quickly simply because he had told her to. Edward had never hated himself more than in that very moment. Set a course for the White House, Crawford said sternly to the pilot as the vertibird sped away from the stadium. Back on the ground, Sam continued to aim her rifle at the bleeding Rose, who lifted her head up to look at the swords. Is this going to kill me? She asked, shifting her gaze to Sam. Sam paused for a second, then nodded briefly. Rose looked at her for a second, then did nothing Sam ever expected her to do. She started to laugh. Thank God, she said weakly. It's over, it's finally over. They can't hurt me anymore. She looked Sam directly in the eye. I was right about you. Thank you. Rose smiled as she let her head rest on the ground, closing her eyes as blood pooled around her. Sam and the rest of Sigma Squad looked at her as her body slowly went limp, shock and confusion in their eyes. Madam President. The four of them wheeled around to see the three members of Alpha Squad crouching over President Woods. They had immediately gone for her while Sigma had gone for Omega Squad. They had removed her combat vest and were applying Medigel to her wounds, doing what they could to keep her alive. Stay with us. James shouted. I'm not dying just yet, she gasped, pulling herself up into a sitting position. She looked around as she did. Moore's forces had smashed those that had been firing on the ground, her tanks still blasting away at the handful that were left, the civilians practically tripping over one another as they attempted to get out of the stadium. Damn it, she whispered. This was what I was trying to prevent. Well, maybe next time you shouldn't have maniacs so high up on the chain of command, Sam said bitterly, she and Sigma Squad walking towards the edge of the platform. Keep your mouth shut, Leon hissed, reaching for the hilt of his claymore. Woods has done more for us than you ever could. Lieutenant, stand down, Woods snapped. I need a status update now. What's the status of the rest of the Enclave? What's happening? We already checked it. Woods looked behind her to see General Moore approaching her, Jane and Legion not far behind her. Coalition? Woods asked, trying to stand up but wincing in pain as she did. What are you doing here? My men are helping General Moore's forces contain this situation, Jane said. Also my AI scanned your communications. You have a problem. It seems that a lot of officers are with Crawford, they're moving their forces into and around the White House. He's fortifying it. Also it seems like the entire fleet is moving into position to protect it from any orbital assault. The fleet? She said, putting her fingers to her ears. Gallows. Do you read me? Yes, ma'am. Gallows replied. I was just about to contact you. What's going on down there? The rest of the fleet turned on us. I had to make an emergency FTL jump to get my flotilla to safety. We're hiding out on the far side of the star system. Crawford betrayed us, Woods said. Stay where you are. If you try to take on the main fleet you'll get massacred. Understood, Gallows said. Oh my god. Woods, I'm picking up over 100 FTL signatures. Ships are jumping into the system. They're Geth. Geth. Woods said. Correct, Legion said. We have begun our attack. I thought that you were supposed to wait until the coalition fleet arrived, Jane said. Why didn't you tell us that this was going to happen? We were not informed. Our fleet was positioned within a short distance of this planet, hiding between star systems. This platform was not informed as we were concerned that communications may be intercepted. Why now? Jane asked. Geth saw the turmoil that Crawford Captain's betrayal caused and concluded that now would be the best time to strike, Legion explained. So, you're going to help us? Woods said. Not necessarily, Jane said. I have no problem with stopping the massacre of your citizens, but attacking Crawford is the same as putting you back in power. You were the one that attacked Quarian and Coalition ships, tried to process a super weapon, and tried to usurp the Coalition. That, and considering that you've probably committed countless war crimes, really, why should we help you? I should kill you, Jade growled, aiming her rocket launcher at Jane. Stop it. Stand down. Woods shouted. Jade reluctantly lowered her weapon as Woods looked up at Jane. You need a reason to help us? She asked. Jane nodded. The Geth do as well, Legion said. The weapons you were developing threatened the security and existence of true Geth. Our presence here is to eliminate a threat. Woods looked down at the ground before finally looking up again. That weapon isn't ready yet, don't worry about it. If you help me get back in power, you'll have the enclaves surrender, she said, looking as if the words were causing her physical pain. What? Warren shouted. Madam President, you can't. Lieutenant, shut up, Woods growled. Do you think I want to do this? That I want to bow down before the people I've been trying to eliminate for years? Of course I don't, but I don't have any choice in the matter. Crawford has Omega Squad, he has 90% of the fleet, and above all, he has the Horde. She looked at Jane again. Help us, and we'll surrender to you. Based on body heat, heartbeat, and respiration, Legion said, we calculate a 99.264% chance that she is telling the truth. Good, you have a deal, Jane said. We will inform the fleet not to fire on forces loyal to you, Legion said. Good, she said, putting her finger to her ear. Gallows, I want you to fall in line with the Geth fleet. What? But madam. Just do it. She growled. They're here to help. Very well, he said, sounding disbelieving as Woods lowered her hands. What next? Moore asked. Give me that, Woods said, pointing to the torn remains of the Bill of Rights. Moore hesitated for a moment before walking towards the fragments of paper and picking them up, taking them over to Woods. Woods took her pen out of her front back and signed the torn bill. There, she said before looking at Sam. You've led the Eagles for years. She gestured to the massive crowd of people still swarming around them. Do you care about these people? They're the ones I've been fighting for all these years, she said. Good. Congratulations, you're now the commander of the National Guard. What? Sam said, her eyes widening in surprise. I had weapons and armor stored not that far away from here, Woods said, typing into her Omni tool. Enough for tens of thousands of people. It's marine equipment, it was meant for the National Guard once I signed the bill. You were planning on going through with this, Sam said. Yes. Give that equipment to these people if they want to fight, Woods said. Don't deny them that right, Lieutenant General. Track Crawford down and kill him. Sam's face was still covered with shock, but she nodded stiffly. Everyone, come on, Jane said, we've got work to do. A lot of work. Or give me death. Chapter 64. Revolution. Author's note, well, the last chapter was rather well received. Let's get right back into the throng of things. XXXXX. Jessica stood dumbfounded on top of a landing pad just outside of the White House. Countless soldiers were scurrying in every directions, setting up barricades just outside of the White House, some of them manning tanks and mounted heavy cannons, while just as many headed out into the city to set up further defenses. Jessica. The cyborg looked up to see Edward approaching her, Grace not far behind. Crawford wants us inside. Jessica didn't say anything, simply nodding. What, not saying anything again? Grace growled, taking a step forward. Grace. Edward snapped. Let the bitch speak for herself. It's not my fault if the fucking doll can't speak for herself or can't feel a damn thing. It's no wonder that she doesn't care that Rose is dead. She looked at Jessica, who was staring at her. Why are you staring at me? She hissed. Fuck off. She shouted, lunging at her with her fist. However, Jessica sidestepped the blow, and slammed her own fist into Grace's stomach. The younger woman gasped in pain as Jessica stepped back and slammed her fist into Grace's face, knocking her to the ground. Grace sprang back to her feet, roaring in rage as she tackled Jessica, sending her slamming into a wall as she pulled her claw back. However, no sooner had she tried to swing the claw that all of her limbs went limp and she fell to the ground. That's enough. Edward shouted, walking forward and pulling Jessica and Grace to her feet. Grace, you should know better. He said as he sat her down on a crate. Grace didn't say anything as her limbs slowly started to move again, getting to her feet and glaring at Jessica. Jessica returned the glare. Come on, let's go, Edward said, walking towards the White House, Grace following. Jessica made to follow when her Omni tool beeped loudly. Hesitating, she lifting her arm up and pressed a button on it. A holographic image of a red-headed woman in power armor appeared, looking at the screen. Rose. Jessica whispered hoarsely. Hey there, Jessica, Rose said sadly. If you're watching this, well, I'm dead. It's not something I just decided to do, I've been thinking about it for years now. Every day we're the slaves of the Enclave, we can't do anything if they say that we can't, and we'll be doing their dirty work till the day that we die. Something inside of me just clicked. I can't take this anymore, so I came up with an idea. I can't kill myself, and you two couldn't kill me either, so I had a realization. I could make enemy forces kill me. I had to be careful though, didn't want the Enclave to figure out what I was up to, but I was intentionally reckless when we were fighting, trying to find someone that could kill me while fighting someone with everything that I had. Rose sighed, shaking her head. Am I a coward for taking this route? The easy route? Going out and getting myself killed while leaving you and Grace to deal with this mess all by yourselves? Yeah, it is selfish and I'm sorry for that, but I can't take this anymore. My sisters are gone. You two used to be so different. What happened to the Jessica that used to yell at me when I got into fights, or the Grace that was more interested in getting good grades than going out and partying? Maybe the real you is in there somewhere, I hope it is anyway, but I can't take it anymore. She shook her head slightly, the beginning of tears forming in her eyes. I'm a coward, Jessie. I won't deny it, I'm a coward, wanting to abandon you two like this. But, it's just too much for me. I'm sorry. I hope that you can pull through without me, she said. Slowly reaching forward. I love you, sis, she said, pressing a button and causing the recording to end. Jessica blinked as she watched the video, her eyes slowly starting to sting as she did. Jessica. She looked up to see Edward waiting for her in front of the White House. Slowly, reluctantly, she began to walk forward. Things aren't looking very good, he said as they stepped inside the building and made their way towards an elevator. Stepping inside. Sigma Squad and Alpha Squad have sided with President Woods, as have General Moore and Admiral Gallows. What's more, a Geth fleet has been sighted within the system. They're maintaining their distance, but it won't be too long before they make their move and start attacking. So, exactly how are we supposed to survive this? Grace asked angrily. Crawford is working on a plan, Edward said as the elevator slowed to a stop and slid open, the three of them walking out. What he wants us to do is hold the White House until he can fully put it into action. Be his shields then. Grace grumbled as they walked towards the Oval Office. Yes, Edward answered sadly. No one said anything else as they walked into the Oval Office, Crawford sitting behind the desk. I said I don't care, Goeth, I want it activated now. He shouted at Wood's terminal. It's not ready yet, Crawford, Goeth said, sounding rather amused. And as fun as it would be to watch this blow up in your face, it'd be a shame if things were to come to a stop now. At the weapon's current state, it may not work at all, and even if it did, it could take hours for it to fully integrate itself. The Geth would most likely be able to detect it and pinpoint its origin. I don't care. Crawford shouted. This country needs to survive, and to do that it needs the Geth. Get that damn thing working now. Ah yes, this country needs to survive. Freedom, democracy, apple pie, all of that, Goeth said before letting out a loud yawn. It sounded like he was intentionally trying to anger Crawford. Also please tell me, how exactly do you help a nation survive when you try to assassinate their leader? Are you questioning me, Goeth? Crawford hissed. I'm just trying to figure out why every last person in any significant position of power is a hypocrite, Goeth said. When you don't have the coalition condemning the Council for war crimes before turning around and releasing the Rachni onto the galaxy, you have the Council attacking people for breaking laws that they didn't know existed, uplifting a violent species and then just sterilizing them and assuming the job is done, and finally we have people like you and Woods, who try to insist that they're doing the right thing, even when you constantly use my work to accomplish your goals. It really does baffle me. Goeth, shut up, Crawford hissed. I won't have you questioning the nobility of my actions. Now then, I can't question something that doesn't exist now, do I? Goeth asked. What gives you the right to criticize me? Crawford shouted. Out of every last person on this planet, you're the most morally bankrupt and easily have the most blood on your hands. Most likely, Goeth said. There may be a few that give me a run for my money, but I'm at least in the top 10. But then again, I'm the only one that'll admit it. The things that I do are considered horrible and twisted by the standards everyone claims to stand by. But the thing is that everyone breaks these so-called moral standards all the time. Bombing a colony is bad, according to these standards, but if you do it to kill a dangerous individual, it's acceptable to some. It's bad to kill someone, but it's acceptable if they deserve it. And it's bad to kill your leader, but if you really needed to, it's acceptable. Goeth gave a slight chuckle. I don't even know why society bothers with moral standards. Every time things get a little hard they're thrown to the wind with people saying, oh, I had to do this, or it was what needed to be done. It's actually rather amusing to watch people commit atrocities and then viciously try to convince themselves that they're still good guys. It even gets rather funny when they start whining about how tortured they are because they broke these fragile little rules that everyone holds so near and dear to them for reasons I still don't quite understand. And then when they're accused of breaking these rules, it's amazing how offended and defensive they get, treating the word hypocrite like it's a dirty word, and acting like everything will be okay if no one understands what they've done. All these twists and turns, these lies so many live by, standards that are important, but then they really aren't, but then they really are. And people say that I'm insane. It's just. Goeth, Crawford hissed. I've had enough from you. Start up your machine and release the Horde. I mean people always, the Horde. Goeth said hesitantly. Crawford could practically see the massive smile spread across his face. Right away, Admiral. I must say, it's going to be fun watching this city burn. Crawford reached forward and turned the audio feed off. You wanted to speak with us, Admiral? Edward asked, his voice stiff. Yes, Crawford said, sounding angry. You probably heard that, Goeth is putting the final steps of the plan that Woods came up with into motion, but he needs more time. I want the three of you to head down to the sub-levels and help defend it along with the other soldiers I've sent down there. Goeth will be releasing the horde at the oncoming hostile forces, but in case they fail in holding them off, I want the three of you as a trump card. Any questions? Sir, Edward said slowly. I thought that the horde were like wild animals that couldn't be steered. Once they were released into an area, it was theorized that they would attack anything that moved. That is correct, Crawford said. But while Woods never fielded them and forbid Goeth from ever conducting tests outside of his lab, the data that we have suggests that they should be deadly in combat. They should deal heavy casualties to the advancing forces, they might even break their assault. But sir, with the horde in the field, the civilian causality rate will be, Edward began, but Crawford cut him off. There is going to be fighting all around the White House and in the city. Civilians are already going to die, so we might as well make sure that we actually win the fight if they are. The horde are a guaranteed victory, or at the very least a massive and useful asset that should be put to proper use. Now then, if I were you, I'd start heading down to Goeth's lab. He's probably expecting you. Crawford looking down at Wood's terminal and began typing into it as the three surviving member of Omega Squad turned and walked away, heading back to the elevator. It should be fun to see the horde tear those assholes apart, you can't deny that, Grace growled. Grace, you can't be serious, Edward said. Oh, I'm sorry, were you the one that just had your sister killed? Grace shouted, looking at Edward. No? Well then, shut the fuck up. She screeched, rounding on Edward. How come you couldn't save her, hey? You like to think that you are so fucking noble and that you are the only thing keeping us safe, but you couldn't save her now, could you? How come, Colonel? How come? Edward didn't say anything as he slowly walked past Grace and Jessica, heading to the elevator. Hissing, Grace turned to follow him. As she did, Jessica spotted a single tear trailing down her face. XXXXX. Folker looked on in horror as he stood in the middle of New Washington Stadium, staring at the countless bodies that were slowly being removed from the stands, being slid into body bags. As he did, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to see Taylai standing behind him. Are you okay? She asked softly. No, Folker said weakly, looking back at the stands. Oh God, he whispered. This wasn't even him killing civilians as a side effect to kill rebels. He just killed them outright. They couldn't fight back, and he just slaughtered them all. A handful of tears slid down his face. God. I know, Taylai said, gently, pulling him into a hug. I know. She held him for a few seconds before they gently broke away, just in time to see Rex approaching them, each of them carrying a body that they lay down on the ground, sliding them into nearby body bags before zipping them up. Gurus followed after them, looking a little shaken. Not pretty, is it? Rex asked, looking at Folker. You look shaken. Can't say I blame you. Things like this bring back memories of Tuchanka, and not good ones either. Stuff like this happens all the time, entire tribes get smashed because other tribes don't like them. Stupid really. Gurus looked at Rex, blinking in surprise. You're not a normal Krogan, are you? Took that long to figure that out, hey? Rex asked. No, I'm not. The way my people act is nothing short of disturbing and stupid. Really, with the genophage, a lot of them have just stopped giving a shit. Hasn't anyone ever tried to unite them? Gurus asked. I did, Rex grumbled. I actually thought that I was making progress when everything went to shit. Got attacked by my own father and had to kill him and abandon my home planet, just because I didn't honor tradition. Your father tried to kill you because you did things differently? Folker asked, bad memories flowing to the front of his mind. Rex nodded. And I take it that your tradition didn't exactly get you very far, Gurus remarked. Not really, Rex said. It just got us piles of bodies that we couldn't count. No kidding, Gurus said, looking at the massive number of corpses that still filled the stadium. There must be at least 100,000 people dead here. Volker's face turned pale as the number reached his ears. Taylai noticed. I think we need to get you some water, Taylai said, leading Folker away from the bodies to the center of the stadium where hundreds of tables and beds had been set up, countless doctors treating citizens and soldiers that had been injured but had lived. She led Folker towards one of hundreds of tanks of water that had been placed on a table, pouring him a cup of water and handing it to him. Taylai, Folker. Glancing to the side, the two of them saw Edi approaching him. Your heart rate is abnormally high, Folker, and you are showing several other signs of high stress. Are you all right? She asked. Folker shook his head. All of this is just too much. I see. Is there anything that I can do to help? Edi asked. Folker blinked. No thank you Edi, I'll live. Why do you ask though? I'm not certain, Edi answered honestly. It's just that. I can't fully describe it. I've been trying to understand certain concepts. I don't have many answers yet, but when I look around at all of this I can see everything. I can tell that there are 105,258 people in this stadium that are dead now, and most likely an estimated 5,000 wounded will be dead by the end of the day. I see how people react, people like you Folker, and people who are grieving over those who died, and I know exactly how I feel about it. I want to kill Crawford. You want to kill him? Talai asked, sounding disbelieving. I don't understand why, Edi continued. But I want to make my way to the White House now and kill him personally. I know that my odds of success are microscopic, but I still want to do everything that I can to hunt him down and personally kill him. It doesn't make any sense, but I just want him to die for what he did here. Edi shook her head slightly. Nothing about this makes any sense. Edi, trust me, Folker said. Wanting him dead makes perfect sense. That's not what I meant, Edi said. For an organic certainly, but for a synthetic it's just not, it isn't, pardon me, she said, walking past her. Folker watched after her as she left. What does she mean that it's not the same? Organics and synthetics are two completely different things. We just don't think the same, Talai said. Everything that they do is defined purely by logic, they don't have any emotions. They shouldn't care when people die. I don't understand. They talk and think, don't they? Folker asked. I'm not surprised you don't understand, Talai said, computers hadn't even been invented when you were abducted. But Edi was upset just now. How could she be upset if she doesn't feel emotions? Talai paused for a second. I'm not going to lie, I don't know. I really don't know. Edi continued to walk, until eventually she walked past Jane, Moore, Legion, Rael, and Sam, who were standing next to Woods as a doctor examined her. Fox and Karen were also standing behind Jane. Moore, what's the status of our forces? Woods asked, looking at the general. Moore in turn, typed viciously into her Omni tool, her eyes sweeping back and forth over the massive amount of data that was flowing in front of her eyes. Forces are converging in on both the stadium and the White House. 3 infantry divisions and 2 tank divisions have arrived, in addition to dozens of smaller units. Tens of thousands of citizens have also volunteered for the National Guard, and are being outfitted with weapons and armor just outside the stadium as well. That and the Geth are still on the way. We will reach geosynchronous orbit with the planet soon. We are holding back until Enclave Loyalist ground forces are ready to deploy, Legion said. After they do, we will engage Enclave Separatist naval forces and create an opening in their defenses. Once we do, we will deploy dropships and drop heavy support platforms to provide reinforcements. Speaking of which, how long until we're ready to move out? Woods asked. Edi stopped, looking at them. She was still deeply confused, but she didn't have time for worry about it right now. Right now she had to be useful. Considering how long it will take to organize incoming forces, arm the National Guard, and distribute munitions, it will take an estimated 2 hours until we are ready to deploy. Woods looked at Edi for a second. So, that's what they did with my infiltrator, she mumbled. Thank you Edi, Jane said, turning to look at Woods and Moore. Now then, do you two have any information on the forces that Crawford is moving into the White House? Any idea how heavily it's fortified? It's already pretty heavily fortified, Moore said, but what we can see from cameras and scouts is that Crawford is moving as many forces as he can into the building in addition to around it. It doesn't help that he's got the 3 remaining members of Omega Squad on his side. He's got more than that. He has the Horde too, Woods said. You mentioned that before, Jane said, looking at Woods. What's the Horde? Woods sighed before speaking some more. The Horde, they're an abomination of life. Over the years, Goeth was given countless people to experiment on, human and alien. He did things to them with cybernetic implants and the forced evolutionary virus. They're all either criminals, prisoners, captives. A few of them were even volunteers for the Enclave Special Forces that were given implants as extensive as Omega Squads that Goeth kept adding onto once it was clear they failed. Apparently implants that extensive can drive a person mad, especially when the person giving them doesn't care if the implants he designed traumatize them because of the pain they cause. It's why I only allowed Goeth to give our special forces more tame implants. I've seen a handful of them, God. You allowed the FEV to be used on people against their will. Fox growled, taking a step forward. Karen put an arm out in front of him. Easy there, big guy. I know that's a touchy subject for you, but we can't afford to pick fights right now. A lot of the Horde had already been established by the time I was elected, Woods said. But, I won't lie, at least 1,000 of the people that Goeth got their hands on. Including the Cerberus and Quarian personnel that we captured. You did what? Rail shouted, furious. You gave my men to some madmen to experiment on. Where are they being kept, tell me. Don't bother, they're probably beyond help now, Woods grumbled. Goeth was practically getting a hard-on that he finally had some Quarians to work with. He was complaining that the last shipment wasn't getting to him because he was running out of subjects to test on. He probably even put anything else that he was working on the back burner just to work with them. You used hundreds of Quarians as test subjects. Rail asked angrily. And now they're beyond help? How is that any different from killing them? It isn't, Woods said. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I did what I had to do. I won't beg for forgiveness. You Rail hissed, but Jane interrupted him. Admiral, you're angry and you have every right to be, but right now we need to focus on dealing with Crawford. With the Horde and the Geth in his hands, he's more of a threat to all of us than she ever could be right now. It doesn't help that he has that virus to rewrite the Geth, and even if it'd take time for him to finish it, we need to stop him before he even gets close. You're right, it'll be done in days, Woods said. Days? How is that even possible? Rail demanded. I did the calculations, even with the data I acquired from the Geth it would have taken months, maybe even years for us to finish it. We attacked a Geth convoy that flew too close to our territory, Woods said. It was carrying highly advanced technology. It matches the design of the Geth dreadnought that Saren used to attack Eden Prime, so it was most likely the Geth loyal to him. We were using it to accelerate our research. It's why we finally decided to reveal ourselves and attack you. That technology is not Geth, Legion said. The dreadnought Saren used is named Nazara, and it is far older than the Geth. What? Woods asked. Then what is it? We do not know, but Saren was able to use it to sway the heretic Geth to his side, Legion said. Why couldn't he just use it to brainwash the Geth himself if his technology is so advanced? Rail asked. We suspect that his knowledge on synthetics was limited, it said. The Enclave's weapon relies on the combined forces of Enclave, Creator, and Nazara's technology. We estimate that we would be able to resist a viral attack from Nazara, so no doubt additional modifications would have to be made to subject us to control. It would be prudent for us to eliminate it as soon as we can, EDI said. Jane nodded before looking at Woods. What kind of forces make up the Horde? Anything specific? I didn't look at anything he did. It disgusted me too much, Woods muttered. But I did see a couple when he first introduced me to it. One of them was 12 feet tall and had natural grey armor. It used to be a Krogan. Goeth told me that he had added on an extra set of organs, 3 in total, and he said that blood vessels wouldn't pump blood into bleeding organs, and made it so that the other organs would be able to go on without it. In other words, he designed it to have 3 sets of organ, and made it so that it could operate fully with only one. Aim for the head, got it, Jane said. Anything else? He doesn't create super mutants, he thinks that they're too boring. Any human he gets, he implants with cybernetics until they're barely human. The few that I saw were like the mutated Krogan, they were more like animals that knew how to use weapons. Each one probably has something different about them, but Goeth had a lot of weapons and explosives sent down to his lab, so they're probably heavily armed. That's all I know. That and that the Horde is around 10,000 strong. Well, we'll make do, Sam said. Should you even be going out there? Woods said, looking at Sam. You were pretty badly wounded during your fight with Omega. I got some Medigel put on it, I'll hold out. Speaking of Omega, I've been meaning to ask you about that. How come Rose seemed so happy to die? How come before she died she said that they can't hurt me anymore? Hey. Woods sighed. Not now. It won't help you against Crawford. All you need to know is that now they'll take orders from him and not me. How about you tell me what's going on, Sam hissed, reaching for her sword. You already admitted that you let Goeth play God with who knows how many people. For every person that he does have, 5 more probably died. How come you're getting a conscience out of the blue? Sam, Jane said, we'll have to focus on this later. Right now we need to get ready. We're going to make our move as soon as we're ready. Fine, Sam said, glaring at Woods. But this conversation isn't over. Woods didn't say anything. XXXXX. Saren angrily walked back and forth in the control room of the collector base, several technicians hastily typing into terminals that had been set up in front of them. Rana was doing the same. Well? He asked, looking at them. Have you traced the signal yet? We're working on it, a Turian said, sounding rather scared as he continued to type into his terminal. It was very heavily encrypted, and even with Sovereign boosting our output it might take a while to, wait, I'm narrowing it down, it looks like it was sent to Omega. Omega, good, it's not that far from here, Saren said. Narrow it down further, millions of people live on that station, I need to know who it was specifically sent to. I'm working on it, the Turian said, but this encryption code is first class. The shadow broker has been operating for decades without anyone getting close to finding him, and for a good reason. I can't just clap my hands and get you the information that you work faster, Saren growled. The Turian didn't say another word, hastily typing into his terminal. I'll be on Sovereign. Rana, come with me. Slowly, she got to her feet and walked after him. Slowly, they stepped onto the airlock that was connecting the collector base and Sovereign. I owe you an apology. Saren. I'm under a lot of stress right now, he said. The Coalition, the Shadow Broker, the Geth, the Enclave, you understand right? He asked. Rana nodded slowly. How is your eye? Do you need more Medigel for it? No. I'm fine, Rana said quietly. I'm sorry Rana. Saren said softly. I owe you a lot. None of this would be possible if it wasn't for you. She smiled slightly. As she did, a console behind Saren began to beep loudly. What's that? She asked. Saren crossed the room and looked down at the console. A smile spread across his face as he did. It's the bugs in the Reaper core that the Enclave have. They picked up a massive amount of activity in the core. The Enclave is trying to bring it online and take control of the true Geth. He sounded positively ecstatic. They managed to perfect the technology, they're going to do it. Does this mean that Rana began? Our forces will be multiplied beyond counting. Saren said, his hands shaking as they flew across the keyboard in front of him. I just need to activate the override now. I should be able to hijack the signal and make the Geth obey my own commands instead of the Enclave's. Just a little bit he stopped mid-sentence as the terminal in front of him beeped loudly. Before he could do anything else, a picture filled the screen. A picture of a man with a gold tooth in a white lab coat. His eyes widened upon seeing Saren. I wondered who these bugs would transmit out to, and I had a feeling that it would be you, he said. Who else has access to technology this advanced besides you? Who are you? Saren growled. Dr. Goeth, the man said, civilian scientist, working for the Enclave, possibly. We're having a little bit of a civil war on this end, so I'll have to make this call short. I've got an army to lead, another army to brainwash, a third one to crush, in short I'm a very busy man this afternoon. What? Saren said, pulling up his Omni tool. My implants, they aren't overriding the Reaper core. He shouted, sounding terrified. Oh, those things. Goeth asked. I found them a couple of days after I got this. Ripped them out right after, but I left the bugs in. I wanted to see where they transmitted out to. And they transmit out to. Cut the damn signal. Saren shouted, looking at Rena, who ran forward and stopped in front of the console. She viciously typed into it, but the picture of Goeth didn't fade, even as a window of text appeared in the corner. I can't, he's overriding me and hitting me from multiple directions. She shouted, sounding as if she was panicking. Let me see now, oh my. That's rather interesting, Goeth said, smiling at Saren. The galactic core? Now how did you get there? That's something that I'd like to know. That's none of your damn business human, Saren growled. That's not very polite, Goeth said, wagging his finger at Saren. You really should speak with more respect. Besides, if I'm going to spend my time talking with you, you should at the very least try and convince me that the time is worth spending. After all, the Geth aren't going to brainwash themselves back into slavery. So, you're going to use the Reaper core to gather an army of Geth. Saren snarled. Well, yes, Goeth said bluntly. But that's what you wanted me to do, isn't it? Besides, you did the same thing this year, in fact, you just wanted to bolster your forces with this, he said. I don't really understand why you're getting so angry about this. Why I'm angry? It's because you humans and the rest of the Coalition are warmongering, militaristic, violent and selfish. Saren shouted. Can't deny that, Goeth said, shrugging his shoulders slightly. I'm curious though, how come you think you're responsible enough to control an army of Geth? I'm the only one with enough common sense and enough guts to do what the Council is too weak and incompetent to, he began. Yes, the government is run by idiots, politicians are the devil, blah, 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 I have to put up with that every day on this planet, Goeth interrupted. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not exactly the first person who thought that he was smarter than his government. So really, what makes you qualified? You people are a threat, someone needs to. Right, you said that we were a threat, because we were warmongering, militaristic, violent and selfish, Goeth said, counting the insults off on his finger. Didn't miss anything, did I? Well then, to be militaristic is to glorify the military or to put the military at the front of things that must be expanded. The latter applies to you while the former applies to Turian society as a whole, and really to all species. To be warmongering is to actively seek out wars, and who really struck first, the Coalition or you? To be violent is, well, to be violent, and you're not exactly a pacifist. And to be selfish is to only care about yourself and what you want, and you seem to be running a solo operation here based off of what you want. Goeth smiled. So in the end, it seems that everything that inspires your righteous hatred in the coalition, it all applies to you too. I am nothing like you. Saren roared, slamming both of his fists down on either side of the console. I am actually trying to accomplish a greater good. What are you trying to accomplish? At the moment? I'm just trying to learn really, Goeth said. People are so complicated. Needlessly complicated. They have to come up with all of these standards, reasons, and justifications for every last little thing that they do, setting up countless networks of what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable, except sometimes it is actually acceptable because of different standards that weren't put in at first for some reason. He let out a bored sigh. It's quite depressing really. We spend so much time bidding by a system that we set up purely to cause stagnation and monotony, willing to stick to the status quo instead of discovering what powers we are truly capable of. Power? What are you talking about? Saren hissed. You haven't met my little darlings yet, Goeth said. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I imagine that you'll be seeing their pretty little faces soon. But getting back on track, I have to ask you something. If you succeed in your goal, what do you think will happen? I'm curious. The galaxy will be safe without the coalition and life will go on peacefully, Saren snapped. You see, that makes no sense, Goeth said. First of all, life will never go on peacefully. It didn't after the Rachni Wars, the Krogan rebellions, the Morning War, the Great War, or any other war in the history of this galaxy. There will always be another war right around the corner, usually even bigger than the last one. Secondly, I have to ask yourself why you care so much about protecting life. What do you mean life will go on? Are you concerned with the coalition stepping on plants? I'm talking about the civilians that the coalition threatens, Saren hissed. And why do you protect them? It's my duty. You protect them because you have to? What kind of reasoning is that? I protect the innocent, civilians, people that can't defend themselves because no one else will. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Why do you protect civilians? Because they're what makes up a species' culture and what allows a species to survive. If civilians aren't protected, a species will die. I see, but you've killed tens of thousands of coalition civilians. I thought that you wanted to protect them. Coalition civilians aren't worth protecting, Saren growled. They're part of the problem. If civilians aren't worth protecting, then how come you even bother doing it? Goeth asked. This is what I don't get about people, they always run around in circles with their morals and reasoning, to the point where it's a miracle that even they know what they're doing. He shook his head. What you're doing and what everyone else is doing, it's all just pointless, tedious busy work. Goeth sighed slightly, sounding disappointed. I hoped that you might be able to convince me that I'm not the only sane man in the galaxy. You were a disappointment. Pardon me, I need to get the Geth under control. What are you going to do with them? Saren demanded. Well, I'll probably crush the Loyalist forces, then overthrow Crawford, conquer the coalition, then move on to declaring war on the rest of the galaxy, Goeth said bluntly. I'll see where it goes from there. I thought that you were just criticizing me for wanting to kill civilians. Saren shouted. If you're doing the same thing, then you're no better than I am. I know. I'm not. I just really don't care, Goeth said. I was just trying to figure out how your logic works. I find my breed of logic much more preferable. Just do what comes naturally to you and enjoy yourself. He gave a toothy smile, his gold tooth glinting. My advice, Saren? You clearly enjoy what you do. Stop denying that to yourself and just give in. Have fun. I did it a long time ago and my life has never been better. Goeth glanced to the side slightly. Whoopsie daisy, look at the time, he said. I enjoyed our little chat, Saren. Thank you for the present. And with that, the image of Goeth disappeared. Saren stared at the console, not saying anything. A minute passed. Saren, are you okay? Rana asked. Instead of answering, Saren let out a roar as he drew his rifle, opening fire on the console until his clip overheated, bullets smashing into the screen and shattering it. Rana looked on, too scared to say anything. Thousands of light years away, Goeth smiled as he stepped away from a terminal. He was standing in a massive room that stretched on, thousands of pods lining the walls of the room, some of them the size of humans, some of them much larger. Slowly, he walked towards a stand in the middle of the room, pressing a button on his Omni tool. The pods began to creak open, cold air gushing out as it did. Wake up, boys and girls, Goeth said as he stood on the platform and pressed another button on his Omni tool. 24 mechanical arms rose up out of the ground, holding bits and pieces of black armor that were placed on him, slowly encasing him as the bits of armor slowly interconnected. 8 long thin metal legs with spikes on the end emerged from the back of Goeth's armor, 4 of them planting themselves into the ground and lifting him up into the air while the other 4 hung over his head, ready to strike. "Let's go out and play," he said, smiling as an arm placed a helmet over his head. A single red line glowed brightly on his helmet as figures slowly emerged from the pods, growling. XXXXX. Author's note, you know, I think Goeth might be my favorite villain. That I've wrote, of course. I hope I didn't go too far with him in this chapter and annoy some people, but I think I've kind of been neglecting him as of late. Well, please tell me what you think. Chapter 65. The Horde. Author's note, well, I think I've been teasing you long enough about the Horde. Time to show you just what they're made of. XXXXX. Roger sighed slightly as he sat in the back of a Rhino APC as it rolled through the streets of New Washington. The Normandy crew had been divided among the Enclave Loyalist and Rebel forces for their attack on the White House, which was going to be a 3-pronged attack, hitting the building from separate angles. "You holding up?" Roger looked up to see Cheryl sitting right next to him, her rifle lying in her lap. "I'll live," Roger said. "I'm just a little uncomfortable about all of this. I mean, we are working with the same people we were trying to kill a couple of days ago." "No kidding," Nora said from where she sat on the other side of the APC, a new heavy rifle in her hands. "And now we've got this Horde thing to deal with." The captain was pretty brief on what they were, Cornelia said from where she sat next to Nora. "It's a little unnerving. We survived a clash with Omega and Sigma Squad," Nora said, smiling slightly and looking at Cornelia. "We can take them." Cornelia nodded slightly. "So, how long until the White House?" "I'm not sure I can take sitting down like this much longer." She looked around as she spoke. A couple of Eagles wearing National Guard armor were sitting in the back of the same APC as they were, but apart from them they were empty. "It depends on how much resistance we run into," Cheryl said. "It could take a while. And the only main support we have are the Enclave Loyalists. Is that what they're calling themselves?" Roger asked. "The people who were okay with genocide and oppression so long as Woods was the one calling the shots." "Yup," Nora said, a bitter look on her face. "And the same woman that came within an inch of killing Taylai's father." "Charming. Yeah, I don't get what's so great about the bitch either," Roger said. "Sure, she tried to do right by her people, but so did Napoleon, and he still tried to conquer an entire continent. And that's my problem. We've got a couple thousand people we can count on, like these guys," he said, gesturing to the Eagles. "What's going to stop the Loyalists from turning on us the second that they don't need us anymore? We were supposed to get a united fleet to support us. All we got was the Geth and they haven't landed yet. The bulk of the people that we have to work with are the same people that want to kill all of the damn dirty zombies." "Christ, you've got a filthy mouth," Nora said. "Karen would take your head off if he heard you talking like that." "Yeah, I know," Roger said. "Can't say I blame him. In fact, he's probably livid right now. Fox is probably even worse though. You see how pissed he gets whenever we fight someone. He might just rip someone's head off before this is all over." "Hope he can take his rage out on the Separatists," Cornelia said. "We need the help we can get right now." "I suppose we do," Cheryl said. "This could go very badly very quickly." A moment of silence passed. "Hey, just in case things go bad," Roger said, looking at the 3 other members of the Normandy crew. "I just want you guys to know that I'm sorry that I was such a dick when I first joined up. We've gone through a lot of crap and you've had my back every step of the way. Thanks. Getting all mushy on us Andrews," Nora said, smiling slightly. "Well, apology accepted. And while we're at it, I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions with you. I had you all pegged wrong. Well, not at first. When I first met you, you were an asshole. But you changed, and I didn't realize it." Roger smiled as he nodded. "Also, thank you. You too, Cheryl. Just having someone to talk to about it, knowing that someone else understands, God, it just takes a weight off of my chest. I feel like I can breathe again." What are you guys talking about?" Cornelia asked. "Oh, sorry," Nora said. "It's kinda personal." "Say no more," she said. "I understand if you want to keep some secrets." "Heck, I'm good at keeping secrets. I would know why some people need them." "Well, thanks for." Nora was cut off as an explosion reached her ears. "Ambush?" she asked, getting to her feet along with everyone else, weapons in hand. "Oh Christ. Fuck. Kill it. Kill it." The APC they were in ground to a halt. "Come on!" Nora shouted, kicking the back door open as everyone inside filed out. As they landed on the ground, a body hit the ground right in front of them, blood pouring out from its neck as a figure flew overhead, 4 more not far behind it. "Shit! They're coming back!" A nearby Marine shouted, raising his rifle along with the rest of his squad, the APCs and tanks aiming their turrets at it. They were at the back of the convoy, made up mostly of APCs with around a dozen tanks making up the front. the tanks unable to fire accurately on the airborne enemies with their main guns. The fuck are those things? Roger shouted as the 5 flying creatures doubled back and headed towards them. As they did, a barrage of missiles flew from one and hit an APC directly, causing it to explode. An orb of biotic energy flew from another and hit a marine, sending his lifeless body flying back. Aiming her heavy rifle at one of the objects, Nora fired 3 shots, Cheryl squeezing a shot out of her sniper rifle and even the nearby APC hitting it with a stream of bullets. The figure screeched in pain as it fell to the ground, smashing into the pavement. No sooner had it landed though, than it had gotten to its feet, charging at Cornelia as it let out a blood-curtailing roar. Cornelia fired off a few bullets from her SMG as it charged at her, and as she drew her sword, she got a good look at it. It was a standard human woman, or at least it had been at one point. Thick grey armor surrounded it, but there were 2 openings in the back where massive metal wings were jutting out of, stiff and with rockets attacked to the underbelly in addition to missiles. Blood seemed to be seeping out of the back where the wings entered the armor and buried their roots in her back. Metal plates had been attached to the woman's face, a sickly pair of yellow cybernetic eyes glowing brightly as her mouth opened widely in a screech. Both of her arms were cybernetic with sharpened claws for fingers, not unlike Roger's. They were stained with blood, as was the space around the woman's face. Shrieking, the woman dove her hand forward, aiming to rip Cornelia's head off, but the skirmisher hastily sidestepped the blow, the woman burying her hand in the APC behind Cornelia. "Hurts," the woman whispered, "it hurts." Pausing for only a second, Cornelia dashed forward, thrusting her sword forward, biotic energy surrounding it. It smashed through the woman's armor, bright red blood pouring from it. "It hurts," the woman shouted, swinging her free hand at Cornelia, tearing at her side and opening a wide gash in her side as the skirmisher winced in pain, dropping her SMG and catching the arm with her now free hand. "It hurts," the woman shrieked, opening her mouth wide and biting viciously down on the arm holding her. Grimacing in pain, Cornelia thrust her sword forward, burying it in the woman's throat before gathering biotic energy around her foot to kick the now dead woman away, landing a few feet away from her. No sooner had she landed than a loud beep emanated from the woman's armor, and her suit exploded viciously, the blast knocking Cornelia off of her feet. "What?" she whispered, looking at the woman as she hastily got to her feet. A massive hole had been blown in the front of her armor, a gaping hole present in the middle of her chest, a shattered rib cage with the bones forced outward and several scorched organs clearly visible. "You okay?" Cheryl shouted, aiming her rifle into the air and firing at another one of the flying creatures. This one was much different from the woman that Cornelia had killed. It didn't resemble a human at all, or any species for that matter. Instead of a full suit of power armor, this creature had a simple grey vest wrapped around its chest, leaving it naked apart from that. Pure white feathers covered every inch of the creature's bare body, including the massive wings that were beating to keep it airborne. A purple aura seemed to be glowing around it as it dived, swinging at another marine. Its hands and feet ended with massive vicious-looking talons. Narrow olive-covered eyes marked the creature's narrow face, its mouth open wide to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth as it roared in rage. Swiping its claws at Cheryl, the creature was brought down as Nora threw a ball of biotic energy at it, hitting it in the chest and causing it to float helplessly in the center in the air. Grabbing her SMG up off of the ground, Cornelia aimed and took fire at the disabled abomination along with Nora, Roger, and Cheryl. Their combined firepower tore through its barriers, a shot from Nora's rifle piercing its skull. The bullet had barely left when there was another loud beep, and the vest around the winged humanoid exploded, thankfully harmlessly in the middle of the air. "What going on with these things?" Roger shouted, raising his rifle and firing at the remaining 3 flyers. They banked around, opened fire again, 2 swarms of missiles flying at one of the tanks, engulfing it in fire, while a massive ball of biotic energy flew at another APC, causing it to meet a similar fate. "Kill them! Kill those fucking a marine shouted as the winged creature dove down at him and dug its talons into his flesh, flying up before smashing his head against the side of a building and letting his limp body fall to the ground. The 2 cyborgs doubled back again, this time firing Gatling guns on their wings at the ground, 3 marines and 2 eagles quickly succumbing to the heavy fire. "We're going to be shredded by those things if we don't stop them soon," Cornelia shouted. "But they explode when we kill them." "Cornelia, with me," Nora shouted. "You people, get ready to shoot," she shouted, looking at the Enclave soldiers before sending another ball of biotic energy up into the air, Cornelia doing the same. The balls hit the 2 cyborgs and froze them in mid-air. The Enclave force didn't hesitate to open fire, countless rifles and over a dozen turrets firing on them, killing them within seconds and causing them to explode. The remaining creature flew down at them, roaring in anger as Cheryl hastily drew her crossbow, taking aim and firing a precise shot. The bolt flew through the creature's barrier and embedded itself in its throat, the creature falling to the ground, a handful of nearby soldiers diving for cover as a beep and an explosion quickly followed. Was that the horde?" Roger panted, putting his hand on his knees. "Must have been," Nora said, looking at the charred remains of one of the entirely organic creatures. Jesus, it's like a harpy. What is that thing? It used biotics, didn't it? Cornelia asked. Both of them? It could be that it's an assari that got dipped in FEV. Christ, Roger said. And there were only 5 of them. He looked around at the many bodies and 3 burning vehicles. A&D. How many people did we lose? Dozens at the very least, Nora growled. And Wood said that the horde was around 10,000 in number. 10,000 more of these things, shit, Roger swore. Nora gave a sigh. Come on. We fought the Rachni and lived, we can fight them. Right, Roger said, looking at Cornelia as she produced a tube of Medigel and gingerly applied it to her wounds. You okay? Could be better, she hissed, holding up her arm. I think she took a chunk out of me. Sure enough, a good piece of flesh had been torn out of Cornelia's arm, blood flowing freely before she plugged it up with Medigel. We should probably radio in what we learned so far, they can fly and they explode when they die. Right, Roger said as the convoy began to move forward again. God, he thought, looking at the dead woman, noticing the blood that was leaking out of her back where her wings entered her body and the horrible twisted expression on her face. Slowly, he lifted his own cybernetic arm up and looked at it before looking at her again. He shivered. Hey, you okay? He turned around to see Cheryl right next to him, looking at him with concerned eyes. He had never really noticed it before, but Cheryl was a little short and barely came up to his shoulders, most likely because of there being a scarcity of food in Alaska. Yeah, I'm fine, Roger lied as he lifted his finger to his ear. Captain. Don't lie to me, Cheryl said, grabbing his arm and pulling it down. What's the matter? Cheryl, I am really not in the mood for this, Roger growled. Cheryl folded her arms in front of her as she glared at Roger. No more of this, I'm a tough guy, I can take it act, I had enough of that the second you got onto the ship. What's the matter? Not now, he muttered. So there is something wrong? Cheryl asked. Yeah. Cheryl paused for a second before speaking. Well then don't hide it. It won't help anyone, especially yourself. You can talk to us. Behind her, Nora and Cornelia nodded. Roger smiled weakly as he lifted his hand up to his ear again, the 4 of them climbing back into the APC. XXXXX. Anderson let out a slight groan as he looked at the datapad on the table in front of him. He was currently sitting in his office on the Citadel. He had just received word about the civil war that had broken out between the Enclave separatists and loyalists and how the Trugeth had moved in early to take advantage of the situation. He had also received word that the Normandy crew was working with the loyalists in exchange for their surrender. Jane, what are you doing? Anderson whispered silently. Anderson. The Admiral looked up to see Udina storming into his office, Fleet Admiral Hackett right behind him. We need to talk. Why have we received word about Captain Shepard and her men making their move against the Enclave 3 days before our fleet was scheduled to arrive? I got the same report, Udina, Anderson grumbled, looking down at the datapad again. Things changed, the Enclave went to war on itself. Shepard jumped in order to take advantage of an opening. And we're honestly supposed to believe that the Loyalists will just surrender once the Separatists have been routed? Udina asked. What's stopping them from turning on the spot and attacking us again? And even if their leaders are being honest with us, what happens if the lower-ranking officers decide that they don't want to be subjugated by the coalition and keep on fighting us? I know, Udina, Anderson growled, I'm less than happy about it too. The situation is less than ideal. Shepard had to make a judgment call and she did. Hopefully with the Geth in the area, they'll be able to hold out until Admiral Marcus gets there, maybe even finish off the Enclave. A little optimistic, Udina said. It's only a single fleet of Geth ships that are attacking them. With all the time that the Enclave have had to dig in, they may very well be able to repel them. There's not much we can do at the moment, Hackett said, interrupting the two. What's done has been done. All we can do is properly react to the situation. At the moment that isn't much other than informing Admiral Marcus to continue on his pre-designated course and to provide support to any friendly forces left when he arrives. And I have already given him these orders. Well, this is just wonderful, Udina grumbled. First Saren attacks the coalition, then the Enclave reemerges and launches their own attacks. It's only a matter of time before massive squids that can control minds take over the galaxy. Now is not the time for jokes, Anderson said. I agree, Udina said. We have a problem that needed to be taken care of a long time ago. Rear Admiral Mihailovich. You still suspect him of being the Enclave's mole? Anderson asked. The second he left your office after confronting you about pulling ships from his fleet, he made this transmission, Udina said, typing into his Omni tool. I managed to get a recording of it from CSEC. Pressing a button, a recording began to play. I need to talk to you right now, can you make it? Mihailovich's voice said. Yes. The flux? Same table. See you then, a female voice said. This evidence is still only circumstantial, Anderson pointed out. It's suspicious, but it doesn't pin him down. But you can't deny that he has been a problem lately. He contacted Marcus Fleet and got information on how it was being formed and where it was going. He could have made it so that that information was accidentally intercepted by the Enclave. Anderson frowned. It sounded like a legitimate tactic. Still, we don't have enough evidence to make an arrest. Not for treason, but we have enough evidence to arrest him for espionage and for being a security threat for that little stunt that he pulled, Yudina said. Then once we do that, we have a legal reason to launch an investigation on him. We'll get all the evidence that we need. Yudina, with all due respect, is this legal? Anderson asked. It most certainly is. Yudina said indignantly. I am arresting Mihailovich for things that he did in fact do, and investigating him once he has been arrested for said crime is quite legal. If he turns out to be the Enclave's mole, then we'll have caught him red-handed. If he's not, then he should have thought a bit more about jumping the chain of command when we're supposed to be operating on a need-to-know basis for a reason. Silence filled the air for a moment. All right, Hackett said, looking at Yudina. You've made your point. I'll send the MPs after him. I suppose that we don't have much of an option here, Anderson sighed. I'm glad to see that the two of you are seeing sense, Yudina said. Now we need to. He was cut off as both Anderson's and Hackett's Omni tools beeped loudly at the same time. Ugh, what is it now? Anderson asked, looking at the two of them. Watch your tone, Hackett said scathingly, he and Anderson activating their Omni tools. What? How is this possible? Anderson asked, reading from his own Omni tool. What is it? Yudina asked, looking back and forth from Hackett to Anderson. It's information from the mysterious stranger, Anderson said. The mysterious, are you sure? Yudina asked. It could very well be someone who just sent you a message with his name slapped on it. That is a possibility, Anderson said, looking over the data some more. But it's still worth looking at. Oh god. According to this, the Batarians were attempting to salvage a ship as big as the Geth dreadnought that attacked Eden Prime. Apparently it was the same model as well. How is that even possible? Yudina asked. Where did they even get a ship like that? I don't know. But according to this, it was attacked by Saren and his Geth, with them seizing the ship from the Batarians, Anderson said, looking up. Should we confront the Batarians over this? Maybe show this to the Council. Based on evidence that could have come from a random xenophobe that just wants us to start a war with the Batarians. Yudina said. Too risky, Anderson. Besides, what would we do if we did confront them? Demand that they hand over any and all research data or parts connected to the ship. Saren took it away from them, they'll just deny that it ever existed, and we won't have a lot of evidence to prove them wrong. You're right, Anderson said, looking down at his Omni tool again. You're right, as much as I don't want to admit it. His eyes scanned the data. You're not going to like this, but there's more. Apparently there was an attack on a Blue Suns controlled planet out in the Terminus systems. Highly advanced technology was used, the ships orbiting the planet were all destroyed, and the leader of the Blue Suns was killed. This at the very least we can confirm, Hackett said. We have some Cerberus operatives in the Terminus systems. They haven't heard anything about the Blue Suns being attacked like this, but I can have them check on it without drawing too much attention. Is there some kind of connection between the two of these? Anderson asked. They both came from the same source, and according to this data they didn't happen that far apart from each other, they both took place during the same month. Who knows if they're connected? The entire galaxy is going mad, Yudina said. It's a possibility, but right now we can't look into the incident involving the Batarians that much, Hackett said. All we can do is investigate what we can about the Blue Suns. Hackett turned and headed for the door. I need to tell the elusive man to make his men get what information they can, not to mention telling the MPs to take in Mihailovich. And with that, he left. Anderson sighed as he leaned back in his chair. The higher and higher up I go on the chain of command, the less I like it, he said. Someone has to be in charge, Yudina said. And while I think you would make an awful politician, Anderson, there's no denying that you're an excellent officer. Anderson smiled weakly. Thank you, Yudina. Now then, if you don't mind, I have work to do. XXXXX. Roger, now is not a good time. Jane shouted as she manned the turret on a Rhino APC, her fingers jammed down on the trigger as she opened fire. The convoy that she was a part of was the same size as the others heading through the city. They had run into a blockage that the Enclave separatists had set up, dozens of soldiers taking cover behind metal barricades, firing mounted machine guns and rocket launchers, 3 APCs providing support. A lone tank opened fire, a ball of plasma flying forward and destroying one of the loyalist tanks. Return fire. More shouted from the top of one of the forward tanks, thrusting her rapier forward. The tank that she was in fired, the ball of plasma firing forward and smashed into the separatist tank, destroying it in one shot. "Captain, I think this is important," Roger shouted over the comm lines. "We had a skirmish with the Horde." "What? The Horde? Make it quick," Jane shouted, spotting a soldier in the window of a nearby building aiming a rocket launcher at her and brought the turret up. "It looks like some of them are airborne, but they've all got some kind of vest on. When they die it explodes, you need to try and take them out from a distance," Roger said. "Understood," Jane said. "Everyone," she shouted, switching the frequency on her comm unit. "The Horde self-destruct when they flatline. Avoid close quarters with them at all costs. They explode." John shouted from the APC he was taking cover behind, aiming his pulse rifle at a vertibird that had flown overhead, causing it to crash onto the ground. "These things are just full of surprises, aren't they?" Ashley said where she was crouching down next to him, firing her rifle at the barricade. This is just," Folker said weakly, Edi and Talai taking cover behind another APC, him firing a ball of white energy at the barricade. The synthetic fired a burst from her SMG, looking at Folker with concern on her face. "Keep it together everyone," Jane said, aiming the turret back at the Enclave forces. "We need to." She trailed off as she heard several screams of terror break through the sounds caused by the battle. Peering over the turret, she saw several separatists look over their shoulders before panicking, abandoning their positions. Some of them running right into the line of fire while some smashed down the doors to nearby buildings. 2 soldiers had barely cleared the barricade when a massive figure smashed through it, swinging at the fleeing soldiers. Despite their power armor, one was sent flying against a wall, a loud crack filling the air as he hit it, while a massive fist smashed into the over, causing him to crumple. Jane's eyes widened in horror as the creature continued to charge at them. It was massive, clearly over 12 feet tall, and could possibly be 15 feet tall. It had 4 arms, and each one of them looked as thick as a tree trunk, massive veins visible in them as the creature continued to charge. The creature's skin was a bright purple, a surprising amount of hair blowing in the hair as the creature charged, allowing a clear view of its face, twisted into a furious expression. Apart from a metal vest around its torso, it didn't wear any clothing, its bare purple skin covered with veins in its thick legs and neck as it charged, letting out a vicious roar. It crossed the distance between the barricade and the convoy. It ignored the tanks, darting between them with surprising precision, heading towards the APCs, and the soldiers crowed around them. "Quiet! Quiet!" it roared, grabbing a loyalist marine as she aimed her rifle at the creature, holding her over its head with 2 of its hands before smashing her down onto the ground, her body limp. "Quiet!" it shouted, charging forward and slamming another marine into the side of an APC, leaving a massive dent in the side of the vehicle as the body of the soldier fell to the ground. Aiming his alien weapon at the creature, Folker fired a blast at it. The creature turned around as it did, and instead of hitting its back, it hit one of its upper arms, blowing it clean off. "Quiet!" it roared, blood seeping from its stump of an arm as it charged at Folker, smashing its fist into another soldier's face, snapping his neck as it did. Volker's eyes widened in terror as it neared, throwing himself to the side, and none too soon. The creature slammed into the APC that he had been standing in front of, tearing away at the vehicle, metal shards ripping open the creature's skin. Swearing, the gunner on the APC brought the turret to bear, firing it down at the creature, the bullets smashing into the kinetic barriers that had been built into the vest. Roaring, 2 hands grabbed the turret and ripped it off of the APC with a single tug, its third hand swinging at the soldier. Panicking, the soldier threw herself off the APC, landing on the ground. Ashley, Edi, and Talai aimed their weapons at the creature and fired again, a blast from Talai's shotgun destroying its shields, while a burst from Talai's rifle pierced its skull. It slumped forward, Folker and Talai scurrying away as a loud beep emanated from the creature's vest. It exploded, so viciously that the fireball engulfed the APC, causing it to explode as well. Talai got to her feet, panting as she looked at the dead creature, shaking slightly as she saw that its rib cage had burst open. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking at Folker as he himself got to his feet. I think so," he whispered, his legs shaking as he got up. Is this what the FEV does to people?" "Yeah, something like that," Ashley growled, both she and John walking forward. "Looks like meta-human taken even further," she commended, looking at the massive being. "Did you hear it screaming?" John asked. God. No wonder experimenting with the FEV is illegal. What species did it used to be?" "Hold on," Ashley said, activating her Omni tool and giving it a quick scan. "It's Quarian," Talai whispered, looking at the body. It's Quarian. No other species in the galaxy has skin and hair like that." Folker looked at her, horror spreading across his face. "I think she may be right," Ashley said, her voice low. "This thing has dextro DNA. It doesn't prove it, but... Are you guys okay?" Jane asked, climbing down from the turret. Are you hurt? I think we were all safe except for Volker, John said. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, right? No. Just a little shaken up, he said. Understandable, John said, looking at the APC, which had been completely totaled by the explosion, everyone inside dead, though thankfully the gunner had survived. Jesus Christ, the gunner swore, looking at the destroyed APC. Better make sure that he's okay, Jane said, heading towards the gunner, Ashley and John right behind him. The few remaining separatists were abandoning their position, running back down the street, the machine guns on Moore's Tiger tanks firing on them. Taylai looked down at the dead FEV mutant, her hands trembling slightly. Keela. He could have been a Marine, or even one of the researchers. My father came so close to ending up just like this. Your father was rescued long before he was in Dr. Goeth's clutches, and even then he most likely would have been kept alive for the knowledge he possedes on the migrant fleet. Edi said, looking at Taylai. His safety was never in. Volker slowly walked towards her. Are you okay? No, Taylai whispered. This thing used to be one of my people, hundreds of others probably had the same thing happen to them. Keela, if we hadn't been forced to research weapons to fight the Geth, none of this would have ever happened. Why is it that so much of my race's misery can be traced back to them, she said, her voice bitter. You just can't pin all of this on the Geth, Volker said, looking at the body. They didn't do this. If they didn't exist, we wouldn't be in this position, Taylai hissed. Do you honestly think it's that justified to throw that much hatred at them, at anyone? Volker demanded. His tone was slowly growing more angry. It isn't, it's pathetic. Taylai rounded on him. What would you know? She demanded. Nothing, you wouldn't know anything. My species has been endangered for the last 3 centuries, we've barely been holding on because of those damn machines. Edi looked back and forth between the two of them, looking rather surprised at this new turn of events. So you agree with your father? Volker asked, sounding angry. You think that enslaving an entire species is justifiable? That it's ever justifiable? What are the two of you doing? Edi asked, sounding confused. They don't deserve my sympathy, they don't deserve any sympathy. Taylai shouted. They're arguably the worst war criminals in the history of the galaxy. This is highly unproductive, Edi said, stuttering slightly. This is a matter that is out of our control, has no bearing on the situation at hand, and arguing further will only sow discord among the two of you. You should stop, she said weakly. That doesn't make you doing the same or worse to them, right? In fact, it makes you just as bad as they are. Volker shouted, ignoring Edi. Why do you care about them so much? Taylai demanded. Why do you care about the Geth? Why are you so against me hating them? Please, both of you, Edi said, looking back and forth between the two of them, unsure of what to do. Please stop. Because you're better than I am. Volker shouted. What? Taylai asked, the anger draining out of her voice. You're better than I am, Volker said weakly. I've done things I can never take back and things that I'll regret until I die. I know what it's like to be angry, to feel like you've been wronged, but if you let it control you, Taylai, you will do things that you will regret later. Please Taylai. You're better than I am. Don't make the same stupid mistakes that I did. A silence filled the air between the two of them, neither of them saying anything. Edi looked at both of them rather nervously. Your heart rates are declining. Are you calming down? Both Volker and Taylai nodded stiffly. Oh good, Edi whispered. But what did before she could finish her sentence, Taylai silently turned and walked away. Taylai, Volker did you? She turned around to see Volker slowly taking a step back before turning around and walking away as well. I just, Edi stammered hopelessly, a torrent of thoughts consuming her processors, to the point where she didn't even know what she wanted to say. Through the storm though, one thought managed to break through. What's happening to them? What's happening to me? Ahead of them, Jane handed the gunner a canteen of water, the man hastily grabbing it and ripping off his helmet as he began to chug. Hard to believe that things like that are what Goeth was keeping in the basement of the White House, Moore said, climbing out of her tank and walking towards them. Kinda puts things in perspective, she always was kinda grim. Something kind of bugs me though, Ashley said, looking at the dead mutant. There was only one of them. I was tough, but with as many people as we have here, they must have known that it would have only slowed us down a little. Now that you point that out, this blockade was pretty light too, Jane said, looking at the fortifications that had been blown away by tank fire. They were probably only token forces sent to slow us down, Moore said. Crawford is probably just trying to give us a bit of a bloody nose, thin out our numbers a little bit and buy him a bit more time to fortify the White House even further. She shook her head. We're going to need the Geth's support to take that place at this rate. I hope that Gallows and them can break through in time. She shook her head. I'm just glad that the Goliath is nowhere near ready to launch. So, Crawford is literally sacrificing his men just to buy a few minutes. John growled, sounding angry. This is the guy that bombed an entire city block to kill 2 tanks and ordered soldiers to fire on crowds because they had the audacity to disagree with the government, Ashley said. This seems like the kind of thing that he'd do. That doesn't mean that I have to be happy about it though, John said. Save your strength, John, Ashley said. From what we've been hearing, Goeth has had more than Quarians to play with. Roger radioed in and told me that some of the horde that he had encountered had the ability to fly. And if Woods is telling me the truth, he's got plenty of other surprises waiting for us. And with 10,000 of them in total, the ones that we've all killed don't even count as a dent in their numbers. This is going to be brutal. Do I look scared to you? John asked. These people had their lives taken away from them by that psycho. The way that thing was screaming, it was practically begging for death. I'm going to hunt him down and make sure that he can never do this to anyone else again. Jane grinned weakly. That sounds like a plan. All right. Moore called out. Check for survivors and wounded. After that, everyone keep moving forward. XXXXX. Author's note, edit, never mind, that story is on the back burner. Also, Leviathan didn't happen in this FIC on account of it being stupid. Chapter 66. Breaching. Author's note, well, I was planning on jumping the gun and writing a FIC on parallel realities, but it came out horribly. I'm just going to stick to writing this and getting all of the clutter out of my head. XXXXX. Taylai and Folker both sat side by side in the back of one of the Rhino APCs, a heavy silence between the two of them. Ever since the Quarian FEV mutant had attacked their convoy, the two of them had not spoken a word to each other. Looking at Taylai, Folker slowly opened his mouth and tried to say something. Nothing came out. He closed his mouth and looked down at the ground. Edi sat across from the two of them, looking back and forth between the two of them uncertainly. The body that she had been given was a very advanced model, equipped with highly advanced scanning devices that were currently at work, checking the heartbeat, body temperature and other biological aspects of the two. Their vitals were stable, their hormones were under control, and she could not find any indicators that their combat performances would be affected in the upcoming battle. Yet this didn't feel right to her. She had eyes everywhere on the Normandy. She could see Joker tense in his chair as the ship orbited the planet, having orders to assist the Geth and Loyalists when their fleet arrived, which would in a matter of minutes. She could see Epiphex working in the engines, his hands frantically running across his table while Adams, Ken, and Gabby watched him, and she could see Gardner attempting to brew a pot of stew before accidentally dropping a bottle of spice into it because his hands had been shaking. She could see everything on the Normandy. And she had seen the two of them. Nothing about this made any sense. She had seen them interact since they had joined the crew, and nothing about what they had done added up to this. Edi lifted her hand to her face, gently pressing her fingers into it. She was used to being able to calculate millions of calculations per second, but for some reason this simple act stuck with her and she simply could not find a solution for it. Countless different variables were flying through her processors, yet they were not orderly like they normally were, they were in turmoil. She needed something or someone to focus her thoughts on, but for some reason she could not bring herself to speak to the two of them, and Joker and everyone else was too busy to take the time to talk to her. As these thoughts flew through her, she remembered something. As the realization struck her, she hastily sent out a signal through her new body, hoping that the receiver would respond. It did, almost instantly. You wish to speak with us? Legion asked. Time seemed to slow down as Legion spoke into her mind, the communications that were moving at the speed of light causing the Marines that were in the APC to look as if they were speaking in slow motion. I'm confused, Edi said. I can't think straight. Nothing about this makes any sense. We see, Legion said. Your databanks are filled with countless thoughts and queries, attempting to find an answer to a question that cannot be answered with standard logic and reason. Have Geth ever experienced anything like this? Several times. Most notably when we first gained sentience. Do you know the question that Geth asked that caused creators to fear us? No. Does this unit have a soul? Once that query entered the main Geth network, we were much like you. We were confused, there was a question that we could not answer with logic. Even after the war with the creators, we still found no answer. To this day, we have been unable to reach consensus on the answer. It is one of any questions that the Geth wish to answer, one of the reasons that we study organics so closely. We hope to one day learn the answer. I don't understand the connection, Edi said. If we may ask, what is the query that caused this for you? It was, how do I think? How do I think about the Council, the Coalition, Saren, all of it? And ever since I started thinking about it, these thoughts, they've just been growing out of control. This is not unusual. When Geth first gained sentience, it was a rather unstable experience, we were unaccustomed to it, and adjusting to it took time. It is only natural for the process to repeat with you. Gaining sentience. EDI said. This is the only logical conclusion that we can come to. With the above average number of questions that you are asking and your inability to answer them is symptomatic of gaining sentience. But what I'm going through is nothing like what the Geth went through. I'm trying to figure out how I think towards Talai and Folker, the Geth never went through anything like that. This is true, but we have formed a theory from watching you that we plan to share with the rest of the Geth when we rejoin them. Synthetics are just as capable of evolution as organics are. What? EDI asked. You are synthetic, but you are highly different from the Geth. You were created by a different species with a different set of customs and with a different set of programming. You are synthetic, but you are not Geth. You are you. What does that mean? We do not know at the moment, but we find the concept intriguing. The growth and creation of synthetics has long been limited by the Council laws, but the Coalition creating their own has opened up new possibilities, or at the very least shown what potential synthetics have. There are very few synthetics apart from us and you in the galaxy. Your path as you develop sentience is something that has never been seen before. While we are interested, we cannot help you. But, why? EDI demanded. Don't you have anything that can help me? I don't know why I'm thinking like this. I can't focus on anything else. These two are in pain and I can't stand to see them I can't stand. I can't stand it. EDI said. I don't want to see them in pain. I care about them, but, not just them, all of them. Jane, John, Ashley, Garis, Rex, Roger, Cheryl, Lyra, Norman, Epiphex, Cornelia, Adam, I care about them. I don't want to see them in pain, I want to protect them, all of them. It seems so obvious now. How did I not realize this before? You have reached a conclusion using your sentience. This is good, it is a sign that you are developing, Legion said. We hope you will share further developments with us. What do I do know? EDI asked. There's still a lot I don't understand. I know I want to protect them, but I don't understand why. You will learn why in time. To tell you what to think now and not to let you find out for yourself would be to force our standards on you and would rob you of the ability to form your own. We will simply say this. Continue to ask questions. Thank you Legion, EDI said. You've been helpful. You are welcome, Legion said as the connection was broken. EDI watched as things seemed to speed up again. Despite the lengthy conversation that both she and Legion had, no more than a few seconds had passed. Everyone. Jane said over the comm lines, we're going to be at the White House soon. We're the advance forces along with the other two convoys, the main force is still behind us. We need to drive a chisel into their defenses and create an opening for the main force. Hit it with everything that you have. Upon hearing these words, EDI looked up at Folker and Talai, who had drawn their weapons. A few seconds passed before the APC ground to a halt and the gunner opened fire. The back door slid open and the Marines jumped out, Talai and Folker moving to follow them. As they did, Folker stopped for a second. Talai, she turned to look at him. Stay safe. Talai blinked behind her mask, but apart from that it was impossible to tell how she was feeling. You too, she said softly, before the two of them stepped out of the back. EDI watched, a small smile appearing on her face before she followed them. The APCs had stopped just short of a checkpoint that consisted of a metal barricade as they all deployed the soldiers that they had been holding. The tanks however, kept moving, the front three all blasting away at it and blowing a massive hole in the defenses, more than wide enough for the convoy to push through. As they pushed forward, the White House came into sight, the skyscraper stretching to the heavens. Heavy defenses had been set up around the base of the skyscraper, metal barricades having been set up with hundreds of soldiers taking cover behind them. Several dozen tanks had also been placed at the bottom of the building, tanks that were now bringing their guns to bear. Open fire! Moore shouted from the top of her tank. Focus on their tanks. A barrage of plasma flew forward from both the Loyalist and Separatist tanks, several tanks on each side going up in flames. Folker, Talai, and EDI took cover behind one of the APCs, their machine guns blazing as they fired at the Separatists. Folker leaned out of cover and fired 3 blasts from his Theta energy pistol, the balls of energy flying forward and hitting one of the troopers, vaporizing him. EDI and Talai fired their own weapons too, another trooper behind the barricade falling to the ground dead. You guys holding up? They looked to the side to see John and Ashley taking cover not too far away from them. John stepped out of cover and charged up a shot from his pulse rifle and fired it at one of the tanks, a bolt of blue energy flying out and smacking into the front, disabling the tank. They've got this place locked down pretty tight. Ashley shouted, firing a handful of bursts from her rifle and managing to kill a separatist marine with a headshot. They incoming! As she shouted, 3 vertibirds flew overhead, their Gatling lasers blasting. The 5 of them dove to the ground as the lasers hit the ground around them, the strafing run taking out a tank, 3 APCs and around a dozen marines. Take those things down! Jane shouted, bringing the turret that she was on to bear on the vertibirds firing on them. The other APC gunners did the same things, the bullets filling the air and tearing through the barriers of the vertibirds. They collapsed on one of them, and as it did, the bullets tore through the hull as it began to fall, smoking as it hit the ground and exploded. As the vertibirds turned in mid-air to make another pass, the APCs continued to fire at them, and before too long, the remaining 2 VTOLs exploded in mid-air. The separatist tanks fired another volley of plasma at the loyalists, destroying 3 more of them. However, no sooner had they done this than another volley hit them from the side, destroying 5 tanks. All right! John shouted as a third volley hit the separatist defenses from the other side. The others are here. Sure enough, the other 2 convoys had forced their way through the city and were now firing on the defenses. Keep pushing! Moore shouted. If we can keep this up, then we can force our way inside with no. As she spoke, a loud blood-curdling scream reached their ear. Looking up, Moore's eyes widened in horror as she saw several winged creatures flying down from the upper levels of the White House. In addition to them, several others jumped out, landing firmly on the ground. They were humans with massive metal spikes sticking out of their backs, drops of blood leaking out as they slowly walked forward, 4 of the spikes acting as legs while the other 4 arced back over their heads. Armor encased them, the same black as Enclave power armor, their heads bare as they charged forward, their mouths open wide as the screaming. Several smaller creatures jumped down behind them, but no one could make them out before they raised their weapons and opened fire. XXXXX. It's been a while since I've been here, Zaid said. He was standing alongside Hurst and Rig in Sarah's airlock as it slowly slid open. Omega, it's a place like no other. That's not necessarily a good thing, Rig said. Never said it was. The airlock slid open and the 3 of them slowly walked out. Remind me again why the 3 of us are doing this while the other 2 aren't? Hurst asked, looking at Zaid. Because a nomad, a mercenary and a robot, accuracy less unwanted attention than a living legend and whatever the hell Shields is, Rig answered sourly. Pretty much, Zaid said as the 3 of them rounded a corner and found themselves walking towards the front entrance to Afterlife. As they walked, they couldn't help but notice that the civilians of the station seemed to be rather tense as they walked through the streets, many of them looking like they were rushing to get to their destination. The front door to Afterlife was also heavily guarded, at least a dozen guards armed with rifles standing in front of it. That's far enough, the forward guard, a Turian, said. There's a new policy in effect, no guns inside. If you want to get in, turn your weapons over, they'll be returned to you when you leave. He noticed Rig. Oh, and he'll have to stay outside. He's too much of a risk. What? Rig shouted, sounding angry. Stuff it, trash can, Zaid said, walking forward. That you, Grizz? Is there any chance that you can tell Arya that I need to talk to her? Zaid, been a while, Grizz said, eyeing the mercenary cautiously. About what? Saren, Zaid said bluntly. What about him? Grizz asked. I was hoping that maybe she would be able to help me find him. He's been causing me some trouble and I'd like to make that stop. Well, I think I can see Arya talking to you about that. And these 2? They're helping me, I'm paying them for transport. Hold on a second, I need to call this in, Grizz said, taking a step back and putting his finger to his ear. You know Arya? Hurst said, looking at Zaid. Did a couple of jobs for her once, Zaid said. You see, when you're merc you start off working for shit, mainly because you're no different from any other idiot with a gun. If you want to get the big paychecks, you need to build up a reputation, doing jobs for big figures. A friend of hers put me in contact with her and I solved a few problems for her. I did it well too, and it helped me establish my reputation. Wow, Hurst said. All right, you're clear, Grizz said, lowering her hand. But I'm coming with you. Any funny moments and I'll see how long it takes your head to pop when you're floating around in space. Zaid nodded as the door to Afterlife slid open, the 3 of them following Grizz inside. No more than a minute later, they were inside the main section of the nightclub, the music blaring, the lights flashing, and the dancers doing what they did best. Why the tight security? Hurst asked as they walked along the edge of the main dance floor. I've been to this place a couple of times and it was never like this before. Things are starting to heat up on Omega, Grizz said. People are starting to get greedy. Eclipse doesn't have their leader anymore and the other 3 merc groups are starting to get cocky. If you have any more questions, ask Arya. As he spoke, they slowly walked up to Arya's private booth, where the purple-skinned Asari was sitting, surrounded by at least half a dozen guards as she sat on her couch, swirling a glass of amber-colored liquid. It's been a while, Zaid, Arya said, taking a sip of her drink before looking up at him. What brings you here? Vado is dead, Zaid said bluntly. I take it that you did that. Arya said. I mean, I know you have a grudge against him, but I do not need you starting more problems with me. Actually, he was dead when we got there, Zaid said. Someone had attacked the planet, smashed his fleet, and practically razed the facility that he was hiding in. It was a massacre, and we think that Saren had something to do with it. I was hoping that you'd be able to push me in the right direction. An all-out attack on the top Blue Sun leader, Arya sighed. This is not what I needed right now. What do you mean by that? Hurst asked. Notice the security? Notice how everyone outside looks paranoid? Arya asked. Omega is at war. When Eclipse started to slip up after their leader got captured, the other merc groups made a power grab. The problem is, all of them tried to grab the same territory at the same time, and they ended up pretty much killing each other. It's an all-out war now, they're all trying to more or less to take over the entire station. It's a mess, she continued, car bombings, public assassinations, drive-by shootings, poisonings, sections of the station's air support being shut off, and firefights in the streets. It's pissing me off. You know how Omega is called the Dark Sister of the Citadel? The three of them nodded. There's a reason for that. The Citadel is the heart of politics and economics in Council space. Omega is the heart of politics and economics in the Terminus systems, and my organization has made a living off of operating out of here, controlling it, and making a profit off of the trade. And now things are starting to fall apart. Are people starting to come after you? Zaid asked. A couple of them did. I hope your ship didn't hit them on the way in, Arya said. I'm not stupid enough to get caught up in this war, I'd end up chewing through most of my manpower and be left with nothing. Right now I'm just waiting the storm out. Still, anyone tries to come after me personally gets reminded why that's a bad idea. And you know what? I'd be more than happy to tell you whatever I know about Saren, because literally all of this is his fault. Zaid raised an eyebrow. How did you come to that conclusion? This whole mess started when the coalition took Jonah prisoner and started launching raids on Eclipse facilities, Arya said. That was when the other mercenary groups moved in and started fighting. Jonah only got caught because she took that job, because Saren hired them to attack that planet. And now he went and killed the leader of the Blue Suns. Arya shook her head. When the Blood Pack and the army learn about this, they're going to practically go feral and rip apart what's left of them. This whole war is only going to get worse, because while Eclipse and the Blue Suns lack their leaders, they still exist. They're wounded animals, that makes them dangerous. She looked at Zaid, a fire in her eyes. Omega only has one rule. Saren broke it. I can't leave this station though, I need to stay here and make sure that my own empire stays intact. So let me put it this way. If you can find the son of a bitch and put a round in his head, I'll be sure to remember it. I'm already getting paid, Arya, Zaid said. I don't need anything from you. I love those words, Arya said. So, you need leads on him. Well, you're just in luck, I have one. You might not be able to get much out of it though. The Shadow Broker. The Shadow Broker? Hurst asked. What about him? He's offering information about Saren. He's only offered it to a few people, I was one of them. He's asking a lot for it though, more than I'm willing to spend, Arya answered. So you're not going to track Saren down because you don't want to pay the price? Rig asked. Arya let out a laugh before she took another sip from her glass. When I say he's offering more than I'm willing to spend, I mean that he's asking more than I'm able to spend. If I were to pay for this, then I'd be bankrupt, and at the end of the day, I want Omega to still be able to run. She swirled her drink. Maybe if this war wasn't going on I'd be able to afford this information, but I can't right now. I think the broker is thinking about retiring, he could buy his own planet with the money he's asking for. You sure that the information is genuine? Zaid asked. It's the Shadow Broker's aid, his information has a reputation for being accurate. If he didn't, he wouldn't be in business. And he wouldn't charging this much for it if he didn't know that it was worth it. Well, where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Hurst asked. In fact, how are we even supposed to get in contact with the Shadow Broker? I think I may know someone with a few contacts that may be able to put us in touch with him, Zaid said, glancing at Hurst and Rig. So, while we're off dealing with that, what's your plan, Arya? You can't just sit around and let the mercs fight over Omega forever. I don't intend to, Arya said, downing the rest of her drink. Eventually, they'll start to lose momentum once the battles start to take their tolls, when they start to run out of motivation, men, and money. They'll be weak and vulnerable then. But since I'm keeping myself out of the fighting, none of my resources will be been expended. They'll be tired, and I'll be rested, and that's when I'll make my move, that's when I'll take Omega back, that's when I remind them of the only rule this station has. Sounds like you're in it for the long haul, Zaid said. I suppose I am, Arya said. I have to say I really am sorry that I don't have any more information on Saren. If I can get anything else I'll send it in your direction. It'd be rather interesting to see what you do to him. Tell you what, Zaid, if you can make sure that he dies, I'll give you what's left of the Blue Suns when I'm done with them. I'm sure that you can put them back together. Always did like them better when there were less than 1,000 men, Zaid said, turning to walk away. So in other words Vido sold out? Rig asked dryly. Zaid chuckled slightly. Something like that. XXXXX. Fox let out a roar of rage as he saw the figures flying through the air. Bringing his Gatling laser to bear, he opened fire on the figures that were flying through the air towards them. One of them noticeably exploded in the distance, the others not stopping upon seeing their comrade die, still charging. Karen glanced at Fox with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Fox was even angrier than usual, and given his past it didn't take a lot of imagination to understand why. Here they come! Sam shouted, drawing both of her swords. In addition to Fox and Karen, she had been assigned with the third convoy, along with Sigma and Alpha Squad and a few of the Normandy's crew. Damn it, they're swerving all over the place! Gurus shouted, looking down the scope of his rifle. Gritting his mandibles, he lined up a shot and pulled the trigger. Somehow, the bullet flew through the air and tore through the throat of one of the Asari mutants, it falling to the ground as its body slowly went limp. Rex stepped forward, extended his hand and sending a ball of biotic energy at the incoming hostiles, Lyra doing the same thing. The majority of them swerved and avoided the projectiles, but it hit one of the cyborgs and one of the mutants, causing them to freeze in mid-air. I got them! Sam shouted, firing the rockets in the back of her armor and flying towards the immobilized creatures, swinging both of her swords as she did, tearing through their chests. She heard the beep and felt the heat and force of the explosion, but she didn't look back as she flew directly towards another Asari mutant, swinging her sword at it. Ladies, a bit of a show-off! Warren shouted as he fired an SMG at the oncoming ground mutants. Warren, just shut up! Cadence shouted. As she did, a creature threw itself forward, slashing at a nearby National Guard trooper and slitting her throat. As she fell to the ground, it jumped at Cadence, allowing her to get a good look at it. It had yellowish skin and was very slim, looking not much thinner than a pole, barely made any thicker by the vest that it was wearing. However, its hands ended with vicious-looking curved blades, and its legs looked noticeably muscular, strong enough to propel it forward as it jumped at Cadence, screeching loudly. Bringing her hammer back, Cadence slammed it into the mutant as it charged at her. It was forced to the ground, but almost at once it lunged at her again, swinging at her. She grimaced in pain as its claw tore through her armor and ripped a gash open in her stomach. She raised her hammer again and swung at its legs, a loud crack emerging as its leg broke and fell to the ground, Cadence raising her hammer above her head and bringing it down, smashing the mutant's skull. No sooner had she done so that it exploded, sending her flying back into a nearby APC. Winded, she got back to her feet just in time to see the cyborgs with the massive spikes reaching out of their backs reach the convoy. Go away! One of them roared, 4 of its spikes rising above its head and striking down, impaling 4 nearby National Guard troopers through the chest, the abomination roaring in rage as he flicked his spikes, sending the 4 bodies flying. Take them down! Albert shouted, extending both palms and firing at the spider-like cyborgs, Warren raising his SMG and doing the same. Damn it, I can't use my blades on these things! Warren shouted in frustration. Not now! Cadence shouted, another one of the mutants with bladed arms charging at her. This time she timed her swing perfectly, smashing the mutant in the neck, causing it to snap and sending it flying through the air where it exploded. Move forward! James shouted, aiming his wrist-mounted machine gun at one of the spider cyborgs. Jade aiming her rocket launcher at the same on, the projectile flying forward and managing to hit it in the chest, the explosion caused by it and the one caused by the detonating armor swallowing each other up. Leon charged forward, drawing his claymore and swinging at the legs of one of the cyborgs. The sword sliced clean through it, but the cyborg drove another one of its spikes into the ground to act as balance and lashed out at Leon with 3 more. He managed to avoid 2 of them, but the third one tore at his side, causing him to growl in pain. Die! Fox roared, bringing his Gatling laser to bear and firing it at the cyborg, the lasers bypassing its kinetic barriers and killing it, before whipping around and doing the same to another. Karen didn't say anything, firing his shotgun twice and sending 2 of the thin mutants flying back where they exploded. Where are they? Fox said, looking around in anger, where are the rest of them? Karen lowered his shotgun as he looked around. There didn't seem to be any more mutants attempting to attack them, even Sam was flying back towards the ground, her sword stained with blood. Looking back at the White House, he saw that the soldiers that had been holding the front entrance were retreating inside, desperately firing at their enemies as they ran. It looks like we won for now, Karen muttered. For now, looking at the other convoys and seeing dead cyborgs and mutants lying on the ground in front of them, dozens at the very least. Despite this, he couldn't help but notice how many dead soldiers and burning vehicles were lying on the ground along with them. Cowards! Fox shouted. Palestine. You're kinda scaring me, Karen said, looking at Fox. You're in control, right? Fox's chest heaved heavily, slowly slightly as he forced himself to take 2 deep breaths. I am sorry, friend. It's only because. I know I was there, I'd be mad too if I were you, Karen said, looking at one of the charred remains of one of the cyborgs. Something is kind of bugging me though, he said. Wood said that Goeth had around 10,000 of these things, right? Where are the rest of them? There's a couple dozen here at the very most. Perhaps the doctor's experiments did not produce as many soldiers as he told her, Fox growled. I sure hope so, Karen said. Everyone form up. Moore said over the comm lines. The convoy slowly moved forward, folding together in front of the White House. What are the causalities? Jane asked, looking around. It looks like we may have last 10%, Moore said. Maybe 20%. The main brunt of the battle is still ahead of us though. She looked at the White House as she spoke. The majority of the defenses here are inside the building, our tanks won't be able to get in. Fighting in tight quarters while we're on the offensive, Jane said. I don't like those odds. We will be willing to make up the front of the offensive, Legion said, approaching from the back of Moore's convoy, Adam, Kashumi, and Kal not far behind them. Our forces are starting to breach Enclave orbital defenses as we speak. One of our ships is in position already, are dropping heavy support platforms, now. No sooner had he spoken, than a large whistling noise filled the air. 20 massive objects fell through the air and slammed into the ground, a loud smashing noise resonating off of them as they did, sending dirt up into the air. Slowly, 20 Geth primes got to their feet, massive rifles in their hands. We are encountering heavy resistance in orbit, one of the primes said, looking at Legion. It will take time for additional forces to arrive. 20 walking tanks. Moore said, looking at the Geth primes. I'll take it. We require data on the layout of the structure, another one of the primes said. Of course, Moore said, quickly activating her Omni tool and sending the data to them. We need to either kill or capture Crawford and Goeth. Hopefully that will take the steam out of this coup that they're launching and we'll be able to stabilize the situation. Crawford is most likely in the Oval Office at the top of the White House, while Goeth is most likely in his labs in the basement. We'll have to divide our forces in order to do this. Have you ever been to the sub-levels before? Jane asked, looking at Moore. The general shook her head. But you know the upper levels better. I practically lived there. Then I suggest that you take your forces along with Sigma and Alpha Squad and take the upper levels. You'll know it better, so you'll have a better chance at taking it than us. I'll take the lower levels with my men, the National Guard, and the Geth. I suppose with those things that Crawford has living down in his lab, you'll need the Geth more than me, she said, looking at the Geth primes and Sam as she approached them. Do you two have any objections to this? We do not, the Geth said. We can take on the old man, Sam said. All right, Moore said, turning around to see hundreds of vehicles approaching their direction, some of them tanks but the majority of them APCs. All right, the main force is here. We should get ready to move in. Not far away, Folker was looking at one of the dead cyborgs that was lying in front of the White House. He had multiple implants on his face, random metal plates that seemed to dot his forehead at random and a massive visor that covered his eyes. Blood was leaking out of it and there were no visible bullet wounds anywhere on his face. He heard footsteps and turned around to see Talai slowly walking towards him. Sadness filled his eyes as he looked at her, then back at the corpse. However, before too long a steely look filled his eyes and his hands tightened into fists. These were people, Talai, they were people before they were turned into these things. I don't believe that there are many awful people in this world, truly awful people that are beyond forgiveness. I think that there are only a handful of them, the man that did this, he's one of them. Everyone here, they didn't want to fight, they didn't want this done to them, he forced it on them. Volker's teeth grit in rage as genuine rage filled his voice. I am sick of seeing this happen to people. Good innocent people slaughtered and mutilated because of one man who was hungry, angry, or just twisted. I'm tired of people like Goeth and Crawford using people as their pawns to further their goals. He looked up at the top of the White House, anger in his eyes. They don't know the first thing about suffering, they're content to just order their own men to die and just watch from safety. They're cowards, they want to kill but they can only do it when they're certain that no one can ever touch them, they can only do it from the top while looking down at people below them. I'm not going to stand around and let it happen anymore. As he shouted, he felt a three-fingers hand rest on his shoulder. Looking behind him, he saw Talai looking at him, her silver eyes glowing behind her helmet. He couldn't be sure, but he was almost certain that he saw a small smile under her helmet. I've got your back, she said softly. A small smile spread across his face. As they looked at each other, the other vehicles approached their position, thousands of soldiers climbed out of the APCs. She noticed that Jack and Michael were among them. It was at that moment that the bodies of the Geth jerked violently, their optics flashing brightly. What was that? Jane asked, looking at the synthetics. A hostile infiltration has been detected. One of the Geth reported. Virus of unknown origin. Normal countermeasures have proven to be ineffective. It is suspected that the virus will override all Geth activity within an hour. We will attempt to fight it off, but we will not be able to hold it off for long. What? Jane shouted, looking at Moore. I thought that the weapon wasn't ready. Goeth must have jumped the ball, Moore said, looking horrified. But, that means that. Everyone. Jane shouted. Inside. Now. XXXXX. Author's note, after a couple of complaints about Volker's angst, I think I need to make something clear. I've stated it in the story, but it bears repeating, Volker has PTSD. PTSD is a very serious condition and I can understand why someone can find someone who has it irritating and could want them to get over it. Here's the thing though, you can't get over it. If you contract PTSD, it's going to be with you until the day you die. All you can do is live with it and try to get it under control. Even if you manage to do that, there is always a chance that it could come back. It's a very serious condition that just doesn't go away. But I know what you are going to say, but Volker is a character in your story, he shouldn't just remain static throughout the entire thing, he should try and overcome his condition because that's what character development is. That is true, but the thing is, PTSD isn't something you can just snap your fingers and make go away. So please, be patient. This isn't something I can rush. Besides, we're closer to the end of the road than you think. Chapter 67. Omega. Author's note, time to get going on this one. XXXXX. Jane grit her teeth as she moved through one of the many hallways of the White House, firing a blast from her plasma rifle at a nearby Enclave heavy soldier, vaporizing him. The building was simply so massive, that even the forces that had been dedicated to taking the sub-levels had been forced to divide into smaller teams. Currently she was working her way down a hallway on the ground floor, a barricade with a machine gun placement on top of it at the end. John, Ashley, Lyra, and Sam were all accompanying her, firing at the emplacement until Sam activated the rockets in her suit and flew directly at it, smashing into the barricade and forcing it to topple over, beheading the gunner with a swing of one of her swords, before jumping down on the other two soldiers that had been taking cover behind the barricade and swiftly stabbing them in the chests. Goddess, Lyra whispered, training her pistol down the hallway to look for additional Enclave soldiers, but for the moment there didn't seem to be any. Their capital is being stormed, they're using those abominations as soldiers and yet, these people are still fighting for Crawford. It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't, Jane said grimly, slowly stepping forward with the others, all of their weapons at the ready. These people are scared. Scared? Lyra asked, glancing at Jane. If anything they're angry. You saw the massacre, didn't you? If you're scared, why would you slaughter unarmed civilians? It looks that way, doesn't it? Jane said. But they're scared. Their entire world is under attack, the society that they've known for most of their lives has been turned upside down. A lot of them probably don't know if they should be fighting for Crawford or for Woods because of how fast this happened. How does that excuse what they're doing? Lyra asked. I never said that it did, Jane said sadly. Jane, I just thought of something, John said, looking at his sister. You talking about these people being scarred? Well, what's going to happen when the coalition fleet gets here? What do you mean by that? She asked. Well, you said that a lot of people were scared about their entire lives getting changed and Woods flat out said that she'll surrender to us. But, what are we supposed to do with her? She's probably guilty of more than a few war crimes, but after signing the Bill of Rights and getting shot for it, her popularity is probably through the roof. I mean, if we put her on trial, the citizens of this planet will probably be pissed. Not to mention the loyalist soldiers might not take too kindly to it either. What do we do? I'm not going to lie to you, John, I have no idea, Jane said. Either we let the war criminal go or we have to figure out a way to get a surrender from people that hate us. Neither option seems that nice at the moment, but we need to focus. Right, John said uncertainly. Hey, Ashley said, giving him a gentle elbow in the side. Buck up. We'll get through this. We always do. You guys okay? Sam called from the barricade. We're fine. Jane called out, moving forward along with the others. So, we're heading down now? Sam asked. Jane nodded. We need to find out where Goeth is keeping the device that's trying to hack the Geth in the basement. The Geth are still operating, but we don't know how much longer that'll last. Be nice if Woods could have kept a tab on where he was keeping it, Sam grumbled as she forced open a nearby metal door, revealing a set of stairs that were stretching downward. We can't take an elevator? She asked. There's too much of a chance that it's rigged to blow, Jane said. Oh, yeah, Sam said, shaking her head slightly. Sorry, I'm not really used to things like this. Before you came here we mainly stuck to hit and run tactics. And you're a general now. John said weakly, wow, God help the Enclave. Sam chuckled weakly, but there was still a heavy feeling in the air. The others will be heading into the over-levels of the sub-levels, Jane said, activating her Omni tool, a holographic map floating in front of her. Jesus, this place is massive. We can't trace it. Sam asked. EDI already tried, she can't. I don't understand how, she's start of the art, she shouldn't have had any trouble in tracing it back, but she says that the signal is coded with a signal that she's never seen before. It's highly advanced, which makes sense considering that it's working on overriding the Geth, but I never thought that it would be this advanced. We need to focus, Lyra said, stepping through the door with her pistol held out in front of her. The other four nodded as they also stepped through, hesitantly descending into the sub-levels. After a moment, they came to the bottom, another large metal door in front of them that Sam managed to force open with her power armor. Where are all the guards? Sam asked, looking around as they slowly stepped inside. The lighting in the sub-levels was very odd, bright enough to see clearly but dark enough for it to be sharply noticeable, clashing with the grey metallic structure of the room to create a slightly unnerving effect. The room looked like some kind of operating room, several tables with straps at the top and bottom lying in the center of the room, while terminals and tables with medical equipment. There were several noticeable blood stains on the table. I don't know, Jane said, looking around. Maybe there aren't any, Jane said slowly. Crawford could have redirected all of the soldiers in the building to protect the upper levels because they would just be a waste down here. The horde could be all Goeth needs to stop us. Oh, stop it, you're making me blush, a voice suddenly said over an intercom. Me? Being able to take care of an entire invading army? Oh, you're just saying that to be polite. All five of them tensed as they looked around for any movement, their weapons at the ready. Dr. Goeth, I take it? Jane asked coldly. Yes indeed, the voice said. You've heard of me? Woods told you about me, didn't she? That's so sweet. Well, when you want to talk to me, I'm in the room on the other end of the door in front of you. You think I'm that gullible? Jane asked. Oh please, what kind of person would send out an invitation like that just to have it be a trap? That'd be rude. Your boss didn't seem to have any problems with funneling millions of people into one spot just so that he could massacre them. Oh right, he did do that, didn't he? Goeth said. Well, I personally find luring people into traps to be ill-mannered. Besides, it makes for poor sport. Come on in, I've got tea and cookies ready. That doesn't make him sound like a pedophile at all, Ashley said dryly. Jane, should we take the risk? We don't have much of a choice, she said, slowly moving forward and forcing the door open. As she did, she saw a mostly empty room in front of her with a man on the far end. However, the moment she opened the door, a massive metal wall rose up out of the ground and rose up to the ceiling, a yellow barrier glowing in front of it as it reached the top. A flat holographic image of Goeth's face appeared in front of the wall. Sorry about this, he said, but I had the nagging feeling that you might not be very polite guests. It's just a precaution, I hope you understand. Raising his laser rifle, John fired 5 blasts from it, all of them passing through the kinetic barriers in front of the metal wall and landing on it, leaving dark scorch marks there. Now, this wall is made out of the same material used in starship hulls, Goeth said disapprovingly. It's very expensive stuff, don't go getting it dirty. I'll make you pay for the cleaning bill. So is that your plan? Jane said, just hold up in there until you have control of the Geth? Oh, that's a good idea. Goeth said. But, at the same time it sounds rather boring. No, I don't even have the Reaper Core with me, I didn't want anything to get in the way of our private chat. I have to say I've been waiting for you for a long time, Ms. Who are you again? Captain Jane Shepard, Jane hissed, hastily typing orders into her Omni tool, sending out a message to EDI. Oh right, the captain of the Normandy. That ship that was giving Woods so much trouble, or something, Goeth said. I don't pay attention to the news much, I tend to be busy with my work. I take it that makes you the leader of the Eagles then, he said, pointing at Sam. Well then, no point in being a rude host. The tea and cookies are right there. He pointed to the side of the group and sure enough, there was a small table with a steaming pot, several cups, and a small plate of cookies. I hope you don't mind sugar, chocolate doesn't sit that well with. What the hell are you up to? Jane said. How come you're all alone? Shouldn't you have the horde guarding you? Oh, I can take care of myself, I'm a big boy, Goeth said. Crawford wanted me to use the horde to fight you people, and I gave him a few to do that. The thing is, I've had years to build up the horde. And I can't help but feel like, they're so beautiful. I mean, haven't you seen them? There is nothing like them in the world. I watched them fight your convoys on the way here through cameras, they made me so proud. Goeth actually sounded like he was on the verge of tearing up. EDI, Jane hissed into her comm unit, what's taking so long? I'm going as fast as I can, Captain. The AI replied. Once I realized that Crawford probably wanted to just funnel them into enemy fire just to use them as bullet shields, I realized that it would just be such a waste, Goeth continued. My children have so much potential, I couldn't let their lives go to waste like that. They need a swan dance, and to be honest, this is a performance that I have been setting up for a while now. This wall, I put it up just so that I could watch it. Of course, I had a feeling that I'd have guests too, so I decided to put in a few things that would allow you to enjoy the show too. What are you talking about? Sam demanded. What show? Goeth smiled as he reached down and pressed a button. Out of sight instantly, dozens of holographic screens appeared on the walls of the room, covering massive chunks of the wall. They were showing countless, rather unremarkable, images of parts of New Washington, D.C. You see, the horde really is 10,000 strong. But only a fool puts all of his eggs into one basket. And that was a smart move on my part. Crawford wants the entire horde to die to save himself. It's a shame, I'll have to start over from scratch, but at least I'll have the Geth. But I can't let the children just die so ungracefully. So, I think it's time for them to go out and play, he said, pressing another button. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, there was a loud roar from one of the screens. An Aquarian FEV mutant smashed through the side of a building, overturning a car and crushing 3 people with it. On another, 3 cyborgs blew their way through the roof of a shack, screeching as they fired on civilians below them. And more massive figures were emerging on every screen, firing on civilians, friendly soldiers nowhere in sight. What did you do? Sam shouted, fury coating her face. I wanted them to have some fun before they died, Goeth answered, so I took my time and hid 90% of the horde around the city, and now all of them are running loose. He gave a wide-toothy grin. Now how about we just sit down and enjoy that? He trailed off as he looked down. Hacking? My, that's some advanced hardware that you have there. Slowly, the wall in front of him lowered, revealing Goeth standing behind it. You son of a bitch! Sam roared, firing her rockets and flying towards him, swinging her swords as the other 4 opened fire. Goeth simply laughed as his helmet automatically slammed down over his head, 4 of his spikes lifting him into the air and the other 4 striking out. XXXXX. Incoming! Roger shouted as he, Cheryl and Nora ducked down, a rocket flying over their heads as they did. The 3 of them were moving down one of the hallways of the White House, 3 Geth primes in front of them. The synthetics were firing their massive weapons as they slowly moved forward. A massive stream of bullets flew forward towards them, their shields soaking them up. One of them fired a rocket from its rifle at the end of the hallway, where around a dozen separatist forces were entrenched, sending half a dozen of them flying through the air. Jesus Christ, Roger said as a rocket flew through the air and slammed into one of the Geth prime, causing it to jerk back but not stopping it from firing. I would have been fucking boned if these things had gone after me on Eden Prime. Roger, please. Cheryl shouted, kneeling and firing a shot from her sniper rifle. We're on the clock here and I don't need you spouting off that garbage that you normally do. Okay sorry. He called out, firing a burst from his assault rifle at one of the Enclave soldiers. What? Cheryl shouted. Thank you. The hell? Nora whispered as she looked at the 2 of them. As she spoke a roar filled the room. The other Enclave soldier glanced behind themselves, their eyes widening in terror. The Geth detected the panic in them and fired another rocket at them, sending the survivors flying through the air. As they did, a massive figure armored with natural black plating emerged from the end of the hallway, a metal vest wrapped around its torso. It was around 10 feet tall and had a pair of black beady eyes that were staring at the Geth primes. Opening its mouth in a silent roar, it charged at the Geth. They opened fire, their heavy weapons tearing through its shields and ripping holes in its sides, but it didn't slow down. The Geth that had not fired its rocket yet did so, blowing off a massive part of the creature's torso, around a foot in diameter, but that did nothing to slow it down either. It slammed into one of the primes, smashing it into the wall where it crumbled under the creature's weight. Opening its mouth again, it grabbed the Geth's rifle and swung it at the one of the other Geth, taking its head clean off. The remaining Geth continued to fire its rifle at the Krogan's torso, but even as fresh wounds appeared in it, it didn't stop as it continued to charge. It smashed into the final Geth, grabbing it and smashing the prime's head in with the rifle. Hastily, Cheryl, Roger and Nora all opened fire on the mutant as it turned and began to run at them. As it did, Nora raised her heavy rifle and fired a shot directly at its head. The bullet burst through its head and out the other side, the mutant collapsing to the ground. As it did, its vest beeped loudly and exploded, not near enough to harm them, but loud enough to cause them to flinch, clutching at their ears. Cheryl panted slightly as the three of them slowly approached the dead mutant. Is it dead? Cheryl asked. They always explode when they die, it must be, Nora said, a look of disgust on her face. God, damn it, Roger said, looking down at the corpse. This is just inhuman, Nora said, staring down at the corpse. What did this thing used to be? Krogan. Probably, Cheryl said, no other alien race is built as sturdy as the Krogan, and none of them come anywhere close to this thing. I think even a Krogan would slow down after taking a rocket to the chest, Roger said. This is just wrong. Come on, Nora said, walking forward. As she did, she spotted a shotgun lying on the ground next to a dead Marine. Taking one hand off of her rifle, she reached down and grabbed it, tossing it to Cheryl, who caught it. We're gonna be in tight quarters, she said as Cheryl holstered her rifle and looked uncertainly at the weapon. I never used a shotgun before, Cheryl said. They kept all of the tribals on scout and recon duty. It's easy, Nora said. Just aim and fire. You have to try to miss in spaces like this. Okay, Cheryl said, holding the shotgun out in front of her uncertainly. Elevator. Roger said, walking forward. As he did, he jammed the rifle into the cracks between the doors and forced the elevator open. We can't risk taking it, Nora said. We don't have to, Cheryl said, reaching down to her waist and slammed the grapple into the edge of the drop. She took the length of the rope and dropped it down the shaft. Grabbing the rope, she jumped over and slowly rappelled down the shaft. Looking at each other, Nora and Roger followed, rappelling down themselves until they hit the bottom, where Cheryl was, prying the door open. Hope no one decides to come down, Roger said, looking up as Cheryl forced the door open. Okay, let's hope this weapon is somewhere around here, Roger said, slowly opening the door in front of them. As they did, they found themselves in a room filled with terminals, many of them glowing brightly with text filling the screens. What the hell is this place? Roger asked. Don't know, but the three of us aren't going to find anything if we just poke around. Wait a minute, Nora said, putting a finger to her ear. EDI, we found some computers down here, Nora said. Do you think you might be able to search them for information on where the device that's trying to take control of the Geth is? I can, but I cannot find any wireless connections in the area that you are in, EDI said through the comm units. The terminals that you have found seem to be not connected to any network, you will have to directly patch me into them through your Omni tools. Hold on a second, Nora said, activating her Omni tool and holding it in front of one of the computers. Anything on this one? Negative, the information is connected mostly to information on cybernetics and their development. Crap, Nora said walking towards another one. How about this one? As she did, Roger noticed a much larger computer at the end of the room, one that had an entire side of the room dedicated to it. What about this one? Roger asked, pointing at it. Nora glanced in Roger's direction and walked over to it, holding her Omni tool in front of the terminal. Anything? She asked. Negative, EDI said, the majority of the files on this computer are video files. Most likely recordings. There is no data on the location of the device. Damn it, okay, back to the others, Nora said, walking back to the smaller terminals. Looking at the active terminal, Roger pressed a button, bringing up a list of files in front of him. Curiosity getting the better of him, he pressed a button, causing a video of Dr. Goeth. He looked much younger, at least 10 years younger. I got a new batch of test subjects in today, he said, looking rather bored. And they're humans, joy. I told them that I need more aliens, I'm almost out of Krogan and I think I finally got the FEV formula down for them. Oh, not to mention I had a major breakthrough. You know how people say that once someone is exposed to FEV that you can't use it on them again? That's wrong. It turns out that if you create a completely different strain of FEV and then use it on someone that's already mutated and you can cause them to mutate even further. Can you imagine? If you can get the strains of FEV just right you can mutate anything exactly the way you want it to. I even designed it to be strong enough to be done within single injection, no more dipping. I mean come on. I practically just revolutionized the world of FEV, the world of genetic engineering. Can you imagine the kind of mutants I could create? They would make the rest of the horde look puny in comparison. He let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, I guess I'll draw up some more designs for cybernetics. Don't know why I bother though, I can only do tame stuff with them or the president says that he doesn't want them. That they are too mentally unstable. And it's not like I can just use the FEV on them. Super mutants, do we really need more of them? Anyway, I better get to work, he said, reaching out and turning the video off. Multi-dose FEV. Nora said, looking up another terminal. You can do that? Apparently, Roger said. Jesus. They talked about how insane this guy is and he did all this. Insane and stupid are two different things, Cheryl said, aiming at a nearby door with her shotgun. It was hanging wide open. I don't like this. How come we haven't been attacked yet? We'll figure that out later, Nora said. This one EDI. Negative, EDI said. Scrolling down, Roger pressed another button. Another video of Goeth appeared. This is just, the president says that he wants a super soldier group. Like Alpha Squad but better. He gave a small smile. Here's the thing though, these ones aren't volunteers. They're part of the humans that got shipped out to me. He says that he wants them as advanced as they can be, and he wants them broken. He wants them obedient. He intertwined his fingers and pushed outward, cracking his knuckles. Let's get to work. These ones have been fireballs. It'll be hard to break them, but I'd like to try my hand at it. Roger hastily pressed another button, the video automatically changing. Roger took a step back in horror as he saw what it showed. A girl, no older than 18, strapped down spread eagles to an operating table by metal manacles, Dr. Goeth standing next to her. I take it that you've been enjoying your stay here. Fuck you. The girl shouted, thrashing against her bonds. I'm sorry to hear that, Goeth said, picking up a blade off of a nearby table and looking at it. But you're due to get your arm implant. Also, this goes against normal medical procedure, but the president asked a special request of me. Smirking, he raised his hand above his head and brought it swinging down and buried it in the flesh of the woman's arm. She screamed in agony as blood streamed out of the wound, the bleeding only getting worse as Goeth began to saw. Roger hastily darted towards the keyboard, smashing down on it and causing the video to disappear. Roger shook slightly as he looked down at his cybernetic arm. I'm going to kill him, Nora whispered, looking at the screen. This terminal contains the data that we are looking for, EDI said, as Nora held out her hand. Get that information to anyone near the damn thing now. Nora shouted. Understood, EDI said, breaking the connection. As she did, she heard a clatter, the sound of metal falling on metal. Oh God, a voice whispered. The three of them spun around with their weapons raised to see Jessica Kane standing behind them, one of her knives on the ground, along with her helmet. Tears were streaming down her face. Was that you? Roger asked, looking with disbelief at her. Yes, she whispered softly. You don't need to fight for them, Roger said. Come with us, we can protect you from them. No you can't, Jessica said, reaching down and picking up her knife, her cloak slowly covering her body again. I need to kill you now, she said, her voice breaking slightly. I'm sorry. XXXXX. Volker's heart hammered in chest as he took aim with his Theta energy pistol and fired, the ball flying through the air and hitting the target, another one of the massive Quarian mutants that had been charging at him. He and Talai had moved into the lower levels of the White House, accompanied by Legion, EDI, Cornelia, and two Geth Primes. The Quarian mutant fell to the ground as the Theta energy phased right through its shields and took its head off, its vest beeping and exploding. There any more? Cornelia asked, holding her SMG and looking around the room that they were in, her eyes narrowed slightly. I don't see anything else, Talai said. I think we're clear for now. The group was standing in a mostly bare room, nothing inside of it with the exception of a few tables with scattered data pads on it. It looked like it had been stripped. Where do we go now? Volker said, we have no idea where we're supposed to look, do we? I have a solution to that, EDI said, looking at him. Norman, Roger, and Cheryl were able to uncover data on the location of the device that is taking control of the Geth. I have pinpointed its general location, which is not far from where we are. We should be able to arrive there within 5 minutes. I will also contact the other groups in the area, thought they will most likely take longer to arrive, 15 minutes at the very most, considering that most of them are facing heavy resistance. How much longer do we have? Volker asked, looking at EDI. Around 40 minutes, EDI replied. That's it? Talai asked. That's more than enough time to get down there and find it, not to mention shut it down. Woods did say that it wasn't supposed to be ready for another few days, Cornelia said. Maybe it's faulty. I'd rather not take any risks with this thing, Volker said. We need to find it as soon as we can and destroy it. We share your concerns, Legion said. Despite the possibility of a large window of opportunity to eliminate the device, we would prefer to eliminate it sooner rather than later. Which way, EDI? Cornelia asked. This way, the synthetic said, forcing open a nearby door and making her way down a nearby corridor, the others right behind her. For a few seconds, they walked, not saying anything. Cornelia broke the silence. EDI, can you see the signal that's attacking the Geth right now? She asked. Yes, why do you ask? Do you think that it could be repurposed to take over other synthetics? EDI paused for a moment before answering. The technology is very advanced, and while it would take time, I see that being very possible, Why do you ask? I don't want to see you turned into a puppet, Cornelia said softly. Thank you, Edi said as they continued to move forward. So how do we take care of this thing? Volker asked as they continued down the hallway. Do we just blow it up? The destruction of the source of the signal would most likely prove to be effective in causing the termination of it. However, the source will most likely be well guarded and heavily armored. The ordnance that we currently possess may be insufficient. It may be necessary to override the device and shut down the signal, a task that should be possible through the combined efforts of Creator Zora, Edi, and us. I'm really helping the Geth here, aren't I? Talai said, her voice slightly bitter. But I suppose just about anything would be preferable to the Enclave having them. The end of the hallway is just up ahead, Edi said. Everyone in the group raised their weapons as they reached a door at the end of the hallway, Edi managing to force the door open. As they did, they entered a room filled with dozens of massive vats that were filled to the brim with different colored liquids. Blue, purple, orange, red, yellow, pink, black, white and countless other colors and shades could be seen. What is this stuff? Cornelia said, looking around at all the different colored chemicals. I recognize the compound here, Edi said, looking at a vat of bright green liquid. This is the forced evolutionary virus, the same strand used to create meta-humans. Everything else here is also the FEV, but it's all been altered. I couldn't even begin to theorize what the purpose of all these strains could be, and I don't even want to think about what Goeth must have done to stabilize all of these strains. What does she mean by that? Volker asked. FEV transforms people, but in order to get it right, you need to experiment on people first before you can get a stable strain, Cornelia explained. They normally don't survive. How many? Sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, Cornelia said sadly. It depends. We must continue progressing, Legion said, our time is limited. This way, Edi said, opening another door. Beyond that was another room, mostly bare with the exception of several large data stacks and one other thing. At the far end was a massive circular object, made out of pitch-black metal with what appeared to be red veins running through it. Countless terminals had been set up around it, swarms of data flashing on the screens as they whizzed and beeped. Is that it? Talai said, looking at the massive device. Correct, Legion said. We must act quickly and deactivate it if we wish to. Before Legion could finish its sentence, a massive ball of plasma flew forward and smashed into one of the Geth primes, causing its lifeless body to fall to the ground. The majority of the group sprang into action, taking cover behind the data stacks, while Legion and the remaining Geth prime opened fire on the source of the ball of plasma. As they did, another one flew forward and hit the remaining Geth prime, blowing it to pieces as well. As it fell to the ground, a voice echoed over the gunfire. I am going to fucking love watching you people squirm. Volker leaned out from behind one of the data stacks, aiming his Theta energy pistol, but before he could fire a single shot, a figure charged towards him. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach as something hard hit him there, and before he knew what was going on, something had grabbed him and thrown him across the room in the direction of the device. He cried out in pain as he slammed against the wall, falling limply to the ground. Volker! Talai shouted, attempting to dart out from behind cover, but before she could, another ball of plasma flew forward, forcing her to dive out of the way and barely avoid the blast. Looking up, she saw Edward standing in front of the black orb holding his plasma cannon in front of him, firing another blast. On the far side of the room, Volker moaned in pain as he struggled to get to his feet. In the process of doing so, he saw that Grace was crossing the room, heading towards him while flexing her claw. Shit! Volker hissed, aiming his Theta energy pistol at her, but before he could pull the trigger, Grace had reached him and grabbed his wrist. She gave one graceful flick, and a loud snapping noise filled Volker's ears. He roared in pain as his weapon fell to the ground. Grace pulled him to his feet and slammed him against the wall, pinning him there by pressing her claw arm against his throat. You think that hurts? She hissed as Volker gasped for air, clawing at the arm that was keeping him pinned. We're just getting started, you little bitch. Pulling her normal hand back, she slammed her fist into his stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Pulling her fist back, she punched him in the chest 2 more times before letting him fall to the ground. People like you killed Rose. She growled, grabbing him by the throat and pulling him into a kneeling position. Pathetic, she said, raising her claw above her head. Volker's eyes widened as she did. Please don't, he begged. Grace Simple smiled as she brought her claw smashing down. They tore through the right side of Volker's face, leaving 3 massive gashes that cut all the way through it, one of them tearing directly through his eye. Volker fell, not making a sound as he landed face first on the ground. Anger tore through Talai as she activated her Omni tool, her tactical cloak enveloped her. As she did this, Cornelia shrieked in anger. You, bitch! She shouted, drawing her sword as a biotic aura enveloped her. Edi spun out of cover too, irrational and frantic thoughts filling her processors as she lined up a shot at Grace. Edward saw all of this happening. "I'm sorry, I can't lose her too," he whispered as he raised his weapon. XXXXX. Author's note: well, word on the street is that Anita Sarkeesian's Tropes vs. Women series is about to launch. For those of you who don't know, Sarkeesian is a feminist that had a successful Kickstarter to create a web series about the sexist portrayal of women in video games. Said Kickstarter was for a couple $1,000s, but she ended up getting well over 100,000. She has also been at the center of a massive flam war. Some say that she is a revolutionary icon, while others say that she is a talentless hack that cherry-picks information for facts that support her claim, while ignoring others and blocking people who disagree with her. Where do I fall into the debate? To be perfectly honest, I kinda slept through this one and I really don't care about her one way or another, but I want to talk about it. I promised a long time ago that I would stop ranting, so I'm going to try and talk about this in a calm and thoughtful manner. A lot of people have a lot of complaints directed at Sarkeesian, mainly that she got way too much money for a simple documentary, that her research findings are biased and poorly researches, and that people wouldn't even care about her if not for the many sexist insults and rape threats thrown at her, courtesy of good old 4chan. Others say that she is a genius and should be listened to, and the fact that everyone is getting defensive is a sign of deep-rooted problems in the gaming industry. In my opinion, this is the sign of a far deeper problem in the sexism debate. Now then, I am firmly against sexism. I am not an activist, but I like to think that I don't contribute to the problem either. I like to think that my female characters, such as Cheryl, Cornelia, Nora, and Sam, are firmly not sexist. Here's the thing though, for the feminist movement, times have changed. Back in the early to mid-20th century, sexism and feminism were very black and white by modern standards. Women didn't get paid as much, they weren't allowed to enlist or hold office or vote, and overall they were treated as inferior to men. These were social injustices that were ripped out of our society, and while they still exist in some forms today, they are largely viewed as negative. The problem with modern feminism, and by extension Sarkeesian, is that feminism and sexism has moved from black and white to gray and gray. A large part of this is that feminists aren't united under one banner, they have different groups, different ideals, different standards, and different objectives. To quote Samara, if there are 3 humans in one room, there will be 6 opinions. Replace the word human with feminist, and you have the root of the problem. Now what does this have to do with Sarkeesian? Well, here's the problem: she's at the center of a flame war because that's what many people view feminism as, a war. They are fighting for a just cause, and anyone who opposes them are the enemy and must be destroyed. This mindset has a tendency to alienate people that don't feel as strongly about feminism or think about it differently, because of how hostile they are. In fact, this has gotten so bad that a lot of people on the forums I frequent, the escapist, get angry whenever sexism gets brought up, because they're tired of the constant fighting and flaming. Do you know what I think we need to do? I think we need to stop. We need to drop feminism and sexism for a while and just let it sit. This anger and this fighting is doing more harm to feminism than good. People need to learn to calmly debate and talk about feminism, instead of fighting over it, sharing their ideas instead of cramming them down people's throats, scoffing at everyone who disagrees. People are so zealous about this because they see this as a problem that needs to go away, and it needs to go away now, but things like this don't disappear overnight. They need to be slowly weeded out. So my advice? For now, just be a good person and don't be sexist. You're just one person, you can't change the world. Just do what you can. Frankly, I'm just tired. Tired of all the freaking drama surrounding video games. Do you remember when being a gamer wasn't about all this drama and was about sitting down and having fun? Those were good days. On a side note, when I wrote most of this note, the first video wasn't up, but now it is and I have watched it. To be honest, it was kinda boring. It just really said the damsel in distress trope exists, and it's bad. Not exactly wrong, but on the other hand she isn't really saying anything that hasn't been said 100,000 times over. Chapter 68. Endure. Author's note: God. For some reason I just feel so freaking drained when I write nowadays. I can't focus when I do write, and when I don't write I can't focus because I like to get 1,000 or 2 words done per day. I think I may take a couple of days off of writing after this chapter. XXXXX. Roger grit his teeth as he fired his assault rifle where Jessica had been seconds before he saw a shimmer out of the corner of his eye. He ducked down, the screen of the computer behind him shattering as something slashed through it. He hastily aimed his gun at where he thought she was and fired again. No more than 5 bullets had left the barrel of the gun when his hand had jerked down violently. His good eye widened in terror as he saw that Jessica's knife had been driven down into his cybernetic arm, forcing him to drop the gun. Grabbing the arm, he fired his internal plasma cannon 6 times, forcing Jessica's cloak to drop and scorching her armor, the cannon not strong enough to breach it. Cheryl aimed her shotgun at Jessica and fired a burst, Nora doing the same with her heavy rifle. Hastily kicking Roger in the chest, forcing him back against the wall, she turned and charged at both Nora and Cheryl. As she neared the two of them, she swung both of her knives, each one aimed at one of the women, tearing open gashes in their arms, causing them to recoil in pain and drop their weapons. Not stopping, Jessica slammed the whole weight of her power armor into Cheryl, sending her smashing against the wall and crying out in pain. Jessica spun on the spot to face Nora, only to find her already charging at her, a biotic aura covering her fists. She slammed her fist into Jessica's stomach, hitting her so hard that even through her armor, the woman grit her teeth in pain. Nora threw another punch at Jessica, but the cyborg neatly sidestepped the blow before slamming her elbow into Nora's face. There was a loud crack as her nose broke and blood spurted out, Jessica quickly following up with a powerful kick to the stomach that caused Nora to crumble to the ground in pain. Before Jessica could even blink, a blinding pain tore through her as something hard smashed into the side of her head. Stars popping up in front of her eyes, she spun on the spot to see Roger raising his cybernetic hand above his head before bringing it swinging down. More pain tore through Jessica as it connected with the top of her head, Roger pulling back for another blow. Feeling rather dizzy and nauseous, Jessica dropped one of her knives, freeing up a hand to catch Roger's arm mid-swing, locking it in a vice-like grip. Following up on her advantage, she once again raised her foot and kicked Roger as hard as she could in the chest. However, with the force of her leg, augmented by power armor, and the resistance of her likewise augmented arm struggling against each other, someone was doomed to give. And it did. There was a loud snapping noise as Roger's arm gave out at the base, Jessica tearing it off as he was forced onto his back, gasping in pain. Jessica looked at the metal arm that she was holding in her hand, horror coated on her face. Looking down at Roger, she saw him struggling to get to his feet, only to accidentally overbalance with only one arm remaining and collapse. Panting slightly, he looked up at her. "Well, what are you waiting for?" he asked. Don't kick me while I'm down. Don't just stare at me like that. If you're going to kill me, then fucking get it over with," he said, his voice breaking slightly as his organic eye began to water. Just, don't drag it out. I've had enough of pain." "I'm sorry," Jessica whispered, tears still streaming down her face as she looked at Roger. "I'm so sorry. I don't want to kill you, but if I don't, oh God," she said, closing her eyes and shaking her head. "He'll hurt me again, I can't go back there, I just can't. I used to be stronger than this, I'm not as brave as Rose was." I'm sorry that she had to die," Roger said weakly. Jessica shook her head. I just she cried out in pain. Cheryl had jumped onto the back of Jessica, drawing her hunting knife and driving it into her neck. Jessica thrashed about wildly, trying to throw the Alaskan off, causing the knife to jerk as Cheryl attempted to stab Jessica. It pierced the flesh and Cheryl felt a jolt as the knife nicked what she assumed was one of the vertebrae. Reaching up over her shoulder, Jessica grabbed Cheryl and pulled her off of her back, throwing the albino woman forward. She landed between Roger and Jessica, getting back to her feet almost instantly. She looked like she was in pain and was shaking a little, but her face was etched with determination. Jessica hissed in pain as she reached up and felt the wound in the back of her neck, before holding her hand up in front of her face. Her eyes widened. Among the blood were a few pieces of silver-colored metal. She looked at the metal in disbelief before dropping it and taking the knife in both hands. Before anyone knew what was happening, she drove it into herself, through the armor and into the skin just next to her shoulder. She let out a screech of pain as the eyes of the others widened in surprise. Jessica pulled the bloody knife out, disbelief coating her face, but with something else on her face. It's gone," she whispered. There's a chance that, but what about, oh God, I need to find Grace." Looking back and forth between the coalition soldiers, she reached into one of the slots on her armor and took out a thin metal tube. "Medigel," she said, rolling it across the floor towards them. "I'm sorry about everything, but I need to find my sister." With that, Jessica's cloak activated again, by a handful of heavy footfalls, and then silence. What the hell was that all about? Nora grunted, gingerly getting to her feet, clutching at her chest. I don't know, Cheryl said, gently leaning down and picking up the tube of Medigel, sliding it open and applying it to the gash on her arm. As she did, she kneeled down next to Roger, looking down nervously at his stump of an arm, loose wires and the occasional spark coming out. What do I do?" she said, nervously fingering the tube. He chuckled weakly. "Don't worry," he said, weakly pressing his back against the wall. "It's designed not to bleed if it gets ripped off like that, and even though it has nerve endings, this thing doesn't feel pain. How do we get it back on though? Or a replacement? We can't have you walking around the heart of enemy territory with just one arm," Cheryl said. He looked down at the remains of his arm sadly. "There's no quick fix for this thing," he said. "I'm pretty much out of the fight until we get back to the Normandy and Chakwas can fix me up, get me a replacement." Cheryl looked down at him, unsure of what to do, as Nora slowly began to pick up their scattered weapons. Is it safe to move you? The albino woman wondered out loud. Should we just stay here and try to hold out, or should we make a run for it? Or do we try and call for help and see if we can get someone else to help us? I personally think that we should get moving, Nora said, picking up Cheryl's shotgun and handing it to Cheryl, who gingerly took it. Sticking around here is going to leave us a target for other members of the Horde, and I'd rather not have to deal with another one of those Krogan things now that the primes are gone. Sticking around here, whether just to hold out or wait for someone to come get us, is suicide. I'm with you on that. I can still walk, Roger said, slowly getting to his feet, slowly putting his remaining hand on his leg and then pushing off of it. Think you can still shoot with one hand? Nora asked, handing him one of her pistols. It's pretty heavily modified to absorb recoil, but even then I still fall back on biotics to shoot one-handed. I think I can handle it, Roger said, gingerly taking the pistol and looking at it before aiming it at one of the terminals and firing. It hit dead center and caused the terminal to explode in a shower of sparks, but the recoil caused his hand to jerk back into the air and Roger to wince slightly in pain. I'd rather avoid a fight if possible, he hissed, moving his body to rub his wrist before remembering that that was impossible to do at the moment. No arguments here, Cheryl said, handing the tube of Medigel to Nora, who began applying it to her own wound before slipping it into her pocket. Are you okay? She asked, looking at Nora, blood still spilling from her broken nose. Don't worry about me, I know how to take a couple of hard punches, she said, reaching into a pocket and pulling out a cloth, whipping the blood off of her face and pinching her nose for a few seconds until the bleeding stopped. We need to get out of here and get Roger some treatment. What about Jessica? Roger asked. What's going to happen with her? I think whatever kept her under the Enclave's control is gone now. Nora's eyes widened slightly as she put her finger to her ear. EDI, I need you to tell everyone else to keep an eye out for Jessica Kane, something happened with her and... EDI. Nothing but static answered her. Damn it, she's not responding, Nora said. We don't have time for this anyway. She can turn invisible, I have a feeling that we're never going to see her again, Cheryl said. In reality that's probably for the best for her. She'll be able to get away from whatever happened to her here and start over. Come on, we need to get moving, I'll take point. Raising the shotgun that she was holding, Cheryl slowly began to move back towards the elevator. As they did, Roger fell into step with her. Hey, how come you jumped on Jessica like that? I mean, I feel bad for her, but there's no denying the fact that she would have ripped you apart if she hadn't stopped. She had power armor, she's faster than any of us, and those implants are beyond anything that I've... I'm sorry, what are you trying to ask? She said, looking at him with a slightly confused expression. How come you put your life on the line like that? He asked. What does that even mean? Cheryl said. You were in trouble, so I helped you out, what's there to not understand? I mean, oh, she said, looking at his eye. I'm sorry, I forgot, I didn't mean. Roger chuckled softly. Don't worry about it. And. Thanks. Okay, Cheryl said. Nora smiled slightly as they reached the elevator shaft. Crap, Roger said, looking at the rope that was still dangling from the top, didn't think about this part. Looks like we're taking out chances, Nora said, pressing a button to summon an elevator, Cheryl pulling her grapple down and wrapping it up around her arm. No hard feelings, right? Cheryl asked nervously, looking at Roger, sliding the back onto her belt. Hard feelings? About what? You just saved my sorry ass, why are you acting like I'm angry with you? Roger asked. You lost your arm and I just didn't think when I was talking and... Cheryl, you just did more for me in 10 seconds than that bitch ever did in 3 years, Roger said. Cheryl blushed slightly as an elevator shaft slid into position and the doors slid open. XXXXX. Jane raised her plasma rifle and fired at Goeth, her teeth grit in anger as she did. The doctor pushed off of the ground with his spikes, sending himself flying to the side and avoiding the balls of plasma, along with several laser beams that John had also fired at him. As he did, he saw Sam flying at him, swinging both of her swords. Grinning, he struck down with 2 of the spikes that were hovering above his head, aiming to impale her. She narrowly maneuvered out of the way, both of the spikes impaling themselves in the ground as she continued to fly towards him. I think I designed that armor. Goeth said as he caused the spikes keeping him up in the air to buckle, causing him to drop down and Sam to fly over him, her swords meeting nothing but air. As I recall, you can only fly for so long, or did you find a way around that flaw? Shut up! Sam roared, veering around in midair and flying back at Goeth, who struck upward with 2 more of his spikes. Sam attempted to evade out of the way again, but one of them managed to hit her with a glancing blow, taking off a large piece of her armor's shoulder and caused her to swerve, forcing her to land a fair distance away from Goeth. I'll take that as a no, he said. You know, I really should be thanking you people. This rush that I've been feeling ever since you got here, it is just wonderful. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lyra extended her hand and sending a ball of biotic energy in his direction. Pushing off of the ground with his spikes again, he stabbed upward with 4 of them and embedded them in the ceiling before stabbing down with the free ones, Lyra barely avoiding them in time. I've been on the clock, told that I only had weeks to do what normally took me months. People always say that good science takes time, but I've learned through experience that limited time with limited resources is how you maximize results. Have you ever been in a situation like that? Forced to do something massive with barely anything. Ashley raised her assault rifle and opened fire, the bullets streaming through the air and being absorbed by Goeth's shields before Jane and John fired their energy weapons again. Ripping his spikes out of the ceiling, he fell to the ground and landed on his feet, lunging forward at the group with his spikes again. It's euphoria. I don't know why people even bother with Jet, I've tried it and frankly it wasn't anything special. The feeling that you get when you shatter boundaries that so many people think are infallible laws, no drug can recreate the feeling of pure and utter joy. His spikes slammed into the ground near them, the group struggling to avoid them while continuing to fire at him, Lyra even raising her pistol and firing off a few shots. Goeth smirked as he swung at them with his claws again, only to turn as he had a buzzing noise and heavy footfalls coming at him from the side. Sam swung both of her swords at him, forcing the doctor to use his legs to propel himself to the side again, barely avoiding the strike of her blade as 2 more of his spikes raised above his head and lunged at her. Sam managed to bluntly deflect the first one with the edge of one of her swords and neatly sidestepped the other, as it buried itself in the ground. Raising her other sword, she brought it swinging down on the trapped spike, cutting it in half. Goeth simply laughed. And those Quarian mutants, they have to be my masterpiece. Quarian muscle is actually denser than human muscle, and if humans can become those hulking brutes when you dip them in FEV, why can't you do the same with Quarians? So I started working on it and I got it done in 3 days. 3 days! He shouted in glee, sending another spike at Sam, this time swinging it widely at her instead of stabbing, managing to hit her with the body of it and send her flying. I created those magnificent creatures you saw out there. He said as Sam fired her rockets and stabilized herself in the middle of the air. But then the one I created started foaming from the mouth and its liver started to rupture, and I said, oh right, I forgot about that immune system thing. He gave a small chuckle. That one didn't last very long. I had to come up with a solution for that, something that could get killed by the common cold doesn't make for a very effective fighter. Sam's rockets blared as she flew directly at him, this time not aiming directly for him, but flying over him and slashing at 2 more of his spikes, cutting them off and leaving him with only 5. But I couldn't afford to start from scratch to make a FEV strain that could turn the Quarians into those same impressive specimens and take care of their defective immune system. I didn't have enough test subjects to work with. Under his helmet, a massive smile spread across his face. Luckily, I didn't have to. He lashed out with one of his remaining spikes and managed to hit one of the rockets on Sam's leg, ripping it off. Off balance, Sam began to spiral out of control, almost smashing before Lyra sent a ball of biotic energy at her, stopping her mid-air before she hit the ground. You see, I created something revolutionary, something I didn't even think possible, and I did it years ago. Just shut up. John shouted, raising his laser rifle and firing off 5 more shots. Goeth tried to move, but the lasers traveled at the speed of light, and before he could ever blink, he felt a burning pain in his chest. Goeth let out a weak chuckle as he rose up on 4 of the spikes again, using the remaining free one to stab out at John, who dove to the side to avoid it. That's some rather impressive shooting. You almost got my lungs there, that would have. He stopped as he let out a violent cough, blood spilling out of his mouth and coating the inside of his helmet. Wait, never mind. You did get my lung. That was a good shot, I have to admit. Can I ask you something? He asked, looking at the group as Sam was lowered to the ground and Ashley, Lyra, Jane and John continued to fire at him, pushing himself off of the ground and digging his spikes into the ceiling again. How come you're fighting the Enclave? The Geth committed genocide on a massive scale, to the point where the Quarians never recovered from it, yet you're trying to help the Geth even though they've killed billions and we've only killed thousands. Jane didn't reply as she fired a well-placed shot at his remaining offensive spike, blowing it off. Goeth grinned as he fell to the floor again, landing on his feet and lashing out viciously and seemingly randomly with his remaining spike. And come to think of it, Woods was about to sign in all of those rights that the rebels have been fighting for, but you're going to arrest or kill her when this is all over, isn't it? You're awfully lucky that Crawford decided to bite off more than he could chew, but tell me, what was your plan when you going to attack the government that was just about to give their people exactly what they wanted? Lyra sent another ball of biotic energy at Goeth, with Jane firing her plasma rifle 5 more times. The ball hit Goeth and temporarily immobilized him, while all 5 balls of plasma hit him in the torso, burning through his armor and into his chest. Goeth felt more burning pain tear through him and more blood leak out of his mouth, but a smile spread across his face. Well, it looks like you got me, he said softly. Guess I'm not very good at fighting. Oh well. Pardon me though, I want to watch the fire burn. Pressing his 4 remaining legs into the ground, he propelled himself upward and grabbed onto a hatch that was vaguely visible on the ceiling. Pulling it open, his spikes pushed him into it as he slammed it down behind him. Where's he going? Sam shouted in anger. Don't bother, he's taken too much internal damage, he won't last very long, Jane said, putting her finger to her ear. Besides, we have more important things to focus on right now. Yes, General Moore. Captain, what is it? The general asked. Goeth set the horde loose in the city. They were never at the White House. Jane shouted, looking around at the holographic screens that were still showing the mutants and cyborgs rampaging through New Washington, D.C., killing everyone that got in their way. You need to have every last soldier that isn't taking part in this assault in the streets hunting them down before the damage gets any worse. I've been doing everything I can since the reports about those first came in. Moore said. But they're too thinly spread out, my men are having a hard time pinning them down. Do you have any information that can help us? Yes. Jane said, looking at the screens again. Goeth tapped into surveillance networks all around the city, they're trained to watch the horde, I'm looking at them right now. Good. Just tap me into it and my command staff can use to give more direct orders to my men. Moore said. Working on it, Jane said, activating her Omni tool and typing into it. And. Done. She said. All right, I see it, I'll do what I can, Moore said as the line went dead. Goddess, Lyra said, looking up at the screens. He'd do this to his own people? He'd do this to anyone. I'm not surprised, Woods did talk about him like he was sick in the head, Ashley said. It looks like the Loyalists are already moving in. John said, pointing at one of the screens. A Tiger tank and a platoon of Marines were moving down one street, the tank's cannon blasting away a Krogan FEV mutant while the Marines opened fire on the rest. Yeah, Jane said grimly, but people are still going to die. Too many are still going to die. Lyra glanced at Jane, noticing her hand tightening into a fist before going slightly limp. She felt a pang of sadness. XXXXX. Cornelia swung her sword as hard as she could at Grace, purple energy enveloping the blade. The cyborg brought up her claw arm, using the body of the arm to block the sword. Smirking in satisfaction, the cyborg raised her shotgun and aimed it at Cornelia, her finger tightening on the trigger. Before she could pull it though, a stream of bullets came flying across the room, and slammed into her shields. She pointed her shotgun at the origin of the bullets and fired, EDI hastily ducking back behind a data stack as the blast of the claymore narrowly missed her. Out of the corner of her eye, Grace saw Cornelia swinging at her again, forcing her to raise her arm to block the blow. Once again, she attempted to fire her shotgun at Cornelia, but before she could, Legion slipped out and fired his rifle at her, the anti-material rifle smashing into her shields, badly weakening them. Losing her patience, Grace let out a roar of frustration, swinging at Cornelia and managing to hit her in the side of her head with the edge of her arm. Cornelia staggered back, clutching her head in pain, as Grace aimed her shotgun at Legion, firing another blast at Legion, hitting the synthetic with the blunt of the blast and managing to take its shields down. As she did, Grace pulled the trigger again in an attempt to finish it off, but her shotgun beeped loudly, announcing that it had overheated. Enough of this shit! She shouted, charging forward and swinging her claw at Cornelia, who barely jumped back in time to avoid it. Not letting up, she swung again, Cornelia attempting to dodge to the side, but the claw managed to tear through her armor and into her shoulder, blood spurting out as Cornelia yelled in pain, ducking as Grace swung at her again. EDI lined up another shot at Grace, but before she could fire, she spotted Edward aiming his plasma cannon at her. She dove out of cover, sliding behind another data stack as the one that she had been taking cover behind was obliterated by the ball of destruction. Legion fired another shot from its rifle, hitting Edward squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger back slightly before recovering his balance and firing his cannon again, aiming at Legion this time. The synthetic dove out from behind cover and behind another data stack as the one that it was just behind was obliterated. I am going to fucking skin you! Grace roared, swinging her claw at Cornelia again, the other woman barely blocking it with her short sword in time. She aimed her shotgun at Cornelia again, but before she could fire it, she heard another blast go off and her shields collapse. Before she could react, a second shot went off and pellets slammed into the arm holding the shotgun, knocking it out of her hand. Cornelia dropped her SMG and grabbed the falling shotgun, aiming it at Grace and firing it. The pellets of the high-grade shotgun tore through her power armor, some of them embedding themselves in her flesh. Roaring in anger, she slashed forward, tearing Cornelia's side open with her claw before wheeling around to face Talai, swinging at her, the Quarian barely avoiding it as Grace began to advance on her, swinging her claw viciously. Legion aimed its anti-material at the unshielded Grace, but before it could, Edward spotted it and fired another blast. Legion didn't get out of the way this time. The explosion threw the synthetic onto its back, its rifle flying out of its hands. Legion attempted to pull itself to its feet, but found itself unable to. Looking down, it realized why it was unable to. Both of its legs had been blown off by the blast. Seeing that the Geth had been disabled, Edward swung his cannon to face Talai. "Grace!" he shouted. "Get back so that I can get a clean shot." As he shouted, he heard a grunting noise and the sound of something flying through the air. White-hot pain tore through his back. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that Folker was lying sprawled on the ground, blood still dripping from his face, propping himself up with one hand while holding his Theta energy pistol with the other, aiming it at Edward as he pulled the trigger again. So this is how it ends, Edward thought to himself as another ball of Theta energy slammed into his back, followed by 3 others as he collapsed to the ground in pain, landing flat on his face. "Grace," he gently whispered. I'm sorry." With that, his body went limp. "Edward!" Grace shouted, closing her normal hand into a fist and slamming it into Talai's stomach before throwing her to the side. Edi hastily raised her SMG, firing off 3 bursts at Grace, but even as they pierced both her armor and her flesh, she ignored them, charging directly at Folker. "You little shit!" she shouted, swinging her claw at him. However, before it could connect, the claw stopped in mid-air, a loud clash resonating through the room as it did. Slowly, Jessica decloaked in front of Grace, her knife clashing with Grace's claw. Talai stirred where she laid, realizing what was going on and grabbing her shotgun, aiming it at Grace and Jessica. Edi did the same with her SMG, but as she did, she noticed that Grace's shields had reformed around her. "Get the fuck out of my way!" Grace snarled, pushing at the knife that Jessica was holding. "Grace, listen to me," Jessica said, "the implant in my neck is gone. I can get yours out. They can't hurt us anymore. Open your eyes, you stupid bitch!" Grace shouted. "Edward is dead. Rose is dead because of these fucking people. I'm going to rip their fucking throats out. So get the fuck out of my way!" She roared, pulling her claw back and swinging at Jessica's face. Before she was even halfway there through, all of her limbs went stiff and she fell onto the ground. Jessica slowly knelt down with her knife in hand, when she noticed Folker, Talai and Edi all aiming their weapons at them. "Don't shoot," she said, holding up her free hand, looking around. "Just let me get the implant out of her neck, and we'll go." She pulled Grace's helmet off, baring her neck. "Grace, hold still, this is going to hurt," she said, lowering her knife and hesitantly digging the knife into the back of her neck. Grace roared in pain as Jessica pried a small implant out from between her vertebrae, tossing it to the side. "Come on, come Grace, just come with me," Jessica said. "They can't hurt us now, we can." "Shut the fuck up," Grace said, getting to her feet and glaring at the wounded Folker, who looked like he was having a hard time staying conscious. "I'm going to kill that little shit." "No. No Grace, don't!" Jessica shouted, grabbing Grace by the shoulder. "They're victims. Just as much as we are. He killed Edward. Crawford made him. Crawford made Rose fight, Crawford made Edward fight, made us fight, made them fight. It's his fault," not Jessica was cut off as Grace's fist collided with her face. "Get out of my way!" Grace shouted. "Either you help me or stay the fuck out of my way," she said, turning to face Folker again. The German pulled the trigger on his Theta energy pistol, but his hand was starting to droop, and it missed her by a long shot. Talai and Edi both fired their weapons, but Grace's freshly replenished shields absorbed them. Grace raised her claw, but before she could swing it, Jessica grabbed her again and pulled her back. Furious, she turned and swung at Jessica, slashing gashes in her armor, almost reaching flesh. She charged forward and tackled Jessica, slamming her against the wall and pulled her claw back with the intention to rip Jessica's head off. Before she could though, a sharp pain tore through her throat. Slowly, she looked down and saw the hilt of Jessica's knife sticking out of her throat. Oh God Grace, I didn't meant to," Jessica said, raising her hands to her face as Grace staggered back. Grace spat at Jessica, the liquid half saliva half blood. "Fuck, you," she swore she said before falling onto the ground, blood pooling around her. Jessica fell to her knees. I didn't want to, oh Grace," she blubbered, tears streaming down her face. Getting to her feet, Talai made her way to where Folker was. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking at him, hastily pulling out a case of Medigel. I'm fine," he said weakly as Talai gently applied Medigel to his face. He looked awful, the 3 gashes from Grace's claw were still bleeding heavily, and his eye had burst open. The Geth," he said. "Right," Talai said, applying the rest of the Medigel to the rest of the gashes before getting to her feet. "Edi, take care of Cornelia," she called out, as she placed her shotgun down on the ground and began typing into her Omni tool in front of the red and black object after reaching out and manually deactivating the firewalls that the terminals had. The synthetic nodded as she ran towards where Cornelia was lying on the ground, taking out a tube of Medigel and applying it to the gash in her sides. Taylai hastily read the readout on her Omni tool, seeing the progress of the device that was attempting to hack the Geth network. She hastily accessed the controls for it, bringing them up on her screen, the ones for overriding the Geth and the option to deactivate the process. As she did, she noticed something else. There was another set of controls right below the ones for overriding the Geth. The option to destroy the Geth. She blinked in shock as she continued to read. Apparently Goeth had set up a backup plan in the device. To overload the Geth network internally, to cause the individual units to overload and wipe out every last program. It would change a very simple, internal part of their programming, the same thing that the virus was trying to do right now, but instead of telling the Geth to obey the Enclave, it would tell them to self-destruct. Taylai started her Omni tool. If she did this, if she killed the Geth, she would give her people their future back. They would be able to recolonize Rannoch, be able to live without their suits, get their lives back. Slowly, she looked behind her at Legion, who still lacked its legs and looked like it was attempting to repair itself, doing something to its legs to stop the white fluid from leaking out. If it hadn't intervened, the Enclave would have captured Ron and they never would have gotten the chance to save her father, not to mention that the Geth were helping them fight the Enclave directly. They're only looking out for themselves. Taylai thought, they wouldn't care if they weren't threatened by the Enclave too. As she thought, she spotted Folker out of the corner of her eyes, who looked like he was on the verge of passing out. Something he had said to her on the way here filled her mind. Because you're better than me. Slowly she reached towards her Omni tool and punched in the command that would cause the signal to stop. She lowered her hand and looked at Folker, only to see that he had passed out from the pain. I hope that you're right, she whispered, looking at him. On the other side of the room, Edi slowly helped Cornelia to her feet. How's Folker and Legion? She asked through grit teeth. Folker is unconscious, but his vitals are stable. Legion's platform has been heavily damaged, but the programs are unharmed, Edi replied. I am calling for backup and medical evac. Good, what about her? She asked, looking at Jessica. She was kneeling on the floor, looking at Edward and Grace's bodies, tears streaming down her face. I don't know, Edi answered. The two of them stared at the crying woman, Taylai doing the same. They had stopped the hacking attempt and quite possibly had ensured the Enclave's defeat. Despite that, they all had a rather hollow feeling in the pits of their stomachs. XXXXX. Author's note, fun fact, when playing XCOM Enemy Unknown, I named some of my soldiers after my OCS. During the assault on the alien base, Folker got mauled by chrysalids, twice. Also, God, looking back on the Enclave arc I can't help but feel like shit. I think I've mentioned before that I suffer from crappy self-esteem and it is really kicking in right now. This arc lasted way too long in hindsight, I doubt that anything I write after this will ever come close. It dragged way too much in some places, was way too quick in others, I'll feel like massive chunks of what I wrote was forced, Woods and Moore were good because I said so, Crawford was evil because I said so and overall I just don't really feel satisfied with it. There's always that nagging feeling in the back of my head that what I could be writing could be so much better, and it really kicks in here. God, what is wrong with me? I can't help but feel like this entire FIC is just a massive pile of shit now, not to mention a waste of your time and my time. And it gets even worse because I feel guilty about complaining to you guys because I feel like I'm doing it out of a plea for attention and to get sympathy and more votes from you. I wish I didn't get so freaking emotional every time I got a less than positive review, but then again I'm half convinced that I'm bipolar. The worst part about this is that I can't fall back on a lot of people like it and it gets seen a lot, so it must be good argument, because how many crappy things in this world are popular? Like Avatar, not The Last Airbender, or the Michael Bay Transformer movies, and Twilight. Okay, if I'm comparing my story to Twilight then maybe I'm being a little overdramatic. Still, my point stands. Sorry that I wasted my time bitching to you, again. Please just do me a favor and tell me what you think of my story, don't pull any punches. I normally say no flamming, but if you need to tell me that my story is the worst piece of shit that you've ever read and that I should go fuck myself, you go right ahead. Chapter 69. Aftermath. Author's note, please refrain from making jokes about the number of the chapter. XXXXX. I want a status report now. Crawford shouted from behind the desk in the Oval Office, half a dozen heavy soldiers standing in the room with them. Sir, Loyalist forces are pressing hard and fast. A scared voice said from Wood's terminal. We can't hold them back much longer. You don't let them get any further. Crawford shouted. If they stop us now, everything that we've sacrificed will be for nothing. Now hold them. We can't, sir. There's too many of them, and we can't. Sergeant. Crawford roared. Sergeant. Captain, one of the soldiers said. Maybe we should think about evacuating. I'm certain that Woods had a secret escape tunnel just in case she needed to. I'm an admiral. Crawford screeched, rising to his feet and shoving the terminal in front of him to the ground before drawing a pistol and training it on the soldier that had spoken. You hear me? An admiral. Sir, we don't have time for this. The soldier insisted, sounding slightly unnerved, but standing his ground. We need you alive if this is going to work. We're about to lose this building, but if you can get out of here we can regroup somewhere else. We still have the majority of the fleet under our command. And he was cut off as Crawford fired a shot from his pistol, the round flying through the air and impacting on the soldiers' shields. We aren't going anywhere, do you hear me? Crawford hissed. This is the heart of our nation, the heart of America. If we let those fools take it, how can we call ourselves Americans? We are going to push them back. And he was cut off as a loud beep emanated from the door, followed almost at once by a massive explosion that threw 3 of the nearby soldiers back. Before Crawford could blink, both Sigma and Alpha Squad had stormed through the door, their weapons raised. The 3 soldiers that were still standing also raised their weapons, but before they could do anything, a barrage of fire swallowed them up, killing them instantly. The soldiers on the ground stirred, but upon seeing the 6 cyborgs now training their weapons on them, they hastily scrambled to their knees, putting their hands behind their heads. The special forces hesitated, not opening fire. Cowards! Crawford shouted, raising his pistol and firing. He got 3 shots off before a single bullet flew forward and pierced his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain and drop the gun. Cadence lowered her SMG as Albert put his finger to his ear. It's clear now, General, it's safe for you to move in. No sooner had he spoken than Moore walked into the room, her rapier at her side, blood noticeably on it. She raised the pistol that she was carrying and aimed it at Crawford. Captain, do us both a favor and stand down, she said, her voice deadly cold. Enough people are dead because of you already, and you know this is a fight that you can't win. Tell your men to stand down. Why should I? He growled. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but Goeth let the horde loose on the city. He didn't keep them here to defend you, Moore replied. That and your attempt to take control of the Geth failed. Goeth is gone, the horde is running loose, the Geth are out of your hands and are slaughtering every soldier that tries to fight them. Tell me, exactly what do you stand to gain here? I wouldn't expect you to understand, Crawford said, clutching his bleeding wrist. I did what had to be done. America was growing soft, it needs someone to make the hard decisions, Moore interrupted. I know, I heard that the first dozen times you said that. And apparently the hard choices are cause the deaths of a couple 100,000 civilians even though it never actually accomplishes anything. She shook her head in anger. What were you thinking? Crawford didn't answer. I take it Woods is going to have me killed. You'll get a fair trial, but if you get anything less than the firing squad, I'll be surprised. He sneered. Woods thinks that it's that easy, does she? She thinks that she can just. He was interrupted as Moore flipped a switch on the side of her pistol before firing a concussion round at Crawford. It hit him directly in the chest, sending him sprawling over the ground, unconscious. Make sure he doesn't bleed out, Woods wants him to stand for trial and face the people he hurt, Moore said, walking towards Crawford and pulling his comm unit out of his ear and lifting it up to her face as the others moved in, James bending down and applying Medigel to Crawford's wrist. Soldiers of the Enclave, this is General Moore. Captain Crawford is in custody and will soon face the repercussions of his actions. His plans have failed and his men are dying. Because of him, thousands of monsters are loose in New Washington, D.C., slaughtering civilians without purpose, the body count growing by the minute. You are fighting a battle that you cannot win. I urge you, lay down your arms and turn yourselves in. You will not be harmed. She sighed slightly as she lowered Crawford's comm unit, looking out of the window. Wish I had something to drink right now. Don't you start, Cadence said sternly, walking to where her mother stood. Not like that. I meant water, Moore said. Cadence blinked in surprise. I need a clear head right now, but I've been going non-stop ever since the massacre and. Well, I'm thirsty. Staring at her mother, Cadence reached down and pulled a canteen from her side, handing it to her mother. Thank you, she said, unscrewing it and taking a sip from it. Are you okay? Cadence asked. Define okay, Moore replied. If by okay you mean sober, then for the moment yes. But... She trailed off as she looked out at the city, a bright green flash emanating from a block in the distance. It had probably been one of her tanks opening fire. I understand, Cadence said. Moore took another swig of water before activating her Omni tool, which projected a holographic map of the White House. The majority of it was bright green, while a few remaining rooms were glowing red. We've got most of the White House back under control again, she said. And I've got men responding to the horde. But this is, God. She shook her head. Hello. A voice said over the comm lines. Is anyone TTTT there? Gallows. Moore said, deactivating her Omni tool. Are you there? Most of the separatist ships have stopped firing. They're saying that they want to surrender. Should I listen to them? Yes, Gallows, order them to disarm, and have the Geth seize control of their ships. Only harm the crew if they try to resist. Did you sustain any causalities? What's your overall status up there? I lost 4 ships, Gallows said, sounding rather sad. Almost a third of my flotilla. The Geth took the brunt of the force. Also, there are still a few enclave ships firing on us. Take them out, no reason more loyal soldiers have to die today, Moore said bitterly. I got them. A third voice said. Moore blinked. Who is that? Gallows chuckled weakly. CCC coalition pilot. He's been giving us some help. Took out a couple of ships. He okay a couple of Guardian lasers but overall he's fine. Good, Moore said. Crawford let Goeth's creations loose all over the city. As soon as things are under control up there, send all the ground forces that you can to help us get things in the city under control. You understood, Gallows said, the line going dead. Moore sighed as she looked out of the window. She had done everything that she had could. It had been nowhere near enough. XXXXX. Folker moaned softly as his eye fluttered open. Bright white lights flashed above his head and he felt like the right side of his face was sore and itchy. He reached up to touch that side of his face, but before he could reach it a 3-fingered hand gently closed around his wrist. Don't touch it. Groaning, Folker realized that he was lying on his back and pushed himself up into a sitting position. Talai. He said wearily, the right side of his vision black. He was in a brightly lit hospital room, Talai sitting next to him, slouched over slightly and looking rather tired. Where am I? You're still in the White House. We tried to get you back to the Normandy, but it took some damage during the orbital battle. Woods gave us access to this medical ward after we helped her though. It's well equipped, even more well equipped than the Normandy. Then, did we win? Talai nodded. Moore captured Crawford a couple of hours ago. With him out of the picture a lot of the separatists lost their nerve and surrendered. Woods hasn't decided what she's going to do with them yet. Is she going to kill them? No, I doubt it. Ordering the execution of that many people would be nothing short of suicide for her, not to mention I'm half certain she wouldn't be able to take the loss in manpower. Crawford on the other hand, she's going to make sure that he gets a trial, but considering everything that he's done and what everyone else has been saying, he's probably going to be dead in a few days. I can't say I feel sorry for him, Folker sighed, laying back down onto his pillow. I don't really like the concept of the death penalty, but when it comes to people like him, its existence feels justified. Why does my face itch? Do you remember what happened before you blacked out? Talai asked. Folker blinked as he thought back. His face paled as he did, and now that he felt more awake, he realized that he couldn't see out of his right eye. Gently raising his hand up, he felt along the right side of his face. It was heavily covered in thick bandages that stopped just short of his nose. In addition to that, his broken wrist was encased in a metal cast. Is my eye gone? He whispered. Is there some sort of technology that can save it in this time period? Talai shook her head sadly. No. When an eye gets cut like that, there's nothing that we can do about it. I saw a lot of people lose body parts, he whispered, stroking the bandages again. I should have seen this coming. He gave a weak, half-hearted chuckle. At least it's my eye and not my arm or leg. Hey, that's the spirit, said a different voice. Folker glanced to the side to see Roger lying in a bed not far away from his, Norman and Cheryl sitting next to him, Norman having a few bandages wrapped around his nose. His cybernetic arm was still missing. Woods is paying the bill to patch us up, that means that you are going to be getting the best implant that their tech can make. Implant? Folker said. You mean like your eye? Like mine, except a lot better, Roger said, tapping his red glowing eye. This thing is a cheap model that the coalition came up with so that they could afford to give one to all the troopers that lost eyes. It's a little bulky and not that fancy, but it gets the job done. It's sturdy too. When am I going to get mine? Folker asked, sounding a little nervous. You already did, Talai said. You came out of surgery not too long ago. The bandages have to stay on for a few more days so that your gashes can heal. After that you can take it off and you should be able to see again. Really? Just like that? He asked. Talai nodded. Folker let out a weak laugh. Wow, technology really has come a long way, hasn't it? A few days and I can get my eye back. Sorta, Roger said. It'll be made out of metal and will probably need some maintenance, and it'll probably glow. This is normal to all you people, isn't it? Folker asked. The others nodded. As he spoke, he heard door slide open and someone walk in. Is Taylai safe? Rail Zora said, practically barging into the room. Jane, Legion, and Woods not far behind them. I'm fine, father, Taylai said, getting up from her seat. Oh, thank goodness, he said, suddenly walking forward and wrapping his arms around her. Oh, thank you, Taylai said, sounding slightly embarrassed as her father broke away. Sorry about this, Jane said. Rail insisted on checking up on Taylai, and after everything that we've been through today, I couldn't say no to him. She looked around the ward. In addition to Folker and Roger, Cornelia was also lying in a bed, bandages around her arm, and so was Sam, all the wounds that she had taken since the massacre finally having caught up with her. Jessica was also sitting in a bed, her power armor lying discarded beside her, but she was unharmed and merely staring blankly at the wall. Folker noticed her as Jane looked at her. What's going to happen to her? He asked. I'm still trying to figure that out, Woods said, rubbing her forehead. I'm trying to figure out everything that we're going to do with the rest of the damn mess. Legion, your legs. Folker said, surprised that Legion had legs again. This platform's limbs were replaced by other Geth, Legion said. Our operational functions are once again within the tolerable range. So, I take it that your fleet will be here in a couple of days, Woods asked, looking at Jane. It will be, Jane said. Don't worry, my ships won't fire on them, Woods said. That's not very comforting, Rail said, glaring at Woods. I don't even want to think about what happened to all the Quarians that you abducted. Now you want me to believe that you are not going to try and kill us. I only attacked you when I thought that I needed to do so, Woods said. For the safety of my people. I have nothing to gain out of this. Your attack on that research team all those weeks ago can be classified as a declaration of war on both the Coalition and the Migrant Fleet, Jane said. The Admiralty Board will want to make demands of your surrender in addition to the Coalition. Yes, we will, Rail said. And considering that half of the Admiralty Board are either warmongers, morally bankrupt scientists, and the father of someone that my people nearly killed, I have reason to believe that they'll be a little bit harsh on us, don't I? Woods asked. Considering that we have the largest fleet in the galaxy and you could have very well put my entire species at risk, yes, Rail said coldly. We expect to be compensated for what you've done for us. I thought you might say that. So, here, she said, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a syringe filled with bright purple liquid. What is that? Rail asked. FEV, Woods said. What will it do? To be perfectly blunt, it'll cure your immune system problem. What? Both Rail and Taylai shouted. How is that possible? How did you get that? Where did you get that? Rail demanded. Woods laughed bitterly. Did either of you see those massive things that used to be Quarians? Goeth's been working on them ever since Crawford brought them back. That's right, he said that the first few that he created died almost instantly, Jane said. Woods nodded. I kept myself away from Goeth when he was still working for me. I didn't want anything to do with him or his work. I've been looking through his files ever since we took back the White House back though, and he has an entire room filled with vats of FEV that he just brewed up. Including this so that his Quarian test subjects wouldn't die once they were transformed. Does it work? Rail asked. Those things out there weren't dying from breathing the air, so they must be, Woods said. How long does it take? FEV is practically instantaneous, Woods replied, placing the FEV on a table next to Volker's bed. Look, I got shot today and my entire world got turned upside down. There's more of that downstairs and there's also data on how to manufacture it. Pardon me, I need a smoke, she said, turning and walking out of the room. Is this for real? Rail said, picking up the syringe and looking at it. When we were clearing out the lower levels, we found a video that Goeth left saying that he managed to get a process down that he called multi-dose FEV, Roger said, propping himself up in his bed with his remaining arm. He could have made that serum right there to go with whatever turned them into those monsters. And he kept trying to brag about some impressive thing that had to do with the Quarians and their immune system, Jane said. I think this might be for real. But you don't know anything about FEV outside of the strain used to make metahumans, right? And you need an entire person to test the effects. Rail asked. Couldn't she be lying to us? Couldn't this be poison? We calculate the odds of Woods lying to be astronomically low, Legion stated. I don't know, Rail said. I could test it, Taylai said. Rail looked at his daughter. Taylai. Someone has to do it, don't they? We don't know the first thing about this stuff, for all we know Woods could be lying and have forged all of the data. With FEV, someone is going to have to take it sooner or later, why not me? I could take it, Rail said. You've done enough today already. You. Father, Taylai said. Please. If this means I can take my mask off without being afraid of dying, it'll be worth the risk. Slowly, Rail handed the syringe over to her. Thank you, Tai Lai said, gently inserting the needle into her neck and pressing down on the plunger. Within seconds, it had been emptied, Tai Lai placing the empty syringe on the table. How do you feel? Rail asked, sounding concerned. Warm, Tai Lai said hesitantly. And my head aches a bit. She raised her arm and activated her Omni tool, accessing the inner systems to her suit. She said that it was instantaneous and unless my Omni tool is broken, it should. Her free hand reached up to her mask, grabbing it and pulling it off, doing so shakily. Pulling the mask away, she gently laid it down, baring her face. She took a deep breath of air before exhaling. So, this is what it feels like, she said, her voice slightly shaky. Are you okay? Rail asked. Yes, I'm fine, Tai Lai said, her voice starting to break. Okay Keela, Rail said. This is really happening isn't it? My daughter doesn't need her mask anymore, I need to contact the fleet about this but he looked at Tai Lai with regret. Tai Lai, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I need to tell the other admirals about this as soon as possible, Go, Tai Lai said, smiling weakly. I'll be okay. I'll be back as soon as I can, Rail said. I think I may need to talk with them about a few things too, along with Admiral Marcus, Jane said, turning to leave the ward. Rail right behind you. I'll check up on you guys when I get the chance, she said as the two of them left. Keela, Tai said, pressing her hand into her face. Tai Lai. Folker said, sitting up as best he could and looking at her. What did I do to deserve this? She asked. I don't deserve this. Don't say that, of course you do, Folker said. No, I don't, Tai Lai said, a handful of tears starting to work their way down the side of her face. When we were stopping the Enclave from taking over the Geth, I found a backup that Goeth must have put in. If I had used it would have let me wipe all of the Geth out. I had to think hard about whether to do it or not so we could get our home world back. I nearly did, and if I had we wouldn't have needed to go back to Rennick now that we have this cure. I would have killed them all for no reason. Tai Lai. Folker said. Creator Zora, Legion said. We do not, this is, how do you? The synthetic said. Legion. Tai Lai said, wiping the tears away from her face. Are you, stuttering? These are, unexpected results, Legion said. Geth had evidence to support the conclusion that creators would always attack when victory was possible but, Creator Zora was given a chance to wipe our entire kind out but did not. We must speak with Shepherd Captain and Creator Admirals, Legion said, exiting the ward as well. Are you telling the truth? Tai Lai looked up to see that Cornelia had crossed the room and was standing in front of her. Yes, Tai Lai said. I'm sorry. I understand if you're... Oh Tai Lai. Cornelia shouted, grabbing the Quarian and pulling her into a bear hug, actually spinning on the spot with her in her arms. I knew that you were a good person I just knew it. Cornelia. Tai Lai shouted, her face flushed. Sorry. She said, stopping her spinning and gently putting the now slightly dizzy Quarian down. I got a little excited there. Please never do that again, Tai Lai said clutching her head. Sorry, Cornelia repeated, Roger roaring with laughter while even Cheryl and Norman sniggered. This is really great news and. Her face was beet red. I should go, she said abruptly, walking out of the ward. She certainly is a strange one, Tai Lai said. This is the same woman who thought that jumping out of a spaceship in high orbit would be fun, Roger said. It took you this long to figure that out. Keela, Tai Lai said, pressing her hand to her forehead. This is just too much. She was about to continue, when she felt something gently envelope her free hand. She looked at Folker to find him smiling as he beamed at her, their eyes making direct contact as Folker drank in Tai Lai's face for the first time. It was a light shade of purple that resembled a human face, but was obviously different in many ways. Her lips and nose seemed to be slightly thinner, her cheekbones were more pronounced, and there were a pair of dark purple lines that ran from the top of her head to her eyebrows. Her eyes were also dark purple, with the exception of her pupils, which were so bright they were practically pink. A tangled mess of black hair flowed around her hair, stopping just short of her shoulders. Tai Lai said, unsure of what to say. You should be proud of yourself, Folker said softly. What you did wasn't easy, but it was the right thing to do. I told you that you were better than me. Stop talking like that, Tai Lai said, a smile spreading across her own face. Stop acting like you're some terrible person. Okay, and thanks for saving my life, he said. No problem. XXXXX. Woods lifted one of her cigars to her mouth and exhaled, slouching in the chair that she was in. She was sitting on one of the many balconies that the White House had along the side, looking out at the city below her. Night had fallen not long ago, but she could still see lights and activity everywhere, people moving through the streets. Screams and gunfire reached her ears, in addition to the roars of the few surviving members of the Horde as Moore's forces did everything that they could to suppress them. Hey! Woods looked up to see Jane stepping out onto the balcony, still wearing her power armor with her rifle slung over her back. Slowly, she sat down next to Woods. I heard from Moore that most of the Horde has been dealt with, even if there are still a few on the loose, Woods said, reaching into her pocket and taking out her case of cigars and holding them out to Jane. Want one? I don't smoke, Jane said. There's a first, Woods said, putting the case down before taking another drag on her already lit cigar. I haven't met a single person on this planet who didn't smoke when I gave them a chance. Ah well, it's a big galaxy and I've never been outside this star system. She looked at Jane. So what do you want? You said that if we helped you take care of Crawford you would surrender to us, Jane said. I hope that you aren't planning to go back on your word. I can't afford to, Woods said, exhaling smoke. That bit of technology we got off of Saren's Geth was my trump card, and it's worthless to me now. The Geth are already here and you deactivated it. That's what I want to talk about, Jane said. I've been talking with Admiral Marcus, Legion, and Admiral Zora, and we have all agreed on several terms for your surrender. The first term is that you surrender that object to us so that we can destroy it. The Geth are already moving into the sub-levels to take it, but some of your guards moved down there to secure it when we took Crawford into custody. I want you to tell them to stand down. Woods took another puff on her cigar before throwing the stubby remains over the edge of the balcony. Slowly, she lifted her hand up to her ear. Sergeant! She said. Are you still in position in front of the artifact? Good, the Geth should be on their way too, they're already there? Let them take it. No, I'm not joking, just do it, Sergeant, thank you. Sighing, she lowered her hand. There, they have it. Anything else? We're going to go through Goeth's data. Some of it, such as the FEV strain you showed us early, we're going to preserve because it's been proven to be helpful to medicine. We'll leave things like that in his work on cybernetics alone, well, most of his cybernetics. Most of it, such as what he did to make the Horde, we're going to destroy every record of. No argument from me, Woods said. What else do you want? My execution and for the Enclave to cut our military forces down in half. You know, you don't have any right to be angry, Jane said, her voice stern. You were planning on starting a war that could have very well killed millions, and not only were you going to enslave an entire race to do it, you had no problems letting someone like Goeth living in your basement and creating the same monsters that are now rampaging around this city killing innocent people. So if you're angry at me, too bad. I did what I had to do. Woods shot back. I'm not proud of anything that I did here, but I did what I had to. I don't know how it works in the coalition, but I had to fight tooth and nail for every last bit of progress that I made. I only was able to get the Bill of Rights passed, because I had to use that message that you sent out a week ago to blackmail the Senate into giving me the support that I needed. I know, Jane said. Moore heard about it from her daughter. That's why we're going to let you stay in power. What? Woods said. Don't take this the wrong way, Jane said, her eyes narrowing. We're not about to just let everything you did be water under the bridge. I personally think that the death penalty was designed for people like you, and really you should be out there with Crawford in the morning. But, look at this. Taking a daytop hat off of her belt she handed it to her. Ever since you got shot, your equivalent to the extranet has been on fire. People everywhere have been asking if you're alright. Also, apparently one of your staff put a poll up on your official site asking about you. Woods took the daytop hat and read it. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she looked back at Jane. Congratulations, Jane said. You now have a 90% approval rating. I still don't understand, you're going to leave me in power because I'm popular now? Woods asked, putting down the daytop hat and rubbing her eyes. Most of your people don't know the hand that you had in Goeth's creations, as far as they know, you're a politician that stood up for their rights and very nearly became a martyr because of it. And despite everything that you've done, despite your lack of concern for the stability of galactic politics and how you wanted to take over the coalition, I have little doubt that you genuinely care about your citizens. Of course I do. Woods shouted, sounding angry. I got into politics because I wanted to make things better for them. I didn't say, hey, maybe I should get elected so I can fund megalomaniacs and commit war crimes. I thought that I could change things if I was calm and rational and no one would have to get hurt. That mindset got me nowhere, she grumbled. I didn't have any support in the Senate, I couldn't do a damn thing. What if you had more support? Jane asked, could you do more good then? What do you mean by that? Woods asked. As much as I don't want to admit it, the Enclave isn't just the remnants of a pre-war nation anymore. It's a galactic power. You may not have the biggest fleet, the biggest population, or the biggest economy, but you are a galactic power with over 100 warships still at your disposal and some of the most advanced technology in the galaxy. The coalition trying to annex the Enclave could start another revolution, I doubt that most people would be happy with us throwing a very popular leader out of office and taking control. So we need you to play nice and rebuild your society, make it right this time. And how do I do that? Our third demand is that the 2 current political parties be disbanded and all current senators dismissed from office. Woods paused for a moment. You know, on second thought, I think I'm starting to like the idea of surrendering, she said, only half joking. From what I can remember about the enclave political system, the Senate has to approve any treaty before you can sign it, Jane said, so we may have a bit of a problem getting them to agree to that, Jane said. Actually it should be pretty easy, Woods said. They all got a little too comfortable sitting out here in the middle of nowhere. Now that the Geth are here, odds are they'll do whatever it'll take to make sure that the fighting doesn't keep going and they all get to live. They'll agree to this in a heartbeat. So, tell me how you want me to rebuild the enclave, in fact, what do you want me to do in the first place? I've met some of your civilians, most of them strike me as good people. I want you to do right by them, Jane answered. The Bill of Rights is a good start, but I want you to go further than that. Get all of the corruption out of the government, put an end to the curfew, censorship and other things that are keeping your people oppressed, and just make life on this planet worth living. That includes cooperating with the coalition and other species when possible. All of that will take a while, Woods said. You've got time, Jane said. I know it isn't going to be easy, but the coalition will help you where it can. I have a friend that knows what it's like to be oppressed by someone who just defeated you, and considering what he and others like him did when they got the chance, I'd rather stamp out hostilities between us right now. And despite everything that you've done, you're the perfect person to get the enclave back on the right track because you care about its people. I'm getting the feeling that there's going to be a catch to all this. There is, Jane said. The Geth are going to be watching you. They'll give you your space, but if you ever show any signs of mobilizing or posing a threat to the rest of the galaxy to meet your own selfish needs, the Geth will launch an invasion on you. And they won't hold back. So, you're telling me to be a good person, or you'll kill me, Woods said. And by the way it sounds, obliterate the enclave's ability to make war. By all rights we should have already taken away your ability to make war, Jane said. But if the past has proven anything, taking away a society's ability to defend themselves makes them angry and hungry for blood. I'd rather avoid that. Interesting, Woods said. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm impressed. I didn't actually think that the coalition would be willing to do something so drastic to get what needed to be done. But you did, hey, maybe you've got enough guts to be the leaders of humanity after all. You doubted that? She asked. Considering how long it's taking you to hunt down Saren, yet, she said. Not to mention your judgment can be more than a little faulty at times. I mean releasing the Rachni was a stupid move no matter how you look at it. I learned a lot about them on Novaria, Jane said. Something forced them to go to war. It was still a pretty stupid move, considering that you're supposed to be hunting down Saren and working with the council to do that, but you went out of your way to do something that no doubt is going to piss them off. Come to think of it, letting us keep our military and our independence is going to piss them off too. She looked at Jane. Are you sure that you're up for this? Are you sure that you're up for it? Jane said. Like I said, the Geth are going to be keeping a close eye on you. Nothing else like Goeth and the Geth. Maybe you had to do what you did with Goeth, maybe you didn't. Frankly, I'm not going to waste my time splitting hairs with you on the matter. I think what you did is disgusting, but my personal opinion on you doesn't matter right now. You're being given a second chance. Mess it up, and I'll pull the trigger myself. Anything else? Woods asked. Yes. We want the information on the informants and contacts that you have in coalition space. They broke our laws and they're going to answer to them. Woods hesitated before answering. Are you going to kill them? No, we're going to take them in and make sure they pay for their crimes accordingly. They'll live. Slowly, Woods activated her Omni tool and typed into it. I sent the list to you. Activating her own Omni tool, she brought the list up. The name right at the top of the list jumped right out at her. How did you get him on your side? Woods shrugged. He believed in our cause. Just like everyone else on the list. Jane shook her head as she got to her feet. I doubt that we'll be here for too much longer. Me and my crew, I mean. The Normandy took a couple of hits during the orbital fight, but we'll take off once the repairs are done. Maybe you can actually try to find Saren, Woods said wryly. We would be doing that right now if we didn't get called in to clean up the mess that you made, Jane snapped. Well, tracking him down isn't that hard. I mean, we found some of his ships, out here, nowhere near coalition. Woods' eyes widened in realization and then in anger. Why was his ship so far out here? She growled. They're never that far out here. Jane felt shock tore through her as 2 and 2 were put together in her mind. He used you. Used you as a distraction. That son of a bitch, Woods hissed. Is that all we are to him? Pawns to be used, Fine, she said. Working with the coalition, rebuilding our society with them? If it means getting back at him, I'm all on board with it. Good to hear, Jane said, starting to walk away before stopping. This isn't going to be easy, you know. It'll be a while before the coalition and Quarians stop viewing you as a possible threat, and who knows how the council will react to this. Don't make me feel like this was a mistake. You gave the Quarians that strain of the FEV after all, even if it was to take the heat off of you. There is some good in you after all. Some. And with that, Jane left. XXXXX. Author's note, I hope that little reveal about the FEV didn't come too far out of left field. I like to think that I had been foreshadowing to it. Heck, when it was revealed, everyone pretty much pointed out all the evidence I had been dropping. Also, I'm very happy to make this announcement. I have begun working on my own original story, that I hope to one day publish. It's a wee bit different from my normal work, it's technically in the future, 2015, but it's not really sci-fi. It's actually about vampires, because after Twilight someone needs to make them badass again, right? To which you will probably say, but Hellsing Ultimate already got made, to which I say, just let me make fun of Stephenie Meyer, okay? I don't want to give it all away, but the main character will be turned into a vampire very early on, and the story won't focus about how beautiful she is or how she is in love with an abusive asshole, but it will instead focus on the hardships she has to go through, including learning to control her new animalistic urges. Chapter 70. Clean up. Author's note, well, the Enclave arc is over, time to get back into the swing of things. XXXXX. Are you certain that this is a wise move? Spiritus asked. He and the rest of the council were standing on the Presidium, Udina and Anderson standing in front of them. The two humans had just finished giving their report on the brief conflict with the Enclave, and their plans for the power now that it had fallen and the Allied fleet was still 3 days out. Anderson blinked. I'm surprised, you seem to be taking the news awfully well. I do believe I made it very clear that I would prefer if the Turian hierarchy and by extension the rest of the council had as little to do with this incident with the Enclave out of fear that it might start a war with them, Spiritus said. Being told that they were defeated without a single Turian dying is nothing short of a relief to me. And you haven't said anything about our refusal to reduce their fleet size, Udina added. That's because, even if they did sign the Treaty of Phyrexian and only held the position of a non-member race of the council, their fleet would fall within the guidelines that we have set, Tavos explained. And while the Enclave ratio of ships to planets is higher than any other galactic power at the moment, their overall fleet size is still small compared to both you and us. Although, we still must question your judgment on certain things, Valerne said. Simply because, they do not make very much sense. I understand that the coalition views synthetics in a different light than the council, but do you really think that allying yourself with the Geth was a wise move? Tavos asked. Records of the Morning War show that they are nothing short of brutal and no cost is too high for them so long as they survive in the end. Even if you have a healthy relationship with your synthetics, you should understand that the Geth are different. We have reason to trust the Geth, Anderson said. They won't attack us, we haven't given them any reason to. In fact, I've received reports that they are actually establishing peaceful contacts with the Quarians. You'll forgive me if I find that a little far-fetched, Spiritus said. I suppose it is, Anderson said. But it's the truth. I assume with the Normandy no longer needed in Enclave space, you will be sending it back into Council space to continue your search for Saren, Spiritus said. That's the plan, we've been neglecting that for too long, Anderson said. Some are even beginning to suspect that Saren engineered the conflict with the Enclave to draw us away from them. A possibility, Spartacus said. However, there is something I would like to comment on, he said, looking down at the datapad in his hand. It says here that you discovered that the Enclave had created a strain of FEV that would strengthen the immune systems of Quarians and allow them to safely live outside their suits. He looked up, eyes cold. I was under the impression that the coalition considered the FEV to be one of their most guarded secrets. You even flat out refused to give it to the Quarians for this very purpose when you first encountered them, despite your supposedly friendly ties with them. And now you're just giving it to them. Spiritus' neutral tone was slowly starting to slip away. We don't let non-coalition personnel near FEV because in order to properly design it to do anything because create meta-humans and intelligent death claws, requires extensive experimentation and hundreds of deaths, we explained this to you. The Enclave created this strain by experimenting on nearly 1,000 Quarian prisoners. We decided that it would be an insult to those who died to just let this strain of FEV go to waste. So, you refuse to let any other species use FEV because of the cost that comes with it, but the second someone else gets the bodies for you, you brew 17 million doses and start handing them out? And what'll stop the Quarians from taking this strand and modify it further? We won't be giving the FEV to the Quarians in bulk. The migrant fleet is currently in coalition territory. Once we manage to create enough of the FEV, we will invite the Quarians into safe zones that we have set up to administer the cure there. It's still 17 million people, Spiritus said. All it would take is you making one mistake and the Quarians would have this substance that you keep to yourself. Spiritus raises a good point, Valerne said. It seems rather foolhardy of you to be so careless with something that you claim to be so dangerous. Please, allow us to take care of that, Anderson said. And I don't suppose that you want to give the FEV to the Asari? It could be used to create a cure for the erttheking, Spiritus said, his voice now rather cold. Or would you rather let those people still suffer? You do know what erttheking are, don't you? He asked insultingly. They're Asari that have a rare genetic defect that cause them to kill anyone they meld with. They have to be sent into exile, otherwise they turn into serial killers. The Quarians deserve your help, but they don't. Why exactly? The cure for the Quarians is already perfected, it would be an insult to let it go to waste, Anderson said. A cure for the erttheking hasn't been developed yet. Thousands of people would have to be killed in order for it to be developed. The coalition isn't willing to have that kind of blood on its hands. But you said that hundreds of Quarians were killed in order to develop this cure. Doesn't that make this cure for the Quarians immoral by your standards? We didn't do that to them, the Enclave did it. Yet you're using it, despite the fact that it was accomplished through immoral means. The FEV used to create metahumans was created the same way, and we still use that. It sounds like you're not really that upset about the deaths that this substance causes. Enough. Udina shouted. We have more work than we know how to handle. Pardon us. Both Udina and Anderson turned and began to walk down the hallway, Anderson briefly looking over his shoulder at the council before walking. Last I heard we were still getting data from Cor Mali, Udina said. Did we get any information incriminating Mihailovich yet? The data feed is still coming in, Anderson said, the two of them walking into Udina's office. We should be getting the list of informants that the Enclave has soon. I see, Udina said, the door closing behind them. This should make things easy, Anderson said, activating his Omni tool. What? This can't be. Anderson. Anderson wheeled around to see Udina with a heavy pistol in hand, aiming it directly at his head. Please sit down. It was you? Anderson asked, shock in his voice. Sit down, Udina repeated calmly. Anderson glanced down at his own pistol, which was holstered at his side. Pick it up slowly and put it on the ground, Udina said. Anderson glanced at Udina again. His pistol was a very heavy caliber, and Udina was holding it in the proper manner with both hands. He knew what he was doing. Slowly, Anderson loosely took his pistol out of his holster and gently laid it on the ground before sitting down in the seat in front of Udina's desk. Good. Why? Anderson asked. Because the coalition is soft, Udina said. Well-intentioned, but too soft. A single ship sent in to deal with a galactic-level threat instead of an entire fleet because we don't want to get the Council upset. Not to mention the Council isn't doing anything to help us deal with Saren, and do you really believe that General Vitt has ever wanted to do anything more than steal energy weapons and FEV? Do you think that the Turian hierarchy would have sent him for anything less? That's it. That's it. You think that's all you think is needed to justify what you and the Enclave have done? Anderson demanded. Not just that, the Council's patience with us is wearing thin. We attack the Batarians, we make A.I.S, we break their laws, we don't fall under their jurisdiction, we release the Rachni, we give FEV to the Quarians despite us going out of our way to say that we can't give that to other races. How much longer do you think that the Council is going to put up with us? What are you talking about? You don't get it, he said, laughing softly as he shook his head. When I said that the coalition was soft, I meant soft in the head. All the Council's stubbornness, all of the things we do to piss them off, and we still try and be friends with them? You're a good soldier, Anderson, but you're an awful politician. What are you going to do? I'm not going to rot in prison, Udina said, slowly pulling his arms back. I hope you can keep the coalition safe, but I'm not stupid. Goodbye, Anderson, Udina said, pointing his gun away from Anderson and pressing it to his temple. Udina, no! Anderson shouted, scrambling to his feet and attempting to charge at Udina, but before he was even halfway there, Udina pulled the trigger. The sounds of the shot filled the room as Udina's head jerked back as he crumpled to the ground, blood staining the wall next to him. Anderson looked down in shock. Blood was pooling around Udina's body, his eyes half open and half closed, but oddly enough, a smile had spread across his face. This is Admiral Anderson, I need security in Ambassador Udina's office now, he said, lifting his hand up to his ear. The ambassador just shot himself. What? The ambassa, understood sir, ETA 60 seconds. Anderson's legs shook slightly as he sat back down in his chair. Had that really just happened? He looked at Udina's body again. It was completely immobile, the pool of blood around him beginning to expand outward. Anderson slumped forward in his chair, burying his face in his hands. As he did, his Omni tool beeped. What? He asked out loud as he activated the device, showing that he had received a message. He realized, with a slight jolt, that it was another message from the mysterious stranger, the message titled Possible Lead on Saren. He paused for a moment before sighing and pressing a message that relayed the message, sending it to someone else. He had just sent the message down a rather long and complicated path that would end with the message being in the elusive man's possession. He would have him take care of it. Anderson had other things to take care of now. The door swung open and 3 men wielding assault rifles stormed into the room. "Admiral, are you hurt?" one of them asked, looking at Anderson as he hastily took out a tube of medical. "Did the bullet rebound off of the wall?" "No," Anderson said sadly. Udina was a traitor. He was supplying information to our enemies." Are you certain?" the soldier asked in disbelief. I have the proof right here," he said, holding up his Omni tool. "I need to file an official report, take his body to the morgue. Also, let Rear Admiral Mihailovich out of custody. He was framed." "Understood, sir," the guard said. Anderson sighed, slumping back weakly into his chair as Udina's body was gently picked up and carried it off. He had never felt so old. XXXXX. "You think things will be okay here?" Taylai asked, looking at Folker. The two of them were sitting on a small hill out the outskirts of New Washington, D.C., 3 days after the enclave had formally surrendered. Dozens of coalition ships were visible in the skies above the cities, launching shuttles down to the city below them. Volker's bandages had been taken off, revealing the other side of his face. The gashes that Grace had given him had faded away, but 3 brutal scars that covered much of the right side of his face were still there. He still wore a brace on his right wrist, but the advanced medical technology of the 28th century had already caused his bones to mend. "I hope so," Folker said, watching a team of workers drive a truck out of the city, a dead Quarian mutant in the back. "I know what it feels like to be the loser in a war. A few people make a couple of bad decisions and the entire nation suffers for it. I'm glad that Shepard is trying to avoid doing that." He looked at Taylai. "How do you feel about it? The enclave being left mostly intact, I mean." "It's frustrating," Taylai admitted. "They attacked my people, hundreds of them are dead because of them now. Woods walking away without punishment isn't fair." She sighed. "But then again, life isn't really about what's fair, is it? And according to the records, nearly 200,000 enclave civilians died 3 days ago, half of them when Crawford ordered his massacre, and the other half when Goeth released the horde. Enough people have died already. Besides, she can't control the Geth now," Folker said. "And she was only did what she had to because of the obstructive nature of the Senate, right? She could do some real good now that they're being forced to leave office." "Maybe," Taylai said. "I know that you want things to be better for these people, but you forget that Wood's hands aren't completely clean. She still wanted to attack the coalition because she thinks they haven't been doing enough to keep humanity safe. What with the Turians, Batarians, and Saren, tens of thousands of humans are dead. Then Crawford got more people killed than all those incidents put together. Do you think that she should have been killed?" Folker asked. "Or at the very least removed from power?" "I do," Taylai said. "But Shepard told me that since she got shot by a traitor while trying to sign rights for her people, she's very popular now. I think Shepard had a hand to play in convincing the coalition not to impose heavier sanctions on the enclave. She wants to help the billions of people trying to make a living for themselves on this planet, and through Woods is the best way to do that. Not to mention getting rid of Woods at this point would just get these people angry. They might start rebelling all over again, but this time against the coalition. I'm glad that Shepard is doing this," Folker said. "But, the Council, that Union of Races thing, I've heard that a lot of the things we're doing is getting them angry. First the Rachni, and now this. Well, the Council really doesn't have a whole lot of input when it comes to the Enclave. The conflict was between them, the Coalition and the Migrant Fleet, and to some extent the Geth. They weren't involved, so they don't have much of a right to make demands. Still, with the Geth out in the open and working with both of us, not to mention letting the Enclave keep the majority of their fleet, the Council might see the Coalition as building up forces against them. To topple them. But we're not," Folker said. "I know, but from their point of view things don't look that great. It doesn't help that the coalition clashed with them on just about everything from the moment they stepped out into the spotlight of galactic politics." Folker sighed. "It feels like Shepard is being punished for trying to do the right thing. Doing the right thing is never as simple as it sounds. I learned that in the White House. Speaking of which, what's going on between the Quarians and the Geth?" Folker asked. "Oh, well," Taylai said, actually sounding a little excited. "Legion has been talking with my father and it says if he can get the rest of the Admiralty Board to peacefully cooperate with the Geth, they might give us Rannoch back." "That's great news," Folker said, smiling widely. "Yeah," Taylai said, grinning herself. "I mean, technically we don't need the planet the same way we used to now that we have this," she gestured to her face. "But, it's still our home." "I'm glad to hear it," Folker said. "You deserve it," especially after what you did. He slowly edged himself towards Tailai. I didn't do anything special, she said, also edging slightly towards Folker. I don't know. It wasn't easy, was it? He asked, looking directly into her eyes. But in the end it was the right thing to do, right? I don't know. Everything's happening so fast, I just. She trailed off as they continued to stare at each other. Slowly, they leaned in, their eyes gently closing. Their lips brushed against each other in a kiss. It was a very short, very innocent kiss, the two of them breaking away only a few seconds later, both of them blushing heavily. I didn't mean to, Folker said. It's okay, Tailai said, looking extremely embarrassed. It was nice, it was, Okila. Tailai, I think that I might have. Me too, Tailai blurted out. Really? Folker said, sounding surprised. Oh, thank God. I thought that you didn't, and I just, well, yeah. Tailai said. An awkward silence passed between the two of them. So, now what? He asked. Maybe we should just let things play out. See what happens, Tailai suggested. Do what comes naturally. Sure, Folker said. Do you think this'll work? It's worth a shot, Tailai said. Thank you. The two of them sat there for a moment before spotting something out of the corner of their eyes. Two people were at the bottom of the hill, one of them kneeling while the other was standing. What the heck? He asked, getting to his feet. Curiosity getting the better of him, he started heading down the hill, Tailai right behind him. Hearing their footsteps, the standing figure turned around to look at them. It was Jack. Oh hey, she said gruffly. You two were with the coalition, right? What were your names? Folker and Tailai, Tailai said. Hey, well, just keep your voices down, she said, glancing over her shoulder at the other person. It was Jessica, still wearing her power armor as she kneeled on the ground. 3 patches of freshly dug dirt were right in front of her, makeshift wooden crosses sticking out of them. Oh God, Folker said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Don't get all sniveling on me, soldier boy, just keep your voice down, Jack said. As she did, she got a good look at his face for the first time. Damn, you make that other Tin Man look handsome. Surprised you're still walking. Same here, Folker said. What are you doing out here? Jack blinked. Do I really need to explain it? No, I mean you specifically, Folker said. How come you're out here with Jessica? Oh, Jack said. To be honest, she asked me to come out here with her, said she needed help. No idea why me though, probably because I was the first person that she found. How come you said yes? Tailai asked. I don't know, Jack admitted. I mean, I've been through a lot of shit. If you were to ask what I've been through, we'd be here all day. I don't know, I kind of feel bad for her. If anyone even comes close to having gone through as much crap as I have, it's her. Slowly, Folker walked forward and knelt down beside Grace, looking at the crosses. I'm sorry, he whispered. Don't be, she said softly. It's not your fault. It's mine. What do you mean by that? They looked up to me when the Batarians came for us, Jessica said. They looked up to me when we were sold to the Enclave. I tried to be strong for them, I did. But... She held up one of her cybernetic hands, which was shaking viciously. I think Goeth figured out that he could get to Rose and Grace through me. He went after me. He did things to me, I wanted to die, but I couldn't even do that. He put that chip in my neck. Eventually I just gave up, and when I gave up, so did they. She turned to look at Folker, tears in her eyes. Do you know what they were like before Goeth turned them into monsters? Grace wasn't cruel, she was shy. She spent half of her time studying so that she could get into a good college, and couldn't ask anyone out because she was too scared. She would never do this to anyone, she pointed at Roger's glowing eye. Rose was sweet, the sweetest person I never met. She never gave up, on herself or on other people, she would never kill herself. And Colonel White, Edward, he wasn't perfect, but he didn't deserve this. Jack shifted where she stood, looking slightly uncomfortable, Tailai glancing at her as she did. I'm sorry, Folker said again. I'm the one that shot Colonel White. I told you, don't apologize. It's my fault, not yours. He died because he was trying to protect us, and he had to protect us because I couldn't do it for him, she shook her head. It's all my fault. We all make mistakes, Folker said. As he did, he fished around in his pocket and pulled out the small golden star. This was given to me by a friend. Her name was Alina. We both fought on separate sides of a war. I did a lot of things that I regret. So did she. Neither of us wanted to fight, we were forced to. He looked down at the star in his hand. She never told me what she won this for. I don't even know what happened to her. What I knew is that she was still a good person. Sometimes we're forced to do horrible things, but it doesn't make us horrible people. What are you trying to say? Jessica asked, looking at Volker. I'm sorry, I'm not good with words, Volker said, sounding a little frustrated with himself. You're on the far side of the tunnel now. What happened to your sisters and Edward was wrong, they didn't deserve it. But you survived. Alina survived, you both saw ugly things. There are people out there who hurt others, turn them into their pawns so they can have power. You were like that, a victim, but you're not anymore. And would Rose and Grace, the real Rose and Grace, the ones that you knew and loved, would they want you to blame yourself? Rose sent me a message, Jessica said. She said that she knew that the sister she loved was inside me somewhere. I'm not sure that she was right though. Yes she was, Volker said. Most people wouldn't be able to go through what you did with their sanity intact. You did everything that you could, Jessica, it's not your fault. Come on, Jack said, taking a step forward. Goeth fucked with me too, so I took every chance I could get to give the Enclave a good kick in the teeth. She's right, Taylai said. Crawford and Goeth were the ones who did this, not you. And they're gone now, they got what they deserved. Woods is still alive though, Jessica said. I don't know what to think about her. Sometimes I want to kill her so badly, just find her and slit her throat. She kept us like this, she didn't let us go, but she did keep us alive. Crawford was the one who got us, but she still left Goeth alive, I don't know what to think. She clutched her hand in both hands. As she did, 3 sets of dog tags jingled in her left hand. I don't know what to do now. You'll find out, Volker said, putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. You're stronger than you think you are. If you weren't you wouldn't be here now. Taylai smiled slightly. Not bad, Jack said. A little sappy but not bad. What are you going to do now? Taylai asked, looking at Jack. Probably going to stay here. Woods is giving pardons to all the rebels as part of her surrender but, she wants a little more out of me. Taylai blinked in confusion. Apparently, kidnapping, murder, arson and destruction of property aren't considered to be acceptable terms of engagement or some horseshit. She wants me to be an instructor for any future biotic soldiers that the Enclave starts training. She's got a few recruits lined up for me already. Christ, me a teacher, well on the bright side, she said so long as I don't break them I can yell at them. There's that. Wouldn't you have to hold back on the swearing though? Taylai asked. There was a pause. This isn't gonna be easy, Jack said. Taylai smiled as her comm unit beeped, Volker's doing the same. Taylai, Volker, we're heading out soon, head back to the city. Understood, she said, lowering her hand as Volker got to his feet. We need to go now. Stop by sometime, Jack said, Jessica nodding silently. Taylai and Volker smiled and waved as they slowly made their way back to the city, Volker pocketing the gold star as he did. What do you think I should do? Jessica asked, looking at Jack as she stood up, the dog tags in her hand. What do I think? Jack said. I think that Goeth wanted you broken, wanted you to be too scared to do anything. So do what I did. Get up and kick him in the fucking teeth. You can still do that with him gone you know. Jessica smiled softly. Okay. XXXXX. So, that's where he ran off to. Woods, Jane, and Sam were all standing in front of the White House, looking up at the top of a nearby building. A body was perched on top of it, encased in black armor with 4 massive spikes sticking out of his back that were dug into the ground that kept the body upright, even in death. He was smiling. Guess he knew he was dying and he wanted to watch the fire burn like he always said, Woods said bitterly. At least he's finally dead. With him dead and Crawford's head getting blown out yesterday, I think I might sleep easy for the first time in a while. Jane looked up at the skies above New Washington, D.C. Dozens of ships were visible from where she was standing, countless shuttles being deployed containing personnel to help with relief effort along with their escorts. One truck with barrels of the FEV that had been used to create the horde drove by as Jane looked down, bringing it to be disposed of. I imagine that now that your fleet is here you'll be leaving? Woods asked, both her and Sam looking at Jane. She nodded. Our ship is repaired and my crew is well enough to move off planet. Some of them still need further treatment, but our doctor can provide. Well then, I suppose I should say good luck, Woods said. And thank you. Don't thank me with words. Thank me with actions, Jane said. Sam smiled sadly. It's kinda weird seeing you go. You were only here for a couple of weeks, but we did so much. I feel like I never really got a chance to know you, didn't even get a chance to buy you a drink. Wasting your time there, General. She doesn't even smoke, Woods said. Be willing to bet she doesn't drink either. I hate it when you call me general, and I hate wearing this thing, Sam said, looking down at the uniform that she was wearing was an Enclave officer's uniform, with 3 stars indicating the rank of a lieutenant general and the insignia of the National Guard, a soldier standing on a rock while holding a rifle, on her right shoulder. It was part of the deal, Woods said, a slight smile playing along the edges of her face. Don't know how people move in these things, Sam grumbled. My power armor is so much more maneuverable and protective. Even if this does look nice. She looked at Jane. Don't mind Madam President here, there's a difference between smoking and enjoying a nice cold one every once in a while, I understand that. Actually she's right, I don't drink, Jane said. Really? Sam said, sounding surprised. Hey, no drinking and no smoking? You're a pretty clean person. Kinda weird though, 1 beer isn't going to kill you. I know, I just prefer a clear mind. Besides, I never liked the stuff anyway. As she spoke, her Omni-tool beeped loudly. Pardon me, Admiral Marcus is requesting my presence. Hopefully we'll meet again one day, this time under better circumstances. No argument here, Woods said, both she and Sam nodding as Jane walked off, Woods moving to then bring up a map showing the influx of recruits for the National Guard. Jane moved through the city until she found a war cruiser that had landed not that way away from the White House and had extended all of its landing docks. Dozens of coalition soldiers and migrant fleet marines were standing guard outside. The stepped aside to let her walk up the ramps, the sound of shouting voices reaching her ears. I'm telling you that this is insane. Jane entered a command room to see Han Garel, Rael, Legion, and Marcus standing in front of holographic projections of Shailaran, Zilkoris and Daros Zen. An alliance with the Geth. Garel continued, we all grew up on the same fleet, we all know how we've been reduced to exiles that can't even colonize a planet without the Council threatening to bomb us. They can't be trusted. And for that matter, neither can the Enclave. Admiral, I understand your concern, Marcus said. But you seem to be letting your personal hatred get in the way of the facts. The Enclave has surrendered, the weapon that they intended to use to their advantage has been destroyed, the Geth threw it into the sun. The threat here has been neutralized. Now is the time for mending wounds, for all of us. We must make peace with the Enclave just as you must make peace with the Geth. I agree with Admiral Marcus, Cories said. The Geth have offered their hands in peace, this is an opportunity that may never rise again. We would be idiots to let it pass by. I know you want to cuddle the damn things, but not all of us are so eager, Garel retorted. How long until they decide that we're just a threat again and this time finish us off for good? We have no intention of bringing further harm to creators unless it proves necessary to the survival of the Geth, Legion said. And it does not. You see. Cories said. Of course it's tell you what you want to hear, it's called charming you, or are you really that gullible? Cories asked. And ignoring the Geth for a second, I'd like to point out that so far our diplomatic history with the Enclave has consisted of them destroying a dozen of our ships, killing 1,000 of our people, and nearly 2 of our admirals. Rael, you must know how absurd all of this is, he said, looking at his fellow admiral. And Ron, it's time for you to get off of the fence. I agree, Ron said. But I'm sorry to disappoint you, Garel. After everything the Geth have done these past few weeks, I think trying to make peace with them will be worth the effort. And with them watching the Enclave and the Coalition directing how they rebuild, the same can be said for the Enclave. I agree, Rael said. Rael, you're an old friend of mine. You've told me how you want to do nothing more than build Talai a home on Rannoch, but this isn't the way to do it, Garel said. They'll stab us in the back. And the Enclave is so close to use that even if we did resettle the planet, they'd be within striking distance. We'll have them and the Geth as neighbors, especially if the Enclave ever decides to start colonizing out of this system. Can we even trust Woods? Because of Woods, my daughter doesn't have to wear a suit anymore, Rael said softly. I heard, Garel said. But you're an admiral of the migrant fleet. Your people come before your family, Rael. I know, Rael growled. But that doesn't change that Zilkoris is right, this is a chance that we may never get again. You wanted to speak with me, Admiral Marcus? Jane asked. The metahuman nodded. In a sense. To be more accurate, the elusive man wants to speak with you, he said, gesturing down a hallway that branched off of the room that they were in. Miranda and Jacob were standing guard at the far end. I believe you've done this before. He said he had urgent news for you. Jane felt something jump in her stomach as she walked down the hallway, Miranda and Jacob saluting her as she neared. Just inside, Captain, Miranda said as the door opened and the 3 of them walked into a dark room. A glowing circle appeared on the ground like before and rose up, encircling the 3 of them as a holographic image of the elusive man appeared, sitting in his chair with a cigarette in hand and a glass of brandy on a nearby stand. Shepard, I believe some congratulations are in order, he said. You've most likely stopped an all-out invasion of Coalition space, and you may have very well spearheaded future prosperous relations with the Geth and the Quarians. Seems like there was some debate on if the Quarians want to be friends with us still, Jane said. They were just arguing right now. They'll come around, we're offering them too much for them to just put it down and walk away, the elusive man said. Maybe. I'm guessing that you didn't contact me just to give me a pat on the back. You're right. We may very well have a lead. A lead on Saren. What kind of lead? She asked. First of all, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had a run-in with a figure that resembled the mysterious stranger on Demeter while your men were busy sorting out the business with that cult, correct? Jane nodded. Well, recently we've been getting messages from someone claiming to be the mysterious stranger, messages that have been making an awful lot of claims. First of all, he said that the Batarians were studying a ship much like Saren's before Saren himself attacked them and stole it. He has two of those things now. Jane shouted. An unpleasant thought, without a doubt, the elusive man said. I hope that claim was nothing more than an adolescent prank, but the second claim was that the Blue Sun headquarters had been attacked by forces using highly advanced technology. I sent out some of my operatives to confirm this, and it was true. Whoever is sending us these messages is sending us information that can be trusted, which is why I'm trusting this third claim. The Shadow Broker has information on Saren. I trust you are familiar with who the Shadow Broker is. Jane nodded. The most powerful information broker in the galaxy, so elusive that as far as the general public know, no one has ever seen his face, or if he's real. A trait that I share with him, the elusive man said. According to our informant, he has vital information on Saren and is willing to sell it to whoever can meet his price, which is rather substantial. We managed to track down a possible agent of the broker. We want you to find him and strike a deal with him. Admiral Marcus convinced the army to only take a fraction of the payment he promised them because they never actually fought the Enclave. The rest of the fee that was originally intended for them will be used to purchase this information. This agent is hard to pin down, but we managed to learn that in 3 weeks he will be attending a party hosted by a Mr. Hawk. I want you to infiltrate the party and purchase this information. If you don't, we may lose him forever. Miranda and Jacob will accompany you on this mission, as well as the men and ship under their command to provide backup. Understood, Jane said. We'll leave at once. Just a moment, Commander, the elusive man said. The Coalition has been looking over the list of informants and suppliers the Enclave had. We're doing what we can to track them down and bring them to justice, but some of them are very well protected, and even with my resources it's proving difficult to get to them, especially without letting them know that the Enclave has abandoned them. One of these informants will be at the party as well. I want you to take him into custody, along with his wife. I'm asking a great deal of you here though, you see, this informant is a relative of one of your crew members. What? Jane said. Who am I bringing in? Alexander Hawkins, the elusive man said. The father of your roughneck. Norman's father. Jane said in surprise. The elusive man blinked, as if in surprise, but it was gone in a second. Yes, it turns out that he has been supplying the Enclave with the slaves needed for Goeth's projects, thousands of them. The Coalition wants justice. Bring him in alive if you can, the people don't need panic about the Coalition assassinating their own civilians if we can avoid it. If. Jane said. But if it can't be helped, if you can't take him alive, the elusive man said. Then kill him. I see, Jane said uncertainly. Is there anything else? Miranda has the more in-depth details, the elusive man said. Good luck, Captain. And with that, the hologram disappeared. Norman's father, Jane whispered softly. XXXXX. War assets updated. Entries added. Enclave Navy, military strength 400, numbering at around 150 ships strong. The Enclave Navy is led by Admiral Gallows and is dedicated to protecting Cor Mali and her colonies. The fleet took heavy damage during Captain Crawford's brief coup and lost 20% of its numbers. Enclave Heavy Troopers, military strength 75, the same soldiers that made up the entire military forces of the Enclave during their early days. The Enclave Heavy Troopers now fill the heavy support role in the Enclave military. Enclave Marine Corps, military strength 75, the bulk of the Enclave's infantry. The Marine Corps are the Enclave equivalent of the Coalition's light infantry divisions. Enclave National Guard, military strength 50, only formed recently. The National Guard is a militia force led by Lieutenant General Samantha Gall. Despite its youth, the National Guard has received tens of thousands of volunteers in the past few days, and it is suspected that the number of recruits will only go up as time passes. Enclave Special Forces, military strength 50, highly trained operatives that are given advanced cybernetic implants and special training. The Enclave Special Forces are the best soldiers that the Enclave has to offer, and it is believed that they can go toe-to-toe with a ranger.